Chapter 1. Dragon Kingdom, Jiangnan Province. Qingchuan City, 9th High School. Today marks the day for the awakening of special abilities for this year's senior class. Once one turns 18, the awakening is uniformly scheduled for this day. In this era of universal awakening, everyone has the potential to awaken abilities, yet only a select few manifest powerful ones. The levels of abilities are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, comprising 9 tiers. Naturally, the higher the tier, the more formidable the ability. The types of abilities are diverse, broadly classified into combat, lifestyle, special categories, and some that are deemed less useful. Those who awaken combat abilities constitute merely 1/3 of the total. As the entire senior class gathers, the awakening ceremony officially commences. Dear students, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Please maintain silence. When I call your name, step forward. Those not called should remain quiet. Now, let us invite Zhang San to awaken. With that, a bespectacled boy strides toward the awakening platform. As Zhang San places his hand on the awakening apparatus, a surge of energy courses through his body. Soon, the device displays a line of text. A level physical enhancement. Congratulations to Zhang San for awakening in a level ability. As the principal's voice echoes, the crowd erupts in a buzz of discussion. Silence, please. Next is Li Si. As the principal calls out, another boy steps onto the awakening platform. Time passes gradually, with numerous classmates taking their turns, showcasing a variety of abilities. Ego, when do you think it will be our turn to awaken? After all, there are thousands of students in the senior class. How long will we have to wait? Yu remarks, try to ease the tension. Don't worry, it will be our turn soon. The protagonists usually make their grand entrance last. By the time we take the stage, we will awaken the most impressive SS-level abilities. Wang Lu, hearing Yu's optimism, can't help but retort, those with top-tier talents are treated like treasures. Prestigious schools are clamoring to recruit them. Once Wang Lu finishes, Yu remains silent, patiently awaiting the principal's call. Indeed, Yu is a traveler from another world. After indulging a bit too much at his graduation party, he awoke here. He has been in this world for 3 years now. His original parents perished when he was 13 during a military operation, leaving behind a compensation of 800,000. Today marks the awakening of abilities, and whether he will rise to greatness depends on this pivotal moment. This world operates under a strict hierarchy, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong only. Through awakening high-level abilities can one truly shine. This realm is vastly different from Earth 500 years ago. A strange energy invaded Blue Star, leading to the mutation of flora and fauna and the invasion of other races. The area of Blue Star expanded, and humanity became their sustenance, losing territory to monstrous beasts. Just as despair loomed over humanity, some individuals awakened their abilities, harnessing the essence of nature to cultivate strength. Through generations of effort, humanity gradually regained its footing and began to resist the beasts and foreign invaders. As the principal calls out Li Hai's name, the noise from the crowd intensifies. Isn't he the grandson of Li Yuanli from second-tier family in Qingchuan City? I wonder what talent he will awaken. Who knows? We commoners can't compete with those noble families. Exactly. These aristocratic offspring have had access to elixirs, spiritual liquids, and other enhancements since childhood, all in preparation for this day. Additionally, his father possesses an A-level ability. Look, he's stepping up now. As Li Hai approaches the awakening device, the entire playground falls silent, eyes fixed upon him in anticipation of his abilities tier. As Li Hai places his hand upon the device, a surge of energy flows through him, and the detection instrument reveals his level, prompting an exclamation from the principal. Earth element. Wow. And S-level ability, and it's elemental. The awakening of combat abilities is already rare, and to achieve S-level is truly remarkable. Li Hai is bound to soar from here. Indeed, for a scion of a noble family to possess an S-level ability, how could he not be arrogant? With the revelation of an S-level ability, the principal nods approvingly, congratulating Li Hai on his achievement, urging him to remain humble and diligent as he prepares for the upcoming examinations to enter a prestigious university and bring honor to the school. Li Hai nods, affirming, I will bring glory to our school, before stepping down. Next, we invite Wu Erfan. A handsome youth steps forward. Congratulations to Wu Erfan for awakening D speedy legs. Next is Wang Lo. Oh wow, it's my turn. Watch me awaken in level ability. Alright, I believe in you. But if you don't awaken in level, you owe me a week's worth of meals. That's not fair, ego. Awakening in level isn't so simple. How about we make a bet? Whoever awakens a lower tier pays for the other's meals for a week. Deal. He thinks to himself, I am a traveler. After all, I can't let down my status. As Wang Lu approaches the stage and places his hand on the device, the announcement follows. SS Dark Element. The principal bursts into laughter. Excellent. An S-level ability. Last year, we had an S-level ability graduate who entered a top university. It seems this year we may produce another top-tier student from our school, thereby enhancing our reputation and possibly surpassing the 8th Martial Arts Academy. S-level. Unbelievable. Who is this? Are they from a noble family? I recall he's from class 15. He doesn't seem to have much of a background. No way. An S-level ability from someone with no background? What luck. If only I were that fortunate. The crowd buzzes with excitement over the emergence of the S-level ability. Ego, did you see that I awakened an S-level ability? Haha, you owe me a week of meals now. Don't celebrate too soon. I might still awaken an SS-level ability. Alright. Ego is the best. Your turn will come soon, then we'll find out. As the ceremony continues, it draws to a close with several A and S-level abilities having been awakened. Am I really destined to be at the bottom? The protagonist appears last to awaken an SS-level ability and then embarks on a path to greatness. He ponders, feeling a surge of anticipation. Now, for the final awakening of the day, Ego, it's your turn. Go on. I'm waiting for the grand finale of the SS-level ability. As he slowly places his hand on the awakening platform, he feels two energies intertwining. Could it be that I am about to fail the awakening? I thought only one energy was necessary. As one energy coagulates in his hand, the device displays his result. F space. Space. I awaken space. But it's merely an level ability. What use is that? An level ability can only hold things and lacks any significant function. I thought I would awaken something impressive. Indeed, it's a pity space abilities are rare, but the level is too low. As the awakening ceremony concludes, he feels a bit dazed. Could it truly be just an level ability? How embarrassing for a traveler. Although you awakened an level ability, do not lose hope. Space abilities are still quite rare. Thank you, Principal. As he steps down, the awakening ceremony officially concludes. Are you alright, Ika? Even though it's in level, MS level, so we'll look out for you. As long as we're together, you won't go hungry. Hearing Wang Le's words comforts a little, yet he still feels a lingering sadness. With the ceremony over, the principal begins an inspirational speech, urging everyone to train diligently. But he finds it difficult to concentrate. Is this all I can expect? Even in this world, am I still destined to be at the mercy of others? Ding! Host Awakening Successful System successfully bound. Congratulations on receiving a starter gift package. System, you've finally arrived. It seems that a system is indeed indispensable for a traveler. What are your functions? Ding! Completing system tasks will reward you with ability points, which can enhance ability levels and proficiency in martial arts, among other benefits. Then I can truly soar. Having a system is indeed exhilarating. Open the system panel. Character, Realm Mun. Vitality, 10 normal adults have 10. Mentality, 16 normal adults have 10. Supernatural ability, F space, SSS Thunder. Store unlocked. Martial skills, none. Backpack, beginner's gift pack. This is truly a system. Unbelievable. I possess this attribute panel and dual supernatural abilities. Astonishing. Is this SS level fire supernatural ability bestowed upon me by the system? Ding. Host, this is the supernatural ability you have already awakened. It merely did not display on the instrument. I see. It seems that my soul crossing into this world has led to the awakening of dual supernatural abilities. System, open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained an enhancement of the space supernatural ability to S. If you wish to further enhance it, please allocate points using your supernatural ability. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the body cultivation technique, King Great Supreme Indestructible Body of the Thunder God Fragment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Spirit Refinement Technique, King Great Supreme Great Sun Visualization Sutra Fragment. Congratulations, host. You have received the Martial Skill Earth Great Supreme Thunderclap 9 Blades. Congratulations, host. You have gained 800 supernatural points. Incredible. This beginner's gift pack is so abundant. According to the classification of martial skills, there are 9 levels: human, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, king, saint, emperor, and god, with human being the weakest and god the most formidable. The system has bestowed upon me 2 king-level martial skills right from the start. This is truly outrageous. Since they are only fragments, the complete versions must be of saint grade. Astonishing. One must understand that a single heavenly grade technique would attract fierce competition among major forces. Only the top families in the imperial capital possess king grade techniques, and they are treated as treasures, passed down only to family members with high levels of awakened supernatural abilities, strictly forbidden from being shared with outsiders. One can only imagine how enticing king grade techniques are. It seems that only the most elite hidden families possess saint grade techniques. It appears I must ensure no one discovers that I am cultivating king grade techniques unless my strength is formidable enough or I am backed by a powerful force. Ding. Would you like to learn the techniques now? Yes. In an instant, the indestructible body of the Thunder God manifested in my mind, revealing its 9 levels. Cultivating to the 3rd level allows one to manifest the true form of the Thunder God, immensely powerful. Although it has 9 levels, this fragment only contains the first 3. If all 9 levels were complete, I can only imagine the grade of that technique. The Great Sun Visualization Sutra, which involves cultivating by observing the sun, is most effective when practiced at sunrise and is divided into 9 levels. Reaching the 9th level allows one to manifest the Great Sun. The Thunderclap 9 Blades, when perfected, strikes with the sound of thunder, each slash more powerful than the last. As I review the descriptions of the techniques, I feel the path to invincibility unfolding before me. Ding. Mission issued. Main quest: achieve the top score in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination in 100 days. Reward unknown. Ding. One cannot be invincible without a formidable physique, can they? Cultivating the indestructible body of the Thunder God to the 1st level rewards 2,000 supernatural points. Wow. The system has issued a mission so quickly. But this task seems exceedingly difficult. I cannot rapidly enhance my strength. System, could you not issue simpler tasks? How am I supposed to complete this? You don't even offer supernatural points, you heartless system. Ding. Host, do not worry. Starting tomorrow, daily minor tasks will be issued, and completing them will yield rewards. That's more like it. System, has my space supernatural ability been enhanced to S level? Indeed. Host, this is the reward from the beginner's gift pack. I hope you continue to strive for an early ascension to SSS Space System. The space system appears quite impressive. What is available in the system store, dear system? Ding. There is nothing you cannot imagine that I do not sell. However, unlocking requires 1,000 supernatural points. So remarkable. I will wait until I have more supernatural points to unlock it. My current 800 points are insufficient. Ego, why are you standing there motionless? Is the impact too great for you? It's nothing at all. In the future, Ego will lead the way. Just wait and see. The nickname Shouho was given Wang Lu because he is as thin as a monkey. Ego, you're not dazed because your awakened ability is too low, are you? Don't worry, Ego. When I was mocked and beaten by those boys, if you hadn't helped me out and even fought for me, I might have been beaten to the point of dropping out and never awakening my abilities. At that moment, I recognized you as my brother. Although your awakened ability isn't high, I will definitely protect you. Hearing Shuh's words, I felt a slight stirring in my heart. I never expected that despite my level awakening, he would not disdain me. Initially, when I saw him being bullied by those few people, I couldn't stand by and did my best to help him. I didn't realize then that Shouho was such a loyal and honorable brother. It's all right, Shouho. Having you as a brother brings me great joy. All right, haha. Igu, don't forget to treat me to a meal next week, haha. Sure. You're still thinking about food at this moment. Let's stop discussing this and head back to the classroom. Okay, Igu. Just as we prepare to return to the classroom, a few people suddenly appeared ahead. Oh, look who it is, you. How did you awaken in level ability? Ha! Exactly. Our boss has awakened a level beast transformation ability. Hee hee. What I awaken is none of your concern. Such arrogance. If it weren't for your SS level companion by your side, I would have dealt with you long ago. You dare? Just wait and see if you touch him. Ego, will protect him. Humph, you better be careful from now on. I remember clearly when you helped this brat beat us. You might not know how you'll meet your end one day, right, brothers? Indeed, indeed. Ha ha ha, the boss speaks wisely. You better pay attention, kid. Let us go. We want to stay with the awakened F powers. It has truly bad luck. Damn it, don't leave. By saying that, it seems you're courting death. Skinny monkey, don't worry. Since they are so eager to take revenge on us, they will soon become corpses. Rest assured, these three will soon meet their end. Ego, don't be angry. Once I finish my training, I will help you eliminate them. My dark powers are the most convenient for killing. It's all right. Skinny monkey, just focus on your training. These people have committed many evils. They deserve to die. Good. Ego, let us return to the classroom. The school will distribute the basic body refinement technique and basic meditation technique. Only with these two manuals can we begin our training. With that said, we headed towards the classroom. Upon entering, the other students had already gathered. As the teacher arrived, the class fell silent. All right, students, today you have all successfully awakened. And we even have an SS level awakened among us. Truly a cause for celebration. Now, I will pass on the techniques, the basic body refinement technique and the basic meditation technique. These are fundamental techniques in Daxia and are essential for cultivation. Only possible after awakening in adulthood. If your families possess better and higher quality techniques, you may choose not to use these basics. If not, you must learn them. Furthermore, if you later acquire superior techniques, you may replace the original ones. Both body refinement and meditation are crucial. Vitality affects your combat endurance and the use of martial skills, while powers can be combined with weapons to unleash greater effects. As for spirit, it pertains to the frequency and potency of your powers. The higher your spirit, the greater the power of your martial skills. Whether you pursue both avenues or focus on one is entirely up to your decision. Once your vitality and spirit reach 100, you will become a first-tier warrior or a first-tier psychic. There are a total of 10 tiers, each divided into 9 levels. When either vitality or spirit reaches 100, you will attain the first tier. And so on. That is all for now. After learning the foundational techniques, you may practice a martial skill of your choice next Monday at school. Wow, we can even choose martial skills. I'm a bit excited. What martial skill do you want to learn, Ego? I'm not sure. I'll see when the time comes. Just choose a technique related to your powers. You should go with those of the dark type. All right, Ego, just wait until I master my skills and teach those who threaten us a lesson. You have the potential of a 10th tier warrior. Don't mock me. Ego. All right, I've said what needs to be said. So for the next 6 days, focus on studying these foundational techniques at home. Next Monday, come prepared to learn martial skills. In half a month, we will have a cultivation ranking. The higher your rank, the more resources you will receive. I hope you all achieve good rankings. Class dismissed. As the teacher finished speaking, everyone began to chatter excitedly. I awakened a C-level ability. I'm going back to show off. Sigh, I only awakened an E-level ability. I'm destined to be a low-tier warrior. No worries. Some are worse off than you. Look, there is even a backpack user, an F-tier in our class. Haha, now that you mention it, I feel much better. Ego. They're talking about you. And Skinny Monkey frowned as he spoke. It's nothing. In half a month, the truth will reveal itself. Just now, the system released 2 new missions. Ding. What to do when someone poses a threat? Of course, eliminate them. Please kill the threat trio within a month. Reward: 300 power points. Please rank within the top 10 in cultivation in half a month. Reward: D-tier weapon, Thunderblade. Looking at these 2 missions, my mood lifted further. Now I have 800 power points. I wonder how much I can enhance my cultivation at home. Skinny Monkey, I'll head back first. You should also return home early. Your parents will be overjoyed to hear about your SS level powers. All right, Ego, see you next week. With that, he dashed down the stairs. It seems Skinny Monkey can hardly wait to share the news with his family. I should head back too, eagerly anticipating how much the system will boost my abilities. The original family's home isn't far from 9th Martial Arts High School, after losing my parents. I tragically died in a car accident at the age of 15. I just happened to transmigrate into this body. and the party responsible for the accident compensated 200,000. I awakened the original S memories and learned about this world. After the sacrifice of my parents, the original rarely interacted with others, except for an older sister from the neighboring house who cared for him, with whom he had some exchanges. Walking home, I couldn't help but recall that kind older sister. Upon merging memories after my arrival, I retained only those related to her, and I am truly grateful to her. Since the sacrifice of the original's parents, that older sister has taken care of him. Her name is Li Qingwei, 8 years my senior. She awakened a D-level power, plant affinity, which allows her to sense the emotions of plants and observe their states. After graduating high school, she found a job at a spiritual plant company. From the time of the original's parents' sacrifice, Li Qingwei cared for him until the tragic car accident, after which I transmigrated here. After the accident, Li Qingwei took even more meticulous care of him. Indeed, having an older sister to look after you is a blessing. Lost in thought, I arrived downstairs. This is an old-fashioned neighborhood where the common folk reside. The housing prices are affordable, amidst dilapidated buildings and chaotic streets. Little E, you're back. What power did you awaken? The voice belonged to an elderly woman selling snacks. Even though everyone can awaken powers, the level of those powers and combat abilities truly set one apart. There are various types of powers. Some are merely skilled at cooking, making their dishes tastier, but ultimately less useful. This grandmother awakened a food-related power, F tier, and survives by selling snacks that I often eat here because it's cheap and honest. Grandma, I awakened an F tier spatial power, but I will strive to improve. Good. A good child. Even if it's F tier, you must strive. Li Qingwei should be upstairs preparing dinner for you. Hurry up. Thank you, Grandma. I'll head up now. Goodbye, Grandma. Go on. This child has changed so much. He used to be so quiet, but now he is so lively. That's wonderful. That I opened the door and walked toward the kitchen, where I spotted Li Qingwei cooking. Wearing an apron, though dressed simply, her beauty was undeniable. She was tall and slender, with long, glossy black hair cascading down like a waterfall, a delicate face, and elegant eyebrows that enhanced her charm. Sister Qingwei, I'm back. Oh, little E, you're back. How did your awakening go? What power did you awaken, little E? Hearing Sister Qingwei's question, I thought to myself, my lightning ability will surely be revealed during the major exam. Yet, she is the only family I have in this world, so there is no harm in sharing. Sister Qingwei, I awakened an SSS-level lightning power. Really? Sister Qingwei looked shocked upon hearing that I had awakened an SSS-level power. Would I lie to you? Once I reach the first tier, I can condense thunder. Then you'll see for yourself. Little E, is everything you said true? Of course. Once I start killing beasts to earn money, I'll get you a nicer house and help you improve your situation. Your intention is enough. Saying this, she walked over and hugged me. Now that I've matured, I stand over 180 centimeters tall. Taller than Sister Qingwei by half a head. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, I vowed to ensure she lives a good life. Gently ruffling her hair, Sister Qingwei felt her cheeks warm under my hand. Little E, now that you are an awakened, the resources for training come at a cost. I have saved over 200,000 from my years of work. Take it to buy spiritual herbs or what you need. No need, Sister Qingwei. After my parents' sacrifice, I received some compensation, and if I need anything, I'll ask you. Then I inquired, Sister Qingwei, why are you so good to me? She pondered for a moment and replied, when your parents sacrificed themselves, I saw you were so young and had no one to care for you. Your parents had a good relationship with my family, so I decided to look after you. Over these years, I've come to see you as my own brother. Who else would I treat well if not you? Thank you, Sister Qingwei. From now on, let me take care of you. Sister Qingwei lowered her head and nodded slightly. All right, little E, today is a day of celebration for your awakening. I've made extra dishes, and today, you're allowed to drink. Come, shall we? Hurry up and eat. Observing the joyful demeanor of Sister Qingwei, particularly when she smiles. Which is truly beautiful, I remarked. Sister Qingwei, you look delightful when you smile. Upon hearing my words, a faint blush crept across Sister Qingwei's face, and she teased, you used to be so shy, and now you dare to flirt with your sister? It seems you have grown up, shall we? No, I am still the same brother to Sister Qingwei, I chuckled. All right, come eat quickly, she replied. Okay, Sister Qingwei, today we can indulge in some drinks. Both Sister Qingwei and I enjoyed a bit. And seeing her slightly tipsy made her even more enchanting. After dinner, I told Sister Qingwei, I shall return to my room to cultivate now. I will strive to become stronger. So ambitious. Go ahead, Xiaoyi, she encouraged. Watching Xiaoyi's retreating figure, I silently mused, this child has truly grown up and is becoming increasingly handsome as a blush warmed my cheeks. The system prompted me, add points to ascend to warrior level 1. First stage. Ding. Will you consume 100 ability points to elevate to warrior level 1? First stage? Yes. As my vitality surged, I clenched my fists, feeling the powerful energy coursing through me, and nodded in satisfaction. The system then elevated my mental prowess to level 1. First stage. Ding. Consuming 100 ability points to advance to Psychic Master level 1. Subsequently, I summoned lightning into my hand, experiencing a noticeable enhancement in both my consciousness and spirit. How many ability points are required to advance to warrior level 1? Second stage. Ding. 200 ability points. The beginner's gift pack granted me a total of 800 ability points, leaving me with 600. I decided to enhance my mental prowess first, raising it to level 1, second stage. With this enhancement, my original 100 Hz surged to 500 Hz, summoning the lightning into my palm. Its clarity intensified. Excellent. I still have 400 ability points left, which I will reserve for improving my martial skills. The proficiency in martial arts is categorized into 5 realms: novice, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and true intent. The system inquired, how many ability points are required to elevate the indomitable thunder body to the first level? Ding. 800 ability points. Such a hefty sum, truly befitting a royal grade technique. I can only imagine that the Great Sun Visualization Sutra demands a similar toll. How many points are necessary to elevate the Thunderclap 9 Blades to novice level? Ding. 300 points. 300 points is quite substantial. However, as the saying goes, without risk, there is no gain. Thus, I chose to proceed. Instantly, scenes of executing the Thunderclap 9 Blades flooded my mind, revealing the formidable nature of this Earth-grade technique. With only 100 ability points remaining, I could do nothing further and would have to await the system's daily task released tomorrow to enhance my abilities. I opened the system panel. Character: Yui. Realm: Warrior level 1. First stage: Psychic Master level 1. Second stage: Vitality: 100. Spirit: 500. Ability: Space, SSS, Lightning, Maul. Unlocked: 1,000 ability points needed. Martial Art: Thunderclap 9 Blades, Novice. Inventory: none. It appears my strength has significantly increased. In 15 days, I shall secure first place. Meanwhile, within the Lord's Manor of Qichuan City, Xiaolu, has today's awakening ceremony concluded? The Lord inquired with a smile, seated in his spacious study. Xiaolu responded respectfully. Yes, my lord. Approximately 80,000 individuals participated in the awakening for the 18-year-olds. The Lord exclaimed in surprise. Oh, that is a considerable increase compared to last year. Were there any exceptional talents this year? Any SSS-level gifted individuals? Xiaolu replied, brimming with excitement. Indeed, my lord. This year, our city has produced 2 SSS-level gifted individuals. The Lord widened his eyes in disbelief. 2. Last year there was not a single one, and now 2 have emerged. Who are they? Xiaolu eagerly reported. The first is Han Li, the eldest son of the prestigious Han family in our city, who awakened with an SSS-level metal talent. The Lord nodded in approval, exclaiming, the Han family truly lives up to their reputation for nurturing such outstanding offspring. And the other? Xiaolu hesitated before continuing. The other is Lu Xinran, daughter of the underground leader, Lord Lu. Her talent is SSS, Shadow. Known for its agile transformation, which can also take on a human form for increased agility. Both talents are quite impressive. I just inquired with the neighboring lord, and they too have an SSS talent this year. It seems a prosperous era is upon us. Please instruct to reinforce the defenses of Qichuan City. With the awakening ceremony concluded, foreign tribes and beasts will undoubtedly be aware of the awakened individuals and will act accordingly. From today until the end of the college entrance examination, we must bolster our defenses to prevent any foreign entities from infiltrating and harming our prodigies. Understood, my lord. The night quietly passed. As the sun shone brightly, Yui gazed up at the towering skyscrapers, marveling at their grandeur. This was the Warrior Tower, the designated place for certified warriors in Qichuan City. Upon reaching level 1, first stage, one could come here for certification. Not only could one certify, but also train, compete, and undertake tasks here. Moreover, the Warrior Tower housed residences of noble families, offering martial arts techniques, skills, spiritual liquids, medicinal pills, accommodation, and entertainment, a true super complex. Upon entering, I was greeted by a guide map displaying the various floors and offerings. The certification for warriors and psychic masters was located on the first floor. Hello, I am here for certification. The receptionist was a somewhat naive yet charming young lady, dressed in uniform, though she appeared adorable. Certain aspects were rather pronounced. You are here to certify as a warrior? You achieved this just one day after awakening? She asked with surprise. Generally, those who become warriors or psychic masters on their first day are often scions of affluent families, who prepare medicinal pills and spiritual liquids in advance, allowing them to swiftly cultivate upon awakening. Do you wish to certify as a warrior or a psychic master? I replied, I wish to certify for both. As I spoke, her confusion deepened. You have already cultivated your vitality and spirit to level 1, first stage, just one day after awakening. You must be from a noble family. Please provide your name and martial arts school. UE, 9th Martial Arts High School. Please place your hand on the device. As my hand rested on the detection device, it displayed Vitality 100, Level 1, First Stage, Spirit 300 Hz, Level 1, Second Stage. The young lady was taken aback. Her mouth agape in astonishment. Your spirit has reached Level 1, Second Stage, just one day after awakening. My goodness! Congratulations on becoming both a warrior and a psychic master. If others were to learn of this, it would surely be sensational news. This is your badge for warrior and psychic master Level 1. According to regulations, newly certified warriors may collect 2 medicinal pills and 2 portions of spiritual liquid from the pill hall and liquid hall. The young lady expertly recited the business protocols. All right. After I departed, she eagerly dialed an internal phone, and simultaneously, an elder in the leadership office of the Warrior Tower answered the call. What is it? My dear, Zhao Guanshan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Grandfather, you instructed me to keep an eye on warrior certifications. We have had one today. Oh, someone has become a warrior already. It seems their cultivation speed is quite commendable. The elder mused leisurely. Grandfather, he is also certified in both spirit and vitality, and his spirit has reached Level 1, Second Stage. No wonder you were so eager to report. It turns out the spirit certification was successful as well. Wait, did you say his spirit reached Level 1, Second Stage? Indeed, Grandfather, I personally certified him, so I am quite certain. To cultivate one's spirit to Level 1, Second Stage in just one day after awakening is indeed a rarity throughout Jiangnan Province. Whose child is he? I am not sure. He appeared rather humble, not like a scion of a noble family, and he had no entourage, not from a noble family. What is his name, and which high school? His name is Yue, from the 9th Martial Arts High School. Yue. Our Qingchuan city does not have any prominent families with that surname, and the 9th Martial Arts High School is only of moderate standing, being ranked 9th out of 16. Quickly, my dear, you have brought me a delightful surprise. I shall look into this student's background immediately. Very well, Grandfather, please do so. I will continue my work, and should any exceptional certifiers arise, I shall inform you. Greetings. I have come to claim the elixirs and spirit liquids. The staff member looked up, somewhat astonished, and exclaimed, Young man, have you already authenticated as a warrior so swiftly? Indeed, I have reached the first tier. First level. Your future is boundless, young man. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Here are your vitality elixirs and spirit liquids. The mid-grade vitality elixir of the first tier, when consumed alongside your cultivation techniques, will enhance your vitality. The mid-grade spirit liquid of the first tier, when taken with meditation practices, will augment your mental acuity. Elixirs and spirit liquids are categorized from the first tier to the 9th tier. However, the effectiveness diminishes with excessive consumption of the same tier. I must hasten home to test how much I can enhance myself. With that, I exited through the door. Upon returning home, I noticed my sister Qing Wei was not present. She must be at work. I took the vitality elixir and consumed it. Ding! The system detected that the host has ingested the vitality elixir, resulting in a vitality increase of 30. Wasn't it said that absorption alongside cultivation techniques was necessary to augment vitality? How delightful it is to have such a system. I wonder if the system's direct enhancement of vitality poses any risks. Ding! The host's absorption is entirely natural and pollution-free, maximizing the effect. Ding! Ordinarily, the host would slowly absorb only 1/3 of the vitality from this elixir through cultivation techniques, resulting in inadequate absorption and a waste of time. However, with the system, my direct absorption achieves a full 100% without harmful impurities. Yet, it seems that the more one consumes elixirs or spirit liquids of the same tier, the less effective they become. I see now that the system is indeed omnipotent. Ding. A task has been issued. Cultivate the body refining technique for 3 hours and practice meditation for 3 hours. Reward, -100 talent points. So few points for such effort. Ding. This is a daily task. The host may choose to complete it or not, gradually accumulating resources over time. Ding. Raise both vitality and mental acuity to the first tier. 5th level for a reward of -500 talent points. There are indeed many tasks, but the daily ones are simpler. The others either require more time or greater strength. Alas, I must take my time. The system prompts, consume the spirit liquid and vitality elixir. Ding. Vitality increases by 30 calories. Open the panel. Vitality, 160 calories. 300 calories are needed for the second level of the first tier. Mental acuity, 360 calories. 500 points are required for the third level of the first tier. Not bad. I should be unmatched in the 9th martial arts high school. The sun shone brightly. And before I knew it, it was Monday, the day to return to school for martial arts training. Upon entering the campus, I heard a flurry of discussions that I heard our school's belle, Luo Yushi, has already become a first-tier warrior and mental master. How did she cultivate so quickly to the first tier, first level? Sigh. We cannot compare. It seems she has connections in the capital, with elixirs and spirit liquids flowing in continuously. Indeed, even if one merely accumulates resources, they could reach the first tier, first level. Alas, some are born into privilege while others toil as beasts of burden. It appears that most of the scions from the prominent families in our city have reached the first tier. First level. It seems those young prodigies are not progressing as swiftly as I thought. I mused silently. Ego. Wait for me. Turning around, I saw Shoho running towards me. Ego. You didn't wait for me. I just heard you calling, so I stopped. Ego. I've already become a first tier, first level mental master, but my vitality hasn't reached the first tier yet. That's quite fast, Shoho. You're almost catching up with some of the science. Hehe, it's because of my SS level talent that I cultivate quickly. If I had the resources of a noble family, I would definitely reach the first tier. My family, upon learning of my awakening SS level talent, pooled all their savings to buy me spirit liquids and elixirs, which is why I'm progressing so swiftly. Since they believe in me, I won't let them down. By the way, ego. Have you become a warrior or mental master yet? Of course, your ego has also reached the first tier, and I'm already at the second level of the first tier. How impressive is that? Wait, aren't you an F-level talent? How did you reach the second level? Actually, I have dual talents. The other is an SSS level lightning talent. Impressive, right? Dual talents. I've only heard of such things in the news. There was a 10th tier powerhouse in our country with dual talents. They obtained a talent fruit from an SS level secret realm. So, ego, how did you awaken dual talents? I say it's innate. Do you believe it? But I've never heard of anyone awakening dual talents. Forget it. I was worried you'd give up after awakening an F-level talent, but it seems you have dual talents. Hehe, ego, you'll have to protect me in the future. I'll be your loyal little brother. You've made the most resolute decision of your life. By the way, ego, what university do you wish to attend? A university? The Imperial Capital Academy, of course. If I'm going to attend, it must be the best. The Imperial Capital Academy is the pinnacle of universities in Longwa. There are 10 top-tier academies, along with 30 first-rate universities and 60 second-rate ones. Not to mention numerous third-rate institutions. The Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic City Academy are significantly ahead of the other 8 top-tier institutions. Both require at least A-level talent. Ego, are you truly going to the Imperial Capital Academy? Not necessarily. I'll decide based on the rewards offered after the college entrance examination. All right, ego, I'll apply to the same university as you. By the time we arrived in the classroom, discussions were already buzzing. Silence. Our homeroom teacher, Dong Lei, is approaching the podium. I will now take attendance for those who have reached the status of warrior or mental master. Now, everyone, come forward in order for vitality and mental acuity measurements. The first student, Wang Dabai, placed his hand on the device. Soon, the instrument displayed, vitality 85 calories, mental acuity 50 Hz. All right, noted. Keep it up, and you'll soon become a first-tier warrior. The next was Li Xiaohong. And before long, the teacher called out Shoho. Next, Wang Lu. Vitality 90 calories, mental acuity 116 Hz. The homeroom teacher nodded in approval. Wang Shuo. Excellent. You truly are remarkable for your SS level talent. As the readings were announced, Whispers erupted among the students. Wang Shua is progressing so quickly. He is already a first-tier, first-level mental master. Indeed, even without a background, he possesses an SS-level talent. Achieving the first-tier, first level in just 2 days is impressive at our 9th high school. Quiet. Next up, Yue. Ego. It's your turn. Go. Ego. As he placed his hand on the detection panel, the readings soon displayed. Vitality 346 calories, second level of the first tier. Mental acuity 398 Hz. Just yesterday morning, I had gone to the Warrior Hall with the 200,000 savings left by my predecessor to purchase 7 mid-grade vitality elixirs, each costing 30,000. The quality of elixirs and spirit liquids is categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and premium grades. The higher the quality, the more expensive the elixirs and the greater the vitality increase. With fewer impurities, coupled with practicing the body refining technique and meditation, both vitality and mental acuity have increased. Additionally, I completed the system's daily tasks over the past 2 days, gaining 200 talent points. The teacher, upon seeing the readings, was left in disbelief. This both vitality and mental acuity at the second level of the first tier? In the entire Jiangnan province, it's exceedingly rare to reach such a level in just 2 days. And I recall you were an F-level talent. How could you cultivate so rapidly? The level of talent greatly influences the speed of cultivation. Higher-level talents cultivate faster, while lower-level ones do so more slowly, which applies to the absorption of elixirs and spirit liquids as well. How did you achieve this, Yue? You are an F-level talent. Though your potential is quite strong, it is still F-level, because I consumed an egg laid by my elder brother. What? An egg laid by your brother? Can humans lay eggs? Teacher, I meant a chicken, not a person. What kind of chicken lays an egg that allows you to cultivate so rapidly? Some secrets must remain undisclosed. You rascal. Well, every powerful individual has their own secrets. Remember, you must continue to train diligently. Strive to rank higher in the upcoming ranking competition in 15 days to secure better resources. I understand. I am an orphan, and after class, please visit my office. I will sponsor you with some resources. All I ask in return is that you gain admission to a top-tier university. Thank you, teacher. I'm determined to gain admission to a top-tier university. If I fail, I'll bring my elder brother to dance for you. All right. You have ambition. I cannot believe Yue, who is supposed to be an F-level talent, can cultivate so quickly. He is already far ahead of the scions in our city. Truly impressive. Fortunately, I didn't mock him when he awakened his F-level talent. Otherwise, I would have been trampled as a stepping stone. Now, everyone, quiet down. Yue's family is not particularly wealthy, yet he has achieved this. You all must strive to cultivate diligently. Go on, Yue. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction as the statistics came to a close. Well done. This year's students have generally shown a higher quality of training compared to last year. After the assessments, they were to head to the martial arts room to learn techniques, aiming to select those that resonated with their preferences. Class dismissed. Yue and Wang Shua, both of you come to my office. Yue, I know you and Wang Shua are quite remarkable, although your family may be less affluent. Your current realms already surpass many others. The teacher continued, I will do my utmost to assist you. I hope you can advance further. He handed you 3 first-tier intermediate blood recovery pills and 3 first-tier intermediate spirit liquids. These 2 blood recovery pills and spirit liquids are for you, Yue, and these are for you, Wang Shua. With your SS-level talent, I believe that with diligent training, you can gain admission to a top university. As for you, Yue, I sense you harbor your own secrets. Just try to keep them discreet, and I hope you can also secure a place at a renowned university. You must achieve good results in the ranking competition so that the principal can see your brilliance and strive for more resources. Of course, teacher. Now, go and choose your martial techniques. Although they are human-level techniques, remember to train diligently. Then we shall take our leave. Go ahead. Here, Shouho, take 2 of these blood recovery pills. You haven't reached the first tier of martial artists yet. These pills are crucial for you. While I don't find them urgent at the moment, no need. Ego. You should take these resources and train well. The stronger you become, the safer I will be. Take them. Both health and spirit are vital. Don't neglect one for the other. All right then. Thank you. Ego. We shouldn't be so formal that it's time to select our martial techniques. That I wonder how many points are needed for human-level techniques. Hey, there's the chicken claw technique. Isn't that the one my brother is learning? Hey, who touched my backside? Don't push. There are plenty of techniques to learn. Upon entering the martial arts room, A chaotic crowd was busily selecting their techniques. Silence. At the principal's command, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the room, instantly silencing the ruckus. Wow, the principal must be a fourth-tier mentalist. Thankfully, he only released a bit of pressure. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we might perish. Shoho exclaimed in astonishment. As the pressure descended, Yui felt a weight bearing down upon him. So powerful. When will this chaos end? Now line up. If you wish to learn a human-level martial technique, proceed to the designated areas. First, choose a technique suitable for yourself. I'm sure your teacher has already informed you. With that, the previously disorderly students began to form an orderly line. Soon, those at the front of the queue gradually received their techniques and departed. When it was Yui's turn, he approached the elder. The elder smiled warmly and inquired, "What martial technique do you seek, young one?" "A martial technique? Since I don't have a sword yet, perhaps I should learn a fist technique." "A fist technique, you say? It seems you enjoy playing the pugilist," the elder said half-jokingly. "Then this one, the human-level intermediate heavy fist, is for you." "Thank you, teacher," he replied, taking the technique and stepping outside. Ding! Detecting the heavy fist technique. "Do you wish to learn it?" "Learn." In an instant, knowledge of the heavy fist flooded his mind. Upon successfully learning the technique, it vanished from his possession to prevent its dissemination. "System, can I upgrade the heavy fist?" Ding! "Yes, host. You can upgrade the heavy fist to the Xian level superior technique, Gale Fist." "Wow, upgrading directly to an Xian level superior technique. This system truly is remarkable." Ding! "Would you like to expend 200 talent points for the upgrade?" "Yes." As the words fell, he felt a transformation in his martial arts prowess. The Gale Fist is now perfected, with striking speed akin to a gale, and at its zenith, even swifter. Not bad at all. "System, how many points are needed to advance to the entry level of Gale Fist?" Ding! 150 points required. 150 points. Once I complete today's daily tasks, that should suffice. Still lacking martial technique points. Using the spirit liquid and pills. His vitality reached 376, and his spirit surged to 488. Not bad. Not bad. My spirit is about to break through to the first tier, third level, becoming even stronger. What martial technique did you choose, Ego? Shoho asked, his face beaming with excitement. I selected a fist technique. What about you, Shoho? I learned the stealth technique, which enhances mobility and reduces presence. Moreover, it's a human-level supreme technique. It seems you've made a wise choice. Shoho. Let's head back to class. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Sure thing, Ego. I'll have to feast well. Absolutely. In class 26 of the 9th middle school, the leader inquired, now that we've selected our martial techniques, when will we deal with you, from class 15? There's no rush. His brother awakened an SS talent, so we definitely can't act recklessly on campus. We'll wait for an opportunity on his way home. Understood, boss. Unbeknownst to Yui, he remained oblivious to these machinations, and even if he knew, he wouldn't be concerned about a bunch of insignificant miscreants. As evening fell and he walked home through the dimly lit old town, he sensed someone trailing him. With a calm smile, he remarked, "So soon? Are you here to get beaten? Are you not coming out? Zhongwu, did we get discovered? What should we do, boss?" "Nothing to worry about. Let us go meet him. He seems rather formidable." "Zhongwu, you three rascals, have I ever wronged you?" "Of course, I know it's you. How dare you three come to bother me? Ha ha. Our boss possesses B-level talent. Why would we fear you?" With that, they puffed out their chests in arrogance. "Then come at me together. I'm in a hurry." "Wow, such bravado. I haven't even started." With those words, the trio lunged forward, only to see Yui raise his hand and send Li Wu crashing against the wall with one punch. What the hell? Our boss was sent flying with a single punch. He must have already become a martial artist, or else he couldn't be so strong. What do we do now? The second one. Our boss is down. Of course, we plead for mercy. As they spoke, the two lackeys knelt down and began to bow their heads fervently. I was wrong. Iguda, weren't you all quite arrogant just now? Why the sudden meekness? My apologies. I must give you a thorough beating. Please don't hit my face. I was wrong. I was wrong. Remember, if you dare to provoke me again, it won't be as simple as a beating next time. Certainly not. I won't dare again. Ding. Task completed. Reward: 500 ability points. Seeing the system notification, he nodded in satisfaction and continued on his way home. What shall we do now, boss? What can we do? He's so powerful now. If we confront him, it would be suicide. From now on, if you see him, show him respect. Understood? Given how quickly he became a martial artist, his low talent must have been supplemented by drugs. Anyone who can achieve that likely has some background. We have none, so we can't contend with him. From now on, just call him boss when we see him. Understood? Got it. Boss. You're truly wise. Humph. If I weren't smart, how could I be your boss? According to the novels, they would surely retaliate after being beaten, right? If they dared to provoke him again, he would simply make them disappear. Task rewards: 500 talent points, plus today's daily tasks total 700 talent points. System: upgrade Gale Fist to entry level. Ding. Consumed 150 points. Gale Fist successfully entered the initial stage. Instantly, he gained a clearer understanding of the Gale Fist. I still have 550 points left. I shall save them for future use. Lost in thought, I found myself at the doorstep of my home. Sister Qinghua, I'm back. It's good to have you back. You must be hungry. Come and eat quickly. All right, Sister Qinghua, I must tell you, my spirit has nearly reached the 3rd level of the 1st stage. Impressive, I assent it. What? Just yesterday you told me you were only at the 2nd level of the 1st stage. Your progress is astonishingly rapid. Of course, I promise to make your future comfortable, so I must strive to grow stronger. As long as you're happy, that's what matters, Xiaoyi. Whether I enjoy comfort or not is inconsequential. Your happiness and safety are paramount. Thank you, Sister Qinghua. I stepped forward to embrace her. All right, let us hurry and eat. Otherwise, the dishes will get cold. I absolutely adore the meals you prepare, Sister Qinghua. As long as you enjoy them, I'll make them for you every day, Xiaoyi. Now, let us eat. I nodded with a smile and said, Sure, Sister Qinghua. The day before the ranking competition arrived. What a surprise, the ranking competition starts tomorrow. Yet, I felt no concern. My sole focus was on securing the top position. The past few days had been calm, without anyone seeking trouble, and I had simply engaged in my usual training to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. One needed to be at least a 5th level warrior or a psychic master, or to be part of a team of more than 10. Otherwise, venturing out would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal to the predators. Thus, I had spent the last 10 days at school or home. I planned to accumulate some points, and once the ranking competition concluded and I secured resources to elevate myself to the 5th level of the 1st stage, I could undertake quests to hunt beasts outside the city. The thought thrilled me slightly. Presently, the funds at home consisted solely of Sister Qinghua's remaining portion. My own savings had been exhausted on elixirs, leaving me to await my ascension to the 5th level before I could hunt. After 10 days of meditative training, my vitality and spirit had indeed improved. Though not as rapidly as with elixirs, every small gain counts. I opened the system panel. Vitality 658, 1st stage 3rd level. Spirit 756, 1st stage 3rd level. 800 is required for the 4th level of the 1st stage. Furthermore, having completed the daily tasks over the past 10 days, I had amassed 1850 talent points. I had refrained from using them until now, specifically to allocate them all at once. The system allowed me to elevate both my vitality and spirit to 800 points. Ding! A total of 200 talent points are required for this upgrade. 200 points, not too much. Let us proceed. As my vitality and spirit surged, I felt invigorated. Both attributes rose to the 4th level of the 1st stage. Next, it was time to enhance my martial skills. I upgraded the Gale Fist to minor achievement. Ding! Requires 250 points. With this advancement, my understanding of the Gale Fist deepened significantly. I then improved the Thunderclap 9 Blades to minor achievement. Ding. Requires 600 talent points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. With the Thunderclap 9 Blades reaching minor achievement, I could now unleash the first 4 strikes, each one stronger than the last. The system then upgraded the Thunder Body Refinement Technique to the 1st level. Ding. Consuming 800 talent points to elevate the Thunder Body Refinement Technique to the 1st level. Suddenly, my body experienced intense pain as thunder crackled violently around me before subsiding. So, this is the 1st level of the Thunder Body Refinement Technique? With this upgrade, my physical strength increased considerably. Vitality reached 1080. 1200 is required for the 5th level of the 1st stage. Not only had my vitality increased, but my physique had also strengthened, akin to that of a 5th level warrior. My skin appeared fairer, and my muscles more defined. Originally handsome, Yui now looked even more striking. I had successfully utilized all my talent points, and my strength had surged remarkably. I opened the system panel. Character: Yui Realm. 1st stage 4th level warrior. 1st stage 4th level psychic master vitality. 1080, 1200 for the 5th level spirit. 800 talent. Space. SSS. Thunder System Store. Unlocked. 1000 talent points required for unlocking. Techniques. Thunder Body Refinement Technique. 1st level. Thunder Meditation Method Martial Skills. Thunderclap 9 blades, minor achievement. Gale Fist, minor achievement. Inventory, empty. Having completed my upgrades, it was time for rest, and early bedtime promotes good health. The following morning at 8 a.m. Upon arriving at the campus, I overheard a group discussing animatedly. Who do you think will take first place in this ranking competition? I believe it should be Luo Yushi or Huang Hong. After all, they both possess SS-level talents and come from influential backgrounds. The other SS-level dark attribute is a commoner, so they might not perform exceptionally well, but they should still secure a decent ranking. What you say makes sense. This year we have 3 SS-level talents in our class, which is 2 more than last year. Li Hai from the Li family might also have a chance. Given his S-level metal attribute and robust physique. As for me, I have no chance. I'll just be there as a sparring partner. Humph, I firmly believe our class will have Yui win. On the very first day of martial arts training at school, he was already at the second level of the first stage. He must be even more formidable now. What? Yui is the one who awakened with an F-level talent. Right? Yes, little brother, you shouldn't be creating such animosity for your own class. Immediately, those who heard this remark erupted into laughter. You will see in due time, I retorted before swiftly departing. Hearing their mockery, I merely smiled faintly. They were but a swarm of ants. With that, I headed towards the classroom. Who is that? So arrogant. That must be Yui. He looks quite handsome, one girl said, her face flushed. What does looks matter? Strength is what counts. Just wait for today's competition. We'll see him make a fool of himself. Upon entering the classroom, I saw that Shoho was already waiting for me. How have you progressed? Shoho, brother E, my vitality is now 306, and my spirit is at 415, both reaching the second level of the first stage. Not bad, right? Not bad at all. Shoho, let us aim to dominate the mixed doubles ranking competition against other classes today. Ahem. At that moment, our homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Now, let me explain the rules for the ranking competition. First, those wishing to participate must register. We will employ a random matching system to determine the top 200 competitors. We will be divided into 4 elite classes. If you possess the strength to be in the top 200 but lack luck, do not despair. Once the top 200 are determined, anyone dissatisfied may challenge those ranked between 150 and 200. Winning allows you to challenge those ranked from 100 to 150, and so forth. Is everyone clear? However, I advise those with low talents or life-related talents, or those who have not yet reached the first level, to refrain from registering. With 3,000 to 4,000 participants, the top 200 is not a place for low-level talents or life-related talents. Unless you have substantial financial backing, even low-level talents can still register if they manage to reach higher realms. However, they will not secure good rankings. Non-combat talents and combat talents differ vastly in competition. Non-combat talents can only utilize martial skills in their own realm to battle, which is a far cry from combat talents. Combat talents can integrate their abilities with combat, like a thunder attribute user who can merge thunder with martial skills and weapons, launching thunder attacks that significantly enhance their power. Now, those wishing to participate, please come forward to register. We will gather at the school arena for battles in 2 hours. As the announcement concluded, the audience began to murmur. Brother E, let us hurry and register. Sure. With the last participant from our class registering, only 16 out of over 60 awakened individuals from class 15 had signed up. Not even a third of the class. Most of those who refrained from signing up would either skip the college entrance exam altogether or pursue liberal arts studies, seeking suitable employment in society. Brother E, so few people registered. Indeed, 9th Martial Arts High School comprises over 60 classes with 3,000 to 4,000 students. Over a century ago, after the invasion of strange energies, the area of Blue Star expanded to approximately 10 times that of Earth. In the struggle against alien races and fierce beasts, Long Country established 16 provinces. Jiangnan Province is one of them, considered to be of moderate to high standing. Brother E, I estimate about 1,000 will register for our senior year. We will know once we reach the arena. Shoho, you must strive to break into the top 10. Entering the top 10 may be somewhat challenging, but I will do my utmost. Brother E, let us head to the arena and wait. Before long, 2 hours had passed. The arena was vast enough to accommodate thousands. This showcased the impressive size of the school. A multitude of first and second-year students also came to observe the competition, creating a cacophony of voices, all speculating on who might score the most or who was particularly impressive. As the principal ascended to the highest podium, the audience gradually quieted down. Today marks the commencement of the senior class ranking tournament. and it is hoped that the observing students from the first and second years will remain focused and refrain from causing any disruptions. Firstly, it is worth celebrating that the overall quality of our school students has improved compared to last year. A round of applause is in order. Claps today. A total of 960 students have registered for the senior class ranking tournament, which will be conducted through a draw displayed on the big screen. From these 960 participants, the top 200 will form the elite class. Resources will be allocated bi-monthly based on their rankings. The top 10 will receive additional rewards. First place, $2 million in cash and a choice of a rare cultivation technique. Second place, $1.4 million in cash and a choice of a yellow-grade cultivation technique. Third place, $800,000 in cash and a choice of a human-grade cultivation technique. Fourth to 10th place, a uniform reward of $300,000 in cash and 5 first-grade vitality elixirs. Such generous rewards. Indeed, over $2 million for the first place. One could purchase elixirs or potions that would sustain them for an extended period of cultivation. Truly, this school is quite lavish, especially with the inclusion of rare cultivation techniques. Silence, please. The competition is about to commence. We will now proceed with the random draws for the matches. Zhang Kai Di, Speed vs. Li Jiasi, Clone Ma Gaobi, Fire vs. Zhang Xiaolong Di. Strength. There are 2 arenas set up to expedite the matches, as the names appeared on the big screen. My anticipation grew regarding the reactions of those who would face off against me. The contestants drawn on-screen swiftly ascended to the arena to compete. The disparity between the strong and the weak was glaringly evident. Some matches concluded in mere moments, while others were fiercely contested, a true stalemate. The front row of the audience was primarily occupied by faculty members, and as the matches unfolded, the various homeroom teachers began to engage in discussions. Old Li, your class has Luo Yushi with SS-level talent, and her rapid progress suggests she is a strong contender for the championship, remarked Zhang Lifeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Please, don't flatter me. Old Zhang, replied the Class 1 teacher with a chuckle. There's also that SS-level talent from Class 2 and Class 15 to consider, not to mention several others with S-level talent. They should not be underestimated. This year's caliber is significantly higher than any previous year. Another teacher chimed in with a sigh of admiration. The competition continued to intensify, and when Luo Yushi's name illuminated the big screen, the audience erupted in excitement. The school beauty was taking the stage. My goddess, truly invincible. She is breathtakingly beautiful and so powerful, it feels utterly unfair. The school beauty maintains an air of aloofness, rarely seen mingling with that boy. As Luo Yushi gracefully approached the arena and brandished a sword, the official start of the competition was signified. The designated weapon for the competition was a standardized F-grade weapon, ensuring fairness in the matches. Her opponent was Zhang Wenba, C. Recovery, capable of swiftly restoring both spirit and vitality. With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Goodness, my opponent possesses SS-level talent. How on earth am I supposed to win? This is truly unfortunate, Zhang Wenba thought with a wry smile as he faced Luo Yushi. In an instant, Luo Yushi raised her hand and unleashed a sword strike, sending a chilling wave of sword energy that knocked Zhang Wenba off the arena. The crowd fell into silence, utterly astonished. What a swift defeat. Truly, she lives up to her SS-level talent. Old Li, this last must have her spirit at the 5th level of the first stage, right? No wonder she is your student. It appears the championship is destined for your class, another teacher remarked, fueling Old Li's pride. Oh, it's nothing. She has simply worked hard on her cultivation, and it's not really my doing. Then allow us to congratulate you in advance. Haha. Following Luo Yushi's exit, the competition continued. Soon, the Slender Monkey was up for his first match against an opponent with D-level talent, which he won with ease. As the tournament progressed, 2 more competitors faced off. UEF. Space vs. Zhang TB, Tiger Transformation. After the draw concluded, the audience buzzed with chatter. Why even bother fighting? Just concede already. Space may be strong, but being F-grade is a significant disadvantage. And space skills are exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire. This must be the first F-grade participant this year. What a waste of time. Old Dong, how could you allow an F-grade talent to register? Aren't you afraid of injuring their pride? The homeroom teacher of Class 4 remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. That's not for you to worry about. You'll see soon enough, came Old Dong's confident reply. As I approached the arena, I pondered my match. My opponent, Zhang T, seemed to underestimate me, believing he would face someone from A grade or higher. Hey, you might want to concede now. I want to hold back, he warned, his bravado evident. No need for that. I'll finish you with one strike, I retorted. With a smirk, Zhang Ti activated his talent, Tiger Transformation, enhancing his speed, vitality, and physical strength. The higher the talent level, the greater the enhancement. Bang! Zhang Ti's expression shifted to shock. My attack, equivalent to that of a third-level warrior, managed to breach his defenses despite his transformation. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Is this all you've got? Your attacks feel like mere tickles to me, I scoffed, unimpressed. Let me show you the power of my fist, he proclaimed, launching a punch at me, only to be sent flying off the arena with a single blow. The audience fell silent in disbelief. Was Tue an F-grade talent? How did he manage to knock Zhang Ti out with one punch? I initially thought Zhang Ti would defeat Yue, but the tables had turned. Could this be a staged match? Refund us. As to know, the Dragon Kingdom has no more than 20 individuals with S-level or higher spatial talents. Rarity adds to value. The scarcer, the more precious. Very well. I presume you have reached the 4th level of the 1st rank now, classmate Yue. Indeed, the principal has already attained the 4th level of the 1st rank. Quite impressive, although I am perplexed as to how a commoner like you is cultivated so swiftly. Every individual possesses their own secrets. However, do not become too proud. Strive to excel in the college entrance examination to secure resources. Certainly, principal. My ambition is none other than the Imperial Capital Academy. Splendid. You have lofty aspirations, young man. Thus, if you manage to rank among the top 3 in this round, I shall grant you a grand reward. I am most grateful, principal, and with that, I turned to leave. Soon enough, the 2nd round of combat commenced, fierce as ever. When it was Yue's turn, his talent level was revealed anew. Yue's space versus Zhang Luci. Why has Yue's talent level suddenly transformed to S-level? S-level spatial talent is worlds apart from F-level spatial talent. Those who witnessed the talent levels began to murmur amongst themselves. Silence. The principal declared into the microphone from the stage. Classmate Yue has unexpectedly awakened his talent level. After a re-evaluation, it has been confirmed as S-level talent, thus his records have been amended accordingly. Ah, so it is indeed S-level talent. No wonder he defeated his opponent with a single punch. In a corner of the audience, one remarked, Brother, it's truly you. Yue possesses S-level spatial talent. It was fortunate we refrained from retaliating after being struck earlier. Otherwise, we would not know how we might meet our demise. Humph, Zhang Wu said with a proud expression. That's right. Listening to me is always the right choice. In future encounters, we must be courteous. Aligning with the formidable is even better. Truly, brother, you are impressive. Let us continue to watch the competition. Then, the spotlight shifted back to the arena, where the 2 contenders were ready to engage, and as expected, it concluded with another swift knockout, shortly after. The lean monkey took the stage against a B-level talent, securing a comfortable victory. Gradually, the 2nd round reached its conclusion, revealing 240 competitors. The principal ascended the podium. Congratulations to these 240 participants on advancing. The 3rd round will commence this afternoon, where the top 120 will enter the elite class to continue competing. The remaining 120 will vie for the remaining 80 slots. Ultimately, we will first determine the top 200. Should anyone feel they possess the strength but were unfortunate enough to encounter a powerful opponent in the initial rounds, they may challenge those within the top 200 after their ranks are established. The victor will replace the contender they defeated. I trust the class supervisor has briefed you on the rules, so let us eagerly anticipate the afternoon's duel. Dispersed, the battles will resume at 2 p.m. at this very location. With the principal's words, the majority of students gradually exited. Let us go. Ego. Let us finish our meal before returning for the afternoon matches. All right, lean monkey, what would you like for lunch? I promise to treat you for a week. And I shall not go back on my word. The lean monkey responded with surprise. Just something casual will do. I cannot let you bear such expenses, and no worries. I still have a bit for meals. Let us go, eat well, and prepare for the afternoon matches. All right, Ego. The gentle spring breeze of March enveloped us. After finishing lunch, before long, the clock struck 2, signaling the commencement of the 3rd round of trials. We hurried into the arena, discovering it already teeming with people, abuzz with excitement. After all, for students in their 1st and 2nd years who had yet to awaken their talents, focusing solely on academic studies could become rather monotonous. In contrast, a fierce competition is undeniably far more engaging than mere academic pursuits. Before long, we witnessed the principal stride with a steady pace to the highest point. He then proclaimed in a voice as resonant as a bell, Students, this afternoon we shall continue with 2 rounds of intense competitions. The 3rd round will select 120 out of the 240 contestants. The subsequent fourth round will determine 60 winners from these 120 elites. Tomorrow, we will usher in the pinnacle showdown of this ranking competition. I am looking forward to it, and I believe you all are as well. The principal's words rang like a battle drum. Stirring the hearts of all present, the participants eagerly rubbed their fists, poised to leap onto the stage and showcase their skills. The audience buzzed with excitement, fervently discussing who might emerge victorious in the forthcoming matches. Destined to become tomorrow's ultimate champion, the atmosphere was charged with tension and vitality as a fierce contest was about to unfold. Without further ado, let the competition officially commence, as names flashed across the grand screen. The first duel quickly began. These 240 students had surpassed layers of selections and endured 2 rounds of fierce battles to emerge as elite contenders. Hence, in contrast to the previous rounds, this competition no longer showcased one-sided dominance. Instead, it was filled with thrilling exchanges, where every moment could dictate the outcome. Both contestants immersed themselves fully in the battle, sparing no effort. The audience, too, was swept up in the tense ambience, occasionally holding their breath or erupting in cheers. Relishing this visual feast. As the names continued to flicker on the screen, the crowd's emotions ignited. Especially when the 2 S-level talents were about to take the stage, it sparked a wave of enthusiastic discussions. Look, it's Li Hai against Zhang Han. Both are S-level talents. This match promises to be spectacular. Li Hai possesses S-level metal talent, while Zhang Han wields S-level duplication abilities. Both have their unique strengths. Indeed, this is a match worth watching. One embodies the indomitable force of metal, while the other wields the unpredictable art of duplication. Who will prevail? The audience animatedly exchanged their thoughts, brimming with anticipation for the impending showdown. They understood that such a high-level contest would undoubtedly deliver a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, on stage, Li Hai and Zhang Han also felt the fervor and attention from the crowd, resolutely vowing to deliver an unforgettable battle with their prowess. Before long, as the referee had yet to announce the beginning of the match, both sides could no longer contain their eagerness and instantly plunged into combat. One side exhibited the formidable S-level metal talent, radiating golden light, resembling a metallic warrior. The other showcased the astonishing S-level duplication ability as identical figures appeared simultaneously, dazzling the spectators. In the midst of this fierce clash, which side would emerge victorious? Who would ultimately prevail? All spectators held their breath, intently observing this heart-stopping moment. The two quickly engaged, unleashing their martial techniques and showcasing their powers to the fullest. However, Li Hai's S-level metal talent was not to be underestimated. Coupled with his mastery of the martial technique, Golden Body, his defense reached unprecedented heights. In contrast, while Zhang Han could employ the duplication technique to create a 2-on-1 scenario, his attacks were insufficient to breach Li Hai's defenses. Even with both the doppelganger and the original participating in the assault, they struggled to inflict any substantial damage. After a prolonged struggle, the match ultimately concluded with Li Hai's victory as the victor was declared. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and chatter. Li Hai truly lives up to his lineage. His vitality seems to be nearing the 4th level of the first rank, the principal remarked with amusement. And this fellow named Zhang Han is quite impressive as well. If he can elevate his martial skills to a higher realm, then in future confrontations, 2 against 1 will certainly offer a significant advantage. And he is bound to shine. Soon, the 3rd round concluded, leaving only 120 participants, most of whom possessed B-level talents, with a few fortunate C-level talents mixed in this round. The lean monkey also triumphed effortlessly, while I, as before, secured victory with a single punch. Had it not been for the equipment detecting my S-level spatial talent, others might have assumed I was merely a practitioner of S-level enhancement abilities. Now, we shall proceed to today's final round, the 4th round. We will determine the top 60. Let us await the results in 2 hours. Ego. Have you seen the school's official website? Why, look at the official website. They are conducting a champion candidate voting event on the school's website, allowing us to vote for our favored champion. There is such an event. I shall take a blind guess. Surely, the one named Luo Yushi must be in first place, right? Ego. Your guess is quite astute. Luo Yushi indeed holds the top position, boasting more than twice the votes of the second contender. Yui chuckled and remarked, it's only natural. A plethora of sycophants voting without a second thought guarantees the top spot. But where do I stand? Contemplating this, Yui opened his phone and accessed the school's official website to check the voting results for the champion candidates. The undisputed first place was Luo Yushi, with over 900 votes. The second position was claimed by another SS-level talent, seemingly from a prestigious family, Huang Hong, with 389 votes. The subsequent ranks were predominantly filled with formidable S or A-level talents. What the heck? How am I only in 28th place? Yui exclaimed, bewildered. As an S-level talent, it is quite absurd to be ranked behind some A-level talents, especially since I dispatched my opponents in 3 rounds with a single punch. Beside him, the lanky monkey pondered Yui's words and suggested, perhaps those voters believe you dominate purely in terms of realm. Moreover, some individuals might have even resorted to vote buying. Such practices are hardly reliable. Nodding at the lanky monkey's insight, Yui conceded, that makes sense. Regardless, this voting holds little significance. First place is undoubtedly mine. The official website not only hosted the voting, but also featured a forum bustling with discussions. Chicken Mud Taiwan Media. Everyone, vote for Luo Yushi. The campus beauty is the most beautiful. Fakafugui. What a shameless sycophant. Sycophants are not allowed to partake in my brother's eggs. Big Milk Loli. Everyone. Vote for Li Xiaobao. We, the Abayo fans, believe that looks are justice. 26 centimeters. Please support classmate G Boda. All voters will grow 10 centimeters. Tian Ni Xiao Shui. The previous comments lack even a quarter of wit. This forum is a chaotic mess. I shall not dwell on it and will await the commencement of the competition. Before long, the 4th round of the competition officially commenced. As names flickered on the large screen. The first match of the 4th round began. Yui, S level, faced off against Ji Jun, A level with explosive vitality. Oh, I see I'm first up. Allow me to lead the charge, he declared, slowly approaching the arena, where his opponent was already poised and prepared. I have heard that you dispatched your previous opponents with a single punch, earning you the nickname One Punch Man. I eagerly anticipate our duel to see whose vitality is more formidable. Is that so? I shall satisfy your curiosity, Yui replied casually. As the referee signaled the start, Ji Jun charged forward, while Yui merely smiled, remaining still. Bang! Ji Jun's fist struck Yui's body, feeling as though he had struck an immovable boulder, leaving him utterly astonished. Your physique is indeed terrifying. Before he could finish, Ji Jun activated his talent, explosive vitality, and unleashed his martial technique, the boulder punch. Now, let's see how you handle this. Another punch landed on Yui. Yet it felt as if he was still hitting stone. What the hell? No damage. After delivering that blow, Ji Jun's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Is your body made of stone? It is worth noting that he himself was a second-tier martial artist in the first stage of vitality. Coupled with the talent explosive vitality, his next attack's power was significantly enhanced, reaching approximately the 4th tier of vitality. Meanwhile, Yui stood there unperturbed, without employing any martial techniques. Unbeknownst to Ji Jun, after cultivating the Thunder Body refinement technique to the 1st stage, Yui's defenses were impervious to attacks from anyone below the 6th stage of vitality. Witnessing his strongest strike fail to penetrate Yui's defenses, Ji Jun bitterly smiled and said, I concede. Go ahead, One Punch Man, then it would be rude not to oblige, Yui replied, delivering a punch that sent Ji Jun hurtling off the arena. The audience fell into stunned silence after Ji Jun's strongest strike failed to breach Yui's defenses. Goodness, Ji Jun's mightiest assault didn't even scratch him. What stage of vitality is he at? Could it be the 4th tier of vitality? That would be astounding. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Yui felt no ripple of emotion as he slowly descended from the stage. Lanky monkey, it's your turn. Don't let us down now. This is for the top 60. I won't. E.g. and as long as I don't encounter those few clan disciples. I can handle anyone. All right, I look forward to your performance. The arena continued, and soon it was the lanky monkey's turn, who also effortlessly secured a place in the top 60. With the final match concluded, the roster of the top 60 was finalized. The principal gradually ascended the stage to announce the conclusion of today's competition, stating that the next round would commence tomorrow at 8 a.m. Time to return home to train. I haven't completed today's daily tasks yet, Yui thought as he waved to the lanky monkey. Let us go home, lanky monkey. Sure thing. Ego. The following morning, after returning home last night and completing the system's tasks on time, Yui was rewarded with 100 talent points, and his cultivation of vitality and spirit saw slight improvements. Vitality stood at 1106 points, and spirit at 824 points. Now possessing talent points, he could elevate himself to the 5th tier of vitality at any moment. Adding another card to his hand, with a cheerful disposition, he hurried toward the school after finishing breakfast on that spring morning. The air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Upon entering the campus, he observed clusters of students gathered in discussion on various topics. Spotting a familiar face, He greeted the lanky monkey with a smile, and together they made their way to the arena, where many were already seated in anticipation of the competition's commencement. As time passed, the hour approached 8:30, and the matches were set to begin. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that Li Hai's father, Li Yuanli? I heard he has reached the 5th stage of martial arts. What is he doing here? Surely to watch his son compete. Indeed, after all, his son has a chance at the championship. Wait, isn't that the head of the Huang family, Huang Tianba? He's here too," as gasps of surprise filled the air. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Li Yuanli approached Huang Tianba with a congenial demeanor, clasping his fists and greeting, "Brother Huang, what a pleasure. Have you also been invited to observe your son's competition?" "Ah, Li brother, it has indeed been a while. I came to watch my son's performance here, as he will compete in the finals today. What a coincidence. I too was invited to witness my son's contest. I hear your son awakened an SS-level talent, the pseudo-demonization talent, destined for greatness. Oh, no, your son SS-level metal talent is impressive as well," Huang Tianba replied with a smile. "Please, take a seat, Brother Huang." Nodding in acknowledgement, Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli settled into the viewing area beside the principal's seat. As the competition time drew near, the principal approached the podium. "Silence. Today, our school has the honor of hosting the heads of the premier families in our city, Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli. Their sons are also among the top 60 competitors, and they are not merely here to watch, they are scouting talent. Should you excel, these family heads may provide you with superior cultivation resources and opportunities through contracts." The principal's words stirred a wave of excitement among the students below. For those with high-level talents from common backgrounds, this was a splendid opportunity to gain resources and protection. However, it was also a double-edged sword. Once a contract was signed, one would become a subordinate of those families, compelled to act against rivals as directed, often treated as expendable pawns. Additionally, to enhance students' understanding of the competitors' realms, all top 60 participants would undergo assessments of their vitality and spirit levels before the matches, with results displayed on the large screen for a more intuitive experience. "Now, please proceed for the instrument assessments," he announced. The instruments would directly input data into the school's system, ensuring that the information would be visible during the match displays. Soon, the top 60 students began their assessments, completing the process in no time. Once the last student finished, the principal declared, "The competition officially begins," under the watchful eyes of the audience. The large screen in the arena revealed the participants for the first round. Zhou Nian, A level, Vitality Stage 1, Level 1, Spirit Stage 1, Level 2, vs Jingji, B level, Fossil Body, Vitality Stage 1, Level 2, Spirit Stage 1, Level 1. The first round was officially underway, with each contestant's realm clearly displayed. They are directly showcasing their realms. In the depths of his mind, Yue pondered the reactions of others upon witnessing his realm. Soon, the grand screen displayed the results of the random selection, revealing a match between the championship favorite, Luo Yushi, who boasted an SS Ice Elemental Blood level of 1st tier, 3-fold, and a Spirit level of 1st tier, 5-fold, against Wei Qin, who possessed an S-Fire Elemental Blood level of 1st tier, 2-fold, and a Spirit level of 1st tier, 3-fold. As Luo Yushi's realm emerged, the audience erupted into fervent discussion. Her cultivation speed is astonishing. She has reached a Spirit level of 1st tier, 5-fold, and her blood level isn't lacking either. Having achieved 1st tier, 3-fold, she is undeniably formidable in both aspects. Indeed, it seemed the championship title was hers to claim. Even the principal nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli exchanged glances, merely nodding in silent acknowledgement, clearly recognizing that Luo Yushi was not someone they could provoke, choosing instead to divert their focus elsewhere. The match concluded without suspense, with Luo Yushi securing a swift victory. Brother Luo Yushi is incredibly strong. Her spirit has reached 1st tier, 5-fold. I nodded in agreement, stating, "Not bad. She is indeed a formidable opponent. It's just unfortunate that I am too impoverished. If only I had sufficient resources, I would have soared to greater heights." Yue mused quietly. The skinny monkey scratched his head and inquired, "So, Brother do you think you can defeat her?" I contemplated before responding, "It should be manageable. You will see during the finals this afternoon." As the competition continued, the skinny monkey soon took to the stage, facing an opponent of B-grade talent, whom he easily dispatched. The grand screen then revealed the next set of matchups. Yue, with an S spatial blood level of 1st tier, 4-fold, and a spirit level of 1st tier, 4-fold, would face Qin Ling, who had an A bloodhand talent with a blood level of first tier, threefold, and a spirit level of first tier, twofold. As his realm was announced, the crowd buzzed with even more excitement than for Luo Yushi. Who is this fellow subordinate? So formidable. His blood level surpasses even Luo Yushi's. And his spirit has reached first tier, fourfold. It's hard to believe that a commoner like Yui could cultivate so rapidly. Could he have awakened a system? Awakened system? My foot. Refund me. Even the principal was taken aback, his face lighting up with surprise as he remarked to teacher Dong. Your class is indeed a hidden gem. Dong Lei, equally astonished, responded, I just learned of this young man's remarkable talents myself. You jest. Principal, Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the audience, Luo Yushi lifted her gaze, observing the figure making its way to the arena, softly murmuring, So, it's Yui. Ultimately, it was no surprise when Yui emerged victorious. Soon, the top 30 competitors were determined, and an hour later, the competition would progress from 30 to 15, just off the stage. Yui's phone rang. What's up, teacher? He answered upon seeing it was his homeroom teacher. Not much. Just wanted to inform you that among the top 30, only you and the skinny monkey remain. The rest of your classmates have been eliminated. You must strive for a top 5 finish. While the skinny monkey should aim for the top 10. A minor issue. By the way, teacher, if I secure first place, will there be a reward? He chuckled. You certainly talk big. If you win first, your reward is guaranteed. And let the skinny monkey know that if he finishes in the top 10, he will also receive an extra reward. All right, I will inform him. Just wait for our good news. Time flowed swiftly. And soon an hour had passed, marking the commencement of the 5th round. The screen displayed the first group of combatants for this round, and the audience was ablaze with anticipation. As the matches progressed, the grand screen indicated Yui's matchup. Yui, with an S spatial blood level of first tier, fourfold, and a spirit level of first tier, fourfold, faced Huang Hong, who possessed an SS pseudo-demonization blood level of first tier, fourfold, and a spirit level of first tier, threefold. In the audience, Li Yuanli chuckled at Huang Tianba, saying, It seems your young master has finally met his match. Huang Tianba scoffed. It's merely a slightly higher realm. Nothing to fear, Li Yuanli smirked. Your confidence in your young master is amusing. I look forward to his performance. On stage, Huang Heng disdainfully declared, But you have cultivated quickly, you are merely a spatial talent, without spatial skills. Your ability is the most useless. I, on the other hand, possess pseudo-demonization, enhancing my strength. You cannot hope to defeat me. Your ranking ends here. Yui feigned fear, saying, Oh, I'm so scared. You know what they say? What? Huang Heng asked, perplexed. Do you know why villains meet their demise through excessive chatter? Because they are merely making a final struggle, Yui replied leisurely. You underestimate me too much, if that's the case. Let us see who is more formidable. Yui thought to himself. This sounds like a line from a hero in a game I played on Earth. As the match commenced, Huang Heng immediately activated his pseudo-demonization. His height soaring to around 2 meters, dark energy swirling around him. He charged toward Yui, intending to deliver a powerful punch. However, contrary to expectations, he missed, only to be met with Yui's swift counterattack. A punch that sent Huang Heng staggering back several meters. This is impossible, Huang Heng exclaimed, astonished. We're both at fourfold blood level, and I activated pseudo-demonization. How could you possibly injure me? Yui looked at him as if he were a fool, responding, It's because you are too weak. Martial skills, are they? Heh, you're not the only one with martial skills. Let us see how many of my heavy punches you can withstand. He then activated the martial skill Overlord's body, swiftly approaching Yui to unleash the Overlord's fist. From the audience, Li Yuanli raised an eyebrow. No wonder Brother Tianba is confident. It appears he has taught his son those 2 ultimate martial arts, and it seems his son has already grasped them. Huang Tianba scoffed. He is just a commoner. He cannot compare to my son. Is that so? Then I'll congratulate your young master on his anticipated victory, Li Yuanli said, feigning sincerity. As the match continued, Huang Heng relentlessly threw punches, while Yui appeared utterly unfazed. How can you remain unscathed? Is it enjoyable? Now it's my turn. Before Huang Heng could react, a swift punch struck him squarely in the chest, sending him stumbling back a few steps. Huang Heng thought to himself, so fast, I couldn't even react in time to defend myself, surprised that he had only been pushed back a few steps. He acknowledged, no wonder he possesses SS talent. Let us see how many punches you can endure. He then dashed forward, appearing beside Huang Heng, to execute the Gale Fist, its power significantly amplified at the small success level. With the fourth punch, Huang Heng was sent crashing to the ground. The audience erupted in applause. Incredible! Yui has won. His strength is truly formidable. Huang Heng deserved to lose. He bullied his classmates daily. In the stands, Huang Tianba's expression darkened. He hadn't expected his son to be eliminated in the top 30. Brother Huang, it seems this Yui is indeed superior, having trained his Gale Fist to such a remarkable level. He is certainly not to be underestimated, Li Yuanli remarked cheerfully. Huang Tianba remained silent, his expression growing even more somber. Even Luo Yushi, watching from the sidelines, furrowed her brow slightly before disappearing from view. The competition continued, and soon the 15 finalists were determined, with the skinny monkey also successfully advancing. Among the 15, one contestant would receive a bye, directly entering the top 8. The grand screen displayed the random selection of 7 competitors. With one individual advancing unopposed, the matches for the 15-8 round would commence in the afternoon. Huang Heng, having been eliminated, approached Huang Tianba, saying, "Dad, I've let you down," gritting his teeth and looking downcast. "No matter, it was merely luck on this boy's part. He is just a commoner, not worth concerning ourselves with. After the afternoon matches, you will approach him and invite him to join the Huang family and sign a contract." "What if he refuses to sign?" Huang Heng asked. "Then offer him favorable terms until he agrees. Once the contract is signed, he will no longer have a say," Huang Tianba said with a scheming smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. "Yes, once the contract is signed, he will become a dog for our Huang family. Haha. By the way, how has your attempt to connect with Luo Yushi been going?" Huang Heng paused to consider before replying. "Luo Yushi is too cold. No matter how I approach her, she remains indifferent. Why do you insist I pursue her?" "Humph. She is not simple. She is the young lady from the capital, apparently here to escape an arranged marriage." Huang Heng's heart raced at Huang Tianba's words. "You must continue to engage with her. If you manage to make her your girlfriend, the Huang family will surely prosper in the future." Upon hearing Huang Tianba's words, Huang Heng couldn't help but think of the beauty and background of Luo Yushi, a glimmer of greed sparkling in his eyes. "That I will, Dad. I will strive to win her heart." "Excellent. It's no wonder you are my son," Huang Tianba replied. "Let us return for now. We shall come back this afternoon." Following the conclusion of the morning's competition, the crowd in the arena began to disperse. "Ego, I'm heading home first. See you this afternoon." "All right, Xiaoho. I too am preparing to leave." Yui felt a surge of joy at the thought of completing his system task and the rewards from the ranking tournament, prompting him to decide to indulge in an extra couple of bowls of rice at lunch. The afternoon competition arrived swiftly, and nearly 10,000 students gathered at the martial arts hall. Today, the final matches would determine the last 8 competitors and the champion. Thus, almost everyone deemed important had come to spectate. This phenomenon occurred at every martial arts high school in Sichuan City, where the ranking tournament commenced 2 weeks after the unified awakening. The principal ascended the high platform and adjusted the microphone. He announced, "This afternoon, we shall determine the final champion. Let us await the results with bated breath." With those words, the large screen began to randomly select participants for the matches. Skinny Monkey scratched his head beside me and said, "Igu, I'm so excited. I hope you and that Luo Yushi don't get matched against each other. The rest should be fine." I chuckled. "Perhaps you might be the one to advance directly. Then I shall take your good fortune as a blessing." "Igu, after you defeated Huang Heng at noon, you ranked second on the list of potential champions." Originally, Huang Heng had been second, but now that he had been eliminated, he was no longer on the rankings. Is that so? It doesn't really matter. There are no rewards for this anyway. The rewards from the ranking tournament are far superior. As cheers erupted around us, we witnessed Luo Yushi take the stage, facing an opponent with an S-level talent. However, as expected, Luo Yushi emerged victorious. Watching her figure, I realized that the final match would indeed be between us. Soon enough, I saw my name drawn, and my opponent also possessed a talent, which I managed to defeat with ease. Ultimately, Skinny Monkey successfully advanced to the top 8 without competing. With the unveiling of the top 8 list, the audience's enthusiasm ignited, their voices rising in a cacophony of cheers, fervently calling out the names of their favored competitors. Meanwhile, the large screen began to draw the next matchups. The first match featured Skinny Monkey against Li Hai, who possessed a gold-type talent. Despite Skinny Monkey's best efforts, the disparity in their realms led to a disappointing defeat. Nevertheless, entering the top 10 still granted him additional rewards. Next, it was time for Luo Yushi and Yui to take the stage. Both exhibited formidable prowess, easily securing their victories. The final competitor to advance to the top 4 was an S-level talent. who wielded the elusive S-level charm ability. This talent rendered all opponents with lower mental strength, who had not trained in mental skills, helplessly tasting the bitterness of defeat with the S-level talent's victory. The top four were revealed: Luo Yushi with an SS-level ice talent, Li Hai with an S-level gold talent, Yue with an S-level space talent, and Li Xiaodao with an S-level charm talent. After the top four were determined, the school authorities, considering the possibility of some competitors being affected by their abilities or excessive energy expenditure, had prepared restorative potions in advance, once all competitors had returned to optimal condition. The next round of intense competition would continue. Before long, bolstered by the powerful effects of the potions, the four contestants swiftly readied themselves to face the crucial matches leading to the top two in the championship. With the third place determined among the two defeated competitors, once the referee confirmed that all four contestants had fully recovered, the large screen commenced the thrilling draw for the upcoming matches. Ultimately, the matchups for the top four were unveiled: Yue versus Li Hai, and Luo Yushi versus Li Xiaodao. Is the final match upon us. Yue couldn't suppress a surge of anticipation as he thought of the impending task completion and the champion's rewards. Excitement bubbling within him. As the semifinals officially began, the first match unfolded between Li Xiaodao and Luo Yushi. Despite Li Xiaotao's troublesome charm talent, she was merely at the third level of the first realm. In contrast, Luo Yushi had already reached the fifth level of the first realm. This significant disparity in strength rendered the outcome of the match inevitable, with Luo Yushi effortlessly claiming victory and advancing to the finals. In the subsequent match, Yue faced Li Hai. As expected, Yue triumphed over his opponent, securing victory in the match. Thus, the final match was set. Yue would face Luo Yushi in the ultimate showdown. With the final match list announced, the audience buzzed with excitement. I never expected it would end up being Yue against Luo Yushi. Who do you all have your bets on? I think Luo Yushi will win. After all, she hasn't revealed her full strength yet. I agree. Luo Yushi seems to have the upper hand. Even though Yue is strong, the skills of the space realm are too difficult to acquire at this stage. Indeed, for someone named Yue to reach the finals is quite impressive. The runner-up will still walk away with a substantial cash prize. Huang, who do you think will be the champion? Li Yuanli asked with a grin. Is there any question? It must be Luo Yushi. How could a mere first-level commoner compare to a girl from the imperial capital? Huang Tianba scoffed dismissively. You think so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this young man is a bit peculiar. Perhaps he might create a miracle, Li Yuanli mused silently. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Luo Yushi quietly remarked, Indeed, the finals are between us. I eagerly anticipate your true strength. Ego, you're incredible, advancing straight to the finals. It's a pity I was eliminated, Skinny Monkey lamented, feeling a tad disheartened. It's alright, Skinny Monkey. You performed admirably. If it weren't for your lower realm, the third place would have been yours, Ego comforted, patting Skinny Monkey on the shoulder. Hearing this, Skinny Monkey felt a bit better, though he still harbored some regret. He resolved silently to train diligently and enhance his own strength. As the finals drew near, the arena buzzed with excitement, with discussions erupting over who would claim the championship. With the principal taking the stage to officially announce the start of the finals, we saw two figures stride towards the arena, Yue and Luo Yushi. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, chanting the names of their favorite competitors. I noticed that Yue selected a knife from the weapon station. This knife feels quite suitable. I must display my full strength against Luo Yushi. After all, revealing my lightning abilities now would not be wise, Yue pondered while weighing the knife in his hand. Upon seeing Yue wielding a knife, the audience began to murmur among themselves. Why is Yue using a knife? Isn't he always relying on his fists? Someone commented. Could it be that he also possesses knife skills? Even Luo Yushi displayed a look of curiosity. As both competitors stood on the stage, there were no excessive words exchanged. Soon, the referee declared the match officially commenced. Luo Yushi raised her hand and unleashed a sword strike imbued with ice attributes toward Yue. Yue merely smiled calmly. A test, is it? He swiftly evaded the attack, and then Luo Yushi unleashed several more sword strikes, which Yue easily countered. Seeing that her long-range attacks were ineffective, Luo Yushi furrowed her brow slightly and charged forward with her sword. As Luo Yushi rushed towards him, Yue also advanced, and they quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Due to Luo Yushi's energy being at the third level of the first realm, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Sensing her predicament, Luo Yushi declared, Since my energy cannot match yours, let us see how my martial skills fare. With that, she unleashed the frozen 9 swords, each strike more formidable than the last, delivering 4 consecutive blows, each infused with the power of ICE. As Luo Yushi employed her martial skills, it was evident that Yui was now at a disadvantage, observing from the sidelines. The principal and the clan heads noted that Luo Yushi had actually mastered this martial skill to a minor success. She has indeed reached minor success in her martial skills. Fortunately, your energy level is not high. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss, Yui thought. Now, allow me to demonstrate the potency of my martial skills. He unleashed the thunderclap 9 blades, striking forth, while Luo Yushi could only raise her sword to defend. After the 4th strike of the thunderclap 9 blades, Luo Yushi was pushed back several steps. Surprised, Luo Yushi remarked, "You have also cultivated your martial skills to minor success. It seems you have hidden strength. Hey, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" With a disdainful expression, Yui remarked, "You're not too shabby yourself." Apologetically, he added, "However, I am not a practitioner of blood warriors. Allow me to showcase my true strength," Luo Yushi exclaimed, subsequently unleashing the ice amplification technique. As she invoked this ability, the temperature around them plummeted noticeably, and it seemed as if the very air had solidified into ice. The sword energy she wielded was imbued with formidable icy power, as if it could freeze everything in its path. Goodness, she's already resorting to such skills. Truly, a pay-to-win player. Yui marveled inwardly. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, he dared not be complacent and immediately swung his blade energy to defend himself. However, lacking the enhancement of his lightning affinity and compounded by the amplification effect of her skill, his blade energy was swiftly subdued, and he sustained several hits. Damn it, while my physical body can't be breached below the 6th tier, this is still unacceptable. Yui silently cursed. He had not anticipated that his opponent's prowess would be so formidable. Merely one skill's enhancement had thrust him into a defensive position. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, it ignited the fighting spirit within him. Soon, noticeable wounds adorned Yui's body, and icy energy continuously emanated from him. "Is this truly your strongest form?" Luo Yushi sneered. "Then let this be the end.My forthcoming strongest strike will be something you cannot withstand. That I advise you to surrender." Surrender? A hint of disdain crept onto Yui's lips as he chuckled. "It's just a few minor wounds. It's no big deal." "You, utterly unreasonable," Luo Yushi shouted in anger, then closed her eyes, murmuring, "Ice slash." A colossal icy sword energy surged forth like a ferocious beast, barreling toward Yui. As he beheld this massive icy sword energy, a profound sense of danger surged within him. Was he truly destined to falter here? No, he would not concede. Clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth, he braced himself for this final strike. System, ding. Allocate all talent points to blood, ding. Points received. Faced with Luo Yushi's ultimate attack, Yui dared not slacken his resolve. With the utilization of his talent points, he successfully ascended to the 5th tier of blood warriors. With a blood count of 1216, he required 2,000 to reach the 6th tier. As he felt the surge of vitality, Yui sensed an endless reservoir of strength within him. His blood boiled, and every cell radiated vigor. He promptly executed the martial technique Thunderclap 9 blades, attempting to counter the oncoming icy sword energy. He swung his blade, delivering 4 swift cuts. Yet, the colossal icy sword energy remained unabated. As the sword energy drew closer, Yui unhesitatingly positioned his blade before him, determined to absorb the impact. A sharp crack echoed as his blade shattered instantaneously, and the sword energy struck his chest. Yui was propelled several steps back by the sheer force. He took a deep breath, secretly relieved. "Thank goodness I managed to break through to the 5th tier of blood just now. Otherwise, I might have faced defeat." At that moment, he profoundly recognized the formidable strength of his opponent. Not only did she possess the SS-level enhancement of her ice affinity talent, but she could also unleash such a powerful ice/skill. However, Yui was no pushover either. Having broken through to the 5th tier of blood, and with his Thunder Body Refinement technique having reached its 1st level, he knew that even the typical 7th tier attacks could not breach his defenses. "If only I had spatial abilities, this match would have been a piece of cake," Yui mused. Yet, he understood that contemplating such matters was futile. The match was not over, and he needed to concentrate on the challenges ahead. He admonished himself to focus. No more distractions. I must complete this match. Indeed, Miss Luo's ultimate strike is truly extraordinary. Observing Yui withstand her most powerful attack unscathed, Luo Yushi's expression shifted to one of incredulous astonishment. "How is this possible? You're unharmed and even able to execute martial techniques." Her eyes widened, her voice brimming with disbelief. You should be depleted of blood. In response to Luo Yushi's inquiry, Yu Yi's lips curled into a sly smile as he replied. Hee, Miss Luo, perhaps you should worry about your own predicament. I suspect your mana is nearly exhausted. Isn't it? Upon hearing this, Luo Yushi's expression darkened. She knew well that her mental energy was nearly depleted, and her blood was inferior to his. If she continued fighting, defeat was inevitable. Despite her reluctance, Luo Yushi acknowledged there was no chance of victory. Gritting her teeth, she finally conceded, I admit defeat. Hearing this, Yui nodded in satisfaction, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. That's more like it. I wouldn't want to injure such a beautiful lady. A faint blush crept onto Luo Yushi's cheeks as she spoke softly yet resolutely. I will catch up to you next time. I shall defeat you. With her words, she gracefully descended from the stage. As the match concluded, resounding applause erupted throughout the venue. The referee announced the champion of the competition with great fervor. Wow, it's Yui who claimed first place. This is truly unexpected. Goodness. Witnessing Luo Yushi's ultimate as I beheld Luo Yushi unleash his most formidable strike, I genuinely believed that you would lose this battle. However, to my astonishment, you managed to turn the tide and emerge victorious. It is nothing short of a miracle. Yui smiled faintly, humbly remarking, it was merely good fortune that I only managed to force a breakthrough to the 5th level of the first tier at a critical moment, which allowed me to barely overcome him. Had it not been for that, I would likely have lost. Upon hearing that Yui had ascended to the 5th level of the first tier, Shoho's face lit up with surprise. Wow, Igu, you level up so quickly. Yui appeared quite composed as he replied, perhaps it's due to my innate talent. There is still much I need to work on. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the system task and inquired, System, this task must be considered complete now, right? Where are you? A moment later, a mechanical voice echoed, Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward. D-grade superior Jean Lei Dao. 800 talent points. Startled by the system's abrupt announcement, Yui complained, oh dear, why didn't you remind me that the task was completed? You had to wait until I asked. However, he quickly brightened, for he now possessed 2 million in cash, which could be used to purchase numerous precious elixirs to aid in his advancement to a higher realm, thereby ensuring greater safety upon leaving the city. Moreover, he could learn a powerful Xian-level martial technique to compensate for his shortcomings. The mere thought of this filled Yui with excitement. By the way, I wonder if there are still any benefits left to reap from the principal and the homeroom teacher. It is indeed time to gather those rewards. He then turned to Shoho and said, Shoho, let us first go to the homeroom teacher to reap those benefits. Shoho nodded cheerfully and replied, sure, after we collect our rewards, let's have dinner at my house tonight. My parents mentioned a few days ago that they wanted to meet you. Hearing Shoho's words, Yui agreed, saying, no problem, we'll go after we collect the rewards. For now, let's go to the homeroom teacher's office. And then to the principal's. To add a note, just as ice-type talents grow stronger with higher levels, one's spirit also increases with higher levels, enhancing mental capacity and skill strength. Skills and martial techniques are distinct, and further details will be provided later. On their way to the homeroom teacher's office, they encountered Huang Heng and his lackeys approaching. Aren't you our civilian champion? Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Yui retorted dismissively, what does it have to do with you? Of course, it matters. Huang Heng replied with a wicked grin. Join our Huang family, and we will offer you 8 million annually, along with martial techniques as a bonus. What do you say? You are merely a commoner without any backing. It is challenging to go far. Although I do not know why your cultivation speed is so rapid, it only becomes more arduous as one progresses. Without resources, your cultivation speed will be exceedingly slow. Join the Huang family, and you will have wealth, resources, and beauties at your disposal. How about it? Are you tempted? Huang Heng said sinisterly. Is that all? If you genuinely wish for me to join, then present me with more sincere conditions. You insolent brat, don't be ungrateful. Young Master Huang's invitation is already a great honor, shouted one of Huang Heng's lackeys. Huang Heng's expression darkened instantly. He furrowed his brow and spoke tersely, fine, then state your price. How much is required? Yui slowly extended a single finger, calmly meeting Huang Heng's gaze. Huang Heng noticed Yui's gesture but quickly regained his composure. Internally, he thought that ultimately, one could not resist the allure of money. Thus, he smirked confidently and said, 10 million, right? No problem. I can send you the contract immediately. However, Yui merely chuckled and shook his head, softly stating, who said it was 10 million? I am referring to 100 billion. Huang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. His voice rose by an octave as he furiously shouted, What? 100 billion. How dare you play me for a fool? Zheng Lao, show him what the Huang family is capable of. Before he could finish, an elder beside Huang Heng suddenly struck out at Yui. Just then, a furious voice rang out. Stop. Everyone turned to see the principal exerting a faint pressure, compelling the assailant to halt. Huang Heng, this is not your Huang family's territory. How dare you act violently within the school? Are you not afraid of being apprehended by the Martial Artists Management Bureau? The principal spoke sternly and with righteous indignation. Huang Heng's face darkened as he protested. Principal, you misunderstand. This elder is a guardian of the Huang family. Zheng Lao merely wished to test the strength of our school's top student and meant no harm that a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness seeped into his words. After all, the principal was a 5th-tier martial artist and a 4th-tier mental energy master. Oh, Zheng Lao, a 3rd-tier martial artist bullying a novice is a bit excessive, don't you think? Haha, principal, you just thought I merely wished to test the strength of the top contender in this ranking match. Humph, should I catch you causing trouble again, do not expect me to show you any mercy. Then, turning to Yui and Shouho, he added, you two, come with me to the office. After Yui left with the principal, Huang Heng's expression soured immediately. Damn it, how dare a principal threaten me? He truly knows no bounds. He promptly opened his phone and called Huang Tianba. Hello, came a gentle and familiar voice from the other end. Huang Heng spoke with some anger. Dad, I just went to find Yui and invited him to join our Huang family, but he flatly rejected me without hesitation. As if already anticipating this. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before slowly offering consolation. It's all right. I suspected he would decline. You should return soon. Remember not to provoke him any further. If you inadvertently offend him, you will have to resolve it on your own. With that, the call ended abruptly. Listening to his father Huang Tianba's words, Huang Heng felt some dissatisfaction but said nothing further. He mused to himself, what an ignorant fool. A mere commoner dares to refuse my invitation. I must teach him a lesson and make him aware of the consequences of crossing me, as his anger mounted. Huang Heng turned to Zheng Lao beside him and commanded fiercely, Zheng Lao, arrange for some manpower and eliminate Yui. Since we have already angered him, we cannot allow him to continue growing stronger. If he returns for revenge once he has gained power, the consequences will be dire. Zheng Lao nodded respectfully. Understood. Young master. I will make the arrangements promptly. With the affirmative response, Huang Heng's mood improved slightly. After witnessing the earlier incident, Yui felt the weight of his own frailty. Moreover, it appeared that Huang Heng did not intend to let him off easily and might take action against him. Yui contemplated the need for precaution. Huang Heng and Zheng Lao had already made it onto his list of potential threats. By the way, principal, how did you know where I was just now? Had you not intervened in time, I might have met my end. Yui joked lightly. It was merely a promise I made to you for a grand gift. Initially, I went to your homeroom teacher's office but did not find you there. I then stepped out and saw Huang Heng inviting you to join the Huang family, so I decided to observe your reaction. However, I did not anticipate that Huang Heng would be so arrogant as to provoke that elder to attack you. But rest assured, as long as you are in this school, I guarantee they will not dare to harm you. Yui expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, principal. He then remarked, and this gentleman beside you, Wang Shua, seems quite impressive as well. I will reward you too. Now, let us go to my office and discuss. Yui and Shouho followed the principal to the office. The principal closed the door, sat down, and looked at Yui. Yui, do you understand what it means to refuse the Huang family's invitation? The principal asked sternly. I understand, principal, but I do not wish to rely on others. I want to become strong through my own efforts. Yui replied resolutely. The principal nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Your determination is commendable, but you must realize that in this world, power and wealth often bring greater opportunities and resources. However, you have made the right decision, for once you join the Huang family, you would become their pawn. Unless you surpass the Huang family in strength, you will remain forever in their shadow. Yui nodded. Aware of this truth, relying on others was inferior to relying on oneself, especially since he had the system. The intentions of Bai Huang Heng are unmistakable. He will not let you escape unscathed. Gradually, he retrieved a piece of jade and handed it to Yui. Contained within is a fragment of my spiritual power. Should you find yourself in peril, simply crush it, and I shall swiftly arrive at your side. Initially, I had intended to reward you with elixirs and spirit liquids for your performance in the competition. But I believe this is far more fitting for your current circumstances. And here is yet another gift. The principal continued, producing a demon core. This core belongs to a 2nd-tier, 5-fold spatial demon, a gift from an old friend of mine. I deem this item essential for you at this stage, so consider these two gifts as your reward for this grand tournament that I trust you are aware of the significance of demon cores. They can absorb energy, greatly enhancing your vitality and mental acuity. The higher the realm of the demon, the more substantial the increase. Moreover, there exists a slight possibility that the core may contain a skill. The likelihood of this increases with the demon's realm, and so too does the potency of the skills contained within. It is worth noting that demon cores are notoriously difficult to obtain. It is not uncommon for thousands of beasts to yield not a single core, with the odds improving slightly for higher-tiered creatures. Should a demon possess a core, it will manifest immediately upon its demise, causing the body to vanish without a trace. Conversely, demons without cores will simply leave behind their remains. If, by chance, you discover a skill within the core while absorbing it, you may choose not to learn it and sell it instead. The attributes of the core correspond to the skills it may contain. For instance, this spatial core will only harbor spatial skills and can only be assimilated by those with the appropriate affinity. Should the skill be present but lack a corresponding attribute within you, it will dissipate once the core is fully absorbed. However, no fool would make such a decision, for cores with skills are exceedingly valuable. Given that they are guaranteed to possess a skill, although this is merely a spatial core, I believe it will prove immensely beneficial to you. It intrigues me. I find it difficult to see through you. Your realm and the speed at which you advance in martial skills do not align with your S-grade classification, the principal remarked with a knowing smile. Upon hearing the principal's words, a wave of elation surged within Yui. He had been apprehensive about the troubles he might face after leaving the school, but with the appearance of this jade, all his concerns were alleviated. As long as he crushed the jade, the principal would arrive without delay, ensuring his safety. After all, no matter how formidable the opponent, it was unlikely they would dispatch a 6th-tier powerhouse to eliminate a mere 1st-tier ability user. Thus reassured, Yui felt free to venture into the city to hunt. Nevertheless, he reminded himself to remain vigilant and cautious. He regarded the spatial demon core, recognizing its considerable value, as spatial demons were exceedingly rare and difficult to capture. Yet, he pondered whether this core contained a skill. It felt peculiar, especially given his possession of a system. He wondered if the core absorption system could offer any assistance. Gratefully, Yui turned to the principal and exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Principal. This gift is truly overwhelming. I am at a loss for how to repay you." "Ah, you may repay me when you become powerful in the future," the principal chuckled in response. Yui understood well that, given his current capabilities, he could hardly repay the principal, but who could predict what the future held? Thus, he firmly declared, "I shall forever remember your kindness." "Ah, in my excitement to speak with you, I nearly forgot about this gentleman beside you. Here are 3 first-tier, 5-fold dark attribute demon cores that can assist you in accelerating your training. As for whether they possess any skills, that remains uncertain." The thin monkey eagerly accepted the demon cores, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Principal. I have already devised a plan to repay you. I will strive to gain admission to the top martial university and bring honor to our school." The principal beamed with satisfaction, nodding in encouragement. "Good lad. I believe in your potential. Now, you both may continue with your tasks. The elite class assignments have been finalized. Come Monday, you shall report to Class 1. The elite class is determined by ranking, with the top 50 forming elite class 1 and so forth, based on the resources one can acquire. By the way, Principal, could you assist in transferring our homeroom teacher, Dong Lei, to elite class 1? He is not only responsible but also very kind to his students," Yui asked with hopeful anticipation. To move your homeroom teacher to elite class 1. Let me see what I can do. And if possible, I shall help you. "Thank you, Principal," Yui replied with a beaming smile. "Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. For you both lack any significant background. I shall be your support, safeguarding you until the end of your examinations," the principal stated earnestly. After hearing the principal's words, both Yui and the thin monkey nodded solemnly and exited the office. As they left the principal's office, their spirits were high, filled with renewed motivation to go. With so many precious resources at our disposal, we must intensify our training, the thin monkey exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, we cannot disappoint the principal's expectations, Yui affirmed, clutching the items in his hands with a determined gaze. "Let us go and see what rewards our homeroom teacher has in store for us," Yui suggested as they approached the teacher's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a warm voice responded from within. They entered the office, where the homeroom teacher looked up, revealing a hint of concern on his face. "Why are you two so late? Given your character, I would have expected you to rush here to seek rewards." Yui scratched his head sheepishly and explained, "Teacher, I encountered a few matters along the way, which delayed me. I ran into the principal, who took me directly to his office for a discussion." Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded, a smile breaking across his face. "Ah, I see. But you truly are impressive to have returned with first place. And you, thin monkey, not too shabby yourself for making the top 10. You have brought glory to our class." Initially, the teacher had contemplated rewarding Yui with spirit liquids and elixirs, but he deemed such gifts rather paltry for someone of Yui's caliber. After some thought, he continued, "The E-tier secret realm overseen by the Dong family in the neighboring city is set to open soon, intended for this year's awakened youths to acquire resources, especially since a talent with SSS-level abilities has emerged from the Dong family. Generally, only their heirs are permitted entry, but they reserve a few spots for individuals who may prove beneficial to their family or other influential factions." Pausing for a moment, the teacher continued, "As a distant relative of the Dong family, I have a 17-year-old daughter who has yet to awaken and thus missed this opportunity. The maximum realm allowed in this secret realm is Tier 3, second level, so this spot is yours to cherish. In this world, various secret realms exist, natural formations that serve as isolated microcosms. However, many are controlled by prominent families, the military, and educational institutions. Others are overseen by the state, which allocates certain secret realms for awakened individuals to explore and hunt beasts. The classification of secret realms ranges from F to SSS, with higher-tier realms housing more formidable beasts and richer resources. Yui was taken aback to learn that the teacher was bestowing this secret realm opportunity upon him. The resources within a secret realm far surpass those found in the wilderness, and treasures may also await discovery. It was not a public secret realm, which would have been extensively explored, leading to diminished resources and beasts. "Thank you, teacher." Yui expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your nurturing. Wishing you health and happiness, and may your nights be filled with joy." The teacher chuckled, "You rascal, always with your clever tongue. If you truly wish to thank me, then strive to gain admission to the Imperial Capital Academy, and when you grow strong, return to repay me." Yui solemnly nodded, declaring, "I will certainly do so, teacher. I will not let your expectations go unfulfilled." Inwardly, Yui mused, "The principal and the teacher are truly remarkable individuals. When I become powerful, I shall see what they may need and repay their kindness." The principal nodded approvingly before turning his gaze to the thin monkey. "Wang Shua, you two are quite exceptional, with your SS talent and no background. Yet you still made it into the top 10, truly a prodigy." Having said that, the principal retrieved a manual on martial arts from his bosom. This manual, a mid-grade Xian-level technique known as Phantom Steps, was particularly well-suited to your SS-grade Dark Affinity talent. The slender figure hurriedly bowed in gratitude and said, "Thank you for your support. All right. The rewards have been distributed. You may return home now. Come back next Monday, and by then, you will be students of the elite class," the homeroom teacher said with a hint of reluctance, tinged with a touch of sadness. "Perhaps I will no longer be needed to guide you." Yui keenly sensed the change in the homeroom teacher's emotions and offered reassurance. "Perhaps you will still lead us. After all, our class boasts a first place and a top 10 student." Yui declared confidently. "That remains to be seen. It ultimately depends on the principal's decision," the homeroom teacher replied, somewhat dejected. "Teacher, you must have faith in yourself. I can assure you that it will definitely be you leading us. So please rest easy," Yui promised, patting his chest. The homeroom teacher smiled and shook his head, saying, "Well then, I shall trust you this once." "Exactly." Yui chuckled heartily. "Then we shall take our leave." With that, Yui waved goodbye to Shouho and exited the classroom together. After leaving the office, Yui and Shouho conversed as they walked. "Iguh, what are your plans moving forward?" Shouho inquired curiously. Yui, with unwavering resolve, replied, "To grow stronger. The principal and the homeroom teacher have shown us great care and have high expectations. We must not disappoint them." Upon hearing this, Shouho's expression grew serious as he nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, we cannot let them down." Yui wholeheartedly agreed, fully aware that this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Only by becoming strong can one wield influence. His gaze radiated an indomitable determination. At that moment, Shouho cheerfully invited, "Iguh, let's head to my house. My parents have been eager to meet you." Yui readily accepted. "Sure, let's go meet Uncle and Aunt. By the way, should I bring any gifts for your parents?" Shouho quickly waved his hand, replying earnestly, "No need, Iguh. Your presence is already a wonderful gift. Bringing something would only seem awkward." "All right then, let's go to your house now. It's getting late. We can even help your parents with some chores when we arrive," Yui suggested. "Okay, Iguh," Shouho said, scratching his head as he followed Yui towards the school entrance. Yui seemed to have forgotten something important, his mind filled with doubts. Suddenly, he remembered the crucial matter of selecting a martial technique, which he had completely overlooked. He turned to Shoho and said, I still need to choose a martial technique. Upon hearing this, Shoho promptly nodded. Yes, Igu, selecting a martial technique is indeed vital. What type do you plan to choose? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yui replied, I intend to select a technique focused on body movement to compensate for my current shortcomings in agility. With that, he and Shoho made their way to the martial arts hall. Before long, they reached their destination. Upon entering the hall, Yui walked directly to the reception desk and addressed the elderly instructor. Hello, sir. I am here to claim the martial technique reward for ranking first in the qualifying rounds. The instructor glanced up and said, it's you. Yui. I've been waiting for you. Let me know what type of martial technique you require, and I will check if the school has it in its collection. Without hesitation, Yui responded, if possible, I would like to find a body movement technique related to the lightning attribute. The instructor frowned slightly, saying, but you are not a lightning affinity user. Why would you want a technique related to lightning? Well, I suppose it's not my business. Let me look it up for you. With that, he began searching on the computer while Yui patiently waited. Before long, the instructor had found the information and stated, there are only 3 manuals available, as this is merely a school and we do not possess many powerful techniques. He proceeded to introduce them. The first is called Thunderbolt Steps, a low-grade Xian-level technique that allows one to move as swiftly as lightning upon successful mastery. The second is named Lightning Shadow Flash, also a low-grade Xian-level technique, notable for creating lightning afterimages during movement to confuse enemies. The last one is Thunderclap Instant Steps, which is a high-grade Xian-level technique. Once mastered to perfection, it enables one to appear beside an opponent at lightning speed, though its difficulty is considerably high. After a moment of contemplation, Yui decisively chose Thunderclap Instant Steps. After all, with the system's assistance, he aimed for the more challenging and higher potential option. The instructor observed Yui's choice with a slight frown, but said nothing further, instead instructing other teachers to bring the book to him. Soon, a teacher approached, carrying an ancient-looking tome, which was handed over to Yui. Do you wish to learn the martial technique Thunder Shadow Flash? Learning. As the words faded, a profound understanding of the Thunder Shadow Flash emerged in Yui's mind. Ding! The martial technique Thunder Shadow Flash can be upgraded to the high-grade Earth-level Thunderclap Instant Flash for a cost of 500 talent points. Would you like to proceed? After a moment's deliberation, Yui decided to click the upgrade button. As he still had a sufficient 800 points available. In an instant, he formed a preliminary impression and comprehension of the Thunderclap Instant Flash in his mind. Excellent. With this, if he could also master a defensive technique, it would be even more perfect. As Yui pondered, he secretly contemplated his next steps. Thank you, teacher. We shall take our leave now. Yui bid farewell to the elderly instructor. The instructor nodded slightly in acknowledgement but remained silent. After Yui departed, the instructor gazed at his receding figure and murmured softly, what an interesting young man. Let us go, Shoho. We can head to your house now. Yui turned to Shoho beside him. Shoho nodded. Igu, my family will be thrilled to see you. Just as they were about to step out of the school gate, Yui suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was none other than the school beauty, Luo Yushi. A wave of curiosity washed over Yui. Who could she possibly be waiting for? However, as it did not concern him, he chose not to dwell on it and walked past her. Just as he exited the school gate, he heard a voice calling from behind. Yui, could you give me your contact information so we can arrange a spar later? The school beauty calmly inquired. Upon hearing Luo Yushi's request, Yui was genuinely taken aback. It was rather peculiar for the aloof school beauty to proactively seek his contact details. He found it amusing and remarked, Yuri asking someone else for their WeChat while maintaining such a frosty demeanor. Luo Yushi, expressionless, retorted, what do you think I should do instead? Yui pondered briefly, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he teased. Well, I think you should kiss me first before asking for my contact info. That's the proper way to initiate this. Shameless, Luo Yushi exclaimed in anger, as if about to strike. However, she quickly realized that she was no match for Yui and begrudgingly turned away in frustration. As her footsteps faded, Luo Yushi's anger intensified. How could it be that this was her first time ever asking someone for contact information, and she received such a cold rejection? Usually, it was others clamoring to obtain her contact details. Was her charm waning? Luo Yushi pondered, increasingly irked at the thought that she could not best Ui. In a fit of annoyance, she took out her phone and dialed a number belonging to someone named Luo Tianha. Soon, A gentle voice came through. "Hello, daughter. What brings you to call your father?" "Dad, I want more cultivation resources," Luo Yushi stated bluntly. Her father, evidently surprised, replied, "Have you run out of resources I provided you just half a month ago? What has prompted this sudden request? Are you facing difficulties?" "No, I simply wish to double my training and enhance my strength more quickly." Luo Yushi clenched her teeth, unwilling to concede to Yui. "All right, I will have Aunt Luo send you another batch. However, although cultivation is of paramount importance, one must not be overly hasty." The voice on the other end intoned with earnestness. "Yes, I understand, Dad," Luo Yushi replied calmly. Luo Tianhing inquired, "When will you return, daughter? Even though you harbor disdain for your betrothed, it is only proper that you meet him. Given his esteemed lineage that I cannot simply refuse, you shall return after your trials in Sichuan City." As she listened to her father's words, Luo Yushi's expression grew even colder, and she declared with unwavering resolve, "I absolutely refuse to meet him. This was a decision made without my consent and has nothing to do with me. If you wish for a union, you may proceed without my involvement." With that, she unhesitatingly hung up the phone. Luo Tianhe sighed helplessly, muttering to himself, "Alas, my dear, you do not comprehend the underlying circumstances. I too do not wish for you to be wed to that scion of the Li family. After all, he is notorious for his rakish ways. Yet, he found himself powerless. Your mother was bitten by a poison black python in the secret realm, and the venom is exceedingly potent, requiring a unique elixir for its cure. This elixir, alas, can only be found within the Li family. When I approached them to procure it, they seized the opportunity, fixating on your beauty, and insisted on marrying you before they would part with even a morsel. Faced with my wife's dire condition, I had no choice but to grit my teeth and acquiesce. Regrettably, the elixir I obtained merely served to suppress the symptoms without addressing the root of the problem. For years, I have sought a resolution to my wife's affliction, yet to no avail. Thus, the matter of the union has remained unresolved. Contemplating this, Luo Tianhe clenched his fist tightly, filled with guilt and helplessness. "I hope you can understand your father's plight in the future. I truly am not a competent father." After ending the call, Luo Yushi's mood soured further, partly due to Yui's merciless rebuff and partly due to her aversion to the proposed union. The mere thought of the debonair suitor made her feel a wave of nausea. Enough of these vexing thoughts. It is imperative that I concentrate on my own improvement, she silently reminded herself. "Igu, you are truly remarkable, daring to flirt with that frostily beautiful schoolbelle," Shouho exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. "What is so impressive about that? Just a mere schoolbelle, hardly worth mentioning. Come on. Let us head to your place," Yui replied nonchalantly. Thus, Yui and Shouho exited the school gates, making their way towards Shouho's home, though Shouho's residence was also located in the commoner district. It was not in the same vicinity as Yui's. Before long, they arrived at Shouho's doorstep. Shouho gently knocked on the door. A soft voice resonated from within. "Who is it?" "Mom, it's me, Wang Shua." Hearing her son's voice, Shouho's mother hurriedly opened the door. Upon noticing another male student standing beside Wang Shua, she displayed a hint of curiosity and inquired, "Shouho, who is this?" "Mom, this is Yui, my close buddy from school whom I've mentioned often." Upon recognizing Yui, Shouho's mother beamed with joy. "Ah, it's Yui. Come in, come in." "Thank you, Auntie. You look lovely." Yui complimented. "Oh dear, what a sweet tongue. At my age, where's the beauty anymore? Come in, come in." Following Shouho inside, Yui noted that the small space was remarkably tidy. Shouho's mother served tea and warmly welcomed Yui, saying, "Yui, thank you for taking care of our Shouho. Auntie, Shouho is my brother. It's only natural to look out for him." He replied, "Then I shall call you Shaoi. How does that sound? That works for me." Auntie, Yui nodded. "By the way, what talent did you awaken?" Shouho's mother inquired. "I awakened an S talent," Yui replied. "An S talent? That's impressive. Unlike me, who awakened an F talent. Shouho's mother, Hiyu, had awakened an F talent named Affinity, which merely allowed her to engage in more amiable communication with others. Shouho's father, Wang Shan, had awakened an E talent, enhancing his speed slightly, and worked at a delivery company. Though everyone possessed the potential to awaken a talent, E and F levels had exceedingly low absorption rates for medicinal pills and training speeds. Many remained ordinary individuals throughout their lives, never achieving the status of a martial artist and instead opting for stable employment in society. Not at all. Auntie, you have raised a wonderful child. Just look at Shouho's SS talent." Yui remarked, prompting a smile from Hiyu. "Indeed, I have a good son," she said, wrapping her arms around Wang Shua. Observing their familial warmth stirred a pang of envy within Yui, who who had been an orphan in 2 lifetimes. Yet, he was also grateful for the presence of Li Qingwei, who, though not a biological sister, treated him with profound care, reminding him that love still existed in his life. After embracing Wang Shua, he cheerfully suggested, "Stay for dinner tonight. No refusals." Yui nodded. "Then I shall sample Annie's culinary skills. I shall whip up something special for you. You and Shouho sit tight while I prepare the meal," he declared. "Auntie, allow me to assist," Yui offered. "You are our guest. How could I let you help me?" "Shouho, make sure to entertain your ego," she instructed. "Of course," Shouho replied, then turned to Yui. "Just enjoy being our guest." Yui nodded in resignation. "Then I shall comply." As the final dish was set on the table, Wang Shua's father returned home. Wang Shua rushed to greet him, exclaiming, "Dad, you're back. Let me introduce you to Yui, my close friend I've mentioned." Wang Shan scrutinized the young man before him. Yui presented a tall stature and handsome features, exuding an air of gallantry. Wang Shan nodded approvingly, saying, "So you are Yui?" "Indeed, a fine young man, reminiscent of my own youthful days. Ha ha ha." He shot her husband an exasperated glance, scolding, "You old fool. How old are you to still be reminiscing about your youth? You've always looked like this." Wang Shan, unperturbed by his wife's words, chuckled and explained, "I was just trying to bond with the young fellow." Noticing the conversation straying, Wang Shua interjected, "All right, let us eat. We can chat while dining." He then ushered Yui to the dining table. "Quickly, sit down and savor your auntie's cooking, Yui," Wang Shan enthusiastically urged. "Thank you, Uncle," Yui responded politely as he took his seat at the table. "Uncle, please, take a seat as well. That you've worked hard all day. You deserve to rest," Yui said with concern. Wang Shan felt a swell of pride and replied with a smile, "Good lad. You care for others. It seems our Shua has truly made a good friend. Oh, the labor is nothing. As long as Wang Shua focuses on his training, I am content. Moreover, his SS talent fills me with pride." "Ha ha ha," Wang Shan exclaimed. "Tonight we must celebrate. A toast is in order." "Who said anything about drinking? No alcohol?" He firmly interjected. All right, no drinking. I shall heed my wife's wisdom," Wang Shan conceded with a grin. Yet, he remained undeterred. "Come on, since Yui is here, we can have a little toast." He merely shot him a knowing look. Realizing the implication, Wang Shan fell silent. Surrendering to the moment, the group began to enjoy the delightful dishes. It must be said that Yu's culinary skills were exceptional, with each dish a feast for the senses, provoking the desire for seconds. At that moment, Wang Shan eagerly inquired, "By the way, how did your school's ranking competition turn out?" Shouho replied with a smile, "I placed in the top 10. Wow. My son made it into the top 10, truly deserving of being my Wang Shan's offspring. I can boast about this to my colleagues." Wang Shan, filled with excitement, affectionately patted Shouho's head, saying, "Shouho, your eyes have turned slightly red with emotion." Gratefully, Shouho replied, "If it weren't for your selfless investment in my cultivation resources, I might not have even made it into the top 10. Thank you, Mom and Dad." Wang Shan laughed heartily. "Haha, silly child. The money I earn is meant for you to spend. When you grow strong in the future, you can protect me." With a generous chuckle, Wang Shan continued, "Indeed, the wealth I accumulate is for your benefit. Once you become powerful, you'll be the one safeguarding me. I will definitely protect you." Shouho affirmed. "By the way, how did Xiaoyi rank?" He inquired gently. I responded, "I was fortunate enough to secure the first place. Oh wow, first place. You truly are a hidden gem," he exclaimed. You mentioned you possess S-level talent, which surpasses even those of SS level. You must be extraordinary." I smiled modestly and replied, "It was merely luck." Yet, I secretly thought to myself, it was no mere luck. It was all thanks to my invincible system. Wang Shan added, "Now, you two must not become complacent. There are always greater talents beyond." I nodded earnestly. "Of course, Uncle. After all, pride leads to stagnation, while humility fosters progress." "Well said." Indeed, he commended. "Now, let us continue dining." Everyone resumed their meals. Before long, I finished eating, set down my bowl and chopsticks, and said, "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for your hospitality. I must return home. My elder sister is waiting for me." "Very well, make haste back so your sister doesn't grow anxious," he said kindly. Meanwhile, Shua stood up. "Ready to see me off? All right then. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for your generous hospitality. I will certainly visit again when the opportunity arises," I replied with a smile. Wang Shan laughed heartily. "Haha, you truly are to my liking. Do come play often." After bidding farewell, Shouho accompanied me down the stairs. Watching the two children depart, He and his wife felt a wave of nostalgia. This child possesses good character, remarkable strength, and is quite handsome. If we had a daughter, we might consider marrying her to him, he mused. However, having a son as a good brother is also quite splendid, he said joyfully, hearing his wife's sentiments. Wang Shan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such outstanding young men are indeed rare. Forming a bond or friendship with someone like him would be a commendable choice. After seeing me off, Shoho returned upstairs alone. As I walked home, my spirits soared. Before long, I arrived at my doorstep. Looking up, I noticed the windows of my home still radiating with bright light, a warm wave washing over my heart amidst the myriad of lights. One belonged to me, a cozy refuge. With this thought, I quickened my pace, eager to return home and share my experiences and feelings of the day with my family. After all, no matter how bustling and splendid the outside world may be, home remains the warmest and most secure harbor. Upon entering the house, I spotted Qingwei quietly lying on the sofa, seemingly asleep. Her head rested on her left arm, her red lips slightly parted. Long eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings as she slept. Clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, the soft fabric embraced her form, accentuating her perfect curves. Instantly, I felt that Qingwei was truly beautiful, although she usually wore an apron and casual attire, which showcased her excellent figure. I had not anticipated it to be so striking. I fetched a blanket from my room, preparing to cover Qingwei. Just as I was about to drape it over her, her eyes fluttered open slightly. Upon seeing me, she said, "Xiaoyi, why did you return so late? I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. It's already 10 o'clock. Checking my phone, I realized it had run out of battery and shut off. I explained to Qingwei, my classmate invited me over for dinner, and I got caught up playing on my phone until it died. Sorry to have worried you." Hearing this, Qingwei nodded in relief, saying, "Next time, just let me know if you're going to be late." Xiaoyi. I will. Qingwei, I promise to inform you next time. I replied. By the way, why are you sleeping on the sofa? I inquired. I was a bit worried when you didn't answer my calls, so I waited for you on the sofa and must have dozed off. Qingwei replied sincerely. Thank you, Qingwei, I said, stepping forward to embrace her. She felt the warmth of my embrace and simply enjoyed the moment in silence. Oh, by the way, I ranked first in the school-wide placement tournament today and won 2 million in prize money. How about I take you shopping at the mall this Saturday? Hearing that I had secured first place, Li Qingwei expressed her surprise. Xiaoyi, you truly are impressive to have achieved that. However, she added, there's no need for shopping. You should save that money for your cultivation supplies. Qingwei, you've taken care of me for so long. Let me buy you something, I insisted. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingwei nodded, saying, all right, Xiaoyi, I'll accompany you this Saturday when I'm not working. I nodded in response. Then let's make sure you get plenty of rest now. Qingwei, she agreed. All right, I'll head back now. As she stood up to leave, she suddenly swayed, losing her balance. Quick as a flash, I reached out to steady her, enveloping her in my arms. Qingwei, what happened? I asked anxiously, feeling the warmth of my embrace. She shyly murmured, I twisted my ankle, so I couldn't stand properly. A twisted ankle, that must hurt. I can massage it. Let me help you, I said with a smile. When I made this suggestion, Li Qingwei felt a bit bashful. Torn between wanting the massage and feeling hesitant, her mind seemed to wrestle with the decision, but ultimately she chose to accept. Okay, Li Qingwei replied shyly. I carefully carried her to the sofa, gently removed her shoes, and held her silky smooth foot in my hands. A strange sensation washed over me, accompanied by a tinge of heat. However, I suppressed these thoughts, focusing on massaging her foot. Is this comfortable, Qingwei? I asked with concern while I worked. Yes, it's comfortable, she softly replied. Does it still hurt? I continued to inquire. She shook her head slightly, indicating it felt much better. At that moment, the atmosphere between us grew particularly intimate and delicate, akin to that of a couple. Sensing the tension, Li Qingwei said, I should be heading back. It's getting late. Xiaoyi. I stood there, momentarily dazed, and replied, then please do go back, Qingwei. Her home was just across the hallway, a short walk away. Typically, she lived alone, as her parents had a residence elsewhere. As she returned home, the memory of our earlier encounter caused her cheeks to flush with a faint hue. That cheeky boy dared to take advantage of me by touching my foot. She thought as she lay on her bed, her thoughts drifting back to that moment. Her heart raced, and the blush on her face had yet to fade. Why did I let him massage my foot? She pondered, realizing that her feelings for you seemed to have shifted. Meanwhile, in my room, the events of the evening stirred a tumult of emotions. After all, I was a young man filled with vigor And how could I remain unaffected in the presence of such a beautiful and captivating Qingwei? Yeah. Although I had massaged her foot, I had also unwittingly enjoyed the soft touch of her exquisite skin, as if reaching into the depths of her heart. Nonetheless, I knew such thoughts were inappropriate, and I could not let my mind wander any further that I decided to take a shower to calm myself. Aiming for a restful night before checking my rewards and shopping at the Warrior's Tower the following day, after a hasty shower, I fought against the restlessness within me, lay down on my bed, and soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking me to the sound of a crisp alarm ringing. Groggily, I stretched and rubbed my eyes, glancing at my phone to find it was already 8 o'clock. How can you still be asleep at this hour? Hurry up and get up. The alarm on my phone sounded with an air of inquiry. I reached out to silence it, recalling the rewards from yesterday's tasks, which filled me with a sense of excitement. The total reward comprised 800 talent points and a D-grade weapon. After spending 500 points on upgrading my martial arts skills yesterday, I was left with 300 points. Adding the 100 points I earned from the daily task in the final day of competition, I had a total of 400 talent points remaining. Alas, I still felt that the talent points were insufficient. How I wish the daily tasks could offer a bit more. With these thoughts in mind, I rolled out of bed and began preparing for a new day. And there was also the second-tier 5-fold spatial demon core awarded by the principal. I wondered if it contained any skills. Could the system directly absorb this demon core? Ding. Normally, one cannot absorb a second-tier demon core at the first tier, but as one with a system, you can directly absorb this demon. This not only saves time spent on absorption, but also allows for cross-tier absorption. Ding. First-time detection of the host using a demon core rewards the spatial skill Spatial Leap. Ding. In the future, every 100 spatial demon cores absorbed will reward another spatial skill. Wow, this is incredible. System, absorb this demon core. Before long, the demon core was completely absorbed, its radiance fading away. Vitality, 1880. Spirit, 1688. I felt a surge of exhilaration as I sensed the enhancement of my vitality and spirit. Having a system is truly delightful. It not only conserves the time required for absorbing elixirs, but also gives me a significant lead over others. Moreover, I was rewarded with Spatial Leap. Now, if anyone displeases me, I can simply appear beside them and give them a slap. The distance of the leap will increase as my spirit grows stronger. Currently, it's about 30 meters, but excessive use of spiritual energy will render it ineffective. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of reaching first-tier 5-fold vitality and spirit. Reward, 500 talent points. Ding! Daily tasks updated. Daily meditation and body refinement for 1 hour will reward 200 talent points. Ding! New task issued. Achieve second-tier first fold in vitality and spirit for a reward of 1,500 talent points. Oh, wonderful! The system has issued a new task, and daily tasks have become simpler with increased rewards. This is truly fantastic. With that, I decided to head to the Warrior Tower to purchase some necessary items. I quickly finished my grooming, grabbed a few buns from a street vendor, and hurried toward the Warrior Tower. Upon arrival, the atmosphere was as bustling as ever, with a throng of people entering and exiting. After all, the Warrior Tower encompasses a multitude of services. Here, one can purchase items, sell goods, accept tasks, and partake in various recreational activities. Upon entering the Warrior Hall, I noted the building had 18 floors. The first floor primarily provides basic services and answers inquiries for warriors. Thus, I made my way to the window of the lady who certified me as a warrior last time, eagerly joining the queue. Before long, it was my turn. I smiled and said to her, "Hello, I am here to update my warrior spirit master rank." The lady glanced at me, astonished, and exclaimed, "It's you." I was somewhat surprised that she remembered me. "Of course, you were the first to come for certification after awakening," she replied, winking. "By the way, what rank are you updating this time?" Typically, a warrior can register once they reach the 5th fold of the first tier. And achieving the first tier 5th fold is just enough to meet the requirements for hunting outside the city. The lady looked puzzled and asked, "Don't tell me you've actually reached the first tier 5th fold?" I calmly nodded, stating, "By chance, I have reached the first tier 5th fold." The lady's face displayed disbelief as she exclaimed, "How could you possibly achieve that so quickly? You aren't a scion from some noble family come to train in Sichuan City, are you?" "Well, it's just a matter of regular training," I replied nonchalantly. "You must be joking. Anyway, it's fine if you don't want to share. Can we exchange contact information?" she asked eagerly. I pondered for a moment and nodded. "Sure. Great. By the way, my name is Zhao Xiao Xiao. I know you're called Yui, so no need for further introductions." I rubbed my nose. thinking to myself, a name like Xiao Xiao, yet she seems quite significant. Thus, Xiao 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 and I exchanged our contact details. All right, Brother Yui, let's proceed with the vitality and spirit assessment. You must pass to complete the certification, Xiao 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 said earnestly. I nodded and placed my hand on the device. Soon, the instrument displayed the results: vitality, 1880, spirit, 1688. Xiao 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 was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could accommodate several sausages. I am certain now that you must be a member of a prominent family training here in Sichuan City. To achieve both vitality and spirit at the first-tier fifth-fold simultaneously, how is that even possible? Only top-tier families could have such individuals. Her eyes widened as if witnessing something extraordinary. I remained silent, not wishing to reveal too much about myself to avoid inciting jealousy or unwanted attention. After a brief pause, I smiled and said, "Then you may consider me a scion from a distant noble family." With that, I turned to her and continued, "Now, can you assist me in updating my badge?" "Of course," she replied with a smile, extending her hand for me to give her the badge. I promptly handed it over. Before long, the update was successfully completed. Xiao 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 looked at the freshly updated badge in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. She seemed to recall something important and looked up at me, saying, "By the way, once you reach the first-tier fifth fold, you will receive a stipend of 3,000 yuan each month." She then detailed how to claim this stipend. All that was required was to download an application called Warrior Hall, log in using the badge number, and bind a personal bank account to receive the funds monthly. I listened intently, nodding to indicate my understanding. I took out my phone and followed her instructions. In no time, I had successfully downloaded and logged into the Warrior Hall, swiftly binding my bank account. "Thank you, miss. Truly, the sisters from Bear City are kind-hearted," I teased. Upon hearing my compliment, Xiao Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed a light pink. As she appeared somewhat shy. "I have one more question. Where can I purchase elixirs and spiritual liquids?" I inquired. "Both elixirs and spiritual liquids can be found on the second floor," she replied. I nodded with a smile. "Then I'll head to buy some elixirs." Xiao 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 nodded, knowing she had to return to her duties. Upon entering the elixir hall, I directly inquired, "Hello, what is the price for a first-tier premium vitality elixir and a first-tier premium spiritual liquid?" The staff member scanned the seemingly ordinary young man before her without displaying any signs of disdain. Instead, she politely responded, "The price for a first-tier premium vitality elixir is approximately 65,000 per piece. And the spiritual liquid is similarly priced. Would you like to make a purchase? 65,000 each? Then I'll take 10 of each," I stated calmly. The staff member was taken aback upon hearing 10 of each, as she had not anticipated this apparently unremarkable young man to possess such wealth that totals 1.3 million blue star coins. She remarked with a smile. I nodded and handed over my bank card, saying, "Please process the payment." The staff member accepted the card and expertly completed the transaction. "Here are your elixirs and spiritual liquids. Wishing you a smooth life and enjoyable training. We welcome you to visit us again," she said cheerfully. I nodded slightly in gratitude. At that moment, I began to contemplate what else I might need. After some thought, I realized I seemed to lack everything at this stage. Not only did I need martial arts skills, but I also lacked lightning and spatial skills, protective gear, and most importantly, money. Alas, the lack of funds was disheartening, but it was all right. I would soon earn money when I could venture out for hunting. With this thought, my confidence surged. First, I should buy some protective gear. That way, I could ensure my safety outside. Thus, I made my way to the section selling weapons and armor. "What is the price of an F-grade battle armor?" I was greeted by a rather plump staff member, who said, "The F-grade battle armor categories are all here. Feel free to take a look." With that, he handed me a list. Upon examining it closely, I discovered that the prices for mid-grade F-class armors ranged from 200,000 to 300,000 blue star coins, while high-grade and top-grade armors were priced between 300,000 and 500,000. After browsing for a while, I ultimately chose a piece of soft armor named Fiber Soft Armor. Crafted from a unique fiber, it possessed a certain degree of defensive capability and was classified as mid-grade F-class, priced at 280,000 blue star coins. After acquiring the soft armor, I also purchased an exterior map, intending to return home to enhance my abilities before venturing out to hunt monsters. However, just as I was about to leave, I noticed an elder waiting for me ahead. "May I inquire who you are, sir?" I asked, perplexed. "I am merely a senior member of the Warrior Tower, known as Zhao Guanshan." Zhao Guanshan, I was unfamiliar with him. So I simply shook my head and replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the elder's face momentarily displayed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Haha, no matter, now we are acquainted. Young friend, I see great potential in you. You are undoubtedly a fine candidate for martial arts training. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" What is this? Is he seriously asking me to become his disciple right off the bat? Could this fellow be a swindler? I thought warily, regarding the elder with suspicion that I apologize, sir, but I am not interested in taking on a master. Please seek someone else. With that, I turned to leave. Do not be hasty. Young friend, I was merely jesting. Zhao Guanshan responded with a smile, speaking slowly. The thing is, you are the first warrior certified on the second day after my granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao awakened, and her mental strength has even reached the first tier. Second level that I had previously instructed her to report to me if she came across any promising talents. Consequently, relevant information naturally made its way to me. Afterward, he took the time to look into my detailed profile, which left him astounded. Although I only possessed an F-grade spatial talent, logically speaking, even with ample elixirs and spiritual liquids to aid my training, it would typically take several years to reach the first tier. Second level. Yet, I had accomplished this in a mere day. This undoubtedly piqued his curiosity. Today, upon hearing that my granddaughter was once again updating her martial artist status and mental strength tier, he made a special trip to await my arrival. Upon hearing Zhao Guanshan's explanation, I relaxed my guard and replied, "In fact, I possess an S-grade spatial talent. The school simply made an error. My records have since been updated. Besides, it is implausible for someone with an F-grade talent to cultivate so swiftly." The elder nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further, as many individuals harbor their own secrets, and prying too deeply into others' mysteries is ill-advised. "Young friend, have you come to purchase something?" Zhao Guanshan inquired kindly. "I am merely acquiring some elixirs and spiritual liquids to enhance my vitality and mental strength," I answered matter-of-factly. Zhao Guanshan nodded in approval, saying, "You are quite remarkable, having already attained the first tier. Fifth level, and still diligently practicing. You are indeed impressive. I have come to discuss a matter with you. My granddaughter requires some water spirit grass to boost her water affinity if you venture outside the city. Could you gather some for me? Regardless of the quantity, I will reward you with 500,000 as compensation." "What do you say?" the elder asked with a gentle smile that I found myself puzzled as to why he sought my assistance. "Water spirit grass is quite common. Even purchasing a single sprig would only cost a few thousand, and this 500,000 could procure a substantial amount. Why did he require me to gather it?" I stroked my chin in contemplation. Perhaps he recognized my immense potential and the rapid advancement to the first tier, fifth level, and wanted to build a rapport. After all, a merchant must cultivate diverse relationships and discern an individual's potential, investing in them before they fully blossom. Who knows what unexpected surprises may arise in the future? After some consideration, I decided that since I intended to venture out today, I might as well assist him, especially with the allure of 500,000, as I was currently in need of funds. "Very well, if I do venture outside the city, I will keep an eye out for it," I agreed. Zhao Guanshan, satisfied with my response, nodded and said, "Then, shall we exchange contact information for future correspondence?" I nodded in agreement and exchanged contact details with Zhao Guanshan. "All right, young friend, should you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out. I still hold some influence within the warrior tower." I nodded in gratitude and said, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now." After I departed, Zhao Guanshan gazed at my receding figure and remarked thoughtfully, "Unassuming and composed, with a meticulous mind, he lacks the arrogance typically found in scions of noble families. What a fine talent." He nodded in satisfaction. Leaving the warrior tower, I made my way home, preparing to enhance my abilities upon my return. Arriving home around 10 o'clock, I noted that Qingwei, who usually returned from work at 7 p.m. after a 5-day workweek, was not present. Thus, I proceeded to consume vitality elixirs and spiritual liquids. Beep. Detection indicates the host has utilized a first-tier premium vitality elixir, increasing vitality by 70 points. 10. Beep. Detection indicates the host has utilized a first-tier premium spiritual liquid, increasing mental strength by 70 points. 10. Vitality, 2,580 mental strength, 2,388. Both vitality and mental strength had now risen to the first tier. Sixth level. Subsequently, I practiced for an hour, earning 200 ability points from my daily tasks, leaving me with a total of 1,100 talent points. There was no rush to allocate points to the Thunderbolt flash movement technique, as I already possessed the spatial jump skill. Instead, I focused on perfecting the Thunderclap 9 Blades technique. The system upgraded Thunderclap 9 Blades to perfection. Beep. Consumed 1,000 points. Thunderclap 9 Blades successfully perfected. Instantly, my mind was flooded with countless images of the Thunderclap 9 Blades technique. Quite impressive. With perfection, I can now execute up to the 6th blade that I am considerably stronger now. I resolved to test my strength at the martial arts hall in the afternoon. Beep. A new mission has been issued. Perfect any martial technique to receive a reward of 500 talent points. There is no limit on the number of martial techniques. The system displayed my profile. Name, UE level, Warrior, 1st tier, 6th level Mental Strength Master, 1st tier, 6th level Vitality, 2,583. For 100, 1st tier, 7th level, Mental Strength, 2,388 3,400, 1st tier, 7th level, Talent, SSS, Thunder System Store. Unlocked, 1,000 talent points required. Techniques, King Level Premium, Thunder Body Refinement Method, 1st level, King Level Premium, Thunder Meditation Method Martial Techniques, Earth Level Premium, Thunderclap 9 Blades Perfected, Profound Level Upper Grade, Gale Fist. Minor Achievement, Earth Level Upper Grade, Thunderbolt Flash, not yet initiated. Skills, Spatial Jump Inventory, D Level Upper Grade, Thunderblade. For 120,000 Blue Star Coins, F Mid-Grade, Fibrous Soft Armor, Sichuan City Surrounding Map Talent Points, 100. After a simple lunch, I eagerly made my way to the nearest martial arts hall. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Diamond Martial Arts Hall, I could see many individuals training vigorously, each one entirely absorbed in their practice. Seemingly oblivious to everything around them, that I walked directly to the front desk and addressed the beautiful receptionist. Could you please assist me in booking a virtual simulation testing room for monster encounters? I would like to reserve it for 1 hour. The receptionist smiled warmly and replied, certainly, sir. Which level range would you like to select? I pondered briefly before responding, below the 1st tier, 2nd level, upon hearing my answer. The receptionist's expression shifted to one of surprise. Clearly, she had not anticipated that someone as young as myself would already possess 1st tier strength. After all, in her eyes, 1st tier, 2nd level monsters were not easily dealt with, implying that I must also have reached that level of proficiency. With a smile, the receptionist stated, very well. The fee for 1 hour is a total of 30,000 Blue Star Coins. Your virtual monster simulation training room is located in room 203 on the 2nd floor. Here is your access card. Please keep it safe. You can enter by swiping the card. I promptly paid the fee and soon entered room 203. Inside, there was a sleep pod situated in the room. I gently opened the pod's door and lay down inside. Almost immediately, a sensation of spinning enveloped me, and after a brief moment, the scene before me gradually came into focus, revealing that I had been transported into a futuristic virtual space. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Xiao Yi. What level of monster would you like to challenge? An AI voice inquired. I couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing technology of this virtual space. Contemplating my options, I decided to start with a lower difficulty level, so I replied, let us begin with a 1st tier, 6th level monster. Monster strength is not determined by vitality or mental strength. Only a realm akin to a 1st tier 6-fold Thunder Serpent Beast exists. May I inquire if there are any additional requirements, such as attributes or other aspects? The AI inquired softly. Then let it be a Thunder Attribute Demon Beast. I shall take a moment to select a suitable one for you. Shortly, a 1st tier 6-fold Thunder Serpent Beast materialized before Yui. Its form was enveloped in hard scales, shimmering with a blue luminescence akin to electric currents. It was colossal and formidable, stretching approximately 5 meters in length. Fixated on the human before it. Very well, let me assess my current strength, he said, as he donned his fiber armor and brandished the Thunder Cleaver, striking a blow towards the Thunder Serpent Beast. Instantly, a blade of thunderous energy cleaved through the beast, splitting it in twain. I thought to myself, this is rather underwhelming. I need to exchange it for another. Xiao Yi elevated the realm of the Thunder Serpent Beast to 1st tier 7-fold. Very well, esteemed guest. Subsequently, he unleashed 2 strikes, the blade energy severing the Thunder Serpent Beast with ease. After all, it was a D-grade weapon, enhanced by an SSS Thunder attribute talent, which was quite natural, after barely overcoming the 1st tier 10-fold. The test results left Yui quite satisfied. His maximum combat power could likely vanquish an ordinary 1st tier 10-fold Demon Beast. To slay a 1st tier 10-fold Thunder Serpent Beast would necessitate employing all his means. Utilizing the perfected Thunder 9 blades alongside thunderous bombardments, coupled with a fierce struggle, he then tested his defensive capabilities, discovering that enduring an attack from a first-tier 8-fold adversary posed little challenge. Upon concluding the tests, Yui nodded in approval, yet he understood that the wilderness and virtual simulations were fundamentally different. The wilderness harbored too many unpredictable variables. Should he encounter a first-tier 10-fold demon beast, retreat would be prudent. After all, at this stage, defeating a first-tier 10-fold demon beast would deplete all his vitality and spiritual energy. The higher the spirit, the greater the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is consumed in skill application, such as spatial leaps or employing thunder to assault demon beasts. However, should his vitality and spiritual energy be exhausted, he would lose his means of survival. The consequences of encountering a nefarious individual or a ferocious demon beast were dire. Yui pondered silently. After completing the tests, he exited the virtual space and rose from the sleep pod. Soon, he arrived on the first floor, handing his access card to the front desk staff. Turning around, he noticed a group of people gathered, engrossed in watching a certain match. Do you think this young man can defeat the Master's son? It's hard to say. The Master's son possesses a vitality of first-tier 4-fold and boasts an S-grade talent. This lad seems to have merely a B-grade talent, though his precise realm remains uncertain. At that moment, an elderly man of 3rd tier interjected. He is at a vitality realm of first-tier 3-fold and a spirit realm of first-tier 2-fold. That might not bode well for him. Acquiring the defensive martial skill from the Diamond Martial Arts Hall is no easy feat. Soon, they witnessed the B-grade talent being thrown off the stage. Defensive martial skills. I listened attentively to the surrounding crowd, piecing together the gist of the events from their discussions. I then turned to the front desk staff and inquired, "May I ask if defeating the Master's son would grant me access to the defensive martial skill from the Diamond Martial Arts Hall?" The staff nodded and explained, "This year, the Master's son awakened an S-grade talent. To bring greater benefits to the Martial Hall. Anyone who awakens this year has the opportunity to challenge the Master's son. If victorious, they may acquire our most formidable defensive technique, the Diamond Body." I listened intently to the staff's words, nodding in understanding. After all, those who awakened S-grade or SS-grade talents often possess substantial backgrounds and would not seek to challenge for a mere martial skill. As for those of common birth who awakened S-grade or SS-grade talents, their current cultivation speed would likely not rival that of the Master's son, thus they would not easily attempt such challenges. Of course, there might be an exception among the outliers. Just as I found myself in need of a defensive martial skill, fortune smiled upon me. I slowly made my way through the crowd towards the front. There, I beheld a burly man standing upon the stage. "Truly imposing," I remarked, as the man on the platform called out. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" The crowd murmured among themselves. Yet no one stepped forward. If no one is challenging, then we shall conclude for today. "Wait," an outlier exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze towards me. "Who is this? Is he here to challenge? I don't recognize him." "He appears to be just another brash youth," the burly man on stage asked. "Is this brother here to issue a challenge?" I nodded and stepped onto the stage, presenting my 9th Martial High School student ID. The burly youth glanced at it and said, "Yui, a pleasure to meet you." I nodded in acknowledgement. "You, please guide me well." "I am Sun Chong, an S-grade talent specializing in physical enhancement," I replied calmly. Upon hearing I was an S-grade space talent, Sun Chong furrowed his brow slightly. The audience buzzed with chatter. An exceedingly rare S-grade space talent. It seems Sun Chong has encountered a true adversary this time. But not necessarily. At this stage, the space talent likely hasn't mastered any formidable skills yet. Moreover, Sun Chong is a physical enhancer, capable of significantly augmenting his physique, granting him a distinct advantage at this stage. Indeed, and there is no prominent Yu family in Sichuan City. His realm likely isn't too high either. The match began in earnest. Just as the words were spoken, I swiftly drew my blade and struck fiercely at Sun Chong, unleashing a razor-sharp blade energy that darted towards him like lightning. The blade energy surged with ferocity, moving at an incredible speed. Sun Chong had no option for evasion and hastily activated Diamond Body alongside his enhanced physical abilities. Bracing his spear across his chest in defense, a resounding clang echoed as the blade energy collided with the spear, unleashing an immense shockwave that sent Sun Chong crashing to the ground. Were it not for the spear's defense, that strike would have surely cleaved him. "Who dares harm my son?" With that, a burly, muscular man strode purposefully towards Sun Chong. This man was none other than Sun Chong's father, Sun Ba, the master of this martial hall. Upon entering, He witnessed his beloved son being thrown off the stage and was instantly consumed by rage, glaring at the youth on the platform, demanding, "Is it you who injured my son?" I found myself at a loss. Was this not a challenge match? Why had a larger figure come to seek vengeance for the loss of a child? Yui hastily explained, "I merely issued a challenge to this brother. Engaging in a friendly contest of martial skills, I did not intend to harm your son." Sunba turned to his son, asking with concern, "Is the injury severe? Is it truly as he says?" Sun Chang nodded, replying, "It's nothing serious, father. Did you not say that whoever can defeat me would obtain the diamond body? Thus, he challenged me in good faith and did not deliberately harm me. It was merely a matter of skill. Father, he has succeeded in his challenge. Please grant him the martial skill, the diamond body." Sun Chang continued. Upon hearing this, I silently commended Sun Chang for his admirable character. Sun Ba seemed to realize he had misjudged Yui, nodding and saying, "I see now. It was my misunderstanding of the young friend. Bring forth the martial skill, the diamond body." He then smiled warmly at Yui, saying, "Young friend, I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. It was my fault. Upon entering, I was taken aback to see my son defeated, which understandably incited my anger. However, I tend to be rather impulsive. I hope the young friend will not take offense." Yui smiled slightly and replied, "No offense taken, Sun Senior. It is only natural for anyone to feel anger upon witnessing their child being bullied." Sun Ba laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, the young friend indeed possesses a broad mind. May I inquire from which family you hail?" I calmly responded, "I regret that I cannot disclose that information, as wandering the world while exposing one's capabilities without a formidable backing can easily attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, it is wiser to cultivate the impression of having a powerful force backing you." Sun Ba pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well, young friend. If you prefer not to disclose, then I shall respect your wishes." Before long, the staff delivered the martial skill into my hands. Ding. Successfully learned the diamond body. I nodded in satisfaction, reflecting that the martial hall's master and his son were indeed honorable, neither shirking their responsibilities nor bullying the weaker. "I shall take my leave now." As I spoke, I turned and walked towards the door. "Wait," Sun Chang exclaimed urgently. I glanced back at him, a hint of confusion flickering in my eyes. I pondered internally. What could Sun Chang be up to? "May I ask how you cultivate?" he inquired. Given that we both possessed S-grade talents, it was reasonable to assume our cultivation speeds would be comparable. Yet, why did your level far surpass mine? "Do you possess some secret method for becoming stronger?" "A secret method for becoming stronger?" Upon hearing this question, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To be honest, I indeed had a secret system. However, that was not something I could divulge. Therefore, I feigned calmness and replied, "There is no secret method for becoming stronger. I merely put in more effort than others." "More effort?" Sun Chang murmured to himself, seemingly contemplating my words. Then, as if he had come to an understanding, a resolute light flickered in his eyes. "I understand. From today onward, I will strive even harder in my cultivation. Thank you, brother, for your guidance. One day, I will surely surpass you." Aha! Witnessing Sun Chang's earnest demeanor, I inwardly lamented I had merely said that offhandedly. No matter how hard the boy tried, it would ultimately be futile, for he could never possess a system like mine. Cough, cough. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that thought in mind, I spoke, "Let us each strive to improve, until we meet again." At that moment, Sun Chang hurriedly called out to me, brother, please wait. May I have your contact information? This is my family's martial arts school. If you have time, you can come train here. We can also spar regularly. Although I may not be as strong as you now, I will certainly work harder in the future." I considered it for a moment, realizing that despite his somewhat Na'vi nature, his character was commendable. After exchanging contact information, I stepped out of the martial arts school that moment. Those who had previously predicted Yu Yi's defeat in the competition were utterly astonished. Their mouths agape. Just a single strike had allowed Yu Yi to instantly defeat Sun Chang, a display of strength truly remarkable. Perhaps I had been too ignorant. This person might very well be a skilled practitioner from a significant power here in Qingchuan City to hone their skills. Indeed, how wonderful it would have been to have seized that opportunity to form a connection. Someone couldn't help but feel regret. "Son, why are you so concerned about him?" Sun Ba asked, his face filled with confusion. "Because he is exceptionally powerful," Sun Chang replied without hesitation. "How powerful? How many rounds did you two exchange?" Sun Ba pressed further. Sun Chang extended a single finger, and Sun Ba guessed, 100 rounds. That is indeed quite impressive. After all, you have considerable strength, and to defeat you is no small feat. However, Sun Chang shook his head and softly said, "It was a single strike." "What? A single strike?" Sun Ba's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. My son, Sun Chang, possesses an S-grade talent and has reached the 4th level of the first stage of Qi and blood. How could he be defeated by a single strike?" His face was etched with shock and incredulity. What realm could that young man possibly be in? Typically, unless in combat, one cannot perceive another's cultivation level. Did anyone catch a glimpse of that young man's true level? Sun Ba turned to inquire among the onlookers. That moment, an elderly man with white hair slowly spoke. His Qi and blood should be at the 6th level of the first stage. Moreover, it seems he is on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of the first stage. However, regarding his mental realm, that remains unknown. What? He has only been cultivating for a little over half a month. And yet someone has reached the 6th level of the first stage. Is this person truly 18 years old? This individual is likely a descendant of a significant power, out here for training. Alas, why didn't I take the opportunity to forge a connection earlier? What a missed chance. By the way, my son seems to have added him as a friend. I can use this opportunity to develop a relationship. Son, you did well. Your insight surpasses that of your old man, Sun Ba said with a grin. Sun Chang replied calmly, I merely wish to become stronger. All right, that's enough. Today, I am in a good mood. Come, father will take you out for a drink. Sun Chang declined, saying, No, I still wish to continue cultivating. With that, he turned and left. Sigh. If effort alone could lead to success, what need would there be for geniuses? Sun Ba watched his son's receding figure, shaking his head helplessly. After leaving the martial arts school, I walked briskly towards the city gate. The time was around 2 in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and the weather was pleasant. I planned to take advantage of this time to hunt, returning home later. Before long, I arrived at the city gate. It was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Some traveled alone, while many others formed teams to venture outside the city. According to the regulations, if a team had more than 5 members at the 5th level of the first stage, even if others had not reached that level, they could still leave the city. Just as I was about to exit, a middle-aged man guarding the gate stopped me. Hey, young man, are you alone? His voice was deep and powerful, exuding a sense of authority. Yui nodded and replied, Yes, I am alone. Are you not aware of the rules? Those who have not reached the 5th level of the first stage cannot leave the city. He scrutinized me from head to toe, seemingly surprised that I was attempting to leave alone. Of course, I was aware of the regulations. I pulled out a badge from my pocket and handed it to him. The middle-aged man took the badge, examined it closely, and a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. A martial artist at the 6th level of the first stage. You indeed meet the standards and may leave the city. However, it is not as safe outside as it is inside the city. Traveling alone is quite dangerous. Are you truly certain you wish to go? Without hesitation, I nodded, indicating that I was fully prepared. I knew that the outside world was fraught with various unknown risks and challenges, yet I still yearned to enhance my strength through real combat. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, saying, Very well, since you are so determined, I shall not say more. I respect your decision, but remember to exercise caution. As I watched the departing youth, the guard shook his head slightly. Yet another courageous fool. Having just reached the standard to leave the city, he dares to venture alone into the wilderness. Moreover, he appeared quite young. What a pity. I hope he can return safely. After exiting the city, I took out a map and studied it carefully. This map detailed the terrain outside the city, the distribution of monster beasts, and some important landmarks that I needed to plan my route based on this information to avoid falling into dangerous situations. After much contemplation, I ultimately chose a low-level monster beast area located 20 kilometers away as my hunting ground. This place was once a tranquil, harmonious small town, but now it had been overrun by monster beasts, becoming their habitat. As I stepped onto the rugged, pothole-ridden road, all I could see was endless desolation and decay. The grass grew wild along the sides of the road, and occasionally, I glimpsed the enormous remains of monster beasts, telling tales of fierce battles that had once transpired here. Not long after, I arrived at my destination. As soon as I got there, I spotted 2 massive corrupted rats ravenously gnawing at a long-decayed corpse. Ding! The system issued a task, kill a monster beast. Reward, scanning function, which allows you to view items and monster beast levels. Ding! The system issued another task, kill 10 monster beasts. Reward, 300 talent points. Tasks were issued? How wonderful! Especially the scanning function. It seems incredibly practical. Moreover, slaying monster beasts is my current goal. I quickly donned my fiber armor, drew my sharp thunderblade, and without hesitation, struck forcefully at the corrupted rats before me. In an instant, the two corrupted rats fell to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Reward, scanning function, with the system notification. My mood instantly brightened. I then directed my gaze towards the fallen corrupted rats. Corrupted rat. Level 1, 3 layers. Enjoys consuming decayed food. Monster beasts do not differentiate between chi and blood or mental state. They only possess levels, just like this corrupted rat. This function is indeed quite useful. In the future, if I encounter a strong opponent, I will be able to easily ascertain their level. I nodded in satisfaction. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the corpse of the corrupted rat had not vanished, indicating that no crystal core had formed within it. Indeed, the probability of obtaining a crystal core remained quite low. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. Qualitative change arises from quantitative accumulation, and it merely meant I needed to slay more beasts. Subsequently, I stored the corrupted rat's corpse in my system backpack. After all, my primary purpose was to hunt demonic beasts for profit, and so I resumed my hunting endeavors. Let the slaughter begin. Meanwhile, within the Huang residence, young Master Yu had ventured outside the city, having dispatched 2 first-tier, 9th-level blood warriors to eliminate him. It was difficult to act within the city, but outside its walls, death was a common occurrence. An elderly man spoke respectfully. Indeed, you have done well, Elder Zha. Humph, that brat dared to reject me and even mocked me, leaving me in such a humiliating defeat. Huang Heng sneered maliciously. What if he is a genius? A genius that has yet to mature cannot be considered a true genius. This is the consequence of opposing me, Huang Heng. After all, he does not have a father as formidable as mine. By the way, ensure that those 2 capture footage of Yu Yi's demise. I wish to witness his death with my own eyes. Upon concluding his statement, Huang Heng waved his hand, signaling Elder Zing to withdraw. Following this, a wicked smile crept upon his lips as he called out, "Bring me 2 beautiful maidens." Soon, 2 young and exquisite maidens approached, humbly vying for Huang Heng's favor. They were acutely aware of his status and hoped to win his approval. Huang Heng relished in this adoration, feeling an inner sense of triumph. Unbeknownst to Yui, who was engrossed in his hunt outside the city, he had already attracted attention, armed with the thunder-cleaving blade. He navigated through the dense underbrush, his gaze keenly searching for traces of demonic beasts. Before long, he had successfully hunted down 10 beasts, and the system rewarded him with 300 talent points at that moment. His total talent points had reached 400. Shortly thereafter, the system issued a new task, to kill 100 demonic beasts for a reward of 600 talent points. Yue felt a surge of joy. Believing this task to be quite favorable, as it was one of growth, he spoke to himself. Not bad, not bad. System, could you perhaps send me more tasks in the future? My system shop is still locked. The system seemed to comprehend his request and responded, acknowledged. Tasks will be issued based on various conditions. Yue, pleased with the system's reply, continued, indeed, you are a well-behaved system. But could you also grant me a few more talent points? Just a few million will suffice. Yet, the system fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Ding. Please, host, remain grounded and do not fantasize about shortcuts. Yui smirked, letting out a resigned sigh as he thought. Alas, it seems I must rely on my own efforts to accumulate slowly. Thus, he composed himself and immersed once more in the hunt, determined to earn more talent points through his diligence. Soon, he encountered a first-tier, 6th-level ironhide rhinoceros, swiftly dispatching it with a single strike and storing it in his system backpack. Within 10 kilometers of Yui, 2 figures were clandestinely plotting. Xiaohei, can you sense his location? I can feel it. He is approximately within 10 kilometers, Xiaohei replied. His D-grade tracking talent allowed him to sense the presence of the target, becoming stronger the closer he got. Let us hurry back to complete our task and claim our reward. He transformed into a shadow and started to move. Zhang Kai, wait for me, exclaimed a companion named Zhang Kai, who possessed C-grade shadow transformation talent, well suited for ambushes. The 2 then advanced towards Yu Yi's direction. Yu Yi, engrossed in hunting fierce beasts, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Not bad, he mused, having already hunted over 30 demonic beasts, which should fetch a good price. Once I reach 100 today, I can wrap up and head home. As he continued, a colossal scorpion beast, Its form resembling steel and radiating a chilling glow, appeared before him. It was an iron-hide giant scorpion. Yue felt a jolt of surprise. Being at the 8th level of the first tier, its shell would not be easily cleaved. Yet, faced with such a creature, Yue felt a thrill, murmuring, "Oh ho, finally, a high-grade foe. Watch how I slay you." With that, he unsheathed his blade and, in a flash, charged at the iron-hide giant scorpion. The long knife in his hand shimmered with lightning, unleashing a fierce blade aura that struck against the beast's shell. In an instant, 2 crisp sounds echoed, revealing 2 deep gashes on the scorpion's exterior. The wounded iron-hide giant scorpion writhed in agony, raising its tail like a sharp lance, thrusting towards Yue. Oh ho. Indeed, this martial arts test was rather inaccurate, Yue thought, realizing that this scorpion's shell appeared even tougher than that of the thunder serpent beast. Not daring to delay, he swiftly executed his spatial jump skill, narrowly evading the scorpion's lethal strike. He then raised his long knife once more, resolutely attacking again. After several more strikes, the iron-hide giant scorpion could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Gazing at the fallen creature, Yue contemplated, not bad. Such a sturdy shell should certainly fetch a handsome price. He gleefully stored it away and, with unwavering determination, gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Onward. I hope to reach 100 demonic beasts today." Taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, he plunged back into the hunt, moving with agility through the underbrush like a wraith, elusive and difficult to pin down. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 shadowy figures were observing Yue's every move from a large tree. "Xiaohei, the one hunting demonic beasts ahead, is Yue, right?" one shadow remarked. It produced a photograph for careful inspection, confirming the identity before nodding in affirmation. "Yes, indeed, it is him. Finally, we have found him." After a moment of contemplation, the shadow made a decision. "Let us take action. I will first become a shadow and sneak in for an ambush. If it fails, you'll come in to assist." As the words left his lips, the shadow seamlessly merged into the darkness, stealthily approaching Yue. In a flash, it transformed into its own shadow, darting towards Yue, who was currently engaged in hunting a first-tier, 5th-level beast. Die. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward with a dagger. Seeing the sudden appearance behind him, Yue reacted swiftly, employing instantaneous movement to narrowly evade the attack. Realizing the black-clad figure intended to kill him, he deduced that this person was likely sent by Huang Hong, prompting him to initiate a scan. After a thorough examination, Yue discovered that the black-clad man possessed C-grade shadow transformation talent, with a realm of 1st tier, 9th-level blood and 8th-level spirit, confirming the intruder's realm. Yue felt a slight relief, thinking, "Fortunately, I need not shatter the jade given by the principal just yet." Turning his gaze to the black-clad man, he sneered coldly, "I assume you did not come alone to seek trouble with me? Surely, there are other accomplices in tow." After all, Yue had previously employed his divine sense to scout the area behind him and had detected no signs of following presence. "I have been hunting demonic beasts here for over an hour. Yet you have only just arrived. Your companions must be pursuing some special type of talent holder," he deduced. "You're quite astute, Yue." "All right, Xiaohei, come over directly." A cloaked figure approached. Through his scan, Yue noted this person possessed D-grade tracking talent, with a realm of 1st tier, 9th-level blood and 7th-level spirit. Observing the newcomer, Yue confirmed his suspicions but displayed no signs of panic. "You possess spatial skills like instantaneous movement. This is truly astonishing. Had you not employed that technique earlier, I would have killed you with a single strike. But you will still meet your end. Kid, you have crossed the wrong person. Remember to choose a good family in your next life." Having uttered these words, he transformed into a shadow and lunged towards me with deadly intent. Yue pondered internally, wondering if this ability to embody one's own shadow was a talent. Such a skill would indeed be highly suitable for assassination activities. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Task released. Vengeance must be exacted. Huang Hong intends to harm the host. The host is tasked with obliterating the Huang family. This mission is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is now initiated. Eliminate these 2 assassins. Reward: 800 talent points. Upon completing the task, the second phase will be unlocked. Splendid. The system has issued a new mission, and the reward for the first phase is quite substantial, leaving me eager for the second and third phases. Yue gripped the thunderblade tightly, channeling a torrent of thunderous energy into its blade. In an instant, The blade shimmered with dazzling lightning, and without hesitation, he struck out twice at the peculiar shadow point. Two fierce blades of energy, imbued with boundless thunderous might, sliced through the air like lightning. In a heartbeat, a crisp sound echoed as the previously formless shadow was forcibly revealed. "How is this possible?" the shadow exclaimed. Incredulity etched across its face. "Your blade energy can actually harm me. I am already a first-tier 9th-level blood warrior, yet you are merely a first-tier 5th level. How can you possess such formidable strength? Moreover, you have mastery over lightning talents. This is inconceivable." Little did he know that at this very moment, Yue had already broken through to the first-tier 6th level and possessed an exceedingly rare SSS-level lightning talent. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the shadow talent user shouted, "Xiaohei, join me in the attack." "Humph, you wish to strike? Alas, it is far too late." My figure flickered, utilizing the ability of teleportation to appear before Xiaohei in an instant. After all, the opponent was a first-tier 9th-level blood warrior. If I did not go all out, it would be exceedingly difficult to dispatch him in one blow. Therefore, without hesitation, Yue unleashed his martial skill. Thunderclap 9 blades. Before Xiaohei could activate his martial skill, he was cut down by the 4th blade of Thunderclap 9 blades. The shadow talent user was immediately struck with astonishment. "Xiaohei." He watched in anguish as the shadow talent user cried out, "You dare to kill Xiaohei? I will make you pay with your life." With that, he transformed into a shadow and charged once more. Alas, such stubbornness. "Very well, I shall send you to your demise." Thunderclap 9 blades. With the 6th strike, 6 immense blades accompanied by violent lightning surged forth. The shadow talent user evaded the first 4 strikes, but the 5th blade forced him out of his shadow form. As the colossal lightning blade descended upon him, the shadow talent user's expression shifted dramatically. The shadow form could mitigate some damage, which was why he had been able to withstand the 5th strike of Thunderclap 9 blades. However, now that he had just been forced out of his shadow form, he was utterly defenseless. At this moment, the shadow talent user was consumed by fear and despair. He realized he was in extreme peril. If he could not evade this strike in time, he would surely meet his end. Yet, just as the situation appeared dire, the shadow talent user activated his skill, Shadow Body. This skill allowed him to merge with his shadow, enhancing his defense. Without hesitation, he deployed the Shadow Body skill. His form flickered between shadow and physical body. However, the power of the 6th strike of Thunderclap 9 blades was overwhelming. Even with the Shadow Body skill, he could not fully withstand it. When the colossal lightning blade passed through his position, a tremendous force still surged forth, violently propelling him away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the shadow talent user was sent crashing, bearing a ghastly wound. Yue approached him slowly and said, "Huang Heng sent you." "Did he? Well, I suppose there is little worth probing further. You shall meet your end now." With that, he struck down upon the shadow talent user, who perished on the spot. Damn it, not even a storage ring. Ransacking the belongings of these 2 assassins revealed their utter poverty. In the end, I decided to take the shadow talent user's dagger, an E-grade quality dagger which should fetch a decent subsequently. After the elderly gentleman transferred 590,000 blue star coins to my card, I departed from that place. I then spent 650,000 to purchase 10 first-tier exquisite blood vitality pills, intending to enhance my vitality first. On my way home, I began consuming the blood vitality pills. Ding! Upon using a first-tier exquisite blood vitality pill, my vitality increased by 7010, bringing it to 3,280. Not bad. I was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of the first tier. When I returned home, Sister Qingyue had already started preparing dinner. Gazing at her busy figure in the kitchen, I couldn't help but recall the scene from last night when I had playfully admired Sister Qingyue's delicate feet. Instantly, I yearned for a repeat of that moment. However, I admonished myself, "Sister Qingyue is your sister. How could you entertain such thoughts? Although we are not biologically related," Yue silently reasoned. "Qingyue, I'm back," Yue called out. Hearing his voice, Qingyue hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Yue, questioning, "Xiao Yi, didn't you say there was no school today? Why did you go out again?" Yue scratched his head and replied with a grin, "Hee. Today I went to the martial arts school and even ventured outside the city for some hunting." Qingyue's expression shifted to one of acute concern, and she anxiously inquired, "What? You went hunting outside the city? Were you hurt? It's quite dangerous out there." Yue quickly waved his hands in reassurance, saying, "No, Sister Qingyue, I only went to a low-level monster activity area and didn't venture into any perilous zones. Still unconvinced, Qingyue furrowed her brows and continued to admonish him. That is still unacceptable. You mustn't take risks. Your parents sacrificed their lives fighting monsters. Although you have talent, you are still too weak. Yue felt the warmth of Sister Qingyue's concern and confidently patted his chest. Declaring, Sister Qingyue, rest assured, I am already at the 6th level of the 1st tier. Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Yue, exclaiming, What? The 6th level of the 1st tier? You've progressed so quickly? Her face was a portrait of astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Yue could not help but smile gently, assuring her, And you can trust that if I encounter a monster I cannot defeat, I will flee immediately and not put myself in danger. He knew Sister Qingyue had always worried about his safety, so he endeavored to ease her mind. Well then, I suppose there's nothing I can do to assist you, she said, her tone tinged with disappointment. Observing her demeanor, Yue understood that her melancholy stemmed from his innate talent. He contemplated whether there existed any rare treasures capable of enhancing talent levels, planning to procure one for Sister Qingyue once he became stronger. Yue grasped Sister Qingyue's hand earnestly and said, Sister Qingyue, do not fret. Once I grow stronger, I will certainly find treasures that can elevate your talent. Moreover, you are so beautiful. All you need to do is focus on being lovely, while I will take care of providing for us. Upon hearing Yue's words, Li Qingyue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She looked down at her hand, held tightly by Yue, and pondered. Are these not words typically exchanged between spouses? Could it be that Xiaoyi sees me as his wife? A sense of delight washed over her, and her lips curled into a faint smile. No, I am Xiaoyi's sister. How can I harbor such thoughts? Besides, I am 8 years his senior and unworthy of him. I must not indulge in such fantasies. Thus, Li Qingyue hastily suggested, Xiaoyi, you've worked hard all day. Let's go eat. Her gaze darted away, seemingly attempting to evade his intense stare. Yue noticed her adorable demeanor and thought, well, there is no rush. I shall take it step by step. All right, Sister Qingyue, let us dine then. After dinner, he practiced for a while to complete his daily tasks. His talent points had also increased to 1 for 100. System. Unlock the system store. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the system store. System updating. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the system store reward. A free purchase in the system store. Yue felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated such fortune. He eagerly opened the system store, eager to discover the treasures it held. Upon entering, he was astounded by the plethora of items available. The store offered everything from mundane living supplies and elixirs to weapons, rare martial arts techniques, and even some unheard-of treasures. His gaze was immediately drawn to the 1st-tier exquisite blood vitality pill. And upon seeing that it could be purchased for just 30 talent points, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, these blood vitality pills are so affordable. I could have directly used my talent points to enhance my cultivation. He lamented internally, feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune. As he continued to browse the system store, excitement surged within him, and he scrolled through the pages, searching for the most expensive item. Finally, on the last page, he found a single item, Chaos Divine Thunder, a calamity descending from the Tao, capable of annihilating all, imbued with boundless destructive power, quality, unknown, Chaos Divine Thunder. What is this? Is it a talent? Yue pondered, confused. System, what is the use of this Chaos Divine Thunder? Can it be fused? Ding, it can replace the ordinary lightning attribute, transforming it into Chaos Divine Thunder. Yue's heart raced with excitement. Incredible. So this system quality refers to its strength. Ding, some elemental talent users can fuse with spiritual seeds. The quality of spiritual seeds is categorized into primary, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine. Yue's eyes widened. He had never encountered such information in his textbooks, having traversed this world for 3 years. It seemed there was still much he had yet to comprehend. The Chaos Divine Thunder, which was the most formidable lightning entity he had read about in novels on Earth, was indeed extraordinary. Was this not a high martial world? Yet it appeared to be more than just that. It must be due to the system's overwhelming power. Furthermore, with the quality of the Chaos Divine Thunder still unknown, it likely surpassed even the divine tier, according to conventional novel standards. Awesome! Yue exclaimed in exhilaration. He then decisively told the system, purchase the Chaos Divine Thunder. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the Chaos Divine Thunder. Would you like to fuse it? Fusion will generate a phenomenon in the heavens and earth upon hearing the system's prompt. Yu Yi's eagerness to fuse the chaos divine thunder suddenly waned. Perhaps it's best not to fuse it just yet. Doing so in the city could trigger a dangerous phenomenon that if I attract unwanted attention, it could spell disaster, and there would be no one to protect me. That he resolved to wait until tomorrow. Venturing outside the city before attempting the fusion, with 5 items left at a discount, he still had 400 talent points. He wondered if he could find something worthwhile. A first-tier exquisite spiritual liquid 10 to 30. Talent points 300 poems. 1 talent point teleportation talisman. 40 talent points 300 children's songs. 1 talent point first-tier 5th level monster core 2 to 30. Talent points among these 5 items. Only 3 were useful, so he purchased the spiritual liquid, monster core, and teleportation talisman. He then consumed 10 portions of the spiritual liquid. Ding! Detected host using first-tier exquisite spiritual liquid. Spirit increased by 70. Ding. Spirit. 3,088. Next, he absorbed the first-tier 5th level monster core. Each core roughly increased his vitality and spirit by 160. Vitality. 4,880 spirit. 4,688. Excellent. I've now broken through to the 7th level of the first tier. And the 8th level requires 500. I am nearing the 8th level, he mused, wondering if he could defeat a first-tier 2nd level monster, as overcoming such challenges was particularly arduous. With only 300 talent points remaining, he found himself at an impasse. Lamenting the scarcity of tasks, he looked forward to fusing the chaos divine thunder tomorrow, excitement coursing through him. Moreover, he had spotted items in the system store capable of enhancing talent levels. He planned to acquire them once he had sufficient talent points. He still lacked talent points. With a golden body technique awaiting upgrade and martial skills needing allocation, he surmised that triggering more plot events would yield additional tasks. Enough of this. I'll stop overthinking. He picked up his phone to check the class group chat, where many were discussing his prowess, claiming he was the best in the entire school. That he found their flattery tiresome. Recognizing the insincerity behind their words, they knew he possessed the space element talent and had previously mocked him. Now, with him at the top, their attempts at ingratiation felt utterly hypocritical, aside from the class chat. He also received messages from Shouho and Sun Chong. After responding, he went to bed, knowing that with the system's assistance, he need not engage in tedious training. He could simply allocate points directly. Old Zeng, have the 2 assassins returned to report yet? In response, the young master, Zeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not yet returned. Does it truly take so long to assassinate a mere Tier 1 5th level? Did they not depart in the afternoon? It should not take this long. I cannot fathom the reason for their delay. Zeng replied with a hint of trepidation. However, I dispatched a C-rank shadow transformation talent. Assassinating a Tier 1 5th level individual who lacks spatial abilities should be a trivial matter. Please rest assured, young master. Very well, I trust your judgment. Upon their return, have them seek me at once. Understood, young master. Just then, Huang Tianba approached and inquired, did you send someone to kill Yue? What is it, father? Did you not say that if trouble arises, we should handle it ourselves? Is there an issue? You acted correctly, but you should not have sent a Tier 1 9th level. Those 2 must be dead by now, Huang Tianba said, furrowing his brow. What? Dead? The young master exclaimed in astonishment. It is due to your recklessness. You should have sent old Zeng directly. Father, I thought sending old Zeng would be overkill. Thus, I had him dispatch 2 Tier 1 9th level experts to eliminate Yue. Little did I expect that even these 2 Tier 1 9th level experts would fail to kill Yue. Then, I shall wait for him to venture out again before sending old Zeng, and no need for that. You need not concern yourself with Yue any longer, Huang Tianba said, hands clasped behind his back. The Dong family in the neighboring city is about to unveil a secret realm, and they are our business partners. They have granted me a spot. This secret realm has restrictions, allowing only those below Tier 3 2nd level to enter. You must diligently cultivate. Coincidentally, old Zeng has reached Tier 3 1st level in vitality, but his mental prowess has not yet attained Tier 3. He can accompany you into the secret realm, although it is merely an E-rank secret realm. It is said to harbor 2nd-grade enlightenment fruits. What? Enlightenment fruits. These fruits enhance one's comprehension of martial techniques, skills, and certain secret arts. Indeed, thus prepare yourself well. You have confidence in obtaining the enlightenment fruit? Huang Tianba asked, a serious expression on his face. Father, I assure you I will accomplish this task. And what of Yue? He glanced at Huang Tianba. Let him meander for a couple of days. Focus on your training for now. As long as he is dealt with before the college entrance examination, it will suffice. After the exams, it will be more difficult to act. Do not rush this matter for now. Understood. Father. I will certainly secure the enlightenment fruit. Very well. I must take my leave. Focus on your training. Meanwhile, Yue, blissfully unaware of Huang Heng and his son's intentions, was sound asleep. The following morning, as the sun rose, the clock struck 8, marking a Friday morning. Yue gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, sighing inwardly. Ah, how I envy those who can train tirelessly without the need for sleep. I too wish I could settle down and devote some time to serious cultivation. At this moment, Sister Qingyue had already left for work. The thought that tomorrow she would not have to work and they could go shopping together to strengthen their bond filled Yue with anticipation. After all, no matter how wonderful a sister may be, she will ultimately marry, whereas a girlfriend is different. Yue reflected on the teleportation talisman he had purchased yesterday, which could transport him approximately 200 miles. He planned to venture out of the city today, find a secluded location, merge with the chaotic divine thunder, and finally use the teleportation talisman to return to the city. Additionally, his current teleportation ability extended to about 50 meters. However, for certain powerful entities, that was merely a fleeting moment, necessitating caution. He then rose, washed up, and after having breakfast by the roadside, made his way toward the city gates. Off to explore again today, are we? Spoke the same guard from yesterday. Yue nodded slightly, affirming, yes, indeed. My courage is too lacking. I must undergo more training. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you are quite amusing, but do exercise caution. The outside world can be perilous. Off you go, the guard kindly warned. Once outside the city, Yue immediately unfolded his map, locking his gaze on a particularly secluded location, then without hesitation, sped toward it. After over 2 hours of arduous trekking, he finally reached a forest more than 200 kilometers from Qinchuan City. This place was known for the frequent appearances of Tier 3 monsters, thus few dared to tread here. After all, there were not many Tier 3 or 4 experts in the entire Qinchuan City. Stepping into this forest, Yue became exceedingly cautious. Given his current strength, he could easily be dispatched by these beasts. After a prolonged search, he finally located a relatively flat area, deciding to merge with the mysterious chaotic divine thunder there. System, merge with chaotic divine thunder, Yue mentally commanded. Ding, acknowledged. As the system responded, the sky abruptly darkened, swirling winds arose, and ominous clouds gathered as gray lightning danced wildly within the clouds, flickering erratically. In the blink of an eye, an unusual phenomenon enveloped the area within hundreds of miles, causing the monsters that had previously resided there to flee in terror. Yue's body became gradually enveloped in the power of the chaotic divine thunder. An overwhelming force that inflicted unprecedented agony upon him. The pain felt as though thousands of steel needles were piercing his body simultaneously, rendering him nearly unable to endure. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to withstand this torment. The energy of the chaotic divine thunder rampaged within him, as if it aimed to tear apart his meridians and bones. Each surge of energy inflicted excruciating pain. Yet he stubbornly persevered. Damn, this hurts. Yue gritted his teeth, his voice laced with anguished this moment. A formidable chaotic divine thunder had coalesced above him. This thunderbolt spiraled in the air like a colossal dragon, emanating an unsettling aura. Yue gazed up at the immense lightning, a flicker of fear surging within him. This meant to kill me, he muttered through clenched teeth. System, has the merging succeeded? Yet, the system remained unresponsive to his inquiry. Yue's heart swelled with frustration. Surely, system, you cannot be letting me down. Despite his dissatisfaction, Yue did not relent. He took a deep breath, resolutely determined. Humph, even without the system's aid, I will merge with this chaotic divine thunder. In the Qinchuan City Lord's manor, what a terrifying thunder, exclaimed a resident. Even from 200 miles away, it reaches us here in Qinchuan City. What could this be? Is it a rare treasure descending upon us? Or is someone merging with a spirit seed? Impossible. No one could withstand such a level of thunder's baptism. Forceful merging would lead to utter annihilation. Moreover, such a colossal spectacle has never occurred during a spirit seed merging. Surely, only the descent of a rare treasure could incite such an anomaly. It seems we may have stumbled upon a divine opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens. However, at this moment, No one dared to approach the area beneath the thunderclouds. The terrifying aura of the lightning seemed to threaten annihilation with the slightest contact. The residents of Sichuan City gazed up at the ominous clouds above, their hearts filled with dread and unease. What in the world is this? Are we truly facing the apocalypse? No way. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. I don't want to kick the bucket just yet. Ow, which pervert dares to touch my backside? Meanwhile, in the distant capital of the Long Kingdom, observing the terrifying thunder in the skies over Jiangnan province, an elder leisurely watering flowers murmured, "What a fearsome thunder." To appear in the Jiangnan direction has even stirred an inexplicable sense of foreboding within me. I am in a mysterious and perilous realm inhabited by monsters. The sight of the terrifying thunder sparked shock and fear among the beasts. "What is that?" a creature exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. "What level of spirit seed is that? It is astonishingly powerful." Immediately, a commanding voice rang out. "Gather everyone, swiftly ascertain the source of this celestial phenomenon, and dispatch personnel to investigate at once." Simultaneously, far away on the battlefield of a foreign tribe, the same powerful surge of energy was felt. How could such a high-level spirit species possibly manifest on this planet? The foreign tribesmen exclaimed in disbelief. "This is inconceivable, and the potency of this force instills fear in me from such a distance. What level of spirit species could this be?" A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene as orders were issued to continue the assault on the Dragon Nation. Just then, a chaotic divine thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking a man named Yu Yi directly. Gritting his teeth in pain, Yu Yi endured the excruciating force, striving to contain the terrifying power coursing through him. In no time, the chaotic divine thunder roamed within him as Yu Yi fought to master it. Congratulations, host, on successfully merging with the chaotic divine thunder. However, due to your current limited strength, the chaotic divine thunder can only manifest at an initial quality level. Yet, it will enhance as your power increases. A voice resonated in his mind. Yue exhaled deeply, inwardly rejoicing. Finally, I have succeeded in the fusion, though it feels as if my body is on the brink of disintegration. He surveyed his surroundings in astonishment, realizing that the once dense forest had vanished, replaced by a barren wasteland devoid of life. However, at that moment, Yue could not afford to linger in thought. Without hesitation, he tore open a teleportation talisman, and his figure instantly vanished, reappearing beside Qingchuan City. Phew, that was a close call. I have finally succeeded in the fusion. Breathing heavily, Yue gradually regained his composure as he glanced at his right hand, where gray arcs of electricity danced continuously. Is this the chaotic divine thunder? Just a glance at it sends shivers down my spine. It truly is terrifying. Yet now that I have fused with it, it seems oddly familiar. It was worth enduring such immense suffering to merge with you. I shall test your combat prowess when time allows. It seems the system mentioned you are still at an initial strength. It appears I am too weak to fully contain your essence. Even as a mere initial chaotic divine thunder, it remains an extraordinarily formidable and fearsome entity. Yue felt no time to waste, hurriedly changing into another set of clothing before preparing to enter the city. Just then, he sensed several exceptionally powerful auras racing toward the center of the thunderstorm. Yue silently thanked his swift escape. Had those powerful beings detected him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. System, why didn't you intervene earlier? Yue inquired within his mind. Ding, I was just assisting you in resisting the chaotic divine thunder. Host, if it weren't for me, your naive self would have been foolish to attempt merging with the chaotic divine thunder. The system's response left Yue speechless. All right, thank you, system, he expressed gratefully. Ding, no need to thank me. Just strive to grow stronger, the system replied. Understood, system, Yue acknowledged. Upon entering Qingchuan City, he was met with discussions among the citizens about the recent phenomenon. Thank goodness that's over. I thought it was the apocalypse. One person exclaimed. Indeed, I nearly soiled myself in fear. Who just touched my backside? Step forward. A 200-pound girl declared, I never anticipated that my fusion of the chaotic divine thunder would cause such an uproar. Could it truly affect those so far away? Ding. It was merely the manifestation of an initial chaotic divine thunder fusion. Currently, the host can only withstand this level of intensity. Furthermore, had this small planet not been in its preliminary evolution for less than 200 years, with certain limitations still in place, merging with the chaotic divine thunder would have attracted attention from other cosmic bodies. That's how it is. Are there indeed other cosmic bodies? I seem to know so little about this world. I can only conclude that I am still too weak. Yui mused to himself. Forget it. I'll rest well at home today and take Qingwei's sister shopping tomorrow. The day after, I shall venture into the wild. It's best to lay low for a couple of days. City Lord, was this where the celestial treasure descended? Yet it is utterly barren, not a blade of grass in sight. The City Lord, equally perplexed, remarked, it does seem curious. Could someone have attempted to merge with a spirit species here? Another person immediately shook their head. Impossible. The force of that thunderbolt is such that not even we, nor any greater masters, could endure it without being obliterated. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. The might of that thunder was indeed too terrifying if anyone could withstand it. Their strength must be unfathomable. Yet, the enigma remained. Why was there absolutely nothing within a 10-mile radius? Someone surveyed the area, furrowing their brow as we witnessed the thunder striking down. There should have been some celestial treasure manifesting. Just as the crowd continued to debate, the City Lord invited, well then, since you have come to Qingchuan City, why not rest here for a while? Allow us to extend our hospitality. Thank you, City Lord, the crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, in a conference room in the imperial capital, several solemn-faced individuals were seated. The middle-aged man at the head of the table, Long Tianghua, spoke first. A vast and terrifying thundercloud has appeared in the sky above Jiangnan province. What are your thoughts on this matter? It must be a sign of celestial treasure descending, an elder interjected. Indeed, we can feel the dread of that thundercloud even here in the imperial capital. It certainly indicates the arrival of spirit species or celestial treasures. And they must be exceedingly powerful. According to reports from Qingchuan City, it was stated that within several kilometers of the thundercloud's epicenter, not a single blade of grass could be found. In that case, could it be that someone attempted to merge with a spirit species? Yet, the likelihood of that seems slim, as none of us here could possibly withstand such a level of thunderous power. Long Tianghua pondered for a moment before concluding. It seems that the individual who attempted to merge with the spirit species was struck dead by the thundercloud. A hint of regret tinged his voice. This year, the number of SSS-ranked gifted individuals across the provinces has increased more than ever, and even the imperial capital is no exception. This undoubtedly heralds the dawn of a prosperous era. Yet, it simultaneously foreshadows immense challenges ahead. Time passes swiftly, and soon we shall welcome the 200th anniversary of our planet's evolution. This year marks the 195th. According to the foreign tribes, after 200 years, our planet will have undergone its preliminary evolution. At that time, it will transform into an unclaimed celestial body, exposing itself to various forces and races from other cosmic worlds. Being a newly evolved planet, it will be rife with resources, secret realms, and celestial treasures. Thus, an unclaimed celestial body will undoubtedly attract fierce competition among various factions. If humanity does not lay claim to it first, we shall face dire consequences. To prevent being overrun by foreign tribes and avert a tragic fate, we must prepare in advance, seeking out human forces in the cosmos and soliciting their protection. Only then can we hope to avoid being conquered by other races 5 years hence, ensuring the survival of our civilization. However, such preparations are far easier said than done. We currently lack any leads, and we cannot even establish contact with the outside world. It seems we must wait until the preliminary evolution is completed in 200 years. The 5 discounted items turned out to be utterly useless trinkets. Yui muttered to himself, his face a picture of exasperation as he stared at the freshly updated list of 1 yuan deals in the system mall. These so-called discounted products were nothing but a mere annoyance to him. Failing to pique his interest in the slightest, upon returning home, Yui had hoped to discover some valuable treasures in the discounted section, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. In resignation, he could only lament the misfortune of his luck. Well, it seems prudent to keep a low profile for the next few days and lay low for a while. Today, he decided to devote himself to cultivation and savor the joy it brings. Tomorrow, he would take Qingyue's sister to the mall for a stroll, which would also strengthen their bond. Yes, it's settled. Yui silently planned his upcoming agenda. However, a flicker of anticipation for the Dong family's secret realm in the neighboring city surged within him. He pondered to himself, I wonder when that Dong family secret realm will finally open. I truly hope to explore it soon, but for now, it's best to focus on my cultivation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, coinciding perfectly with Qingyue's sister's off-duty hours. Yui exhaled deeply. After a full day of practice, he sensed a slight enhancement in his vitality and spirit. Glancing down at his data panel, He noted the figures clearly displayed. Vitality 4976, Spirit 4799, that upon seeing these numbers, Yui couldn't help but frown. Alas, after an entire day of cultivation, he had only managed to increase his stats by a meager amount. It seemed evident that to rapidly enhance his strength, he would have to rely on elixirs and monster cores. A total of merely 500 talent points was far too insufficient. Yui shook his head in resignation. Understanding that solely depending on cultivation for improvement was indeed a sluggish endeavor. Nevertheless, he did not let this discourage him. After all, the path of cultivation is a long one, requiring ample patience and perseverance to traverse further. In a moment of boredom, Yui casually took out his phone and began to browse through various pieces of information aimlessly. However, today's trending topic took him by surprise. The #1 trending subject was about the ominous dark clouds lingering in the sky over Jiangnan province for several minutes. Speculation ran rampant as people wondered whether this was a sign of a rare treasure descending or someone undergoing tribulation to become an immortal. That a netizen named Weakened Little Dragon commented, "Damn. I am right next to Jiangnan province, and I can see those terrifying thunderclouds. I almost thought the world was coming to an end." Another self-identified lowly girl from Guangqing, close to Sichuan City, stated, "I witnessed the lightning firsthand. Just looking at it made me feel like I'd be reduced to ashes." A user with the handle Black Whirlwind Girl firmly believed, "It's definitely a celestial treasure descending. Judging by the spectacle, it must be incredibly powerful. The people of Jiangnan province are truly fortunate." Yui contemplated this hotly debated topic, astonished that the celestial phenomenon he had triggered could cause such a stir. Reflecting on the chaotic divine thunder he had recently fused with, he felt a surge of anticipation for its might at present. His physical strength could only withstand the preliminary power of the chaotic divine thunder. But as his strength grew, so too would the intensity of the thunder be unleashed. Before long, Qingyue's sister returned home and made her way to his place. Typically, after finishing work, she would come over to cook for him. Seeing her arrival, Yui greeted, "Qingyue's sister, you're back? Are you tired?" Upon noticing that Xiaoyi was safe at home, the worry in Qingyue's sister's eyes began to dissipate. "That I'm relieved to see you well at home. Especially with those dark clouds outside the city and the lightning within them. It looked rather frightening. That I was worried about you hunting monsters outside the city. That it's alright, Qingyue's sister, that I didn't venture out today. I encountered those dark clouds and decided to stay home all day." Still somewhat concerned, Qingyue's sister cautioned, "Xiaoyi, please be careful. I wouldn't want to lose you as my brother." Yui assured her with a pat on his chest. "Don't worry, Qingyue's sister. I will definitely prioritize my safety." Wanting her to take a break, he suggested, "How about we skip cooking today and order takeout instead?" Qingyue's sister teased, "What? Do you think my cooking isn't good enough?" Yui quickly clarified, No, your cooking is the best. It's just that you've worked hard today, and ordering takeout would be more convenient. Plus, I can now earn money from hunting monsters." Qingyue's sister smiled and replied, "All right then, Xiaoyi." Soon after, they ordered takeout on the phone, and before long, it was delivered to their doorstep. Yui called out, "Qingyue's sister, dinner is ready. Tomorrow, you have the day off, and as promised, I'll take you to the mall." Yui mentioned, "Xiaoyi, I'm really sorry, but my parents are coming tomorrow morning. They want me to go on a blind date." Qingyue's sister replied with a hint of resignation. "What? A blind date?" Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, they keep saying I'm not getting any younger and should find someone to marry, so they arranged this blind date for me." Qingyue's sister sighed. "I understand, Qingyue's sister. How about this? When your parents arrive tomorrow, I'll talk to them and make sure to handle this matter well," Yui promised confidently. Qingyue's sister looked at Xiaoyi, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. "Xiaoyi, you don't want me to go on a blind date, do you?" Yui nodded earnestly. "Qingyue's sister, I know you don't want to go on a blind date, but you also can't go against your parents' wishes. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I'm confident I can persuade them to stop pressuring you about blind dates." "Really?" Qingyue's sister gazed at Xiaoyi with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Of course, just wait until your parents arrive tomorrow and see what I can do," Yui replied with unwavering confidence. Qingyue's sister chuckled softly, and she hugged Yui gently. "I'm counting on you." Xiaoyi. After finishing their meal, Qingyue's sister hurried back to her own home. Meanwhile, Yui found himself lost in thought, pondering how he would face Qingyue's sister's parents. Although he had met them before, the circumstances were different this time, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of nerves and concerns. He was well aware that Qingyue's sister's parents had always been friendly towards him, However, outright confessing his intentions to pursue Qingwe's sister seemed rather reckless. Perhaps he should wait until tomorrow when her parents arrived to see how to handle the situation. Before long, Saturday morning arrived. As the clock struck 8, he eagerly inquired, "Qingwe's sister, when will your parents be here? They should be arriving shortly." Qingwe's sister replied softly, "Ah, it's been a while since I've seen uncle and aunt." "I wonder how they've been," Yui said, filled with anticipation. Not long after, a series of crisp knocks echoed from outside. "Qingwe, open the door. I'm coming." Qingwe's sister quickly responded. The door swung open gently, revealing Qingwe's sister's parents. "Ah, you're here." Qingwe's sister greeted them with a smile. "Oh, Xiaoyi is also here." Her father greeted politely. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Yui offered a courteous greeting. Zhangfang, Qingwe's sister's mother, nodded and then addressed her daughter. "The child from Wang's family next door is of a similar age to you and possesses a C-level intelligence talent. He currently works at a tech company. We thought it would be good for you to meet him and see if you are compatible." "Mom, I don't want to go," Qingwe's sister replied firmly. "You girl, you're already 26. Even the old man next door has become a grandfather. You should be considering your own future," her father, Li Lei, interjected. "Qingwe, your parents haven't awakened any useful talents, so we just hope for your well-being that we don't really have many other demands," Li Lei said earnestly. "Uncle and aunt, may I have a word with you?" Yui suddenly spoke up. "Xiaoyi, are you here to persuade us as well?" "It's not exactly persuasion, uncle and aunt, that I'll be frank with you. I've always had a fondness for Sister Qingwe," Yui stated candidly. "What did you just say, Xiaoyi? You like Qingwe?" The Li couple appeared quite taken aback. "Yes, I truly admire Sister Qingwe. Furthermore, I have awakened an S-grade spatial talent, which is far more impressive than that intelligence talent, isn't it?" Yui continued. Upon hearing this, the Li couple momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. They never anticipated that Yui would express such sentiments. "But Xiaoyi, Qingwe is 8 years your senior. Are you really unbothered by that? With your S-grade talent, you could pursue any girl you desire," Li Lei inquired, puzzled. "Sister Qingwe is so beautiful. What does age matter? A woman 3 years older brings gold bricks. A woman 8 years older, I shall carry even more. Although Sister Qingwe is not my girlfriend yet, I will strive to win her over," Yui replied resolutely. Li Lei and his wife exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Li Qingwe was blushing to the roots of her ears. Zhangfang remarked, "Then let us dismiss Qingwe's matchmaking candidate. Qingwe, from now on, your parents won't interfere. You decide for yourself." After pondering for a moment, Li Lei nodded. "Mom and Dad, thank you." Li Qingwe expressed her gratitude. "Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you to say such a thing, but Annie knows you are a good kid. Just be sure not to bully my Qingwe if you pursue her," she added, watching as Yui declared his intention to court Li Qingwe, a hint of shyness appearing on Li Qingwe's face. The Li couple keenly observed her reaction, realizing she might harbor feelings for Yui as well. "Rest assured, uncle and aunt, I will certainly protect Sister Qingwe," Yui vowed earnestly. "All right then, we won't disturb you and Qingwe any longer. Let us go, old man." Yes, I remember we have matters to attend to. We must return quickly." "Auntie, uncle, are you leaving already? I was hoping to treat you to a meal," Yui warmly urged. "No need, Xiaoyi. You and Qingwei go ahead and eat. We'll take our leave now." The Li couple smiled and waved, turning to depart. Then, "Uncle and Aunt, take care." Yui politely bid them farewell. Once the Li couple left, Li Qingwei turned to Yui, her curiosity piqued. "Why did you say that earlier?" Yui scratched his head, beaming with a radiant smile. "Hee, I said it to help you." Li Qingwei felt a surge of emotion. "Xiaoyi, were you serious just now?" she asked, shyly lowering her gaze. "Of course, Sister Qingwei, what do you think of me?" Yui's sudden question caught Li Qingwei off guard. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. I haven't thought it through yet. Please give me some time. This is all too sudden." After all, she had only just learned that Yui's feelings were not merely those of a sibling. Yui nodded in understanding. "All right, no worries. Let us head to the mall for a stroll, Sister Qingwei." The two then walked towards the bustling commercial street, soon arriving at the largest mall in Qinchuan City. The technological advancements here far surpass those on Earth, yet many cultural practices and customs remain similar. "Sister Qingwei, let us buy some clothes first. As you wish, Xiaoyi, but you must also purchase some formal attire. I've noticed you typically wear casual clothes and lack anything suitable for formal occasions." "Sure, But I believe comfort is of utmost importance. Sister Qingwei, do select some beautiful outfits. They will surely lift one's spirits. Yu Yi mischievously chimed in. Clothes aren't crucial. Just a few will do. They strolled together, browsing through several shops. How about this dress, Sister Qingwei? This one looks nice. I'll try it on. Shortly after, Sister Qingwei emerged from the fitting room. Donned in a flowing white dress that danced with the breeze, exuding beauty. Sister Qingwei, you look stunning in that dress. You resemble a celestial being descending to earth. Yu Yi exclaimed in genuine admiration. A blush crept onto Qingyue's face as she playfully retorted, "Stop exaggerating." She then resumed her serious selection of other clothing styles. Before long, she had chosen several more outfits. "Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. She looks good in anything," the sales clerk complimented. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Li Qingwei felt a mix of emotions. She contemplated correcting the clerk, asserting they were not in a romantic relationship, but ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, today might not be the day, but perhaps tomorrow would be. Yue, without hesitation, responded, "Of course. We are a match made in heaven. I'll take all of these clothes. How much do I owe you?" "Certainly, handsome. That will be 60,000 blue star coins. Will you be paying by card?" The clerk inquired with a smile. At that moment, Li Qingwei interjected, "Xiao Yi, let me pay." Yue quickly waved his hand, interrupting her. "I promised to treat you today. How could I let you pay?" He then produced his credit card and handed it to the clerk. "Charge it," he declared decisively. "All right, please wait a moment." The clerk processed the card and, once completed, handed the packaged clothing to the two, cheerfully stating, "Thank you for visiting. We look forward to seeing you again. Let us go grab lunch," Yu Yi suggested, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Sister Qingwei, may I hold your hand?" A rosy hue spread across Li Qingyue's face as she shyly replied, Okay." With that, Yu Yi confidently took her hand, clasping it firmly within his own. Her hand was soft and delicate, causing his heart to flutter. So soft. Hee, holding hands today, kissing tomorrow, and cough, cough. Yu Yi mused inwardly, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Soon, they found a restaurant and settled at a table by the window. "Sister Qingwei, is work hard for you right now? Do you want to quit?" "It's manageable, not too tiring. Quite relaxed, actually." Yu Yi gazed at Li Qingwei, a playful smile creeping onto his face. "Sister Qingwei, if you ever decide you don't want to work anymore, I can earn money to support you." Li Qingwei paused in surprise, a blush tinting her cheeks as she softly replied, "Xiao Yi, we aren't in a romantic relationship yet. How could I let you support me? Besides, I am capable of taking care of myself." Yue chuckled, revealing a confident smile. Hee. Just because we aren't now doesn't mean we won't be in the future. Perhaps in a few days, once you've thought it over, we could become a couple. He gazed at Li Qingwei, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, her cheeks retained a gentle blush, rendering her even more enchanting and lovely. Feeling a bit bashful, she swiftly changed the subject. "All right, enough of that. Let us eat." Yue nodded in agreement. "However, I plan to apply to universities in the imperial capital after the college entrance exams and will likely stay there to develop my career. Once the exams are over, I intend to bring you and uncle and aunt to the imperial capital. By then, I will buy a house there, and as for work, we'll see how it goes. So, Sister Qingwei, you should prepare to resign in advance." Hearing this, Li Qingwei shook her head slightly, responding, "Xiao Yi, there's no need for that. If you want to pursue your career in the imperial capital, then go ahead. My parents and I will be just fine. You don't need to worry. No way. Even considering the kindness you and your parents have shown me over the years, I must bring you to the imperial capital." Li Qingwei remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Time flew by, and before long, a lavish lunch came to an end. In the afternoon, they watched a movie together, further deepening their bond. As night gradually fell, they returned home. "See you tomorrow, Sister Qingwei." I smiled as I gently released Li Qingyue's hand and turned to head back to my own home. Li Qingwei had returned to her abode next door. Yue let out a long sigh of relief, secretly pondering, perhaps soon, Sister Qingwei will agree to be with me. It truly feels delightful. Alas, I nearly forgot. Today's daily task remains unfulfilled. I cannot afford to be lazy. I must seize the time to cultivate for a while. After 2 hours of diligent effort, I finally completed today's task. Not only that, but I also felt a slight enhancement in my vitality and spirit. Alas, I currently possess a mere 700 talent points. I should promptly refresh the daily discount shop to see what is available. Thank heavens, this time, Fortune has not been as adverse as yesterday, although the 4 items available are all mundane necessities. One of them is quite decent. Cursed Luck Talisman, 10 talent points. Upon use, it will ensure continuous misfortune for the next 12 hours. This item seems to hold some utility. I shall purchase it first, and then allocate the remaining resources towards upgrading my martial skills. Without hesitation, I opened the system interface and clicked on the diamond body skill icon, preparing to allocate points. As a clear notification chimed. The system displayed a dialog box indicating that diamond body could evolve into thunder armor. This revelation filled UE with immense joy, for thunder armor sounded incredibly formidable and aligned perfectly with his thunderous abilities. As I continued to peruse the details, I discovered that thunder armor could transform the power of thunder into a sturdy armor that adheres to the surface of the body, significantly enhancing one's defensive capabilities. This was truly akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, when UE glanced at the required talent points below, he could not help but gasp. It necessitated a staggering 690 talent points to complete the upgrade. UE inwardly cursed, "Isn't this going to deplete my savings?" But upon contemplating the formidable effects of thunder armor, he gritted his teeth and resolved to go for it. After all, only by continuously enhancing his strength could he survive in this perilous world. Thus, UE resolutely clicked the Allocate Points button. Accompanied by another melodious notification, the system informed me that I had successfully learned the mid-tier heavenly skill, Thunder Armor. The system opened the panel. Character: UE Realm. First Stage Martial Artist, 7th level. First Stage Mentalist, 7th level Vitality. 49,763,400 points for First Stage 7th level Spirit. 47,99,5,500 for First Stage 8th level Talent. Space. SSS. Thunder System Shop. Skills: King Grade Premium. Thunder Body Refinement Technique. First level. King Grade Premium. Thunder Meditation Method Martial Skills. Earth Grade Premium. 9 Thunder Slices. Great Success. Profound Grade Upper Tier. Gale Fist. Minor Success. Earth Grade Upper Tier. Thunder Flash. Not entered. Heavenly Grade Mid Tier. Thunder Armor. Not entered. Skills: Teleportation Inventory. D Grade Upper Tier. Thunder Cleaver. F Mid Tier. Fiber Armor. Qingchuan City Surrounding Map, etc. I still lack talent points. But what to do with so few tasks? Ding. New task released. Target Li Qingwei Reward. 2,000 talent points. Excellent. Excellent. System, you truly understand me. Commendable. Now, with 2 martial skills yet to be entered, I shall venture into the wilderness for hunting tomorrow, and on Monday, I must return to school. On Monday, I will request leave from the principal to hunt magical beasts specifically for earning money to purchase medicinal pills and beast cores. Time for bed. Thankfully, with the system, I need not cultivate, which is quite refreshing. System. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window onto my face, rousing UE from slumber. After freshening up, he first visited Sister Qingwei's residence to report his plans for the day and engage in light conversation to strengthen their bond. Subsequently, he prepared to set off towards the outskirts of the city, embarking on today's hunting expedition. UE gently closed his eyes, focused his mind, and activated the teleportation technique. No sooner had he spoken than he found himself instantly downstairs. With his first stage 7th level mental power, UE could teleport approximately 60 meters. While commendable, he still fell short compared to those who could teleport several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers in an instant. He swiftly made his way to the city gate. Upon arrival, he discovered a new guard on duty. The new sentinel looked at him and said, "Young man, it's quite dangerous outside these days. Did you not see the strange phenomenon that occurred the day before yesterday? Why are you venturing out today?" UE smiled and replied, "I merely wish to hunt some low-level magical beasts to earn a bit of money to support my household." Upon hearing this, the guard displayed an expression of admiration. "You are truly remarkable, young man. Just be cautious." UE nodded in gratitude and stepped through the city gate. Today he intended to head towards areas inhabited by higher-level magical beasts. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose a beast zone located over 60 kilometers from the city. Before long, he arrived at this area. It was a dense forest that had undergone mutations since the invasion of strange energy. The trees had grown exceptionally thick, with some even transforming into magical beings, and the air was filled with the sounds of beastly roars and a pervasive metallic scent, heightening his vigilance. This was a region frequented by second-tier magical beasts, exuding an eerie and perilous aura. Yet for UE, It presented an excellent opportunity for trial. He could test the might of the chaos divine thunder here and ascertain its true power. Cautiously advancing, he suddenly spotted a crimson flame wolf gnawing on a carcass ahead. This formidable creature was large, emanating intense flames, clearly a second-tier, first-level magical beast with fire attributes. Its eyes glared fiercely at Ue. The unwelcome intruder. Crimson Flame Wolf, a second-tier first-level wolf with fire attributes, capable of wielding flames, a second-tier first-level? Perfect. I shall use you to test the prowess of this chaos divine thunder. Ue thought to himself while swiftly donning his fiber armor and drawing the thunder cleaver. He concentrated his spirit and infused the power of the chaos divine thunder into the thunder cleaver, watching as gray arcs of electricity coiled around the blade like ethereal serpents. The crimson flame wolf sensed his presence, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it opened its gaping maw, releasing a massive fireball that surged toward him. In the face of the sudden attack, Ue swiftly dodged and executed teleportation, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared beside the crimson flame wolf, raising the thunder cleaver high and striking down fiercely. A deep wound appeared on the wolf's body, with remnants of the chaos divine thunder wreaking havoc within. Not bad. One must recognize that second tier and first tier are incomparable. Be able to slay a second tier magical beast from a first tier position is indeed a mark of genius. Realizing its injury, the crimson flame wolf hastily fled, howling in distress. Can you escape? He called out, and then unleashed several slashes imbued with the chaos divine thunder. The crimson flame wolf fell heavily to the ground. Excellent. I should now be capable of contending with second-tier second-level or even third-level magical beasts. The chaos divine thunder can incinerate the slain into ashes. However, I must reserve the beasts for profit. So I instructed the system to disable this function until it is needed. Very well. The corpse of this crimson flame wolf should fetch a considerable price after storing it in the system space. I continued onward into the depths of the forest without hesitation. Not long after, I sensed a pack of wolves rushing towards my direction. That wolf's howl seemed to be summoning its companions. Without a moment's delay, I activated teleportation and swiftly retreated from the perilous area, for facing a pack would be far more challenging. Wolves are social animals. It is only reasonable they would call upon allies when facing danger or when unable to defeat an opponent. Delving deeper into the forest, I suddenly spotted several individuals encircling a magical beast. Brothers, push harder. This wind demon tiger cannot hold out much longer. With a middle-aged man manifesting his B-grade talent, the beast finally collapsed into a pool of blood. The group sighed in relief, one exclaiming, "Phew, it was truly arduous. We have finally slain this second-tier sixth-level wind demon tiger." Another concurred, "Indeed, we almost capsized." Ue quietly observed the group of individuals before him, who were united in their efforts to hunt down the monstrous beasts, and he speculated that they might belong to a certain organization or team. He had no intention of approaching them for a conversation, as he was already accustomed to solitary endeavors. Subsequently, Ue turned and proceeded in another direction. "Hey, young brother!" Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. I turned around to see the middle-aged man with a beard approaching me. He regarded me and inquired, "What are you doing here all alone? You look rather young. I doubt your strength is substantial. Have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place?" With an impassive expression, Ue calmly replied, "I am here to hunt the monstrous beasts. I have not strayed from my path." Upon hearing my response, a flicker of doubt crossed the middle-aged man's face as he continued to probe. "Oh, young man, given your tender years, have you truly attained a realm above the second level?" Ue nodded slightly. In this desolate wilderness, one must never place trust in others too readily, nor reveal one's true strength easily. Thus, it was wise to slightly exaggerate his own abilities. The middle-aged man mused to himself, "It seems this young fellow must be from a prominent family. His cultivation speed is remarkably swift." Wang Guan. "What are you discussing with that young man over there?" A woman of any age called out loudly. "Oh, I was merely asking him a few questions, just making conversation," Wang Guan replied. "All right, hurry back to the team. We need to continue searching for the next suitable monstrous beast," the woman urged. Coming, young man. Since that's the case, do take care of yourself. Our little team specializes in hunting monstrous beasts. We initially thought to take you along for a while, but it seems your strength has already surpassed the second level. Be sure to stay vigilant of your surroundings. I shall take my leave now," Wang Guan stated. Ue nodded and said, "Thank you, uncle. I will be cautious." This uncle seemed decent enough. I sensed no malice. Yet knowing a person's face does not guarantee knowing their heart. It was better to remain solitary, Yui thought to himself. Continuing deeper into the forest, he encountered numerous individuals engaged in the hunt for monstrous beasts. Occasionally, he overheard them discussing the peculiar phenomena that had occurred a few days prior. Some had ventured out specifically to investigate the anomalies, hoping to stumble upon a treasure of heaven and earth. Reflecting on the significant impact of his fusion with the chaos divine thunder, Yui couldn't help but ponder. Before long, he spotted a small lake ahead. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the water, Yui surmised that formidable monstrous beasts must be lurking within. Oh, right? I still need to help Zhao Guanshan gather the water spirit grass. I should see if any can be found here. Although water spirit grass was relatively common, it predominantly grew within secret realms. Only a small portion could be found in the wild, and usually, the more powerful the monstrous beasts in the vicinity, the greater the quantity of water spirit grass present. As he walked along the lake's edge, he suddenly spotted a second-tier two-fold rock water crocodile. This particular beast was notorious for its fondness for sleep. It was the perfect opportunity to test his mettle against this second-tier beast. He immediately infused the lightning/blade with chaos divine thunder and unleashed two waves of blade energy imbued with chaotic power toward the rock water crocodile. The two blades of energy streaked across the sky like meteors, crashing into the crocodile's incredibly tough exterior. Although they failed to penetrate its hide, they nonetheless left distinct marks. More critically, the chaos divine thunder clung to the surface like a festering sore, continuously eroding and damaging the rock water crocodile's formidable defenses. Indeed, beasts with such tough hides are exceedingly difficult to injure. My vitality is simply not robust enough, Yui lamented inwardly. Fortunately, with the aid of chaos divine thunder, he could persistently inflict damage upon the crocodile's exterior. Sensing the threat from its adversary, the rock water crocodile opened its massive jaws and lunged at him with ferocity. Let us see how my martial skills fare, he silently resolved. In a flash, he appeared above the rock water crocodile, swiftly wielding his blade in two successive strikes. With the enhancement of his martial skills, the crocodile's shell finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered. Thunderous 9 blades. As he executed the sixth strike, a gaping wound appeared on the crocodile's massive body, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain drove the rock water crocodile into a frenzy, and it swung its powerful tail, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aimed at him. Using a teleportation technique, he positioned himself at the beast's head and unleashed the thunderous 9 blades once more, ultimately slaying the creature. Phew, overcoming one tier to defeat a beast of the second tier is indeed a formidable challenge. As one progresses in cultivation, the difficulty of slaying beasts of higher tiers increases significantly. After all, with each advancement in realm, the growth of vitality and mental strength becomes more pronounced. A second-tier threefold beast would likely pose a considerable challenge. Without the fusion of chaos divine thunder, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish a second-tier one-fold beast. However, since fusing with the chaos divine thunder, Yui had seen a marked increase in his offensive capabilities. Moreover, he had yet to learn any lightning-based skills that if he could master such skills and synergize them with the chaos divine thunder, the resulting power would be tremendous. After collecting the beast's remains, he pressed onward. Yet, he found no trace of water spirit grass here. They must be growing underwater. Should he venture beneath the surface? The uncertainties lurking below posed considerable risks. Encountering danger could lead to dire consequences. Never mind, it's best not to take such a risk. Once my strength increases further, perhaps I can explore those post-second-tier public secret realms that I in the Dragon Kingdom. There were explicit regulations. Only upon reaching the second-tier one-fold realm in either vitality or mental strength could one enter certain publicly accessible secret realms. Otherwise, if everyone could access such realms, resources would quickly deplete and monstrous beasts would face extinction. Yui felt no urgency, as Zhao Guanshan had not specified a deadline for delivering the water spirit grass. Even if he purchased a few to give to him, he likely would not object. After all, it was an investment on his part. Thus, Yui resolved to continue hunting monstrous beasts. He swiftly departed from the area, acutely aware that the unknown often harbored the greatest dangers. Subsequently, he encountered several more beasts and successfully dispatched them. As time passed, he drew closer to completing the task of slaying 100 beasts. When the final beast collapsed to the ground, he realized he had achieved his goal of reaching the 100th kill. By this time, dusk had crept in, approaching 7 o'clock, and the sky had begun to darken. It was time to return to AT. That moment, a system notification chimed, Congratulations, host, for completing the 100 beasts slaying task. Reward, 600 talent points. Following that, a new task was issued. Upon completion of the 1,000 beast slaying, a reward of 2,000 talent points will be granted. Yui checked his talent points and discovered that, combined with the points earned from today's training tasks, he had a total of 800 points available. Without hesitation, he chose to allocate points to the Thunder Armor system. However, the system indicated that 500 points were required to initiate the process. Yui decisively clicked to allocate the points. Now, he felt his strength had advanced further. He was merely a few lightning-based skills away from achieving perfect synergy, with a renewed sense of purpose. Yui prepared to head home at the same time. He needed to visit the Wanbao Pavilion to sell these monstrous beasts for some financial gain, but he soon arrived at the city gate, where the familiar uncle from the morning was absent. After a smooth return, he hastened towards the warrior's mansion. "Hello, do you still buy monstrous beasts?" "Ah, young man, it's you. Back to sell monstrous beasts again, are we?" "Of course. Did you bring a lot this time?" "Let us head to the same spot as last time and bring out the beast carcasses." As he responded, he began to retrieve all the beasts from his system space. "Wow, young man, you've even brought a second tier 2-fold beast this time. Quite impressive." "Actually, this was hunted by others. I'm just here to help sell them," Yui replied, not wanting to reveal his true strength, thus fabricating an excuse. "I see now. Here, there are approximately 60 or more first and second tier demonic beasts. Allow me to calculate the earnings for you." After some meticulous calculations, it turns out that these demonic beasts have fetched an impressive total of $1.45 million. Hunting demonic beasts truly is a lucrative endeavor, and the prices for second-tier beasts are significantly higher than those of the first tier, Yui mused to himself. Subsequently, he purchased several first-tier premium blood recovery pills and first-tier premium spiritual elixirs before hastily making his way home. Upon returning home, Yui was greeted by the warm sight of his sister Qinghue, who was busy preparing dinner. He exchanged a brief greeting with her and retreated to his room to begin consuming the pills and elixirs. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier premium blood recovery pill. Vitality increased by 60. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier premium blood recovery pill. Vitality increased by 60. This sequence of notifications echoed 10 times. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier premium spiritual elixir. Spirit increased by 60. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier premium spiritual elixir. Spirit increased by 60. Another 10 notifications followed suit. Observing the data on the system panel, Yui murmured to himself, "It seems that continuous absorption of first-tier premium blood recovery pills and elixirs leads to diminishing returns." He glanced at his current vitality value of 5,576 and then at his spirit value of 5,299. Contemplating, my vitality has already reached the 8th level of the first tier, but my spirit is still lacking a bit. I must address that in the future, especially with the impending chaos divine thunder. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Xiaoyi, come out for dinner." Soon, he enjoyed a pleasant dinner with Qinghue before returning to his room. "Tomorrow marks the start of school. How swiftly time flies," Yui remarked. "Oh well, time for sleep. I have school tomorrow." With that, he quickly fell into a deep slumber that on Monday morning at 7:30, he stretched lazily, feeling quite content with not having to train. After a brief wash-up, he began to gather his belongings in preparation for breakfast and then headed to school. Upon entering the campus, he overheard a multitude of conversations. The top student of Class 1 is actually Yui. "I saw him during the last competition. He defeated Luo Yushi. Indeed, I wonder if he can maintain this performance." Hearing these discussions, Yui did not dwell too much on them. After all, for him, this stage felt rather small and insignificant. Upon arriving at Class 15, he noticed that many classmates were already seated. "Wow, the great Yui has arrived," a boy suddenly exclaimed. His shout. The entire class turned their attention towards him, voices rising in a cacophony. Some sought to befriend him, others attempted to curry favor, while a few were genuinely sincere. Faced with this enthusiastic reception, Yui chose not to respond, simply taking his seat quietly at that moment. Shoho entered the classroom. "Igu, you're quite the celebrity in our school now," he said with a grin. Yui smiled slightly in return, replying, "Being a celebrity in this school holds little significance. It will only matter once I reach a top academy or become a household name in Longhua." Shoho chuckled. "Haha. Igu, your aspirations are indeed lofty." Yui laughed. One must always strive for the distant horizon. Before long, the teacher entered the classroom. "Hello, everyone," the teacher greeted with a smile. "First and foremost, I would like to congratulate our class 15th Yui for securing first place in the ranking competition." As the words left his lips, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Everyone should learn from Yui," the teacher continued. "Furthermore, I have good news. 3 students from our class have made it into the top 200. They will be transferred to the elite class. I believe you all know who they are. Let us congratulate them." Another round of applause followed. "All right, Yui, Wang Shuo, Li Liang, you 3 will proceed to report to the elite class. In order of your rankings, I wish you all the best in your new class," the teacher encouraged. Just then, Dong Lei's phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up, puzzled, and saw that the caller was the principal. What could the principal want at this time? He wondered. After answering the call politely, Dong Lei asked, "Hello, principal, is there something you need from me?" On the other end, the principal's voice came through. "Mr. Dong, I believe you have been doing an outstanding job in guiding your students. Especially in this recent exam, your class not only produced a first-place student, but also had someone in the top 10. Thus, I would like to invite you to be the homeroom teacher of the elite class. What do you think?" Dong Lei was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. "What? You want me to be the homeroom teacher of the elite class?" He understood the significance of this opportunity. The elite class was a focus area for the school's development, comprised of students with exceptional talent and cultivation. Sensing Dong Lei's astonishment, the principal chuckled. "Indeed, I believe you are more than capable of taking on this role. Additionally, leading the elite class will also benefit your personal development." "All right, it is decided then. I will hang up now." The unexpected news left Dong Lei somewhat baffled. After all, being assigned to the elite class would undoubtedly enhance his future prospects. "I see. It must be that kid Yui. He was so adamant last week about wanting me to become the homeroom teacher of the elite class. I thought he was just joking, but it turns out he was serious." He cast a meaningful glance at Yui. Meanwhile, after ending the call, the classroom buzzed with excitement as students began to chatter. "Wow, Mr. Dong is going to be the homeroom teacher of the elite class? Is that for real? Wasn't it originally supposed to be the teacher from class 1? Could it be that our class produced a first-place student, prompting them to assign Mr. Dong?" Yui thought to himself. The principal is quite generous indeed. He truly made this happen. Now I owe him another favor. At that moment, Dong Lei clapped his hands to silence the room, clearing his throat before saying, "Students, I am not entirely sure of the specifics regarding this matter. However, although I will no longer be your teacher after the college entrance examination, you must continue to train diligently and not slack off." He then added, "All right, you 3, follow me to the elite class." Thus, the 4 of them made their way to the elite class's classroom. As soon as they stepped out, Dong Lei asked, "Yui, was this your doing?" Yui grinned and replied, "What can I say? I always deliver on my promises. Thank you. This time, it seems the teacher owes you a personal favor." "Not at all, teacher. The crystals and the secret realm quota you provided me are far more valuable than this," Yui stated, and Dong Lei nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Good lad. I knew I made the right choice in you. I will be sure to notify you when the secret realm opens." Before long, they arrived at the elite class's classroom. Yui and Shoho were both students of Class 1, while the other individual was assigned to Class 3 of the elite group, as class assignments were based on ranking. Upon entering the classroom, they found several students already seated. Many were whispering to one another, and Yui's gaze fell upon the school belle, Luo Yushi, who was strikingly beautiful and exuded an air of aloofness. She sat quietly at her desk, seemingly in a meditative state. Behind her stood Huang Heng, fawning over her with a sycophantic demeanor, yet Luo Yushi didn't even bother to lift her head, completely ignoring him. As Yui entered, the whispers in the classroom intensified. Upon noticing his arrival, the school belle slightly raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of irritation. Shortly thereafter, the principal arrived in the classroom. "Students, your homeroom teacher is Mr. Dong Lei. I trust you are all aware of who secured first place in the ranking competition?" he asked, his gaze expectant as he continued. "That's right. It is Mr. Dong's student." The principal expressed his hopes that under Mr. Dong Lei's guidance, they would all achieve greater heights. "Very well. Let us allow teacher Dong Lei to share a few words with you, as I must attend to other elite classes." With that said, he cast another glance at Yui Tsai before turning away. Yui noticed that the principal had just glanced at him, so he took the initiative to express his gratitude. "Thank you, principal." The principal responded with a gentle smile, saying, Focus on your training. That is the greatest reward for me. I will. Principal. Yui nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the principal exited the classroom. Teacher Dong ascended the podium to introduce himself and deliver a speech. Heng Xiao, do you think that Yui has some connection with the principal? They do seem quite close, one of the boys remarked. Huang Heng scoffed disdainfully and replied, even if there is a connection. What of it? He is merely a fifth-tier martial artist. His mental fortitude barely reaching the fifth-tiered, he poses no threat to our Huang family. Huang Xiao is indeed formidable. A man sitting beside Huang Heng flattered. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng smiled with satisfaction, yet inwardly pondered. Although Yui may not possess significant strength at present, it is prudent to remain cautious, lest he become a stumbling block for the Huang family in the future. The slender monkey found a spot by the wall to sit down, while Teacher Dong continued to passionately speak. Rankings represent resources. Our elite class 1 is the finest in the school. He raised his voice. Do you understand? Shortly, you shall receive the resources for the past half-month. The first place can claim 1 first-tier premium blood essence pill and 8 first-tier premium spirit liquids every 2 weeks. Second place, third place, 4th to 10th place. After that, Teacher Dong continued, stating that anyone who believes themselves to be strong enough may challenge higher-ranked students through duels. Having said this, he encouraged us to familiarize ourselves with the environment. As training was about to commence at that moment, the slender monkey leaned over and quietly asked, Ego, what is your current realm? I am doing well, made a slight improvement, I replied nonchalantly. And you, slender monkey? What realm are you at? I inquired in return. Ego, I've made noticeable progress recently that I've had resources to train with these past few days, and I even have some crystal cores. My vitality and spirit are at the first-tier 3rd level. And my spirit is nearing the first-tier 4th level, the slender monkey said with a hint of pride. Very good, slender monkey. I nodded in approval that in truth, I had already used my detection skill to ascertain the slender monkey's realm. But it was still worthwhile to ask, as he remained unaware of my abilities. Now, let us establish a class group. We also need to elect a class monitor. Each person must scan the QR code face-to-face to join the group. Before long, the group for Elite Class 1 at 9th Martial Arts High School was created, with both students and teachers already inside. After careful consideration, I have decided that the important position of class monitor will be held by Yui. Dong Lei announced without hesitation. Upon hearing this news, Yui was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take on the role. Rather, the thought of managing various affairs was simply too cumbersome. He had intended to explain to Teacher Dong, but Dong Lei had already turned away. Given the circumstances, it seemed he had no choice but to accept it. Sigh, I suppose I shall do it. At worst, I can be a laid-back monitor, as there is really nothing too daunting about it. Shortly thereafter, everyone proceeded to the training ground to commence training. In no time, all members of Elite Class 1 arrived at the school's training facility. Teacher Dong was explaining how to utilize martial techniques and how to combat demonic beasts, among other things. Yui thought to himself, how mundane. It would be far more engaging to hunt demonic beasts. Speaking of which, I could simply request a month-long leave from Teacher Dong. He then approached Teacher Dong and said, Teacher, may I please take a month off? I feel that I am not learning much at school, and it is hindering my training. Dong Lei replied, You brat, don't be so arrogant. Why do you want to take a leave? Yui responded, To train. I want to practice nonstop for 24 hours. Being at school is a waste of my training time. Although I am unsure of your intentions, I will grant you a half-month leave. Return to school in half a month, and if your class ranking remains first, you may participate in the Martial Arts High School Great Competition in Sichuan City, Teacher Dong said slowly. The Martial Arts High School Great Competition? What is that? It is a grand competition held annually in Sichuan City for students who have awakened at the Martial Arts High School. The ranking matches are intended for this competition, where each martial arts high school sends 5 elite participants to compete for the top position. Rankings also influence resource allocation for the following year. Ding! Obtain the first position in the Martial Arts Great Competition. Reward: 1,000 talent points. Space affinity upgrade to SS.to elevate my space affinity to SS. I must participate in this competition, Yui contemplated. Alright, teacher, I will definitely participate. Please grant me a half-month leave. Very well. Go collect your resources and return to school in half a month. Soon, he left the training ground and collected the resources designated for the first place in Elite Class 1. After absorbing 8 blood essence pills and spirit liquids, he experienced a degree of enhancement. Vitality, 6056, spirit, 5779. It appears my spirit has also reached a breakthrough. Splendid. Perhaps I should consider purchasing second-tier pills or liquids. As Yui walked home, he mused to himself. Before long, he arrived home, only to find that Qinghua Jia was at work in the company. I should buy some supplies for the house today. The formal hunting starts tomorrow, Yui said. Time passed swiftly, and the day came to an end on Tuesday morning. Phew. Adding yesterday's tasks and today's, I have accumulated 700 talent points that I only need another 100 to elevate my thunder meditation technique to the first level. Today, I shall hunt demonic beasts. Only by growing stronger can I find peace. Meanwhile, at the 9th Martial Arts High School, in the classroom, Teacher, may I ask why Yui has not arrived? Luo Yushi inquired. You mean Yui? He has taken a half-month leave to focus on his training, the teacher responded. Upon hearing this, Luo Yushi took a seat, so diligent. It seems I must work harder as well. Teacher, I would also like to request a half-month leave to train diligently. What? You too? Dong Lei raised his eyebrows, looking at Luo Yushi. Fine, just remember to return to school in half a month. Thank you. Teacher. With that, Luo Yushi turned and exited the classroom. Damn it, this Luo Yushi cares so much about Yui. It's infuriating. Huang Heng gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Unable to resist standing up and addressing Dong Lei, Teacher, I also want to take a leave. I'll return in half a month. Dong Lei looked at Huang Heng with surprise and asked, You too? That's not allowed. Why not? Why can they take leave, but I cannot? Huang Heng questioned defiantly. Dong Lei replied sternly, One warning is enough. You are neither first nor second. Fine, fine, fine. Huang Heng seethed inwardly, cursing, damn it. With Luo Yushi absent from school, what is the point of being here? Ignoring the teacher's refusal, Huang Heng stormed out of the classroom in frustration. Dong Lei did not stop him. After all, Huang Heng had a powerful father and was unafraid of the school's authority. So it seemed unnecessary to intervene. As Luo Yushi walked along the road, she hesitated, contemplating whether to add Yui. I will surely defeat you, she declared before adding Yui in the class group. Note: Hello Yui. I will defeat you. Please accept my challenge upon returning to school in half a month. After sending the friend request, Luo Yushi continued on her way home. Meanwhile, Yui, on his way to the martial arts tower, found the friend request notification on his phone amusing. This woman is quite tenacious, but you will never surpass me, he remarked, accepting the friend request and continuing on his path. Hello, I would like to purchase some vitality recovery potions and spirit recovery potions. Certainly, these are low-grade recovery potions, priced at 10,000 each for vitality and spirit. They provide a minor recovery. That's fine. Please prepare 10 bottles for me. Swiftly procuring the restorative potion, I officially embarked on my expedition into the wilderness to hunt the demon beasts. I arrived at the same location as before, where second-tier demon beasts were known to roam. The target of my 1,000 beasts seemed a distant goal. At the current pace, it would likely take me around half a month to accomplish. However, upon completion, my strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Quietly calculating in my mind, I proceeded without hesitation deeper into the forest, continuing my search for the traces of the demon beasts. Along the way, I encountered numerous individuals engaged in the hunt for these creatures. To avoid unnecessary complications, I resolved to exercise caution. Consequently, I retrieved a mask from my system backpack and donned it. Ahead lie several first-tier 9th level demon beasts, perfect for honing my skills. My eyes lit up, and I charged forward with my blade drawn, swiftly dispatching the beasts in a matter of moments. As time passed, I inadvertently spotted a colossal rock rhinoceros looming ahead. I couldn't help but exclaim, how enormous! Its entire body was encased in formidable rock. Consulting the system notification, I discovered that this rock rhinoceros was indeed a second-tier, 3rd-level entity, boasting an exceptionally hard rocky shell and formidable defensive capabilities. A second-tier 3rd-level challenge? I had never attempted such a feat before. I wondered if I could conquer it. The only way to ascertain my limits was to try. Taking a deep breath, I gripped my thunder-slashing blade tightly and donned my fiber armor. Preparing to engage in battle, with a fierce roar, the blade's energy, imbued with chaotic divine thunder, surged forth like lightning toward the rock rhinoceros. However, this strike failed to inflict any lethal damage, merely leaving a few shallow marks on its shell. Yet, The chaotic divine thunder lingered on its exterior, continuously unleashing potent destructive force. Indeed, it was incredibly resilient. It seemed that my current first-tier, 8th level vitality was insufficient to easily vanquish it. Gazing at the rock rhinoceros's impenetrable shell, I couldn't help but express my admiration. The rock rhinoceros, enraged by the attack, let out an ear-splitting roar, followed by its massive forelimbs stomping down upon the ground. In an instant, countless sharp rock spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling toward me like a relentless rain of arrows. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught, I swiftly evaded the sharp rock spikes using my teleportation skill. Though it possesses rock-based powers, this is intriguing. That a slight smile crept upon my lips as excitement flickered in my eyes. Thunderous 9 blades. I teleported above the rock rhinoceros and uttered a command. With that, I swung my thunder-slashing blade, unleashing 6 formidable slashes of blade light. Amidst the intersection of the blade glows, a deep wound appeared across the massive form of the rock rhinoceros, blood flowing from the injury. As long as I could breach its defenses, I was in a favorable position. Fortunately, my vitality had already reached the first tier, 8th level. Otherwise, this battle would have proven untenable. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Feeling the pain, the rock rhinoceros became furious, enveloping itself in a shield of rock. It can employ the rocks for both offense and defense. Remarkably, the higher the level of the demon beast, the greater its intelligence. I dared not delay any further, swiftly utilizing my teleportation skill once more to distance myself from the rock rhinoceros. Taking a deep breath, I called out, "Chaotic divine thunder." As my words fell, a grayish divine thunder swiftly coalesced in my palm. My gaze was fixed on the chaotic divine thunder, radiating determination and resolve, and without hesitation, I launched it toward the rock rhinoceros. Due to the sheer size of the rock rhinoceros, its movements were relatively sluggish, making it difficult to evade the impending strike. After a series of bombardments, the chaotic divine thunder enveloped the entire body of the rock rhinoceros like an overwhelming tide, relentlessly dismantling its defenses and corporeal form. If I cannot breach your defenses, then I shall annihilate them entirely with chaotic divine thunder. I mused inwardly. At this moment, the rock rhinoceros, feeling the relentless thunderstorm ravaging its form, let out a thunderous roar of fury and charged at it. This moment, Yui remained blissfully unaware that he had usurped another's preordained demon beast. Even if he were to realize it, he would show no remorse. After all, in this perilous land, the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, prevails eternally. At this juncture, his immediate priority was to swiftly restore his vitality and spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he consumed a restorative potion. This potion works rather well. If I wait a little longer, I should be fully rejuvenated, he pondered inwardly. Before long, he sensed that both his vitality and spiritual energy had been adequately replenished. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, he resumed his quest to locate the demon beast. Hehehe, boy, encountering me surely marks the culmination of your misfortunes, he sneered. Bah, you wretched spawn of the heretical cult. May you meet a miserable end. His eyes widened in fury as he spat those words. Ha 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 ha, we shall meet our demise. It seems you shall be the first to depart, a man from the cult retorted with a sinister chuckle. The man sprawled on the ground had succumbed to utter despair, tightly shutting his eyes as he awaited death's arrival. In that instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Yui appeared like a specter, and with a swift motion, unleashed a torrent of formidable blade energy that forced the cult members back several paces. Who dares to thwart my endeavors? A member of the cult bellowed. The one who seeks to end your life. Yui coldly replied, Humph, you presumptuous wretch, since you've come to me, do not blame me for being impolite. Run, young man. He belongs to the heretical cult. Flee from this place. The man on the ground struggled to lift his head. Panic etched across his face. Yui, however, offered no reply, instead focusing intently on his adversary. Upon first laying eyes on the cult member, Yui utilized his unique ability to gauge his talent level, instilling him with confidence, prompting him to rush forward to render aid. After assessing the situation, he discovered that the individual named Li Chong was merely an ordinary member of the cult, yet his strength was formidable. According to his analysis, Li Chang was at the 2nd tier, 3rd level of vitality, with a mental prowess that reached the 1st tier, 9th level, classified as C-grade strength. Just then, the system emitted a notification. Ding. Slaying Li Chang will yield the reward skill Thunder Spear. The mention of this skill made Yuyi's heart race. Thunder Spear was an ability from the lightning category. Acquiring it would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. Given such a task reward, he was compelled to save the man sprawled on the ground regardless of other considerations. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he activated his teleportation skill, instantly appearing beside Li Chang. With all his might, he unleashed the 9 thunderstrikes, each blow imbued with a fierce momentum, striking mercilessly at Li Chang. Clearly unprepared for Yu Yi's overwhelming might and mastery of spatial skills, Li Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, "How could you?" But his words were cut short as he fell, lifeless, to the ground. Fortunately, Li Chang's overconfidence allowed Yu Yi to dispatch him with ease, for he too was a formidable opponent. However, none of that mattered now. What was crucial was the successful completion of the task and the acquisition of the skill Thunder Spear. Yu Yi silently rejoiced, reflecting that had Li Chang been more cautious, this battle might have proven far more arduous. The heretical cult was indeed an organization composed of madmen devoid of humanity. They frequently ravaged human settlements, akin to traitors, evoking deep disdain. Members of this cult were required to ingest a mysterious potion, which, upon consumption, gradually endowed them with certain characteristics of demon beasts. However, this transformation only manifested when they activated their half-human, half-demon state. Concurrently, their physical strength would surge, and their combat prowess would escalate dramatically. Yet, there was a price to pay. Each activation of the half-human, half-demon form brought them closer to becoming a demon beast. In terms of both habits and lifestyles, they ultimately succumbed entirely to the nature of demon beasts. Yue inquired, "How did you attract the attention of the cult? I am immensely grateful for your assistance." "Kind sire. To be frank, I am unsure why I was targeted by the cult. I was hunting here when that cult member suddenly attacked me, and I was caught off guard," the man replied. Yue nodded, recognizing that the cult often engaged in destruction. "I am Qian Wei. May I ask your name, young brother? Once we reach Qinchuan City, I would like to properly thank you for saving my life." Qian Wei inquired, "No need for thanks. Just be careful in the future. I must take my leave," Yue replied. "Please wait. This second-tier, first-level fire core was something I painstakingly hunted. That despicable cult member must have seen me acquire it, prompting him to attempt to rob me. Please accept this humble token of gratitude." Qian Wei insisted. "Aren't you keeping it for yourself?" Yue asked. Qian Wei quickly shook his head. No. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might very well have lost my life. Thus, you must accept this small gift as a token of my appreciation." Seeing the sincerity in Qian Wei's eyes and his resolute demeanor, Yue nodded and accepted the softly glowing fire core. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 bottles of restorative potions from his backpack and handed them to Qian Wei, advising him to use them promptly to regain his strength and heal his wounds. After completing these tasks, Yue turned and departed from the scene. As Qian Wei gazed at the receding figure of Yue, he silently lamented, I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to meet this savior again." With a tinge of bittersweet sentiment and gratitude, he slowly made his way from the area. Just then, a clear notification chimed in Yu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the reward skill, Thunder Spear. Thunder Spear could condense chaotic divine lightning into a spear for attack. Excellent. Now I have a skill from the lightning category," he thought. The system absorbed the second tier, first-level demon core, vitality, 7089, mental strength, 6656. First tier, 9th level, 9000. This demon core considerably boosted his mental strength. Yet, the journey to reach the first tier, 9th level still felt distant. No hunting today. I shall return home to rest out a week later. Yue exhaled deeply, feeling his vitality and mental strength significantly enhanced. Truly marvelous. The hunting endeavors of this past week had been immensely fruitful. After a week of relentless effort, he had slain approximately 500 demon beasts, nearing the halfway mark of his goal to achieve the 1,000 demon slaughter. During this time, he had garnered nearly 8 million blue star coins by selling the corpses of the demon beasts. With this newfound wealth, he first exchanged for a new set of D-grade mid-tier thunder crystal armor, costing over 3 million. Next, he purchased 30 portions of first-tier premium spiritual liquid and elixirs to boost his vitality and mental strength. With daily task completions and training, both his vitality and mental strength had seen considerable improvement. Now, his vitality stood at 9119, while his mental strength was at 8696. It is important to note that the standard vitality for the first-tier 9th level is 9000, and he had already reached that threshold. After consuming these elixirs and spiritual liquids, The system alerted him that the absorption efficiency of the next first-tier premium elixir or spiritual liquid would drop to 40 per item, down from the original 70. Evidently, as one progressed, the pursuit of strength became increasingly challenging. His talent points had also surged from the original 700 to a total of 2,100, thanks to a week's worth of daily tasks. The system allocated points to the Thunder Meditation Technique. Phew, the Thunder Meditation Technique has finally reached the first level. He felt the surge of spiritual energy within him expand considerably, along with a boost to his mental prowess. Mental strength, 9269. With both vitality and mental strength surpassing the first-tier 9th level, his power had further escalated. Now, with 1,300 talent points remaining, he pondered what to enhance next, sensing a need for single-target damage skills. Over the past week, the discount store has yielded little of value. The system explains that on a specific day each week, one might find something worthwhile. Yet today marks the 7th consecutive day without any good items. I wonder if I can finally procure something of merit. Refresh the discount store. 4 jars of glazed liquid for 10 pounds. 50 talent points. A heavenly grade superior void slash. 150 talent points. However, the other 3 items remain mundane life necessities. These 2 are the only useful finds. System, what is the purpose of this glazed liquid? Ding. Once the host reaches the 2nd tier, it can accelerate the bone tempering process. Is that so? Do I still need to temper my bones after reaching the 2nd tier? Ding. The 1st tier becomes the foundation. Once you reach the 2nd tier, sufficient vitality will allow for bone tempering. I see. It seems I still have much to learn about this cultivation knowledge. Subsequently, I purchased the glazed liquid in the void slash, a single-target martial technique, capable of delivering a decisive blow upon mastery. Quite impressive. Just when I thought there were no single-target techniques, this system proves otherwise. System, allocate points to the entry level. Ding. 600 talent points are required. Soon after, I felt my understanding of the void slash deepening. Successfully advancing to the entry level, I exhaled, feeling inwardly pleased. My strength has improved once more. However, when I checked my talent points, I found only 500 remaining. These talent points seemed to be of little use. Yet I remained undeterred, deciding to rest well for a day that I recalled that I had yet to deliver the water spirit grass I had gathered to Zhao Guanshan, so I prepared to take it over shortly. Then, I would pick up Sister Qingwei after her shift. Not long after, I solidified my realm and set off towards the warrior building. Along the way, I messaged Zhao Guanshan. I'm currently en route to the warrior building to fulfill our appointment regarding the water spirit grass. Soon, Zhao Guanshan replied. Young friend, you move swiftly. Have you already gathered the water spirit grass? I shall await you at the warrior building. I simply replied with an okay. Before long, I arrived at the warrior building. Upon seeing Zhao Guanshan, I spoke. Mr. Zhao, I have brought the water spirit grass for you. Zhao Guanshan, somewhat surprised, inquired. Young brother Yui, did you gather it so quickly? I nodded and replied. Yes, I happened upon some a few days ago. Excellent. In that case, please hand the water spirit grass over to me. Zhao Guanshan smiled with satisfaction. I promptly retrieved the water spirit grass from my system backpack. How did you manage to gather so much? I explained. A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to encounter a location where the water spirit grass was abundant. Very well. I shall transfer 500,000 into your account, and I thank you for your efforts. Zhao Guanshan said. Would you care to join me for a meal? It is nearly noon. I nodded, thinking that since Sister Qingwei would be finishing work later, it would be fine to stay for a meal. Soon, we arrived at the restaurant. As we settled in, Zhao Guanshan warmly stated, Young friend, feel free to order anything you desire. Do not hold back. By the way, are you a local of Qingchuan City or from elsewhere? Zhao Guanshan casually asked. I replied, I'm a local. Zhao Guanshan expressed some surprise. Oh, I would not have guessed. I only knew you were a student at Qingchuan City's 9th Martial Arts High School. I thought you were like Luo Yushi from your school. Hearing this, I curiously shook my head. I am just an ordinary student. But what is the situation with Luo Yushi? You do not know about Luo Yushi. Zhao Guanshan looked at me with astonishment, seemingly incredulous at my ignorance. I added, I only know that he has some connection to the imperial capital, but the specifics elude me. That makes sense. After all, it is normal for a student not to know much. Luo Yushi is the second young mistress of a prominent family in the imperial capital. 3 years ago, she came to our Qingchuan city, seemingly to escape an arranged marriage. Zhao Guanshan explained. I see. That explains why Huang Heng is so eager to please Luo Yushi. I thought to myself. I said, Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for clearing that up. Not at all. I did not expect a commoner to cultivate so swiftly. Your speed rivals that of certain SSS ranks. It seems you harbor some secrets. Zhao Guanshan remarked slowly that I chose not to speak. After all, a secret shared ceases to be one. Well then, young friend, I will not pry into your secrets. You must know that my request for you to find the water spirit grass was, in fact, an investment in you. I nodded in acknowledgement. Therefore, let me be frank. If you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. I will certainly assist where I can. And if you grow strong, do remember to look after me. Zhao Guanshan said. That I thought to myself. This Mr. Zhao is quite astute, making broad investments and connections to no problem, Mr. Zhao. I will strive to assist whenever possible. Ha. Then it's settled. After lunch with Mr. Zhao, I returned home. Upon opening my phone, I noticed the elite class group was abuzz with discussion. I am the dog of Kamisato Ayaka. By the way, the Qingchuan City High School competition is just a week away, right? I am A-grade talent. Indeed, I wonder how our cohort will rank. Last year's best student only placed 10th. Revive my beloved. This year, we have 3 SS ranks and a monstrous S rank, so we should be able to secure a few top 10s. 18 centimeters. Haha. First place is obviously Yui. He has been absent from school for a week. Surely he is avoiding challenges, leaving it to Huang Heng. Positive energy youth. We can't say that. Perhaps he is diligently cultivating at home. We will know in a week. I observed the discussions. I paid little mind to the mockery, knowing it was Huang Heng's minions who were speaking, and Huang Heng and our sworn enemies, which made their taunts predictable. I wonder if Huang Heng can withstand a single strike from me. I mused with a smile. With only a week left, it seems challenging to break through to the first tier's 10th level. However, it should be sufficient to handle all the students from Qingchuan City in my cohort. Once I complete the 1000 Demon Slash, I will acquire a significant amount of talent points, making me even stronger. Later, I will go pick up Sister Qingwei after her shift. This week, I not only hunted beastly creatures but also grew closer to Sister Qingwei. I just wonder if she has made up her mind. At 6 p.m., it was time to pick up Sister Qingwei from work. I had not enjoyed such a long afternoon nap in ages. This week, I had been out hunting beasts since 7 a.m. and only returned by 6 p.m., which had exhausted me. I soon arrived at the location where Sister Qingwei worked, the Spirit Plant Cultivation Center. Seeing those words, I prepared to enter and wait in the lobby. Before long, the workday concluded. Li Qingwei walked into the lobby, chatting and laughing with a colleague. Sister Qingwei, I waved and called out. Oh, who is this handsome suitor of yours? Qingwei, sure, teased. This is my younger brother, Li Qingwei replied. Oh, your brother? Why didn't you introduce him to me sooner? Such a handsome brother. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, what about me? Sure, playfully asked. You mustn't set your sights on him. Although he has no girlfriend, he will soon, Li Qingwei replied. Oh my, I wouldn't dare compete with my dear sister for him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You go ahead, I won't walk with you today. Sister Qingwei, what were you discussing with that colleague just now? I inquired. Li Qingwei replied. Oh, it was nothing. Yui, why did you come to pick me up today? I was exhausted from hunting beasts and thought of you working here, so I came to rest a bit. I said. Li Qingwei responded. Yui, you really don't have to overexert yourself. You're already quite strong. I understood that, although I was currently invincible at my level, in the face of true power, I was insignificant. Never mind that. Let us not dwell on such matters today. Come, Sister Qingwei, I'll take you out for a meal. Li Qingwei offered a slight nod, signaling her agreement. Subsequently, the two made their way to a restaurant themed for couples. Upon entering, Yui had reserved a private room in advance and led Sister Qingwei to their seats. Once everything was arranged, Yui took a deep breath, summoning his courage to ask, Sister Qingwei, what have you decided? Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Upon hearing these words, a faint blush crept across Li Qingwei's face as she shyly lowered her gaze. In a soft voice, she replied, Xiaoyi, I've given it considerable thought. Initially, I regarded you merely as a younger brother to care for. However, I later realized that my feelings for you have undergone subtle changes. If you don't mind the significant age difference, I would be delighted to become your girlfriend. After uttering these words, Li Qingwei's cheeks reddened further, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. Yue, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, How could I ever disdain you? Sister Qingwei, I can hardly contain my joy at having you as my girlfriend. Hee, now you are officially mine. Call me hubby so I can hear it. Yui eagerly anticipated her response. Li Qingyue's voice, as delicate as a whisper, barely reached his ears as she shyly uttered, hubby, a sound imbued with endless shyness and tenderness. Seeing this, Yui could not contain his joy, bursting into laughter. Huh, that's wonderful. Wife, you have finally agreed to be my girlfriend. At that moment, his heart overflowed with happiness. Li Qingyue remarked, Xiaoyi, why do I feel like you are quite experienced? Do you often act this way with other girls? Yui gently shook his head and replied, Sister Qingyue, you are my first love. Perhaps our familiarity allows our interactions to feel so natural and effortless. Though he felt a twinge of guilt saying this, in this world, Li Qingyue was indeed his first girlfriend. Yet, back on Earth, he had experienced a few relationships. However, compared to Li Qingyue's feelings for him, those past experiences seemed trivial. Yui pondered silently, realizing that even if Xiaoyi had other girlfriends, Sister Qingyue would harbor no resentment. As long as he held her in his heart and genuinely cherished her. Li Qingyue lowered her head and spoke softly, I just want you to truly like me. Hearing this, Yui was taken aback and said, What? Sister Qingyue, rest assured, you occupy my heart entirely. That I will love you steadfastly, without abandon. Before he could finish his sentence, he reached out, taking Li Qingyue's hand and pulling her into an embrace. Li Qingyue offered no resistance. Instead, she held Yui tightly, as if he were her most treasured possession. Sister Qingyue, you are truly a kind and beautiful woman. Yui exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. In this world, there were no strict rules governing monogamy. After all, the offspring of exceptionally gifted individuals often possessed remarkable talents themselves. Thus, polygamous relationships were quite common here. Sister Qingyue, let us indulge in some delicious food. Allow me to feed you, Yui said softly. Time swiftly passed, and they soon finished dinner, hand in hand, making their way towards the cinema. After watching the film, the sky turned ominous, unleashing a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning. Sister Qingyue, let us return. It seems the weather is not on our side today. Xiaoyi, let's head back. We can go out together another day, Li Qingyue suggested. They quickly summoned a car and returned home together. Sister Qingyue, when will you tell your parents that we are together? Yui inquired. When they come back, I will let them know that I believe they will be very happy, she replied. All right, I shall heed my wife's wishes. Are you going to sleep now, Sister Qingyue? Yui asked reluctantly. Yes, I need to adjust to everything, Li Qingyue said, lowering her head. Very well. Remember to contact me if anything comes up. Good night, wife. Good night, hubby, Li Qingyue said hurriedly before dashing out the door into her home. Hiki, your shy demeanor is simply adorable. I must take good care of Sister Qingyue, Yui resolutely declared. After all, many may love your wealth and beauty, but few will genuinely love you. Outside, the storm raged with thunder and lightning. Yet Yui's spirits soared as he sat quietly by the window, watching the lightning streak across the night sky, his heart brimming with joy. Sister Qingyue had finally become his girlfriend. Yui murmured to himself. A blissful smile gracing his face, reflecting on the day spent with Li Qingyue filled him with warmth, the essence of being loved and loving someone in return. Meanwhile, back at home, Li Qingyue's heart was equally tumultuous. Lying in bed, her heart raced, her mind flooded with memories of her time with Yui that day. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder echoed outside, causing Li Qingyue to shiver. Fearful, she wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, as if that would shield her from the terrifying sound that an inexperience from her childhood had left her with a lingering fear of thunder. On that day, heavy rain poured down, and thunder roared outside, while her parents were away. Ever since, she had felt a profound fear whenever storms approached. Despite this, Li Qingyue slowly took out her phone. In the chat with Yui, she deleted and retyped her message several times before finally sending 6 words. I am a bit afraid of thunder. Upon receiving the message, Yui was momentarily taken aback. I am a bit afraid of thunder? Sister Qingyue is afraid of thunder? Why had she never mentioned this before? Oh, wait a minute. Yui furrowed his brow, contemplating the true meaning of her words. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. This was an invitation. She wished for him to stay by her side, to provide her with a sense of security. With this realization, Yui wasted no time, rushing out of his home and sprinting towards Li Qingyue's house. Knock, knock, knock. Li Qingyue, puzzled by the late-night visitor, peered outside and was relieved to see Yui. Quickly opening the door, Xiaoyi, what brings you here? Wasn't it you who invited me over, my dear wife? Yui replied with a grin. I never invited you, Li Qingyue said, unable to meet his gaze. Wasn't that statement? I am a bit afraid of thunder. An invitation? I merely mentioned it. I didn't invite you, Li Qingwei said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. All right, Sister Qingwei, let's just say I'm here uninvited. Can I stay with you tonight? Yui asked eagerly. Li Qingwei softly murmured an as she walked towards her room, and Yui followed her inside. The room was illuminated only by a small desk lamp. Sister Qingwei, may I sleep on your bed? Why, yes, Li Qingwei stammered in response. He then settled onto her bed, which still carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder reverberated outside. Li Qingwei exclaimed, diving into Yuyi's embrace. This thunder is quite powerful, he remarked gently, wrapping her in his arms. Sister Qingwei, does this feel more comforting? However, Li Qingwei remained silent. Merely snuggling closer to him, as time ticked by, Li Qingwei gradually tilted her head upward, her gaze meeting Yuyi's, captivated by the faint blush on her beautiful face and her luscious lips. He felt himself enchanted, unable to resist leaning closer. In that moment, Li Qingwei made no attempt to resist. Instead, she gently closed her eyes. Seeing this, Yui seized the moment and pressed his lips against hers. The kiss, innocent and inexperienced, was nonetheless filled with a pure sweetness. This delightful instant seemed to freeze time, immersing them in a blissful reverie, their tongues intertwined as if rippling through a tranquil lake. Yuyi's hands began to explore her body, and just as he ventured into the most intimate of territories, Li Qingwei, blushing fiercely, shyly protested, "Shall Yi wait? I'm not quite ready yet," observing the way Qingyue's face flushed as though she were about to bleed. I said, "All right, Sister Qingwei, I shall heed your words. After all, one cannot rush to eat hot tofu. We must take it step by step. So, shall we kiss?" Li Qingwei replied shyly, her eyes fluttering, without uttering a word. Yui leaned in and kissed her, to which Li Qingwei responded with bashful affection. After a considerable time, their lips parted. "Sister Qingwei, it's time for you to sleep. Tonight, I shall hold you in my embrace," Yui said gently. Li Qingwei felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her strength dissipating as she nestled softly against Yuyi's chest, responding with a faint He then held her tightly in his arms. Outside, the thunder still roared, yet there was no trace of fear on Li Qingyue's face, only a sweet smile. Thus, they spent the night in each other's embrace, doing nothing more. The following morning, when Yui rose, Li Qingyue had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few messages on his phone. Li Qingyue, I've gone to work first. My dear husband. I made breakfast. Remember to eat. Love you. Sighing at the memory of the previous night, he felt a surge of frustration. Young people often let their tempers flare. Nevertheless, having tasted Li Qingyue's soft, crimson lips was indeed delightful. After all, one must proceed step by step. Just then, his phone chimed with a new message. "Luo Yushi, what level are you at now?" This woman was truly obsessed with cultivation, Yui thought to himself. Why Yui? Why should I tell you? Luo Yushi. Regardless, a week later, when you return to school, I will challenge you. Yui. Suit yourself. After sending the message, Yui proceeded to wash up and eat the breakfast Li Qingyue had prepared. I must become stronger. Only the powerful can protect themselves and those they wish to shield. Stepping outside, he prepared to head to the warrior's tower to purchase some potions. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered two men approaching him. "Hello, young man. We are from the City Beast Control Bureau. Are you aware of the recent incidents involving beasts attacking people in this vicinity?" One of the men inquired. Yui shook his head, indicating that he was unaware. "You must be cautious, young man. This area has become unsafe with beasts roaming about." The other man warned. Yui nodded, and the two officials, seeing that he had no useful information, moved on to seek out the next resident. That young man was quite composed. I saw no fear in his eyes. He appears to be a newly awakened student this year. Perhaps he is still unaware of the dangers posed by beasts. One of the officials remarked as they walked away, discussing amongst themselves. Could beasts really appear in the city and remain undiscovered? How peculiar. Yui mused inwardly that it was prudent to remain vigilant. He should remind his beloved Qingyue. For her cultivation level was too low. He wondered what level the beast that had caused harm was at. If he were to encounter it, he pondered whether he would be able to handle it. No matter, if I cannot fight, I can always escape. After all, I possess teleportation. With these thoughts in mind, he continued toward the warrior's tower. After purchasing some restorative potions, Yui prepared to venture outside the city and commence his hunting expedition. However, just as he was about to step out of the warrior's tower, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Long time no see. Igu." Upon focusing, he saw a girl smiling brightly at him. "It's you, Zhao Xiao Xiao. I haven't seen you at work lately. What is going on? Yui asked curiously. Zhao Xiao Xiao blinked her lively eyes and replied, I'm also a newly awakened one this year. Before awakening my talent, I was merely helping out here temporarily, experiencing life. After awakening, my grandfather Zhao Guanshan had me take on a role as a certification officer for warriors, assisting him in scouting for promising talents. Thus, I haven't continued working there, but have been focusing on my training instead. Yui nodded and asked, I see. How has your training been progressing? Zhao Xiao Xiao frowned, somewhat helplessly saying, Oh, don't mention it. I don't really enjoy training. Yet my grandfather, father, and mother all insist that I do it. It's so annoying. My vitality and spirit are only at the first rank, third level. Progress has been painfully slow. She then playfully stuck out her tongue. Yui nodded. After all, everyone has their own attitude towards cultivation. By the way, you must have a water affinity talent, right? Yui inquired. Yes, I possess an A-grade water affinity talent. How did you know? I never mentioned it to you. Zhao Xiao Xiao questioned. Yui replied. Because your grandfather asked me to help you find some water spirit herbs, so I deduced it. Zhao Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Oh, I see. My grandfather mentioned that you have an S-grade spatial talent, which is far superior to mine. He even said that your training speed is exceptionally fast and encouraged me to interact with you more. It's a pity you always seem so busy. Yui chuckled inwardly, thinking how rather naive she was to say everything so openly. After all, he was just an ordinary person, relying solely on himself. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and his family. Is that so? Well, do you have time for lunch today? I'd like to treat you. Zhao Xiao Xiao said with eager anticipation. I don't have time. I need to go hunt beasts outside the city. Perhaps another day, Yui replied, scratching his nose. What a pity. You're going to hunt beasts outside the city? My grandfather said it's quite dangerous out there. Zhao Xiao Xiao said, her face showing a hint of concern. Yui smiled and reassured her, hunting beasts can earn money. With money, I can obtain elixirs and spiritual liquids to grow stronger more swiftly. All right then, see you next time. I'm off to find my grandfather, Zhao Xiao Xiao said, turning to enter the warrior's tower. It was time to hunt beasts. Sighing, Yui remarked, I am not wealthy. I must rely on myself. On his way toward the city outskirts, he took out his phone to browse various tasks posted by others. One task caught his attention. Old man on a bicycle. Head to the desolate forest beast zone to find a young man named Liurden. A reward of 200,000 cash will be given for locating him. This task appeared quite lucrative, and since the desolate forest zone was known for housing beasts below the second rank, it was perfect for hunting while accomplishing this task. Yui thought to himself as he accepted the mission and proceeded toward the desolate forest area as indicated on the map. He soon arrived at the location. Just then, an older man suddenly appeared and called out to him. Young man, why do you dare come to this area alone? It's not safe here. Yui, puzzled, asked, Sir, why do you say that? Is there something particularly dangerous about this region? The old man furrowed his brows. His expression grave as he replied, This area is home to a monster. Although no one has seen its true form, anyone who has encountered this creature has never survived, and the manner of their deaths is exceedingly tragic. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Yui's spine, leaving him momentarily speechless. I see. Thank you for the warning, sir. I will be cautious, he said, bowing slightly in gratitude. The old man shook his head in resignation. Sighing, I initially intended to advise you to return and hunt in a safer place. But since you've made your decision, just be extra careful. Yui nodded in acknowledgement. Damn, I've been duped. No wonder the task reward is so generous. This area is perilous. Yui mused internally. Well, since I've accepted the task, I might as well take a look. If it comes to worst, I have teleportation to save my life. The trees in the vicinity were mostly withered, shrouded in mist, and the entire environment appeared exceedingly treacherous, as if something dreadful could happen at any moment. Donning his thunder crystal armor and wielding the thunder-cutting blade, Yui advanced cautiously. Before long, he encountered a beast, a purple lightning ferret. The purple lightning ferret was a second-rank, second-level beast possessing certain lightning attributes that in no time, Yui successfully slayed it. After a while, he continued to defeat several beasts without encountering anything unusual. Why is the fog getting thicker? Yui pondered. He needed to be careful as he treaded cautiously. Before long, the mist had become so dense that he could barely see his own hand. This is strange. The fog shouldn't be this thick. There must be something amiss. Thunder armor. He then activated his martial technique, transforming chaotic divine thunder into armor. I'm in deep trouble. I should never have come here. I truly am cursed. The visibility was abysmally low, rendering any attempt to venture outside utterly futile. Just then, an unsightly creature materialized before Yui, launching a vicious strike at him with its slimy, damp tentacles. Yui had been on guard. As the dense fog enveloped him, he had already extended his consciousness to perceive his surroundings. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The tentacled monstrosity, realizing its attack had missed, began to scour the area in search of Yui's silhouette, retreating into the mist. Meanwhile, Yui had seized the opportunity presented by the creature's assault to glean detailed information about this beast. It turned out that this entity, known as the fusion tentacle monster, was at the third tier of the second realm. It was a mutated aberration capable of assimilating the bodies and organs of other creatures. This unique ability rendered it extraordinarily powerful and perilously dangerous. Fortunately, its realm was not excessively high. It seemed that the elder's words from earlier had proven true. This was indeed the monster he had spoken of. The creature would first brutally slay its victims, then decompose their remains to incorporate them into itself, thereby augmenting its strength. Moreover, it appeared that the monster possessed the ability to manipulate the fog, which accounted for why no one had ever detected its presence. Yui pondered silently. Now that the enemy was in the light and he in the shadows, how could he compel this cunning tentacle monster to reveal itself? After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. The system, he decided to exchange for an invincibility card. Invincibility card grants invincibility for 1 second at a cost of 100 talent points. Can only be purchased once per phase. Armed with the invincibility card, Yui prepared to bait the enemy. Striding boldly through the mist, the tentacle monster, spotting its prey swaggering through the fog, hesitated for a moment before launching another attack. Here it comes, he thought, activating the invincibility card. In an instant, as he used the card, the creature's tentacle struck his chest, revealing its form. The tentacle monster was momentarily bewildered, astonished to see the entirety of Yui's body shimmering with golden light, and that its tentacle had failed to pierce his clothing. Before the creature could react, Yui unleashed his martial skill, heavenly tier martial skill, Void Slash. As he executed the slash, a massive wave of blade energy, accompanied by chaotic divine thunder, surged forth like a roaring lion towards the tentacle monster. The sudden assault bisected the creature in an instant, leaving behind a scattering of putrid flesh, eyeballs, and limbs. Disgusted, Yui felt a wave of nausea wash over him. But why hadn't the fog dissipated? Something felt amiss. His expression grew grave as he observed the remnants of the tentacle monster's form, legs, eyes, and other body parts, reassembling themselves. So, even when cleaved in two, it could not be annihilated. System, activate the chaotic divine thunder to obliterate the beast and reduce it to ashes. The reconstituted tentacle monster did not flee. Instead, it mockingly fixed its gaze upon its prey. Apologies, but this is chaotic divine thunder. Thunder spear. He then condensed the chaotic divine thunder into a spear and hurled it forcefully at the creature. Be obliterated. The spear pierced the fusion tentacle monster's body, and in an instant, the chaotic divine thunder began to reduce it to ashes. A mere mark of failure. Before the chaotic divine thunder, it was nothing. The tentacle monster and all its organs vanished without a trace, reduced to dust, and the fog receded, leaving only a faint mist in its wake. Fortunately, the chaotic divine thunder can annihilate all. It directly turned this fusion monster to cinders. I wonder if there's a second one lurking here. I must remain vigilant and continue my search for the mission target, which is quite troublesome. Thus, Yui continued his cautious advance. He treaded carefully, not daring to let his guard down. However, he encountered very few beasts along the way, which puzzled him. Could it be due to the earlier encounter with that mutated fusion monster? As he walked, he soon arrived before a colossal dead tree, towering into the clouds. Its robust trunk suggested it had stood for ages. To his astonishment, Yui noticed a massive hollow within the tree, appearing large enough to shelter a person. He mused, having not encountered anyone else along the way. Could it be that the child he sought was within this hollow? Is anyone there? Yui called into the tree hollow. However, after a brief pause, no response came. Yui hesitated, preparing to turn away, for who knew what unknown dangers lurked within. Help! Help me! Just then, a faint voice emanated from within the hollow, as if it had exhausted all its strength to call out. Yui's heart tightened. There was indeed someone inside, yet he remained cautious, suspecting it might be a beast mimicking human sounds to lure him in. He edged closer to the hollow, asking softly, "What is your name?" "I am Erden," the voice replied, sounding increasingly feeble. Li Erden. Wasn't he that the name of the person the employer was searching for? Yu felt a surge of joy within, but maintained his composure, continuing to inquire cautiously. And what is your brother's name? My brother is Li Taiju. After a series of questions and confirmations, Yu finally ascertained that this child, named Li Erden, was indeed the target he had been seeking. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of gratification that his efforts had not been in vain. Yu then entered the hollow, utilizing his detection function to confirm the identity. Li Erden, blood chi. First stage, 9th level. Spirit. First stage, 8th level. Talent. C grade. False death. Inside the hollow, there was blood everywhere and numerous corpses. Beneath the bodies lay a young boy who was softly pleading for help. Yue hurriedly approached and administered recovery and healing potions to him. Soon, the boy began to regain some strength. He then dragged the boy out of the hollow. Why are you here alone? Yue inquired softly as he carried the boy. The boy, regaining some strength, cried out, my brother and I, along with 3 others, came here to hunt beasts. But after the fog appeared, a creature covered in organs emerged, and we scattered in a panic. In the end, the other 3 died, and my brother and I got separated. I survived only because of this false death talent. So that was it? Do you know when this tentacle monster appeared? Yue asked. I don't know. I only know that this disgusting creature has only recently appeared. The boy said through tears. Don't cry. Your brother might still be alive. He sent a request for me to come and rescue you. Upon hearing this, the boy immediately ceased his crying. Is that true? My brother is still alive. Li Erden exclaimed with excitement. Yue nodded. You'll know once you return. It only recently appeared. Its growth to the 3rd tier of the 2nd realm is rather rapid. Yue thought to himself. Having completed the main task for the day, he decided against further hunting and prepared to return. He soon arrived at the outskirts of the city. Yue took out his phone to message the employer. I've found the person you wanted to rescue. Where shall we meet? He inquired. On the other end, Li Taiju was filled with surprise, exclaiming that he had found his brother. He then sent an address at the entrance of Yuan community. Upon seeing the meeting address, Yue took the weakened Li Erden and made his way there. Soon, he spotted a burly man anxiously waiting at the community entrance. Li Taiju, blood chi, 2nd stage. 4th level, spirit, 2nd stage, 2nd level, talent, B grade, berserk. Upon seeing his brother supported by a stranger, Li Taiju immediately knelt before Yue. Benefactor, thank you so much for bringing my brother back, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Oh, benefactor, I dare not claim such a title. After all, who would send a benefactor to a place from which one might not return? Yue said with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Li Taiju's expression changed drastically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But I'm sorry, benefactor. I deceived you. A few days ago, when I went hunting with my brother and 3 others in that area, we were targeted by a monster. In the end, I was the only one who made it out alive. Seeing that the others and my brother had not returned, I was in a state of panic. I intended to go back, but knowing I could not defeat that monster, I invited others to accompany me. Somehow, rumors began to circulate about the appearance of monsters in a certain area, yet no one was willing to accompany me on my venture. Thus, I had no choice but to issue a commission. Despite posting numerous requests, no one dared to take on the task, even when the rewards were substantial. Consequently, today I concealed the information regarding the presence of monsters and deceived my benefactor. Thank you, my benefactor, for rescuing my brother. If it would bring you solace, I, Li Teniu, would willingly sacrifice my life in gratitude. Li Teniu declared. Is that so? Then why don't you go ahead and die right now? Otherwise, I cannot find relief, Yue remarked playfully. Brother Yue, please don't let my brother die. He only concealed the truth to save me. Could I trade my life for his? If it weren't for him caring for me since childhood, I might not have lived to this day. I am already grateful. Dan, stop this nonsense. After my brother's death, you must live well. Do you hear me? With that, he drew a large knife, preparing to strike his own head. Just as the blade was about to meet his scalp, Yue appeared in front of Li Taiju in an instant, delivering a swift punch that sent Li Taiju flying. Your death sentence is spared. But you cannot escape the consequences. Consider this punch a lesson. Alas, death is unfortunate for all. Consider yourselves lucky to have encountered me. It is my benevolence. Next time, do not harm others, Yue admonished. Shaking his he felt a tinge of disappointment as he ascended the stairs to his home. He resumed his training, diligently completing the system tasks as per usual. The following morning, He ventured downstairs and spotted the little cat still lounging beneath the grand tree. He produced a lively small fish and inquired, "I recall that me likes fish, doesn't he, she? How about this one? It's still fresh." The feline perched above merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to her slumber. "Duh, aren't all cats fond of fish? Why the indifference?" Yui mused to himself. He then took out some grains and dried fish, but the cat didn't even blink. What on earth? If she won't eat this, what will she consume? Perhaps cake. Thus, Yui spent 100 talent points at the system store to procure a slice of cake. According to the system's description, it could enhance one's spirit. He held the cake aloft and asked, "Little me, would you care for some cake?" The cat, intrigued yet puzzled, observed the unfamiliar delicacy before responding, "You hold on to that cake. I shall eat it myself." Yui was taken aback. "Wait, you can talk? It seems I've been able to speak since birth." "Is that so strange?" she retorted. "What kind of creature speaks upon birth? How long have you been alive?" Yui inquired. "According to your human calendar, I have existed for 3 months," she replied, approaching Yui to nibble on the cake he held. "Meow, what is this delightful food? It is simply exquisite," she exclaimed, relishing the treat. Well, eschewing fish for cake now, are we?" Yui thought to himself. "Is it delicious?" he asked. "Meow, it's delicious. I feel refreshingly invigorated, as if my very essence has been slightly revitalized." She purred. Naturally, this cake was a product of the system, and exchanging talent points surely conferred benefits to one's spirit or vitality. Yui had yet to sample it himself. Afterward, he spent another 100 points to acquire a different flavor of cake. "Oh my talent points. 2 slices of cake have depleted my day's worth of training points," he lamented. "Wow, this flavor surpasses the previous one." The little cat chirped appreciatively. "What is your name?" Yui asked. Curiosity piqued. "My mother often calls me Xiao Taozi. You may call me that as well," she said, continuing to enjoy her cake. "Aren't you afraid I might capture you?" Yui queried. "Not at all. Thank you for the treat. You are far more interesting than other humans," she replied, licking her fur. "You certainly have a bold spirit. Why are you not afraid of me?" Yui asked, intrigued. "Allow me to demonstrate," she said, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Yui stood there, bewildered. Was that not me? Did she just use a spatial ability? How can a mere cat possess such powers? This is utterly absurd. 3 months old and already at the 2nd level with spatial talents. And she can speak. This is no ordinary cat. I must find a way to entice her to become my pet. He chuckled wickedly to himself. After a while, Xiao Taozi had yet to return. Could it be I've been tricked out of my cake? Yet, at least she conversed with me, he mused. For now, I shall hunt some beasts. Time flew by, and before long, the last day of his leave arrived. Tomorrow, Yui would return to school, the 1000th one. Finally completed the 1000 beast sleigh. Yui exhaled a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are awarded 2000 talent points. The system chimed. New task. 10,000 beast sleigh. Reward unknown. A new task materialized before Yui. Observing his accumulated talent points had reached 3,800, he calculated in his mind. Initially, he had 600 talent points, spent 200 on cake, leaving 400. Adding the 1,400 acquired from daily tasks over the week and the 2,000 earned from completing the 1000 beast sleigh brought him to a total of 3,800 points. This is indeed the most talent points I have ever possessed. He rejoiced, planning his next steps. First, I shall retrieve some funds to purchase elixirs and then spend my talent points. However, Yui's thoughts lingered on the little cat who had once relished his cake. Alas, that cat has yet to appear since that day. Shaking his head, he resolved to first sell the corpses of the beasts he had hunted. I hope to encounter that adorable little cat again someday. With his spirits lifted, he prepared to embark on his journey home. Arriving at One Out Pavilion, Yui was now a familiar face there. Young man, back again today? The elder welcomed him with a smile. Indeed, hunting beasts is a quick way to earn money, Yui replied. Well then, present what you wish to sell, and I shall calculate it for you, the elder said. Ultimately, he successfully sold the beast he had hunted that day. Yui's Blue Star currency had skyrocketed to an astonishing 10.48 million. Goodness, I've become a millionaire, he exclaimed. Yet, alas, 10 million is still insufficient. Some fine weapons start at hundreds of millions, Yui thought. Chuckling wryly, well, I suppose I shall buy some blood-replenishing elixirs and spiritual liquids first. Afterward, he purchased 50 premium blood-replenishing elixirs and spiritual liquids, spending 6.5 million Blue Star currency. That I've spent it all on elixirs. It's not worth it, considering the absorption rate has decreased significantly. After completing his purchases, he hurried home. Upon reaching downstairs and glancing toward the tree, he still found no trace of the peculiar cat. Shaking his head, he ascended the stairs. Ding. Consumed a premium blood replenishing elixir. Vitality increased by 40-50. Ding. Consumed a premium spiritual liquid. Spirit increased by 40-50. Vitality 11,780. Spirit 12 for 37. This week of training had indeed yielded significant gains. His vitality and spirit had each increased by 2,000 due to the elixirs. Now, it's time to enhance my skills and techniques, he declared. System. Upgrade the Thunder Body Forging technique to the 2nd level. Ding. Consumed 2,100 talent points. The Thunder Body Forging technique has been upgraded to the 2nd level. In that instant, the chaotic divine thunder felt as though it had fused with his very blood. The chaotic divine thunder surged through his veins, bestowing him with an unending stream of power, as if boundless. What a rush! Yui exclaimed, exhilarated. He felt his entire being brimming with strength, as if he could conquer the world. Soon after, a melodic voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of upgrading the Thunder Body Forging technique to the 2nd level. You have earned 2,000 talent points. Heh, this is like receiving a free tier of cultivation, he thought gleefully. Without hesitation, Yui commanded the system. Enhance the Thunder Meditation technique to the 2nd level. Ding. Consumed 2,100 talent points. The Thunder Meditation technique has successfully been upgraded to the 2nd level. In that moment, Yui felt the spiritual energy within him surge like a tidal wave, doubling in intensity. This overwhelming sensation filled him with joy. Phew, now that my physical and spiritual abilities have both doubled, I can finally overcome the issues I faced previously due to insufficient spiritual energy. Yui sighed in relief. Following that, he commanded the system once more. Upgrade the Void Slash to the minor accomplishment stage. Ding. Consumed 1,700 talent points. With the System S notification, the Void Slash successfully reached the minor accomplishment stage. In Yui's mind, he felt as though he had executed this martial technique countless times. Each instance capable of unleashing tremendous destructive power. System. Open the panel. Character. Yui Realm. Warrior Level 1, 9th stage. Spiritual Master Level 1, 9th stage. Vitality 11780 13,000. Level 1, 3rd stage. Spirit 12437 13,000. Level 1. 3rd stage. Talent S. Space SSS. Chaotic Divine Thunder. Beginner. Marketplace. Cultivation Method. King Level Supreme. Thunder Body Refinement Technique. 2nd stage. Fragmented. King Level Supreme. Thunder Meditation Technique. 2nd stage. Fragmented. Martial Skills. Earth Level Supreme. Thunderclap 9 Blades. Accomplished. Mysterious Level Upper Grade. Gale Fist. Minor Accomplished. Earth Level Upper Grade. Thunder Flash. Not yet initiated. Heaven Level Middle Grade. Thunder Armor. Initiated. Heaven Level Upper Grade. Void Break Slash. Minor Accomplished. Skills. Teleportation Backpack. D Level Upper Grade. Thunder Slashing Blade. F Middle Grade. Fiber Armor. Surrounding Map of Qingchuan City, etc. The talent points have all been exhausted, and I am on the verge of breaking through to Level 1, 10th stage. Soon, Sister Qingwei will finish work and arrive at Yui's home. Yui stepped forward and embraced Li Qingwei. Then kissed her. Li Qingwei did not shy away but reciprocated. Although still somewhat inexperienced, it was a marked improvement from their first encounter. Since solidifying their relationship, Yui had taken the initiative, and their bond had deepened significantly. After a long moment, their lips parted. Qingwei, my love, I must return to school tomorrow and apparently participate in a competition, Yui said, looking at Li Qingwei that moment. A slight blush crept onto Li Qingwei's cheeks. Please be cautious during the competition. Do not push yourself against those you cannot defeat, Li Qingwei said, her tone shy yet concerned. Rest assured, my dear Qingwei, I would barely manage to defeat anyone else. And those who could match me have yet to be born, Yui replied. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Allow me to prepare dinner for you. I imagine you must be quite hungry. Li Qingwei said before heading to the kitchen. I shall assist you, my dear Qingwei, Yui said, moving forward. There is no need. You have spent the entire day hunting demonic beasts, and my work is not exhausting. I can manage on my own. You should rest, Li Qingwei replied hastily. How fortunate I am, Sister Qingwei. Isn't this just the arrangement where I earn a living, and you embody beauty and the ideal wife? Yui mused. Indeed, this life feels splendid, but it hinges on your safety, Li Qingwei said with a smile. Fear not. I shall prioritize my safety, Yui assured her. Before long, dinner was prepared, and amidst laughter and joy, the meal came to a swift conclusion. This quest to win over Li Qingwei remains incomplete. The foolish system insists on something else for it to be deemed finished. Yui grumbled. System, do not rush. Meals are to be savored one bite at a time. It is best to sleep first. That night, within the small stronghold of the heretical church in Qichuan City. What is the status of the integrated tentacle monster deployed in the desolate forest area of Qichuan City? A blue-robed steward inquired. Reporting to the steward, it appears to have been eliminated. I found no trace upon my arrival. A subordinate answered respectfully. Eliminated? How can that be? That area is primarily inhabited by level 2. 5th stage demonic beasts. It should be impossible for a stronger entity to have ventured there. Moreover, anyone who encounters the tentacle monster should not return alive, the steward remarked, puzzled. The blue-robed steward pondered and shook his head. Perhaps that powerful being fortuitously crossed paths with it? What of its growth rate? The steward pressed further. Remarkably impressive. It was merely level 1, 9th stage upon deployment, yet in less than half a month. When I last checked, it had already surpassed level 2, 3rd stage, the subordinate exclaimed with excitement. The blue-robed steward nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may withdraw. He waved his hand dismissively, upon receiving the command. The reporting member exited the room. Visibly relieved, however, the blue-robed steward did not pause. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Bishop. The test results are exceedingly successful. Its growth rate is beyond imagination, the blue-robed steward reported, barely containing his excitement. The red-robed bishop on the other end seemed already aware. Understood, if the beasts in that area have been mostly eradicated, transfer it to other zones with lower-tier beasts and allow it to fulfill its final value. Bishop, that monster has vanished. It appears to have been killed, the blue-robed steward said, a hint of panic in his voice. Eliminated? No matter. Be sure to provide the list of prodigies under your jurisdiction. If possible, pursue the hunting of those prodigies, ordered the red-robed bishop. The blue-robed steward hesitated. Bishop, those prodigies have largely remained within the city, and the defenses have intensified, making it difficult to find an opportunity. Be ruthless. I expect to hear of your contributions. Do you understand? The red-robed bishop commanded. Understood, the blue-robed steward replied. Bishop, what kind of beast was that blood from? It could induce the tentacle monster's transformation, allowing it to merge with those it kills, enhancing its growth. Do not concern yourself with matters beyond your purview. Focus on your responsibilities, the bishop concluded before hanging up. The blue-robed steward exhaled in relief, secretly grateful to have avoided reprimand. He then called his subordinates. Bring forth the list of prodigies. Dispatch some personnel from our outpost to wreak havoc. In a dimly lit room, where one could hardly see a hand in front of their face, a massive rectangular table dominated the center. 2 rows of seats were occupied by 4 individuals, their expressions grave and statuesque. At the head of the table sat a mysterious figure clad in a black robe, flanked by 2 similarly attired individuals standing respectfully by his side. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a deep, cold voice resonated from the front. What are the results of the tests? The mysterious figure in black inquired. Reporting to your holiness, the test results were exceedingly successful. The target's growth rate is astonishing. The black-robed figure's subordinate responded. The mysterious man in black did not speak, but merely nodded slightly. He continued. In that case, I shall provide you with more fresh blood for your endeavors. You must devise ways to create greater destruction. Let this world witness the terror of our heretical church. Upon receiving the command, the 8 individuals seated on either side responded in unison. As you command, your holiness. At that moment, the holy leader added, this year has seen many with SSS-level talents emerge. We must spare no effort in hunting them down. Now, go forth and execute your tasks in your respective areas. With that, the holy leader and his 2 attendants vanished like phantoms. Fellow bishops, now that His Holiness has issued the order, let us act immediately. One red-robed bishop declared. As his words faded, he too slipped away like a whisper on the wind. The remaining bishops exchanged glances but said as Yui strolled along, lost in thought. He found himself at the entrance of Class Elite 1 before he even realized it. Upon entering the classroom, his gaze immediately fell upon Huang Hong, who sat surrounded by a circle of sycophants, all attending to him like stars revolving around the moon. Isn't this the top student, Yui? What brings you to class today? One of Huang Hong's lackeys taunted provocatively. Indeed, we thought you might be too afraid of losing your title as the best in the school, so you decided to play the coward and take a leave of absence. Another lackey chimed in, joining in the mockery. Hearing these words, Yui furrowed his brow momentarily but quickly regained his composure. one cannot remain forever in the comfort of their origins, especially when your origins are far beneath mine. This retort incited a response from Huang Heng's entourage, eager to display their bravado. At that moment, Huang Heng abruptly rose from his seat and approached Yue with a scornful expression. Yue. Today, we will be selecting the top 5 to participate in the competition. Are you brave enough to accept my challenge? Yue cast a calm glance in his direction and replied, "In that case, bring your lackeys along as well." Upon hearing this, Huang Heng's fury ignited. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think you're impressive? I, Huang Heng, have been tirelessly honing my skills for the upcoming competition." He thought to himself. Yue smiled slightly. "Whether you are impressive will soon be revealed." Fine, fine, fine. Huang Heng seethed, his face a mask of rage. "I alone could easily take you down, let alone with all my friends backing me up. You'll see." With that, he shot Yue a venomous glare before returning to his seat. Yue remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility, indifferent to Huang Heng's threats. One by one, other students began to filter into the classroom. "Ige, it's been ages. You've been absent for half a month," exclaimed Shouho, brimming with excitement. "It's dreadfully dull here at school." Yue replied nonchalantly. "You're still the most formidable, Ige, by the way. Will you be able to maintain your top position in the upcoming intercollegiate competition?" Shouho inquired curiously. "A trivial matter," Yue replied dismissively. "Only Ige could say that. I shall strive to be among the top 5 as well. So I can witness your prowess firsthand," Shouho exclaimed eagerly. Just then, a student named Li Hai approached Yue and extended his hand. "Hello, Yue. I'm Li Hai. May I get to know you?" Do you have something to discuss with me?" Yue inquired, not reciprocating the handshake, his demeanor calm and composed. Feeling awkward due to Yue's lack of engagement and somewhat cold attitude, Li Hai stammered. It's nothing particularly important. I just find you very impressive, so I wanted to introduce myself. Oh, I thought you were sent by Huang Heng," Yue replied, his expression unchanged. Of course not. To be honest, my father encouraged me to befriend you. I also think you seem like a decent person, which is why I made an effort to meet you," Li Hai explained, knowing that honesty often yields better results in certain company. Is that so? "Aren't you concerned that Huang Heng might target your family?" Yue asked. "Come now, I'm merely making friends. It's not as if the Huang family would retaliate against me," Li Hai replied with a nod of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Huang Heng's expression darkened ominously. Before long, Luo Yushi entered the classroom. Approaching Yue, she spoke calmly. "Yue, I wish to challenge you." Taken aback, Yue quickly gathered his thoughts. With a slight smile, he responded, "My, what a day for challenges. However, you'll have to wait until I finish dealing with Huang Heng." Luo Yushi nodded slightly and returned to her seat in silence. At that moment, Teacher Dong entered the classroom, and the previously boisterous atmosphere gradually quieted. Standing at the podium, Dong Lei surveyed the room before announcing, "Students wishing to challenge others should come forward. Additionally, students from other elite classes may also issue challenges, so be prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, several students began to step forward to declare their challenges, filling the room with a palpable sense of tension. It seems Yue is quite popular, even attracting challenges from 2 SS-level experts. Teacher Dong remarked, directing his gaze at Yue. "Let us head to the arena. The top 5 will proceed to represent us in the Qinchuan City Intercollegiate Competition." With that, Dong Lei exited the classroom, followed by many students eager to challenge others, alongside those merely there to observe. Yue stepped forward. Huang Heng called out, flexing his legs. Yue ascended the platform, and once both parties were ready, Dong Lei declared, "Let the match begin." Yue, you're quite fortunate. Huang Heng sneered. I owe my gratitude to you, young Master Huang, Yue replied with a smile. "Today, you shall witness my true strength," Huang Heng declared, activating his pseudo-demonization ability while also employing the defensive martial art. Overlord Body. Seeing Huang Heng's actions, Yue remarked, You're quite fearful of me right from the start, activating both your defense and talent. TSK, I won't fall for your provocations. Prepare to meet your demise." His fingers elongated into claws as he lunged at Yue. Alas, one cannot kill within the school grounds, especially given Huang's family's considerable influence in Qinchuan City. Killing Huang Heng would spell trouble for me. What a pity. Otherwise, today could have been your last, Yue mused inwardly. However, while I cannot take your life, I can certainly shatter your most sensitive area. He chuckled to himself. As Huang Heng charged forward, he noticed Yue's lack of fear, which stirred a sense of foreboding within him. If we had no enmity, I could easily knock you off the stage, but since you are my sworn enemy, I shall employ some martial arts, he declared, executing a gale fist and teleporting directly in front of Huang Heng. Huang Heng, now drenched in cold sweat, thought, damn it, Yui actually mastered spatial skills, with a resounding thud. The gale fist struck Huang Heng's most vulnerable area. A piercing scream erupted from Huang Heng. He cried, clutching his groin as he crumpled to the ground in agony. Why, Yui? Yutar, alas. What I dread most is that the Huang family might act unreasonably. Yui reassured, there's no need to worry. Homeroom teacher, I can still seek assistance from the principal. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher sighed, seemingly lamenting their own inadequacy, as well as the state of the world. Luo Yushi, do you wish to challenge again? Yui inquired of Luo Yushi at that moment. Luo Yushi hesitated, feeling as if the gap between him and Yui was growing ever wider. As I have always said, I will certainly surpass you. Luo Yushi retorted defiantly. Rest assured, you shall never surpass me. I will always remain above you. Though, on rare occasions, you might find yourself in a position above me, Yui replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yushi appeared puzzled, clearly unable to comprehend the implications of his words. Meanwhile, some astute members of the audience began to murmur among themselves. Why Yui dares to tease even the school bell? What audacity! After all, that is Luo Yushi, they chuckled, noting that Luo Yushi seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning. Heh, I quite enjoy being beneath, remarked a handsome young man. Immediately, several gazes turned toward him at that moment. Luo Yushi, overhearing the audience's discussions, finally grasped what Yui had meant. Scoundrel, Luo Yushi exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment, gritting his teeth in indignation. Yet, the thought of being toyed with by him while feeling powerless stirred a sense of grievance within him. Ultimately, the top 5 positions were confirmed. Yui, Luo Yushi, Wang Sha, Li Xiaodao, and Li Hai. They were set to represent their institution in the Qinchuan City University tournament. Meanwhile, Huang Heng was being lifted into a taxi by several students. En route to the hospital, young man, why is your lower body covered in blood? Did something happen to your, The driver inquired, astonished by the bloodstains on Huang Heng's trousers, due to excessive blood loss. Huang Heng's complexion had turned pale, his lips tinged with purple, leaving him too weak to respond. He shut his eyes tightly, his body trembling slightly, as if enduring immense pain. What a stroke of bad luck. Well, I suppose I shall take you to the hospital, considering your unfortunate state, the driver sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he started the vehicle toward the hospital. However, after a short while, an unpleasant odor began to permeate the interior of the taxi. What on earth is that foul smell? The driver frowned, searching for the source. Damn, you little brat, you actually soiled my car. I kindly gave you a ride, and this is how you repay me. He then pulled over and dragged Huang Heng out of the car. How disgusting. You, a grown man, relieving yourself in my vehicle. Go to hell, the driver yelled angrily, kicking Huang Heng a few times before driving off in a huff. Huang Heng let out a pained cry. Curling up on the ground, clutching his abdomen tightly, his face contorted in agony. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet, covering himself as he endured the excruciating pain, pulling out his phone to call his family for assistance. Upon retrieving his phone, he was dismayed to find it had run out of battery. Ah, is there anyone who can help me? Huang Heng cried out in desperation. Just then, a fierce Tibetan mastiff caught the scent and approached. Upon seeing Huang Heng's bloodied state, it tore at his trousers, devouring what little dignity he had. It is for these reasons that I have chosen you. Thus the principal spoke. I am grateful for the principal's selection of me. Although I am unaware of the specific task, I am confident I will accomplish it upon seeing it. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a terrifying pressure bore down upon Yui. Yui, perish, Huang Tianba declared. This is the 9th Martial Arts High School. Do not act recklessly, Principal Li Jiang admonished sternly. However, Huang Tianba let out a cold laugh. What does it matter that he injured my son? Today he must provide an explanation. With that, he unleashed the full force of his 5th tier, 5th level blood energy realm, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze in response to his overwhelming aura. Humph, were it not for your connection to the city lord, I would not be engaging in a civil discourse with you. Li Jiang. Do not test my patience. Huang Tianba glared at the principal, his eyes flickering with menace. I have heard that you have fallen out with the city lord. If you insist on obstructing me this year, I doubt he will intervene, Huang Tianba mocked, a smug expression plastered across his face. Li Jiang remained unperturbed. Huang Tianba, do you truly believe I am an easy target? You may test me and see if you can take anyone from my grasp. With that, he swiftly moved to stand before Yui, shielding him with his own body. Huang Tianba, if you have grievances, direct them towards me. Attacking a mere child is beneath you. Li Jiang glared at him, his gaze resolute and fierce. Huang Tianba, taken aback internally, did not back down verbally. Very well, if that is the case. Let us see whether my Huang family's overlord fist is stronger or your authority is principle. With that, he shouted loudly, his fist swinging out with a howling wind, imbued with tremendous force. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from the sky. Stop. Following this, a figure descended from the heavens, akin to a shooting star. Huang Tianba, is it not unbecoming of the Huang family head to bully the weak? Must you involve yourself in the affairs of the younger generation? Feng Xiaodong inquired calmly. Damn it, why has this old man arrived? Wasn't it said that he had a falling out with Li Jiang? Huang Tianba thought to himself. City Lord, he clasped his hands respectfully. I have come to seek justice for my son, who was grievously harmed by this boy named Ui.is. That not reasonable. Yu quickly interjected. Indeed, this is true, but it was a legitimate contest to determine rankings that I did not anticipate that Huang Heng would be so weak that a single punch would shatter him. I acknowledge my fault in this matter. That I apologize to the head of the Huang family. Humph, I suspect you did this intentionally. Can a mere apology suffice? What need is there for regulatory bodies then? You must pay the price today. Huang Tianba retorted angrily. Huang Tianba, Yui has already stated it was an accidental injury during a normal competition. What are you trying to achieve by clinging to this? Li Jiang countered. Enough, Huang family head. This student has admitted to an accidental injury during the contest. It is evident he did not act with malice. Moreover, he has already apologized. Surely, you can show some leniency. The city lord spoke gently. Curse it. These individuals are in cahoots. Huang Tianba thought angrily. In that case, let this matter rest. But mark my words, Yui, you will not escape my wrath. With that, Huang Tianba swiftly departed. Thank you, city lord. Thank you, principal. Yui expressed respectfully. The Huang family will not let this go easily. You are in for trouble, young man, Feng Xiaofeng remarked with a smile, but there is the city lord to protect me. Yui responded, fully aware that only the city lord could safeguard him at this moment. Do not place all your hopes on me. While I can shield you for a time, I cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely. Moreover, it was your principal who sought my assistance. You ought to be grateful for having such a good principal. Feng Xiaodong advised Yui nodded. After all, it was indeed challenging for a single individual to contend with the entirety of the Huang family. And the city lord was merely acting at the principal's behest. He needed to rely on his own strength. If the principal and the city lord had not intervened, he would have been but an ant before Huang Tianba. Only by becoming stronger would he have any hope. Yui clenched his fists, contemplating this. Old friend, it has been a long time, Feng Xiaodong greeted Li Jiang. Indeed, it has been a while, Li Jiang replied somewhat distantly. It is rare to see you so concerned over a young man. I am surprised you sought me out. What talents does this young friend possess? Feng Xiaodong continued to inquire. A in S-class spatial talent. Li Jiang replied calmly. A in S-class spatial talent. While such talents are rare, they are indeed remarkable. You must have a compelling reason to be so invested in this S-class youth. I suspect his talent is extraordinary. Feng Xiaodong speculated that it is indeed extraordinary. I will elaborate on its nature later, Li Jiang assured him. However, I hope you can ensure Yuyi's safety until the college entrance examination concludes. That acceptable. Old friend, Feng Xiaodong hesitated. That may be somewhat difficult, especially if the Huang family continues to apply pressure. Very well, since you have put it that way, I will do my utmost, he finally conceded, turning to Yui. Although my old friend has asked me to protect you, you must also demonstrate your worth. How about securing first place in the Sichuan City High School competition? Yui stated flatly. Oh, you have quite the ambition. Feng Xiaodong remarked. This year, 2 individuals with SSS-level talents have emerged from Sichuan City, both with significant backgrounds in power. The Yu family does not possess such influence. I presume you are of humble origins, and your resources will be vastly inferior to theirs. How do you intend to claim first place? Feng Xiaodong stroked his chin, intrigued. How about this? Yui responded, revealing his first tier, 9th level blood energy. Gasp. He has reached first tier. 9th level blood energy. What kind of monster is this? No wonder you are so confident. Ha! Old friend. You have found a fine candidate, Feng Xiaodong exclaimed, though I am puzzled how an S-class talent could cultivate so rapidly. It seems your principal's protection is indeed warranted. You are quite impressive. I shall ensure your safety, Feng Xiaodong declared with satisfaction. Even the principal beside him wore a look of astonishment. He had known of Yu Yi's rapid cultivation but had not anticipated it would advance so swiftly. By the heavens, he has only awakened a little over a month and has reached first tier, 9th level blood energy. This piece of jade has my consciousness within it, Feng Xiaodong said, producing a jade piece similar to the one the principal possessed. You likely understand how to use it, since I have pledged to protect you. I cannot remain at your side indefinitely. In times of danger, shatter it, and I will appear to Yue accepted the jade. Expressing his gratitude, thank you, City Lord. After all, it was an additional means of safeguarding his life. Now, while your first tier, 9th level blood energy is indeed impressive, far surpassing many with SSS level talents, martial skill talent is equally essential. Along with mental fortitude, I am uncertain about your other abilities. I look forward to your performance in tomorrow's high school competition, Feng Xiaodong remarked. Rest assured, Principal and City Lord, should I fail to secure first place, I shall present my head, Yue declared resolutely. Good lad. You may go about your business now. I shall confer with my old friend. Huang Tianba will likely refrain from action for the time being. Feng Xiaodong stated. Yue then departed. Old friend, have you chosen him for that task? Feng Xiaodong inquired. Indeed, Li Jiang replied, subsequently sharing Yu Yi's peculiarities. Considering your words. This young man is indeed quite extraordinary, Feng Xiaodong acknowledged. Alas, I hope he can complete that task and resolve the rift between us, he added with a tinge of sorrow. Li Jiang remained silent, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. He was still far too weak, unable to seize his own fate. Only through strength could he avoid being manipulated by others. System, can you elevate my realm directly to the 10th tier? That way? I could eliminate anyone I wish, Yue declared. The Huang family. They must be eradicated, he vowed. For now, he resolved to return home and prepare for the high school competition the following day. The Qingchuan City High School competition was a grand event, typically held in an imposing venue. This contest attracted numerous prominent families, martial arts building administrators, martial arts schoolmasters, and the city lord. Among other important figures. Tomorrow's high school competition should be easily resolved. With unwavering confidence, Yue contemplated in his heart. He believed that, with his own strength and experience, he could effortlessly tackle the upcoming match. Perhaps it was best to return home first. Thus, Yue quickened his pace, continuing in the direction of his abode. Along the way, he pondered how to enhance his abilities to better confront future challenges. Upon reaching his doorstep, he noticed that Li Qingyue was absent from home. According to her usual routine, she should still be at work at this hour. After a long period without refreshing the discount mall, Yue suddenly recalled the mall feature within the system. Eagerly, he opened the system's marketplace and clicked the refresh button. A weekly refresh guarantees a minimum, but he was uncertain about what might appear this time. Filled with curiosity, Yue gazed at the system screen as the refresh completed, revealing 2 new items in the marketplace. 3rd tier Vitality and Spirit Realm card, 100 talent points, capable of temporarily elevating cultivation and spirit to the first level of the 3rd tier for a duration of 10 minutes. 3rd grade Dragon Blood Elixir, 100 talent points, an elixir refined from impure dragon blood. The 3rd tier realm card was indeed useful, yet it felt somewhat inadequate against the Huang family. As for the dragon blood elixir, being of the 3rd grade, he was unsure if he could absorb it. Some elixirs are graded but lack levels, such as the 3rd grade dragon blood elixir. With no talent points left, Yue resolved to complete today's cultivation tasks first. Before long, he accomplished his daily tasks, earning 200 talent points, and successfully purchased the 2 items from the discount store. He picked up the 2 items and examined them closely. The 3rd grade dragon blood elixir could significantly enhance vitality and could also be consumed during bone tempering to accelerate the process or refine the body. Yue contemplated. I wonder if I can consume the 3rd grade dragon blood elixir now. System, can I take the dragon blood elixir? He inquired. Ding, it is not advisable for the host to consume the elixir as bone tempering has not been completed. Otherwise, the physical body may not withstand it. The system responded. Yue pondered thoughtfully, realizing he would have to wait until reaching the 2nd tier to use it. Was bone tempering to begin at the 2nd tier? He recalled the system had mentioned that bone tempering would commence after reaching the 2nd tier. Once Sister Qingyue returned, he would present her with the jade stone from the principal, ensuring her safety. Yue understood that he could not always protect Li Qingyue. He could only rely on external means to safeguard her. As night fell, Li Qingyue finished her workday. Qingyue, my dear, you're back? Are you tired? Would you like me to give you a massage? Yue asked with a cheerful grin. I'm not tired at all, she replied, placing her bag down and tying on an apron. Are you hungry? Would you like me to cook for you? Not hungry, Qingwei. I just miss you a bit, he said, moving closer to Li Qingwei. You smell wonderful, my dear. Yui embraced her. Darling, you always tease me as soon as I return. She playfully replied, wrapping her arms tightly around him. It's just that I missed you so much. And you feel so soft and fragrant, he said, planting a kiss on her cheek. Li Qingwei gazed at him. Her face slightly flushed. Sister Qingwei, please take this jade stone, he said, gently placing it in her hand. That if you encounter danger, it will summon someone to assist you, he stated earnestly. Darling, I want to encounter any danger. You should keep it for yourself, she said, attempting to return the jade stone to him, while Yui firmly grasped Li Qingwei's hand. Listen, my dear Qingwei, I'm not afraid of danger, but I fear for your safety. Do you understand, darling? Have you gotten into some trouble? Why would you say such things? Li Qingwei asked, her concern evident. Hee, who could I possibly offend? I'm just a mere student. There's nothing to worry about. Yui chuckled. However, Li Qingwei was not easily convinced that really true. You must tell me the truth to alleviate her worries. Yui resorted to comforting her. Of course, it's nothing serious. It's just that my teacher values me highly. So he gave me 2 jade stones for protection, fearing you might encounter danger at work. That's why I'm giving you one to keep for emergencies, he explained, gently caressing her cheek. Li Qingwei nodded, still somewhat skeptical. If anything happens, you must tell me. Dear. I am your girlfriend, she said, gripping his hands tightly. I will, Sister Qingwei. You are the person I trust the most and love dearly. Rest assured, he said, lifting her beautiful face and kissing her gently. After a while, he spoke up, Sister Qingwei, I'm hungry. Let us cook together. He looked at her, who had a faint blush on her cheeks. All right, my dear, she replied, rushing towards the kitchen. Yui followed suit, assisting her with the preparations. Soon, with their collaboration, they completed 2 dishes and a soup, presenting them at the table. Dinner is ready, my dear Qingwei, Yui announced. Holding the bowls and utensils, such a life feels truly beautiful, he mused, reflecting on their shared existence as 2 orphans. In his previous life, Yui had grown up in an orphanage. He had always relied on part-time jobs to support his education, with hardships that were beyond words. Yet, he never felt inferior or complained. Instead, he embraced life as it was, with its bittersweet moments. He had faced numerous difficulties and setbacks but had also garnered much joy. Despite this, he had never truly experienced love. Even during college, the relationships he had were merely fleeting encounters. After all, they lived in an era characterized by fast-paced living and a pursuit of thrills, making love increasingly elusive. However, everything changed when he traversed into this world. He remained an orphan, but was fortunate to have encountered a sister, Li Qingwei, who cared for him deeply, although not related by blood. She looked after him with unparalleled devotion, even more so than family. Because of this, Yui experienced love for the first time, an affection that words could scarcely describe, deeply rooted in his heart. Yet, he was acutely aware that no matter how wonderful a sister she was, she would eventually marry. Thus, after awakening, he resolutely pursued Li Qingwei, and ultimately, his efforts bore fruit as she became his girlfriend. Indeed, my dear, this simple life with you is truly beautiful, Li Qingwei smiled softly. Her smile resembled flowers blooming in spring, captivating all who beheld it. Yet, the world is cruel, fraught with uncertainties. No one can predict what the future holds. Perhaps in the next moment, they might face life and death partings, or monstrous beasts attacking the city. Without growing stronger, he could not protect those he wished to safeguard. This thought pierced Yui's heart like a thorn, leaving him feeling a sting of pain and helplessness. He understood that without striving to become stronger, he would be unable to protect those around him in times of danger. It is indeed beautiful. My dear Qingwei. If only I could remain in this moment forever. Yui's voice carried a hint of resignation and bitterness. He knew that reality is often more brutal than one can imagine, and they could not remain forever enveloped in blissful times. Li Qingwei seemed to sense the unease within him. She gently caressed his hand and said softly, Darling, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We will face whatever comes together. Her gaze was filled with determination and support, warming Yui's heart. Gratefully, he nodded and served her a dish, saying softly, Sister Qingwei, eat this. They exchanged smiles, savoring this tender moment. Soon, the meal came to an end. Yui rose slowly, walking to Li Qingwei's side. He gently extended his arms, enveloping her in a tight embrace. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only their intertwined breaths and heartbeats resonating in the air. Qingwei, I love you. Yui's voice was deep and full of emotion, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. A gentle smile of happiness graced Li Qingyue's face as she responded, I love you too. On this tranquil night. Their love shone as brilliantly as the stars above. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and Yui opened his eyes on time, sitting up in bed, after embracing Li Qingyue the previous night. She had returned to her own home next door. Yui continued to practice for a while longer, successfully acquiring 200 talent points. He then rose to wash up, have breakfast, and prepare for school. I hope Qingyue won't need that piece of jade, he silently prayed. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a group of nurses gathered to chat. For heaven's sake, how much longer does that poor fellow need to stay in the hospital? One nurse asked, frowning. Another nurse replied, I have no idea. It's just so unfortunate. Every time he goes to the restroom, the toilet suddenly erupts with filth. It's absolutely disgusting. That's not even the worst of it. A third nurse couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, a nurse mistakenly fed him urine thinking it was a nutritional supplement. It was utterly hilarious. The fourth nurse chimed in, Indeed, we should get him discharged as soon as possible. Every time he changes beds, they break. He has nearly exhausted all the hospital's beds. They laughed and chatted, oblivious to the fact that Huang Hong, lying on the hospital bed, wore a ghastly expression. His in the 10th Martial Arts High School. Zhao Chong's S-Class Demon Hand faced off against Han Li from the 2nd Martial Arts High School, renowned for his SSS-level Earth abilities. The audience below was abuzz with chatter. Zhao Chang is truly unfortunate. He has to confront a frontrunner for this championship right from the start. Indeed, it seemed that the 10th Martial Arts High School was in for a rough time, losing a competitor almost immediately. Is it me in the first match? A young man with a wheat-colored complexion and striking features, exuding a combative spirit, inquired. It appears that fate has chosen me for a triumphant debut, he declared. Striding confidently onto the stage, radiating an air of determination. Upon his arrival, Han Li calmly regarded his opponent. Clasping his fists together, with a steady voice, he introduced himself. I am Han Li. I look forward to your guidance. He did not present himself with the arrogance often associated with those of prestigious lineage, but instead exhibited humility and courtesy, eliciting admiration from the spectators. Zhao Chang reciprocated politely, Please, be kind to me. The match concluded swiftly, with Han Li securing a decisive victory. After his win, he offered a slight smile and a respectful bow to Zhao Chang, saying, Thank you for the match, before gracefully turning to leave. In the audience, Yui privately mused, this young scion of the Han family possesses remarkable poise, devoid of the haughty demeanor typical of aristocratic offspring. As the subsequent matches unfolded, the spectators eagerly discussed the impressive caliber of this year's competitors. I never anticipated such formidable talents in this cohort, one person exclaimed. Indeed, that girl named Su Li was astonishing, effortlessly overpowering her opponent, another chimed in. And Lin Kong too. His abilities are quite impressive. A third added. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their anticipation for the ongoing competition palpable. The host soon called for silence, urging everyone to focus on the matches. The quality of this year's awakening surpasses last year's by a significant margin. The principal of the 2nd Martial Arts School remarked, Indeed, it seems that only a handful are rated A-class, while the majority exceed S-class. Another principal agreed. Haha. It appears we are in for some thrilling performances. A voice chimed in. The big screen displayed the next competitors, Luo Yushi, SS Ice, from the 9th Martial Arts High School, versus Xia Yizhou, S Demon Sound, from the 4th Martial Arts High School. Isn't Luo Yushi the second daughter of a prominent family from the capital? One principal inquired. Indeed, I hear she entered the competition to escape an arranged marriage, another family head responded, with her in the fray. The 9th Martial Arts High School is bound to achieve impressive results. The heads of various families and principals nodded in agreement. Soon, the audience beheld the ethereal figure of Luo Yushi as she gracefully ascended the stage. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, her features strikingly beautiful and otherworldly, reminiscent of a celestial being. Her opponent, a petite girl with a sweet and charming appearance, paled in comparison. Wow, Luo Yushi is breathtaking. Someone gasped. Indeed, she is my goddess. Another exclaimed with fervor. I wish to have her children. A nearby young man blurted, echoing the sentiments of many. The audience, captivated by Luo Yushi's beauty, erupted in cheers and applause. Where beauty graces the stage, admirers inevitably follow. The two competitors soon engaged in a fierce battle. What a peculiar talent. Not only does she unleash magical sounds through her voice, But even the clang of weapons transforms into enchanting melodies, Yui pondered silently. Ultimately, Luo Yushi emerged victorious. Yui had discerned the realms of both contestants before their match began. Xiao Ijo's spirit seemed somewhat diminished. Rendering her magical sounds less effective, the competition pressed on, time swiftly passing until it was Shouho's turn to compete. Brother E, my opponent possesses A-class talent. How lucky I am, Shouho exclaimed with a beaming smile. Confidently making his way to the stage. As expected, he triumphed in the match, advancing to the next round. The big screen soon revealed the next matchup. UES Space, from the 9th Martial Arts High School versus Ding Hui, S Amplification, from the 6th Martial Arts High School. Upon seeing Yi's name flash across the screen, Zhao Xiaoxiao jumped up in excitement, gripping Zhao Guanshan's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Grandpa, look, it's Brother Yui." Zhao Guanshan nearly stumbled but managed a wry smile, gently stroking his chin. All right, I see. Just don't tug at your grandpa's clothes. So he's a student from the 9th Martial Arts High School, Sunba, the master of the Iron Fist Academy, remarked, and with a space ability, the 9th Martial Arts High School is indeed a treasure trove of talent. Meanwhile, Wang Tianba glowered at the prospect of Yui taking the stage. As Yui approached the arena, preparing for battle, Ding Hui inquired, "Pray tell, which family do you hail from?" "Just an ordinary citizen," Yui replied. Ding Hui visibly relaxed upon hearing this. After all, it was well known that commoners found it exceedingly difficult to cultivate and acquire space skills at this stage. "Then, I look forward to your guidance," he said, readying himself for combat. Amplify. Ding Hui's body glowed with a white light, indicating a substantial increase in strength. I am at the 1st level of blood chi, 5th stage, and the 4th stage of spirit. My S-class amplification talent can enhance overall combat capabilities and bolster others, Ding Hui explained. That talent is quite commendable, Yui mused. Teleport. Yui vanished from sight. Ding Hui, bewildered, exclaimed, "Wait, aren't you just a commoner? How can a commoner possess space skills at such speed?" Yui reappeared behind Ding Hui and delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling off the stage. Given that Yui was at the 9th level of blood chi and Ding Hui only at the 5th, coupled with the 2nd stage of the thunder body refining technique enhancing his physical prowess and attacks, the outcome was inevitable. As Ding Hui landed off the stage, his expression was one of utter disbelief. "Wait, I haven't even fought yet, and I've been kicked out?" The audience erupted in laughter. "Look at Ding Hui's bewildered face. It's hilarious," someone chuckled. "Who would have thought Yui possessed space skills?" Another remarked. "Indeed, no wonder Li Jiang found him so peculiar." The city lord nodded in agreement. "Grandpa, look, Brother Yui won," Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly. "Of course, Yui should be able to reach the top few," Zhao Guanshan replied. "Wow, is he really that formidable? It's a pity my talent is only A-class. I didn't even qualify for the competition," Zhao Xiaoxiao lamented. "My dear granddaughter, your A-class talent is impressive," Zhao Guanshan reassured her. "This kid remains as formidable as ever," Sunba observed as Yui descended from the stage. Before long, the 1st round of matches concluded. The top 40 had been determined, and those requiring recovery potions were instructed to report to the school. The next round would commence in 1 hour. The city lord announced, "Brother E is truly strong." Lehigh complimented that it's unfortunate I was eliminated in the 1st round. "I seem to be the only one from our school to fall at this stage." "But you have Brother E to lead you," Shouho chimed in. Well, everyone is gathered," Li Xiaotao remarked as she joined the group. "Let's continue to strive in the upcoming matches," Yui encouraged. "It's a pity this competition offers no rewards," Li Xiaotao noted. "The lack of rewards is due to the competition being primarily for resource allocation to martial arts schools for the coming year, as well as for various factions to scout talent." Lehigh explained. "If one gets selected by a prestigious family, it could greatly benefit their future development." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Our team, aside from Luo Yushi and you, Lehigh, truly needs the backing of influential factions." Li Xiaotao stuck out his tongue and said, "I think I'll pass. I'm accustomed to going solo." He then turned to Shouho and added, "However, Shouho, you must perform admirably if you catch the eye of some influential forces. You might negotiate some favorable terms." Shouho replied, "Ego, I want to follow you." "Follow me for what?" "I can't manage your resources. If you attract the attention of some benevolent forces, that might work out well," Yui remarked. Shouho fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. "Brother Yui," Zhao Xiaoxiao called out as she rushed over. Yui smiled slightly in response and greeted Zhao Xiaoxiao as grandfather, saying, "Greetings, Zhao Lao." He offered a slight bow to Zhao Guanshan. who had approached. There's no need for such formalities, young friend. You may simply call me Zhao Grandpa in the future, Zhao Guanshan replied, but Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Young friend, do you have confidence in this upcoming competition? Zhao Guanshan inquired. With a firm grip on the essentials, it seems you are quite confident, young friend, that I look forward to seeing you advance to the finals. What a lively gathering. Good to see you. Mr. Zhao, Sunba said, bowing slightly. Brother Yue, it has been half a month since we last met, and from what I observed during your match, you seem even stronger, Sun Chang remarked as he joined Sunba. It appears that Master Sun knows Brother Yue, Zhao Guanshan noted. Indeed, Zhao Lao. Our martial arts style, the diamond body, was claimed by this fellow, Sunba stated. Zhao Guanshan nodded, having a certain understanding of Yu Yi's strength. Seeing so many people arriving, Chu Yishuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Wang Shuo, you are the closest to Yue. Do you know he is acquainted with so many formidable individuals? Li Hai quietly asked. I don't know. Ever since he awakened, Igu has preferred to act alone, Shouho replied, puzzled by Yue's apparent familiarity with these people. Since that's the case, Master Sun, why not see who can make the best guess? Zhao Guanshan suggested, looking at Sunba. What kind of guessing game do you have in mind, Mr. Zhao? Sunba inquired. Guess what rank our young friend Yue will achieve? Zhao Guanshan responded. I believe he can make it into the top 10. Sunba declared without hesitation. Then I'll guess he'll place third, Zhao Guanshan said, stroking his beard. It seems Mr. Zhao has high hopes for Yue, Sunba remarked, somewhat astonished. After all, this competition features 2 SSS-level talents and quite a few SS-level competitors as well. To place Yue so high indicates a considerable level of confidence in him, he thought. Goodness, these two are treating me like their entertainment toy. However, you are all mistaken. The first place can only be claimed by skill. Yue mused silently. Let us wait and see, Zhao Guanshan replied. During this hour of respite, Yue engaged in conversation with Sun Chang and Zhao Xiaoxiao. Welcome to the second round. With the host's announcement, the audience fell into a hushed anticipation, watching the large screen as participants were drawn. The city lords speculated on who might seize the championship. It's quite a challenge. 2 participants possess SSS talents, and there's another with significant potential. Who might the city lord be referring to? You'll find out this afternoon, the city lord teased. At that moment, some family heads approached Huang Tianba. Huang, why hasn't your son come to participate? I've heard he possesses SS-level talent. Huang Tianba's expression stiffened as he replied, my son sustained some injuries. Hence he is unable to compete. The family heads exchanged glances but said nothing further, turning their attention back to the competition. The transition from 40 to 20 competitors was swift, with Li Xiaotao being eliminated by an SS-level talent. While Shouho, despite facing a stronger opponent, managed to advance for Yue and Luo Yushi. Their prowess was unquestionable. Yue's opponent stood in the center of the arena, fearful of being unceremoniously thrown off the platform like Ding Hui. However, his efforts were in vain, as Yue effortlessly dispatched him with a swift punch aided by a teleportation move. The spectators, including prominent families and officials from the Martial Arts Management Bureau, began to take notice of this young man. With the top 20 established, the competition would resume in the afternoon. Ha ha ha, young friend, you remain as swift as ever, Zhao Guanshan exclaimed. Is it merely due to a weak opponent? How about I host lunch for you and Master Sun? Please, Mr. Zhao, allow me to treat you instead, Sunba replied cheerfully. Zhao Guanshan shook his head. I shall be the host. We can discuss the next time. Sunba nodded in agreement. I defer to Mr. Zhao. Then let us invite these young friends as well, Zhao Guanshan said, glancing at Shouho, Li Hai, and the others. The group exchanged looks and nodded, expressing their gratitude respectfully. Zhao Grandpa, would it be permissible to include this old fellow? Li Yuanli approached. Oh, it's Master Li. You are most welcome, Zhao Guanshan responded, somewhat surprised. The group then prepared to head to a grand hotel. Is it all right if I invite others? Yue inquired. Of course, as long as they are your friends, Zhao Guanshan assured him. Yue approached his homeroom teacher. Teacher, would you like to join us for lunch? Ah, you still remember me? Good lad. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Yue then intended to ask the principal, but was politely declined. As he prepared to leave the arena, he spotted Luo Yushi. Hey, would you like to join us for a meal? Yue asked with a cheerful grin. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yushi agreed, saying, just stick close to me. Don't get lost. She found his concern somewhat amusing yet didn't show it. Merely nodding in response, the group then made their way to the hotel Zhao Guanshan had arranged. Quickly locating their reserved private room, Yue escorted Luo Yushi into the room. The others regarded him with curious expressions. Young friend, is this your girlfriend? Truly a match made in heaven, Zhao Guanshan remarked. The others exchanged glances, eager to clarify, but ultimately remaining silent. Zhao Grandpa, you jest. She is merely a fellow competitor here to share a meal. I hardly have such fortune, Yue said, taking a seat beside Shouho. Luo Yushi hesitated before sitting next to Li Xiaotao, initially hoping for a chance to converse privately with Yue about his training methods, but was surprised to find the room filled with people. Once everyone had arrived, Zhao Guanshan encouraged, feel free to order whatever you like. Today, I'm treating. However, the guests remained still, not picking up the menus. Seemingly taken aback by Zhao Guanshan's extraordinary demeanor, Yue noted their hesitation and broke the silence, saying, Zhao Grandpa is quite easygoing. Don't feel constrained. Order whatever you wish. Hearing Yue refer to Zhao Guanshan as Grandpa astonished Li Yuanli. I never expected this lad to call Zhao Guanshan Grandpa. Their relationship must be quite special, he mused internally, feeling that sending his son to befriend Yue was indeed a wise decision. Yue casually selected a few dishes from the menu, prompting others to follow suit and order their own selections. Young friend, why not introduce your companions? Zhao Guanshan asked with a smile, eager to learn about Yue's associates. As those surrounding a genius might also be extraordinary. Yue nodded and began. This is Wang Shuo, a commoner like me and my brother. He pointed to Wang Shuo, who was seated to his left, and remarked. Following that, Yue gestured towards Li Hai on his right, introducing him as the eldest son of the Li family head. After speaking, he turned to Li Hai, signaling for him to introduce himself. Thus, Li Hai offered a brief self-introduction to the group. Lastly, Yue glanced at Li Xiaotao and Luo Yushi, stating, this is Li Xiaotao, and beside her is Luo Yushi. Upon hearing the name Luo Yushi, Zhao Guanshan displayed a momentary surprise, followed by a look of astonishment. He turned to Luo Yushi and inquired, I wonder, is Luo Yushi the one from the Luo family in the imperial capital? Luo Yushi merely nodded calmly, choosing not to speak. Observing this, Zhao Guanshan refrained from further inquiries. He then looked at Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was next to him, and said, this is my granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao. Everyone can get to know her. If she manages to get into a college after the college entrance examination, you can help each other out. Zhao Xiaoxiao smiled shyly at her grandfather's words. She appeared incredibly sweet and cute, evoking an instant fondness in others. Hello, everyone, I am Zhao Xiaoxiao, currently attending the first martial arts high school. If you find it convenient, feel free to come play with me, she said with a slight smile. Soon, the waiter brought out the ordered dishes. These dishes primarily consisted of the flesh of demonic beasts, which could slightly enhance one's vitality or spirit after consuming them, and then returning to cultivation. Dear friends, do you have confidence in this afternoon's competition? Zhao Guanshan asked the crowd. Yue remained silent, as he had already assessed everyone's realms earlier that morning, and none surpassed his own, thus making victory essentially assured. No need to laugh at me, Zhao Lao. My Li Hai has already been eliminated, Li Yuanli said with a wry smile, shaking his head. At that moment, Li Hai sat beside them, a look of embarrassment on his face. He hadn't anticipated such misfortune, being eliminated in the first round. I was eliminated in the second round, so this afternoon I'll be watching Yue and Luo Yushi compete, along with Wang Shuo. Li Xiaotao stated, My family member is doing well. He has already entered the top 20, Sun Ba proudly declared, giving Sun Chong a hearty pat on the shoulder. In response, Zhao Guanshan smiled and nodded, not inquiring further about Yue, as he believed Yue would easily secure a place in the top 3. He then turned to the slender figure and said, this young friend is Wang Shuo. Correct. I heard from Yue that you're from a common background, yet making it to the top 20 is quite impressive, Zhao Guanshan praised. Wang Shuo chuckled, scratching his head. It's just a bit of luck. I didn't encounter any strong opponents. That is still commendable. With an SS-level dark element talent, your future is promising. Zhao Guanshan continued to commend him. Filled with anticipation for the young, it is well known that elemental talents have always been powerful, as they can fuse with spirit seeds, resulting in a stark difference between those who possess fused elemental talents and those who do not. This makes elemental talents among the most exceptional. Subsequently, Zhao Guanshan turned to the consistently calm Luo Yushi, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. I wonder what results Miss Luo anticipates. Luo Yushi gently shook her head, replying in a flat tone, I am not certain. Her expression remained composed and serene, making it impossible to discern any emotional fluctuation from her face. Recognizing Luo Yushi's response, Zhao Guanshan did not press further, understanding that everyone has their unique perception and judgment regarding their abilities. Soon, lunch drew to a close, and everyone exited to prepare for the venue change. As they departed, the homeroom teacher leaned in and said to Yue in a low voice, "Yue, why didn't you tell me beforehand that so many impressive figures would be attending today?" His tone was filled with astonishment and confusion. The homeroom teacher had initially thought this gathering was merely a casual affair among Yue and his classmates. He never anticipated the presence of the venue owner, the head of the Li family, and the seemingly influential Zhao Guanshan. Hearing this, Yue flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "I wanted you to meet some notable individuals. Teacher, that you've been so kind to me, even offering me a spot in the secret realm. So, of course, I had to introduce these remarkable people to you. This will surely facilitate your future work here." The homeroom teacher couldn't help but shake his head, yet a look of contentment graced his face. "You have quite the thoughtfulness." Just then, a clear voice called from behind, "Yue, come here for a moment." Yue turned to see Luo Yushi standing there. Summoning him, he bid farewell to the homeroom teacher and approached Luo Yushi. Upon reaching her side, Yue raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Oh, Ice Queen, what can I do for you?" Luo Yushi furrowed her brow and directly questioned, "Your talent is clearly not as high as mine, yet why is your cultivation speed so much faster? Furthermore, the spatial skills you possess do not seem to be typical of an ordinary commoner. What is the explanation for this? I am genuinely curious," Luo Yushi inquired, puzzled. Spatial skills are typically found only among spatial-type demonic beasts, which are exceedingly rare, and the drop rate of their cores is quite low. Even if one acquires a core, it does not guarantee the possession of skills, making spatial skills exceptionally difficult to obtain. TCH, why do you care? What is our relationship? Yue paused for a moment before adding, "If you truly wish to know, room 520 at the Sunshine Hotel is ready. Wait for me there." With that, he dashed away without looking back. "Why, Yue? You scoundrel!" Luo Yushi gritted her teeth, having understood the implications of his words. What could happen at the hotel? Certainly, some serious matters. If only she could confront him. She would undoubtedly give Yue a good thrashing. Before long, Yue arrived at the venue, where many people were already gathered, preparing to watch the afternoon finals. He found a spot to sit. Shortly after, Luo Yushi entered, shooting an intense glare at Yue, who merely smiled in response. That he thought it rather dull for Luo Yushi, who possessed such beauty, to maintain a perpetual icy demeanor, hence his earlier jesting. As time passed, the competition time quickly approached. "Welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, we will determine the champion of Qingchuan City. Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome," the host announced loudly. The competition screen flickered to life as the first group commenced the match. Moving from 20 to 10. Boring. I'd rather hunt demonic beasts outside, Yue mused, observing the competition, mainly because there were no rewards for the match, while it may establish one's ranking in the eyes of the city. This was particularly beneficial for those from prominent families seeking to flaunt their status. For commoners, being noticed by powerful factions could also be advantageous. However, Yue was a lone wolf, and with a system in place, it was impossible for him to join any faction. Thus, fame held little significance for him. What shattered the jade? Principal Li Jiang wondered, looking curiously at Yue in the audience. It shouldn't have been Yue who broke it. Who could it be? Li Jiang pondered. Forget it. I should go check it out. Meanwhile, Yue, engrossed in the competition, remained blissfully unaware. Soon, it was Yue's turn to take the stage. Yue from the 9th Martial Arts High School. S-level spatial system versus Lin Kong from the 2nd Martial Arts High School. SS-level light system. As the match was announced, the audience erupted in discussion. It appeared that this young man from the 9th Martial Arts High School had encountered a worthy opponent. This could be tricky. Lin Kong hasn't displayed any light skills yet, and Yue possesses teleportation. "Hello there, spatial system talent Yue," Lin Kong greeted with a smile. "Can your light system double as a night lamp?" Yue inquired. Lin Kong's expression immediately turned icy. "Yue, you will pay for your words." Golden light armor. With the invocation of his martial skill, golden light formed an armor around Lin Kong. What a pathetic display. If it weren't for my inability to use Chaos Divine Thunder, I could have obliterated you with a single thunderball, Yue thought to himself. Teleport. In an instant, Yue appeared behind Lin Kong. "Prepare to fall," he declared, readying a punch to strike him down. Did you think that would work? Shadow flick. Lin Kong swiftly evaded, disappearing from his original position. TSK, that escape technique is decent, but it pales in comparison to my teleportation. Yue spoke disdainfully. If you cannot see me, yet I can see you. What will you do? Lin Kong said slyly. Brilliant radiance, exclaimed Yue, squinting at the dazzling golden light. Goodness, who is trying to show off with such blinding brilliance? He thought it was a grand move, only to realize it was merely a flashy skill designed to dazzle others. Lin Kong retorted, but since you can't open your eyes, you won't be able to locate me to teleport. Now it's my turn. Do you think my mental state is weak? Yue replied, somewhat speechless. He then activated his spiritual sense to probe the area. Found you. He teleported and appeared behind Lin Kong. How is this possible? Your mental cultivation is astonishingly high. You are simply too weak. Your light is blinding. Thus I must strike you harder. Wind Fury Fist, he declared, delivering a punch to the resplendent Lin Kong. He then strolled off the stage with nonchalance that I couldn't even open my eyes earlier. Who was being so ostentatious? Who won? Why is there such a huge spotlight down there? This kid not only has high vitality, but seems to possess a formidable mental state as well. City Lord Feng Xiaodong nodded in approval. With his level of expertise, he easily discerned the events that had transpired. The competition continued, with Luo Yushi successfully advancing to the top 10, while Shouho faced unfortunate defeat. Among the top 10, all except Yue were ranked SS or above, with 2 at the SSS level. Yue stood alone at the S level. Who sent you here? Yes, Huang Hang and the protector beside him. Spare our lives. We will never dare again. The 2 knelt, banging their heads on the ground in repentance. Die. Li Jiang casually waved his hand, unleashing a sword energy that pierced through the foreheads of the 2. Extinguishing their breath, after dealing with them, Li Jiang turned to Li Qingwei, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he inquired, "What is your relationship with Yue?" At that moment, Li Qingwei's face was still marked by a hint of terror. She stammered, I'm his girlfriend. Where is he now? Is he in danger? Why did these 2 come to capture me?" It turned out that Li Qingwei had just been preparing to return to work when she was suddenly ambushed by these 2. Remembering the jade pendant Yue had given her, she decisively crushed it. Subsequently, she saw the person before her who had come to her rescue. Yue has a girlfriend? That lad is quite fortunate. Li Jiang remarked with a smile. He is currently in a competition. Once it concludes, I will inform him to come over. Has he shared his circumstances with you? Li Qingwei shook her head anxiously. Upon hearing that Yue was safe, her heart began to ease, though she still urgently asked, "What has happened to him? Please tell me." As she spoke, she prepared to kneel. Li Jiang hurriedly stopped her, saying, "There is no need for that. He likely refrained from telling you to avoid causing you worry." "Then what is his current situation?" Li Qingwei pressed. "He has offended the Huang family of our city. He may be in a bit of trouble." Li Jiang intentionally stated this to gauge Li Qingwei's reaction and thus assess her character. Upon hearing this, her face turned pale. The Huang family was one of the most prominent families in Sichuan City, with immense influence. Without hesitation, she knelt again, tears brimming in her eyes as she pleaded, "Please, save Yue. He is of good character and would never intentionally cause trouble. You must help him. You are so powerful. Surely you can find a way." Li Jiang regarded the young woman before him with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, then asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Li Qingwei shook her head vigorously, indicating that she was not afraid. Seeing this, Li Jiang nodded in satisfaction, saying, Good character. You are worthy of sharing his burdens." He then helped her to her feet. "Well, the situation is not as dire as it seems, since you are Yue's girlfriend. You must be prepared to share in his trials, and it is clear you are ready. After the competition, I will notify Yue to come over. For now, it is best you do not disturb him. Resign from your job and stay home. There is no need to worry about him. He has the city lord's protection." Li Qingwei nodded gratefully. "Thank you for saving my life." The competition continued with fervor. Yet Yue remained oblivious to the events concerning Li Qingwei. He looked quizzically at the spot where the principal had been seated, only to find it empty. Where has the principal gone so suddenly? Yue pondered in confusion at that moment. All the contestants had finished their rest and were preparing for the upcoming match to determine the top 5. While Yue turned to Luo Yushi beside him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Hey, don't get eliminated later." However, Luo Yushi merely shot him a cold glance, offering no reply. As the large screen rolled, the first group of contestants for this round stepped onto the stage, officially commencing the battle. Wow, This woman is quite impressive, but why so much makeup? Yui murmured, fixated on Lu Xinran in the arena. The alluring girl wore a crop top that revealed her slim waist, paired with tight black leather pants. Her long hair danced with the wind, and her makeup was both exquisite and bold. Especially her striking red lips, akin to flames, drew considerable attention. Her moves were swift and merciless, easily defeating her opponent in no time. Master Lu, it seems your daughter has been well trained, truly formidable, remarked the head of the Han family nearby. Not at all. Your son Han Li is quite impressive as well. I am looking forward to their showdown in the finals, Master Lu replied with a smile. Following Lu Xinran's victory over her opponent, the next group of contestants appeared. Yue, representing 9th Martial Arts High School, was matched against Luo Yushi, also from 9th Martial Arts High School. Ugh, this matchmaking system is truly terrible. How did I end up facing that girl? Yue shook his head. Come on, let us go. He then turned to Luo Yushi. Luo Yushi, feeling exasperated, lamented that she was matched against someone she could not defeat. She then declared loudly, I forfeit. Hey, didn't you always want to have a match with me? Didn't you want to defeat me? This is a perfect opportunity. Why not seize it? Yui teased her. Luo Yushi ignored him, feeling that he was intentionally mocking her. I'll definitely surpass you. On the various principals engaged in animated discussions. Among these 5 individuals, one will be given a bye, awaiting the outcome of the other 2 groups. This individual will then select to challenge any one of the 2 defeated opponents, subsequently deciding whether to confront the champion or the runner-up. Although the one with the bye may need to endure a few more rounds, the prestige of claiming the championship will be significantly enhanced. An hour later, the competition commenced. Let us eagerly anticipate who will secure a place in this grand finale. The large screen randomly selected the matchups. Yue from the 9th Martial Arts High School Space Department faced off against by Mao Feng from the 2nd Martial Arts High School's SS Hurricane. From the audience stand, Yue observed by Mao Feng's remarkable talent. Though not an elemental affinity, he possessed the unique ability to condense wind into a tornado for striking, with the intensity and power hinging on his mental acuity. Yue, to be honest, I didn't wish to encounter you, as your spatial talent and teleportation are quite formidable. However, now that we are matched, I shall treat you with utmost respect, by Mao Feng declared. Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Let us see what you can do, young man. The match begins, the referee announced. In an instant, by Mao Feng unleashed a torrent of hurricanes towards Yui. No need for defensive techniques. Be cautious lest you be sent flying by a single punch, Yue quipped. In a flash, Yue teleported behind by Mao Feng, delivering a swift kick to his back. The unexpected occurred. The tornado by Mao Feng had conjured pulled him back, and he astonishingly stood atop it. Impressive use of your talent. You deserve commendation, Yue remarked, nodding in approval. Of course, I must remain vigilant against you, by Mao Feng replied, executing his technique, Gale Slash. Let us see how you respond. A blade of wind surged forth, infused with hurricane energy. The perfect fusion of blade energy and talent. Quite remarkable indeed, Yue mused. However, I must apologize for demonstrating my blade energy, which may surpass yours, he declared. Thunderous 9 blades. With that, he unleashed 6 successive blade energies without the enhancement of chaotic divine thunder, believing it would suffice against by Mao Feng. Before the match, Yue had assessed by Mao Feng's prowess. Blood Qi at the first stage. 5th layer. Mentality at the first stage. 7th layer. Meanwhile, Yue was nearing the pinnacle of the first stage. 10th layer. Thus, the 6 thunderous 9 blades shattered by Mao Feng's blade energy and advanced towards him. By Mao Feng had underestimated the situation. The city lord shook his head and intervened to halt Yue's attack. By Mao Feng, having been rescued, appeared somewhat shaken. Why Yue wins, the city lord proclaimed. Returning to the stands. Indeed, Yue boasts remarkable strength. First stage, 9th layer, truly extraordinary, and that appears to be thunderous 9 blades, cultivated to perfection. It seems this lad is nearly assured of victory, Lu Yi remarked with a grin. His mental realm is likely profound, though the nuances of his teleportation are subtle and imperceptible, indicating he is indeed an anomaly. He appears to be a commoner. Perhaps he could engage with him post-competition. Han Yinshan nodded in agreement. Huang Tianba, however, wore a grim expression. Damn it, his blood qi has reached the first stage, 9th layer. After the competition, a significant force will undoubtedly seek him out. This complicates matters. The other 2 possessing SSS talents also grew intrigued by this youth. Yue. Is it? I eagerly anticipate a proper match with you. Han Li expressed with enthusiasm. Where did this Yue emerge from? I have never heard of him from my father. Lu Xinran pondered as she watched Yue descend from the stage. Yue successfully secured his place in the finals. The second individual to qualify was Han Li. While Lu Xinran remained the one with the bye, ladies and gentlemen, the finalists have been determined. Once the outcome is decided, will Lu Xinran challenge the two finalists? Let us await the conclusion with bated breath. Han Li was now brimming with determination, eager to face Ui.at this moment. The principal returned to the venue. Yue felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding upon seeing the principal's return. Indeed, as expected, I have entered the finals. The principal nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing Yu's advancement. Shortly thereafter, both contestants had recuperated and were prepared for the final showdown. The two competitors approached the arena. Yue, I am very much looking forward to our confrontation. May it be a contest of true strength, Han Li declared with fervor. Yue nodded. He had observed Han Li's previous matches and deemed him a worthy opponent. The match begins. The referee's command signaled the official commencement of the finals. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting the names of their favored participants. Brother, do you believe I can resolve this with a single strike? Yue inquired. Han Li frowned. You underestimate me far too much. Skill, rockification, technique, impenetrable rock body. Han Li's body became enveloped in a layer of stone, his skin taking on a similar hue. Why the excessive caution? You are employing multiple skills and techniques, Yue remarked. When facing a strong opponent, one must unleash their full potential. That is the respect owed to a formidable adversary. You are indeed strong, but I am stronger, Han Li declared confidently. Yue nodded. Very well. If you can withstand my next strike, I shall concede defeat. Humph. With both my defenses bolstered, do not presume you can dispatch me so easily, Han Li retorted. Then prepare yourself. Yue expressed indifference toward the battle, primarily motivated by his school's assignment and system task, wishing to conclude it swiftly. He then brandished the thunder cleaver, void slash. A massive blade of energy cleaved through the air, hurtling towards Han Li at an alarming speed. Han Li, perceiving the might of the incoming strike, steeled himself. Humph. I possess earth affinity, which is more resilient. My body, or your blade, watch how I withstand this blow. Han Li resolved, readying himself for defense. Not good. Han Li cannot endure this strike, the city lord bellowed. Realizing the severity of Yu's attack, he rushed forward to intervene. Han Li, do you comprehend that if this strike lands, you shall be no more? The city lord admonished as he shielded Han Li from Yu's assault. The match does not require the city lord's intervention. I will defend myself. Han Li's voice was resolute. Absurd. You are no match for him. You will be defeated, the city lord rebuked vehemently. Despite Han Li's unwillingness to concede, he was left with no choice but to comply with the city lord's authority and step down from the arena. At that moment, Lu Xinran approached her father, her expression grave. Father, could I have withstood Yu's earlier strike? Lu Yi slowly shook his head. I have never seen such a technique. Had you faced it, the outcome would have been far worse than Han Li's. Thus, do not challenge him. Han Li, however, might be worth a try. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinran's eyes flickered with discontent. Father, why have I never heard of this Yue before? I too only recently became aware of his existence. In the future, you may wish to engage with him, Liu replied calmly. Meanwhile, Han Yunshan approached the city lord with gratitude. Thank you for your timely intervention. City lord, had it not been for your swift action, my son would have faced dire consequences. Han Yunshan respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude. Do not mention it. Next time, let him not be so arrogant, the city lord advised, glancing at Han Li. Han Yunshan nodded in acknowledgement. Son, do you realize that without the city lord's intervention, you might have met your demise? He chastised Han Li. Father, while that strike was indeed powerful, I believe I could withstand it, Han Li asserted with determination. You still lack sufficient combat experience. Your arrogance is your downfall. Han Yunshan sighed. Very well, a loss may serve you well, illustrating that there are always those stronger than oneself. There is an opportunity to train in the Dong family's secret realm in the neighboring city. You should consider participating. Han Li nodded. I shall certainly grow stronger. Yue shook his head. Having expected Han Li to either withstand or evade the strike, he did not anticipate such arrogance and relying solely on his physical form. Though Han Li had employed his techniques, Earth-tier techniques were beyond his capacity to endure. Yue then turned to Lu Xinran. Do you wish to challenge me? Lu Xinran shook her head, stating, I shall challenge Han Li. The championship is yours. Yue nodded in agreement, believing that a contest of equal strength would be far more rewarding than a meaningless rout. The audience and several clan leaders were taken aback to discover that Yue had indeed claimed the championship. That last strike was utterly terrifying. Wasn't Yue supposed to possess spatial talents? How could his blade skills be so exceptional? TSK, he has truly brought honor to us commoners. It has been decades since a commoner has triumphed. Many nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 1,000 talent points and an upgrade of spatial talent to SS level. SS level spatial abilities. The power of the skills and the distance of teleportation have both increased. Yue reflected on the transformation of his talents. Meanwhile, the match between Lu Xinran and Han Li concluded with Lu Xinran emerging victorious, marking the official end of the prestigious university competition. Ha! Ego, you truly are remarkable for winning the championship. A lean monkey approached Yue with a grin. Congratulations, Yue. You have indeed brought honor to our school. Other students also congratulated him, their voices filled with admiration. I knew Yue would win. After all, he is the strongest presence in our school. Another student chimed in the face of everyone's accolades. Yue smiled graciously. Though he did not respond excessively, it seems I have underestimated this lad. Zhao Guanshan shook his head, observing the encircled Yue with a smile. My old friend, your choice of him was indeed wise. He is extraordinary, the city lord remarked to Li Jiang. Of course, you needn't ask who made the selection. Li Jiang replied with a hint of pride, knowing it was his decision. Numerous factions were already deliberating on how to approach Yue, hoping to recruit him. I hope this lad is aware of Li Qingyue's situation and doesn't act rashly. Li Jiang pondered with concern. Amidst the crowd's attention, Yue greeted them briefly before teleporting to the side of the city lord. City lord, I have delivered on my promise, haven't I? Yue addressed him. The city lord nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Ha! I truly did not misjudge you. Yue, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Noticing the principal's serious demeanor, Yue felt a twinge of unease. Principal, what is the matter? He inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Principal Li Jiang, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon Yue and began. Do you happen to have a girlfriend named Li Qingyue? Upon hearing this, Yue's heart tightened, an ominous premonition washing over him. Yes, I do have a girlfriend, Principal. What has happened? He asked nervously. Did you give her the jade stone I entrusted to you? I sensed it shattered earlier and rushed to find her, only to see she was about to be kidnapped by two individuals. I intervened just in time to save her. But rest assured, Li Qingyue is unharmed. The principal explained swiftly. Yue's eyes widened in fury, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, What? Was it the Huang family? The principal furrowed his brow and nodded slowly, advising, Do not act impulsively. Seeking trouble with the Huang family now would be ill-advised. They wield considerable power in this city and are ruthless in their dealings. Moreover, you injured their son yesterday. It would be prudent to lay low for now. Yue clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Suppressing the raging inferno of anger within, he fell into contemplation. Am I truly so weak that I cannot protect the woman I love, that I cannot avenge her? He lamented inwardly. The principal, noticing Yue's fury, quickly interjected. I heard from your homeroom teacher that he has handed the Dong family's secret realm quota to you? Yue took a moment to calm himself and replied, Yes, what of it, Principal? The principal's expression turned serious. When the time comes, Huang Heng from the Huang family will likely be present in that secret realm. The highest tier of strength there is level 3, first stage. He will probably bring protectors. If you can eliminate a level 3, first stage powerhouse, you might discreetly take down Huang Heng. Huang Heng will be there? Level 3. I am currently too weak to kill him. Yue thought anxiously. The realm elevation card. How could I have forgotten about this? A surge of excitement coursed through him. The opening of the secret realm will mark the end for you. Huang Heng, Yue vowed silently. He then inquired, When will the secret realm open? The principal replied, In 1 week. Yue expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal, for saving Li Qingyue. I am at a loss for how to repay you. If you ever need my assistance, I shall do my utmost. The principal nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he said, Rest assured, there will come a time when you can help me, but you must remain cautious. When you are in the secret realm, do not let others witness any killings, and if you cannot eliminate someone, do not force the issue. Preserving your safety is of paramount importance. Yue nodded solemnly. I will, Principal. Now that the competition has concluded, If you do not wish to meet those factions, you may return to see your young lady. Should you venture into the secret realm, I will ensure her safety." The principal said in a gentle tone. "Thank you, Principal." Yui expressed his gratitude once more, his thoughts solely focused on reuniting with her. Without hesitation, he turned and made his way to Li Qingyue's home. Li Jiang watched Yuyi's retreating figure and mused, "I wonder if you will create a miracle." Soon, Yui arrived at Li Qingyue's doorstep. He paused for a moment, then knocked on the door with a sense of urgency. A slightly anxious and puzzled voice came from within. "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiao Yuyi's voice brimmed with concern, gentle as a spring breeze, attempting to dispel Li Qingyue's inner turmoil. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Qingyue's face lit up with joy as she quickly opened the door. The moment she saw Yui, she could no longer contain her feelings of grievance and fear, immediately throwing herself into his embrace. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the Yui held her tightly, as if wishing to merge her into his very being. Providing her with an endless sense of security, he softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. It is all over now, I have returned." His tone was exceedingly tender, akin to a gentle stream flowing. Soothing Li Qingyue's wounded soul, Yui gently wiped away her tears, his movements careful and delicate. As if she were an invaluable, rare treasure, the two embraced as they entered the house, with Yui thoughtfully assisting Li Qingyue to sit down. His eyes were filled with concern as he softly asked, "Qingyue, how are you feeling now? Are you injured anywhere?" Li Qingyue shook her head gently. "I am fine. I was just really frightened at the time. Thankfully, an elderly gentleman helped save me," gently stroking her hair. Yuyi's gaze was steadfast and resolute as he declared, "It is my fault for not protecting you. But rest assured, such an incident will not happen again. I will make the Huang family pay for this." With that, Yui clenched his fist tightly. Li Qingyue looked up, meeting Yuyi's unwavering gaze, feeling a profound warmth and reassurance in her heart. "I believe in you." Then, with a hint of sadness, she said, "Xiaoyi, have I been a burden to you? Am I of no use?" Yui tenderly ruffled her hair. "How could that be? Qingyue, you have cared for me since childhood." Li Qingyue fell silent for a moment. Then with a determined gaze, she said, "Xiaoyi, I want to contribute something to you." Yui furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Qingyue, what do you mean by contribution?" Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep red as she shyly murmured, "I want to have a child with you." Yui was taken aback by her words. "Xiaoyi, I am well aware of your extraordinary talents. Your future path will undoubtedly be fraught with dangers and formidable foes. My own abilities are quite ordinary, and I fear I may be more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, I hope to have a child with you. Even if you were to encounter misfortune in the future, I could retreat to a hidden corner with our child, nurturing him to grow up well and to live a good life." Li Qingyue's voice quivered lightly, yet her gaze radiated unwavering determination. Upon witnessing her heartfelt words, Yui felt his eyes welling with emotion, and he abruptly enveloped her in a tight embrace. With deep affection, he declared, "Sister Qingyue, do not fear. I shall safeguard you completely. I will ensure that the circumstances you dread shall never come to pass. My dear, I am fully prepared. If you desire, I am ready at any moment." Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her eyes cast down shyly, her voice a gentle whisper akin to flowers trembling in a soft breeze. "Qingyue, my love, there is no need to rush. Let us first take a restful slumber, shall we?" Yi's eyes brimmed with tenderness, his tone soothing and gentle. Seeing Yi's earnestness, Li Qingyue obediently nodded, resembling a docile little creature. Yi's lips curled into a smile, radiating affection as he said, "I shall comfort you, dear Qingyue." He then, with utmost care as if cradling the most precious of treasures, gently lifted Li Qingyue and laid her upon the soft, comfortable bed. The room was infused with an atmosphere of sweetness and tranquility, as if time itself had paused to safeguard this beautiful moment. Before long, Yui had lulled Li Qingyue into peaceful slumber. He then turned his gaze toward the sky outside the window. Lost in deep contemplation, this world is merciless and cruel, a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Only formidable strength serves as the foundation and assurance for survival. It seems I must hasten my journey to grow stronger. Yui mused silently. The pace of my ascension is still far too slow. With furrowed brows and a heart full of urgency, Yui thought, if others were to hear him lament this, they would surely roll their eyes in disbelief. Goodness, you hardly ever train, while we toil day and night, practicing for 24 hours, and still lag behind you. Glancing at the meager 1,200 talent points remaining in his possession, Yui sighed inwardly, Realizing it was woefully insufficient, he resolved to reach the 10th level of the first tier before venturing into the secret realm. Yue had already conferred with the principal and planned to devote this week entirely to being by Li Qingyue's side. Once the secret realm opened, he would participate, for his physical and mental fortitude were nearing the first tier's 10th level, though he still stood a considerable distance from the first level of the second tier. Standing before the window, gazing at the scenery outside, he was abruptly drawn to a familiar silhouette perched upon the tree below. Did I ask that me? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Yu's eyes as he swiftly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he began to scrutinize the scene closely. Second tier, 7th level, a rather extraordinary me. It appears to indeed be her, and her level has increased by 2 tiers. Yue marveled inwardly. Little Peach, is that you? Yue softly called out. Meow, meow, meow. Hello. It's me. An interesting human. Me responded joyfully. Goodness, I thought you were the kind of me that would steal cakes and never return. Yue teased with a smile. You were curious as to why you couldn't catch me, so I employed a bit of space traversal. Meow. Me replied, swaying her tail. Yue nodded. It does seem to be your own curiosity, doesn't it? But you needn't have vanished for so long. He chided gently. I, the princess, clumsily traversed to an unknown place and got lost. I just returned. Me explained, her tone slightly indignant. Goodness, even magical beasts can get lost? How absurd. Yue exclaimed. Oh, you have any cake left? Interesting human. Me looked at him with eager anticipation. Yue shook his head. If you consider me your pet, I shall provide you with cake and other delightful treats. How does that sound? Little Peach instantly shook her head vigorously. I am a princess. How could I possibly be your pet? In that case, you shall not have any cake. Yue feigned a stern expression. Meow. You are a wicked person, Me protested. How about this? You follow me, and I will grant you cake. How about that? It is not a master-servant relationship. Yue patiently proposed, and I will take you to explore the human world and savor various delicacies. He continued, enticing her. Little Peach pondered for a moment. That seems acceptable. I, the princess, reluctantly agree. Without hesitation, Yue exchanged 200 talent points for 2 exquisite cakes and presented them to her. Here, he said, extending his hand toward Little Peach. Upon seeing the cake, her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, and she cheerfully exclaimed, Meow, meow, meow. Before diving into the treat with glee, Yue wondered if the cakes, not being system exchanged, would be satisfactory. What if they aren't good enough? He pondered, slightly furrowing his brow, that if I continuously trade talent points for cakes for Little Peach, I might soon find myself impoverished. This little me, adorably naive, can be easily bought with a few cakes. I hope she brings me some surprises in the future. Yue mused while watching Little Peach relish her treat. Is it delicious? He inquired with a smile. Meow, it's delicious. I feel a slight loosening in my cultivation. Little Peach replied contentedly. Then come with me. Leap onto my shoulder, and I shall take you home, Yue kindly suggested. Little Peach nodded obediently, leaping gracefully onto his shoulder, with a swift application of teleportation. They instantly returned to his abode. Meow, meow, meow. Is this your home? There are so many peculiar things, Little Peach exclaimed. Her childlike curiosity piqued as she explored the surroundings. Yue patiently explained the functions of various furniture and their uses. Little Peach's learning ability was exceptional, and soon she grasped everything effortlessly. I wonder if this meat eats vegetables. Perhaps I should give it a try, Yue mused to himself. Why not? With that thought, he ventured into the kitchen, ready to showcase his culinary skills. Although he had never cooked in this world, he was a self-sufficient orphan before his transmigration, accustomed to preparing his own meals in no time. He had whipped up 2 delectable dishes, braised fish and takoyaki. Meow, meow, meow. What smells so good? Are you sneaking a snack without me? Little Peach scampered over, drawn by the aroma. Just some dishes. Would you care to try? Yue smiled, inviting her. Meow, meow, meow. It smells delightful. Little Peach eagerly approached and began to feast heartily. Meow, meow, meow. Delicious. However, it seems my cultivation has tea loosened at all, but it's truly delightful. Yue thought to himself. Of course, it wouldn't tea loosen, as these weren't special foods exchanged from the system. It appears this little me is just like humans, consuming human food. It seems I have resolved her hunger. Yue observed Little Peach thoughtfully. Will she eventually transform? He continued to ponder. Considering that Little Peach was indeed a female, would she transform into a beautiful maiden, The thought brought a subtle smile to his lips. If she were to metamorphose into a stunning beauty, that would be quite a delightful prospect. I, the princess, am full. Thank you for the hospitality, Little Peach declared, having eaten her fill, before lazily sprawling onto the sofa to sleep. Goodness, I still had questions. I never expected her to fall asleep right after eating. Never mind, I shall wait until she awakens to inquire. Now is not the right moment. Qingwei should be waking soon as well. Perhaps I shall prepare something delicious for her. As Yui spoke, he busied himself once more, preparing dinner for Li Qingwei. After all, she had taken care of him for so long. It was only natural for him to reciprocate her kindness. He entered the kitchen and began his work, skillfully chopping and stir-frying, his movements fluid and graceful, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. Before long, he had prepared 2 exquisite home-cooked dishes, their colors and aromas delightful. Carrying the steaming plates, Yui made his way to Li Qingyue's home, but he approached the bedroom door slowly, gently pushing it open, only to find Li Qingyue in a blissful slumber. He tiptoed to the bedside, careful not to make a sound, and softly called out, "Qingyue, dear wife, it's time to wake up for dinner." His voice was tinged with tenderness, overflowing with boundless affection. Li Qingyue gradually opened her eyes. Her gaze drowsy as she looked at Yui. A shy yet blissful smile graced her face, a delightful blend of embarrassment and happiness. She propped herself up, lazily rubbing her eyes, and asked, "Shall we? How long have I been asleep?" With a smile, Yui replied, "Not long at all. You see, you need to rest well. A bit more sleep is good for your health. I've prepared a couple of simple dishes just for you. Come and eat." Li Qingyue felt deeply moved and said, "Husband, thank you. I've always been the one taking care of you, and now it's your turn to care for me. I feel like such an unworthy wife." Yui quickly shook his head, gently reassuring her, "There's no need for such thoughts. You have cared for me so attentively for years. Now it is only right for me to look after you. Come, let us eat, my dear Qingyue." As he spoke, he delicately placed the food on the table in the bedroom. Li Qingyue nodded, slipping on her slippers and sitting down at the dining table. She gazed at the array of dishes before her. Inhaling the enticing aromas, unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "It smells amazing, husband. Just looking at it makes me feel hungry." Yui smiled and said, "Of course. Please, do try it and see if it suits your taste." Li Qingyue picked up her chopsticks, sampling a piece of the dish, and after savoring it, she exclaimed in delight, "It's delicious. I never expected your culinary skills to be so remarkable." With a proud grin, Yui replied, "Naturally, you've always been the one to toil in the kitchen, so today it's my turn to showcase my abilities." "Thank you, husband," Li Qingyue said. "Eat more, dear. I'll be going into the mystic realm next week. So this week, I want to spend every moment with you." Into the mystic realm. Isn't it dangerous? Upon hearing of his impending journey, Li Qingyue's heart sank, filled with worry. After all, the place was fraught with uncertainties and peril. Yui gently stroked her head, comforting her. "Do not fret. I assure you I will return safely." Yet Li Qingyue could not shake her concern. "But, don't worry. I know my limits. You can resign from your job. And for the following week, the principal will ensure your safety." "And what about you?" "I'm afraid for your safety." Li Qingyue's voice trembled with worry. "I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. This week, I will fully dedicate my time to you, my dear Qingyue." Yui gazed at her with warmth and love, as if to transform his affectionate gaze into a warm harbor, dispelling all her unease. She nodded slightly, though still feeling a touch of apprehension. However, upon seeing the resolute and confident look in his eyes, she chose not to voice any further concerns. Li Qingyue continued to relish the delectable dishes Yui had lovingly prepared, her face radiating satisfaction. Just then, Xiao Taozi awoke and stumbled over, capturing Li Qingyue's attention. Upon seeing the adorable sight of Xiao Taozi, Li Qingyue's eyes sparkled with delight. She softly called out, "Mimi, come here." However, Xiao Taozi retorted rather impolitely, "Who are you to call this princess so rudely?" Li Qingyue was taken aback by Xiao Taozi's words, her heart racing with surprise. This creature could speak. Noticing Li Qingyue's astonishment, Yui quickly explained, "Do not be afraid, Qingyue. This Mimi is no ordinary pet. It possesses a very high level of cultivation. I found it in the large tree downstairs and invited it to live with us. You can rest assured. It poses no threat to you." Li Qingyue, after hearing Yui's explanation, nodded slightly in understanding, though her eyes still reflected a hint of astonishment. Xiao Taozi gazed at the sumptuous food on the table and complained, "Interesting humans, why are you indulging in these delicacies without me?" Yui chuckled and replied, I saw you had eaten and gone to sleep, so I didn't want to wake you. Besides, this food was prepared for Qingwei, not specifically for you. Xiao Taozi remained silent, feeling no hunger at the moment, and declared, well, I'm not hungry anyway. When I do feel hungry, you can prepare something for me. Interesting human. Yui frowned slightly, correcting. I'm not interesting human. You may call me master or Yui. Xiao Taozi scoffed. I refuse to call you master. Yui? Fine, I'll go with that. Yui nodded and then inquired, by the way, was it you who caused the injuries from the beast attacks recently? In truth, he had asked this when he first encountered Xiao Taozi, but it had remained silent then. Xiao Taozi explained, are you referring to those humans who had ill intentions toward me? They saw my beauty and wished to possess me. So I merely taught them a lesson. Yui nodded, realizing everything made sense now. After all, if a magical beast had appeared in the city and harmed people without being detected until now, it could only be a spatial-type beast or one as charming as Xiao Taozi. Otherwise, it would have been caught and investigated by the authorities long ago. Curious, Yui asked, what about your parents? Xiao Taozi replied nonchalantly, they are always trying to keep me in check, so I sneaked out. Yui was astonished, are your parents powerful? After pondering, Xiao Taozi responded, by your human standards, my father should be a level 10 beast. Yui's eyes widened in disbelief. How many? Level what? A level 10 beast? Yui could not help but exclaim, goodness, that's formidable. No wonder Xiao Taozi could speak from birth. It turns out she has such an impressive father. Perplexed, Yui asked, don't they come looking for you? Aren't they worried? Xiao Taozi confidently declared, I ran away, and ordinary beings cannot catch me. Yui considered this, finding it reasonable. After all, she was a spatial-type beast and could traverse dimensions. Those capable of capturing her would likely not be interested in an unassuming plush Yui, having sensed Xiao Taozi's extraordinary nature, was able to do so because of his probing abilities. Looking at Li Qingwei, he tenderly introduced, this is my wife, so to speak, a companion in your world of magical beasts. Thus, she harbors no ill intentions toward you. You need not worry. Xiao Taozi blinked, meow, I understand. But my father refers to my mother as wife. Yui felt a spark of curiosity, asking, it seems that after magical beasts take form, they share some lifestyle habits with humans. When will you take form? Xiao Taozi shook her head, puzzled, meow, I don't know. Yui stroked his chin thoughtfully. You probably need to reach a certain level of cultivation to take form. After all, you are no ordinary beast. Xiao Taozi yawned, nodding, and stretched lazily. I'm going back to sleep now. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Remember, you promised to take me to explore the human world. With that, she wobbled back to Yui's home. Yui smiled and nodded. No problem. Subsequently, upon witnessing Xiaotazi's departure, Li Qingwei glanced at Yui, her lips poised to speak, yet faltering. Yui, sensing her gaze, turned towards her with a smile and inquired, what's the matter, my dear wife? Feel free to express your thoughts. Li Qingwei pressed her lips together and replied, husband, this little kitten seems quite extraordinary. How did you manage to deceive it? Yui chuckled. With some delectable treats, of course. So, when you venture into the secret realm, will you take this little kitten along? Li Qingwei asked. I'm not certain. I don't know if it can be brought inside. If not, let Xiaotazi stay at home to accompany and protect you. Yui responded. Hearing this, Li Qingwei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In the hospital, Old Zeng addressed the young master. Those we sent have perished without capturing anyone. Huang Heng furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Incompetent fools. How could you fail at such a trivial task? This subordinate acknowledges his mistake and begs for your punishment. Young master, Old Zeng lowered his head, avoiding Huang Heng's gaze. However, before Huang Heng could speak, Huang Tianba entered the room. He glanced at Old Zeng and waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. Old Zeng exited the ward with a sense of relief. Huang Tianba then turned to Huang Heng, his expression grave as he asked, who did you send people to capture? Huang Heng hesitated momentarily before replying in a hushed tone, Yui has a sister named Li Qingwei. So you dispatched individuals to capture her, and they failed. Huang Tianba's voice carried an edge of ire. Huang Heng hurriedly explained, I did not anticipate that those 2 second-tier warriors would fall to a mere woman. Huang Tianba's eyes grew cold. Humph, do you not consider the ramifications of your actions beforehand? Not only have you failed to apprehend anyone, but you have also alerted them to our intentions. Huang Heng bowed his head, gritting his teeth. I was wrong, father. Huang Tianba fell silent for a moment, then recalled, during the competition, I noticed the principal of the 9th Martial Arts High School leaving for a while. He must have gone to rescue that woman named Li Qingwei. Huang Heng suddenly enlightened. I see. It seems the principal Yu Yi is quite invested in her. He must have provided her with some means of protection, which she then passed on to Li Qingwei. He then asked, puzzled, but since our scheme has been exposed, how shall we proceed? Huang Tianba waved his hand nonchalantly. It matters not. Even if Li Jiang captures those two sent to intercept, they would not dare act recklessly. Especially since they have already met their demise. Let us not forget, we are the Huang family of Qingchuan City. The authorities would not dare to break ties with us over a mere commoner. However, Huang Tianba's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Nevertheless, following this incident, Yu Yi must be eliminated. He poses a potential threat, and his rate of growth is alarmingly rapid. Huang Heng's brow furrowed as he asked, Father, do you have a specific plan for this? Huang Tianba pondered for a moment before replying. At present, he is riding high, especially after securing first place in the Qingchuan City competition, drawing considerable attention. Thus, it is not the opportune moment to act against him. Upon hearing that Yu Yi had claimed the top spot in the competition, Huang Heng's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. Noticing this, Huang Tianba sneered. Humph, his victory in the Qingchuan City competition was no mere fluke. He must possess some secrets. If we do not eliminate him soon, he may pose an even greater threat to our Huang family in the future. Huang Heng nodded slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Yu Yi and wished to eradicate him, yet had not succeeded. However, he could not deny Yu Yi's astonishing growth rate. From the qualifying rounds to the elite selection competition, his progress even surpassed that of certain SSS tier talents. For the family, any potential threat must not be underestimated, especially one as young and rapidly advancing as Yu Yi. Moreover, they had already established a deep-seated enmity. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a significant liability for the Huang family in the future. Huang Tianba's expression turned grave as he remarked, We should have dealt with the menace that is Yu Yi sooner. Alas, we missed our chance. However, I do not believe he will leave the city before the college entrance examination. If we bide our time patiently, an opportunity will surely present itself. He then wore a sinister smile. If all else fails, once you return from the secret realm, I suspect the cult may take an interest in a rapidly growing super genius. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng's previously sullen expression transformed. Becoming somewhat frenzied at the mention of the cult, Huang Tianba then turned to Huang Heng, earnestly advising, The most crucial matter now is for you to calm yourself and recuperate swiftly. In a week, the secret realm of the Dong family from the neighboring city will open. This is a rare opportunity. Huang Heng nodded vigorously, understanding his father's intentions, and vowed to give his all. This opportunity was one he must seize to prove to his father that he was not a failure. Huang Tianba, observing his son's resolute demeanor, felt somewhat reassured but could not help but sigh. I hope you do not disappoint me this time. Father, I will not let you down. Huang Heng replied, his determination unwavering. Now, focus on your recovery. I must return to tend to family affairs. I will send someone to notify you before the secret realm opens. With that, Huang Tianba exited the hospital room, lying in bed. Huang Heng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Yu Yi, once the secret realm concludes, your demise shall be at hand. Memories of past humiliations and setbacks ignited the flames of vengeance within him. Once you are gone, Li Qingwei will be mine. He laughed maniacally. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to suppress his ecstatic laughter. His face flushed crimson with excitement, his gaze filled with madness. As night fell, it marked the final day before their expedition to the secret realm. Throughout the week, Yu Yi had predominantly spent his time with Li Qingwei, accompanying her and Xia Taizi on excursions around Qingchuan City. Today, Yu Yi utilized the remaining funds to purchase blood-boosting pills and spiritual liquids in preparation for his enhancement. With the consumption of these elixirs and a week of diligent cultivation, both his vitality and mental acuity surpassed the threshold of the first tier. Culminating in a surge of formidable power, his vitality reached 14,569 and his mental strength 15,049, with the second tier requiring a total of 20,000. Each breath he took allowed him to feel the surging energy within, as if it could erupt at any moment. Simultaneously, his mental prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement, rendering his thoughts more agile and his insights sharper. Moreover, the quantity of his talent points witnessed a staggering increase. Through the completion of daily tasks over the week, Combined with the initial 1,000 points, the total had surged to an impressive 2,400 points. This served as a secure foundation to further elevate his strength. Taking a deep breath to savor the changes within, Yui felt a wave of excitement and anticipation wash over him. I must remain cautious in the secret realm, besides the Huang family. Other emerging awakened forces might also possess guardians, likely of the third tier. After all, there are other factions beyond the Huang family that should not be underestimated. Furthermore, they may have third-tier guardians accompanying them, undoubtedly heightening the danger. Just as he was lost in contemplation, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID indicated the principal, he promptly answered the call. The principal inquired with concern, "How are your preparations coming along?" He reminded Yui that they would be departing for the neighboring Lishan city in the morning to participate in the secret realm. The principal further cautioned him to act with care, as numerous factions in the city would also be attending the secret realm, including the Han family and the daughter of Master Lu from the underground black market. These factions would likely bring third-tier warriors as their guardians. Therefore, he advised Yui to avoid conflicts with these forces to prevent unnecessary troubles. However, if he encountered danger, he could seek refuge from certain factions in the city, with the Han family being a viable option. At that time, the city lord would personally escort him, ensuring his safety, while Li Qingwei would be under his protection, so there was no need for concern. After hanging up the phone, he fell into a deep reverie. The principal's words resonated with great wisdom. However, it was unfortunate that this E-level secret realm had a strict power limitation of no more than the first layer of the third tier. Had it been an F-level secret realm, Yui could have roamed freely within it. The limitation for an F-level secret realm is the first layer of the second tier. Nevertheless, the higher the level of the secret realm, the richer the resources it holds. Sometimes, one must take a gamble to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Caution is still warranted, as there is only one card for elevation in realm, and that card is reserved for dealing with Huang Hong. In due time, he would utilize this card to acquire as many resources as possible. As Yui pondered this, a knock echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Darling, come out and have dinner. Upon hearing Li Qingyue's voice, Yui halted his thoughts, rose, and opened the door to step outside. However, the moment his gaze fell upon Li Qingyue, he was startled. She was clad in a pristine white professional shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, exuding a hint of alluring sensuality. Below, she wore a black fitted mini skirt that perfectly accentuated her curves. Complemented by a pair of black stockings, her flawless figure was revealed in all its glory. Her lips were adorned with vibrant lipstick, enhancing her enchanting allure. Goodness, this outfit is so unlike her usual style. The sight ignited a wave of warmth within Yui. Observing his reaction, Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. Darling, come eat. Why? Yui swallowed hard. Qingyue, why are you dressed like this today? Li Qingyue gave him a playful glance. What's wrong, darling? Don't you like me dressed this way? I do. Yui hastily replied, swallowing again. Li Qingyue lowered her head, her lips parting softly. Then you should eat first, and then, she seemed to fear his rejection, quickly adding, Darling, please don't refuse. I dressed like this just for you. Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with nervousness and shyness. I'm really scared that you'll be going to the secret realm tomorrow. Can you come to my room after dinner? Upon uttering these words, Li Qingyue's face turned crimson, the blush resembling a ripe apple. Yui felt a surge of emotion at her words. He understood that even a simple kiss would leave her blushing. Yet today she had donned such a seductive outfit for him and dared to speak so boldly. It was evident how much resolve she had summoned. This blatant invitation was unmistakably a complete surrender to him. Yui stepped closer, gently taking Li Qingyue's hand, tenderly caressing her heated face. Qingyue, I'm so grateful to have you. His voice brimmed with affection and love. Li Qingyue, her gaze cast downwards, dared not meet Yui's passionate eyes, softly responding, You eat first. I'll wait for you. Witnessing her bashful demeanor, Yui felt an overwhelming sense of adoration. Yet he obediently prepared to eat. However, his thoughts were already entangled with Li Qingyue. He glanced at the food before him, but found it difficult to swallow. Darling, hug me. Carry me to be Li Qingyue's gentle voice once again floated to him. Laden with irresistible temptation, without hesitation, Yui approached, lifting Li Qingyue in a princess carry, and slowly made his way to the bedroom. Holding her in his arms, he could feel her entire being radiating warmth. His own desires were slowly igniting. As if ready to blaze forth, he gently laid Li Qingwei down on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, and she bit her lip, looking utterly captivating. Qingwei, I love you. I love you too. Darling. Yu Yi leaned down to kiss Li Qingwei's rosy lips, their breaths growing increasingly rapid. His hands began to explore her body, delicately unbuttoning her shirt to reveal the pristine skin beneath. Each movement infused with tenderness and affection. Li Qingwei gasped, wrapping her arms around Yu Yi's neck, responding to his passion. The night was still young, and the room was thick with love and desire. They reveled in their shared blissful moments. Meanwhile, the little peach, who had been sleeping, was awakened by the unusual noises emanating from Li Qingwei's room. What are those two doing? It's so noisy. After a brief exploration with her consciousness, she discovered Yu Yi above and Li Qingwei below, engaging in an unmentionable activity. Morning light filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating the room where Yu Yi and Li Qingwei remained enveloped in sweet slumber. The frenzy of the previous night had left them exhausted, yet their hearts brimmed with satisfaction. Time slipped by, and eventually, Yu Yi was the first to awaken from his beautiful dream. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the peacefully sleeping Li Qingwei. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon her lovely face, illuminating her sweet sleeping expression. Unable to resist, Yu Yi leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. However, this small gesture startled Li Qingwei awake. She slightly opened her eyes, a hint of drowsiness and shyness lingering in her gaze. Darling, she called softly, her voice as gentle as a whisper. Yu Yi's lips curled into a fond smile as he tenderly replied, the sun's already up, my dear. With that, he enveloped Li Qingwei in a warm embrace. The two nestled together in bed, savoring their sweet moments. After some time spent in tender affection, Yu Yi rose first, with Li Qingwei following closely behind. However, as she attempted to walk, she felt a wave of soreness between her legs, causing her steps to appear somewhat awkward. Noticing this, Yu Yi smirked and quickly moved to her side, offering his support. Seeing the triumphant expression on his face, Li Qingwei playfully punched his chest, pouting, it's all your fault for being so wild last night. Yu Yi chuckled, seizing Li Qingwei's hand. It's my fault, I admit, but it's mainly because you looked so beautiful last night. Li Qingwei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, humph, always so smooth with your words. Yu Yi laughed, I speak only the truth, but since you say so, I'll be more mindful in the future and won't tire you out. He winked at her. Li Qingwei nodded, a hint of melancholy in her expression. Darling, I'll do as you say, but my realm is too low to compare with you, so I can't fully satisfy you. If you meet other sisters you like in the future, I won't mind. Hearing Li Qingwei's words stirred a wave of emotion within Yu Yi, and he firmly grasped her hand. Yu Yi looked into her eyes with determination. Don't worry, Qingwei, I will definitely help elevate your talents so that your realm will match mine. Li Qingwei gazed into Yu Yi's resolute eyes, feeling a swell of emotion, and nodded slightly to Yu Yi. Seeing her response, declared, all right then, today I shall prepare a lavish breakfast to reward my dear Qingwei. With that, he turned and headed to the kitchen, eager to showcase his culinary skills. However, just as he was about to begin, he remembered Li Qingwei was still in pain. He quickly exchanged for a painkiller from the system store and presented it to her. Qingwei, take this. It will alleviate your pain. Li Qingwei accepted the painkiller without hesitation and swallowed it down. Before long, she was astonished to find that her discomfort had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of comfort and ease. Wow, darling, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Li Qingwei exclaimed with excitement. Hee, that's great. I'll whip up breakfast for you right now. Yu Yi replied with a smile, then returned to the kitchen to continue his preparations. After all, products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Soon, breakfast was ready, and the two quickly finished their meal. Yu Yi gazed tenderly at Li Qingwei. Qingwei, I should be heading to the secret realm shortly. You stay at home and wait for me to return. Li Qingwei's face displayed concern and reluctance, but she nodded. I'll wait for you at home. You must come back safely. With a gentle smile, Yu Yi reached out to stroke her head, reassuringly stating, do not worry. I shall return safely. After uttering these words, a wave of puzzlement washed over him. Why had he not seen Xiao Taozi's presence that morning? Lost in thought, he departed from Li Qingwei's residence. Upon arriving at his own home, Yu Yi softly called out, Xiao Taozi, where are you? Xiao Taozi lazily opened her eyes, stretched, and then, with a hint of annoyance, exclaimed, meow. Yu Yi, you've awakened this princess. Unable to restrain his laughter, Yu Yi teased, you little rascal. The sun has already warmed your backside, and you're only just getting up, like a little pig. Xiao Taozi shot him an indignant glare and protested. Humph, it's not my fault. It was because of the strange noises you all made last night that this princess couldn't sleep well at all. Hearing this, Yui felt his cheeks flush slightly. TNT expected this little feline to have heard their commotion from the previous night. Hastily, he cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. Ahem. Are you planning to accompany me to the secret realm, or will you stay home to protect Li Qingwei? Xiao Taozi blinked, letting out a cheerful meow. Of course, I want to go to the secret realm. Yui thought to himself that if that were the case, he would certainly take her along. After all, Principal Li Qingwei had assured him of her protection. Moreover, with Xiao Taozi's agility, if he encountered danger, she could potentially save him. While he was uncertain of her combat prowess, he knew she had not surpassed her limits. He nodded. Very well. Then you shall accompany me to the secret realm. But do not wander off. Xiao Taozi wagged her tail excitedly. No problem. Rest assured, this cat is very obedient. She then continued, Yui, hurry and prepare me some delicious food to make up for my sleepless night. Yui nodded. Preparing to resume his cooking. As he skillfully chopped vegetables, he pondered the next steps. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, suddenly, it dawned on him that he had forgotten something important. The system. System, have I completed my task? Yui softly inquired. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 2,000 talent points, the system responded. Hearing this, Yui broke into a satisfied smile. Not bad. Now I have 4,400 talent points, which can provide a significant boost at a critical moment. Lost in his thoughts, Yui's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Lord City Master. Yui answered the call. Why Yui? How is your preparation coming along? Remember to arrive at the school before 11. I will escort you to the Dong family's secret realm. Your principal has already briefed me. The city master inquired with concern. I am all set and will head over shortly. Thank you for your concern. City master, Yui replied. If there is anything else you need help with, just let me know, the city master added. Understood. I will do my utmost, Yui assured him. That's good to hear. I look forward to your performance in the secret realm. But do take care. With that, the city master hung up. Yui sighed with relief, thinking that with Xiao Taozi's assistance, the dangers of the secret realm should diminish significantly. All right, let me prepare more delicious food for her, he said, returning to his culinary tasks. After preparing breakfast, Yui watched as Xiao Taozi finished her meal, and then he got ready to head to school. While Xiao Taozi indulged in her feast, Yui made a trip to the martial artist building to purchase some supplies, including recovery potions and elixirs for restoring spiritual energy and health. After completing his purchases, he returned home and looked at the languid Xiao Taozi, saying, Shall we go? Xiao Taozi, are you satisfied now? Have you eaten enough? Xiao Taozi cheerfully replied, Meow. Interesting human, you did well. She then added, Remember to protect me in the secret realm. Okay, your level is so high, and you can even traverse dimensions. If you can't handle it, make sure to take me away. Xiao Taozi spoke with unwavering confidence. No problem. After exchanging warm farewells with Li Qingwei, the two shared a tender moment before informing the city master of their departure. Shortly thereafter, Yui arrived at the entrance of the 9th Martial Arts High School. He noticed his homeroom teacher, Dong Lei, standing at the gate, seemingly waiting for someone. As soon as Dong Lei spotted Yui, he approached hurriedly, expressing his concern. Yui, you've arrived. The principal has already informed me about your journey to the secret realm, and he will take care of it. However, I still have some worries. So I came to check on you. After all, you want to have a protector, and that troubles me. Yui expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, teacher. If it weren't for the opportunity you provided me, I wouldn't have had the chance to go, and please rest assured, I will return safely. Dong Lei nodded. Very well. You'd better keep that promise. Absolutely, teacher. I still owe you a debt of gratitude. As they spoke, the city master arrived as well. Yui, how are your preparations going? Remember, you don't have a protector, he cautioned. Thank you for your concern, city master. I am fully prepared, Yui affirmed. In that case, let us not waste any more time. Come, I will take you to the Dong family's secret realm. Yui nodded, uncertain whether receiving a spot in the secret realm was a boon or a curse. Dong Lei watched Yui leave with a hint of worry in his eyes. Soon, the city master led Yui to the site of the Dong family's secret realm, where a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. After all, when a family's secret realm opens, spots are typically reserved for those connected to the family or in cooperation with them, so the turnout was quite substantial. Upon seeing the city master's arrival, Dong Chuanwu, the head of the Dong family, hurried over, Bowing respectfully, Lord City Master, it is a rare honor for you to grace us with your presence. The City Master smiled. I have brought a young friend along. I hope the Dong family can extend their hospitality. Ha ha ha. Lord City Master, you jest. Since this young man is under your care, we will certainly look after him. Dong Chuanwu nodded in agreement. As time passed, more and more family factions began to arrive, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. That moment, the secret realm was on the verge of opening, and the crowd began to buzz with excitement. Young master, I think I just saw Yu Yi approaching. Huang Hong, Elder Zeng whispered. What? Yu Yi? How could he possibly be here? Huang Hong's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. After all, despite being an E-level secret realm, it was still controlled by the family, making it nearly inaccessible to an ordinary person like Yu Yi. I'm not entirely sure. I just saw him walking alongside our city master. Beyond that, I cannot say. Elder Zeng shook his head, indicating his limited knowledge. Huang Hong gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that guy must have received a spot in the secret realm from the city master. His heart seethed with anger and resentment. I wonder if the city master provided him with a protector, Elder Zeng mentioned. After a moment of contemplation, a ruthless glint flashed in Huang Hong's eyes as he coldly stated, let us wait and see if he has a protector with him when he enters. If he doesn't, let us eliminate him within the secret realm. Elder Zeng nodded affirmatively. Understood. Welcome, everyone. The Dong family's secret realm is an E-level realm that has not been open for 5 years. This year, due to the emergence of an SSS talent within the Dong family, we have specially opened the realm and cordially invite everyone to explore together. Standing elevated, Dong Chuanwu proclaimed, after taking a deep breath. He bellowed, secret realm, open. Those 4 words resonated like a thunderclap across the venue, stirring the hearts of all present. With his command, the crowd began to stir, and many rose to make their way toward the entrance of the secret realm. Young friend, go forth and return safely. The city master encouraged Yu Yi nodded, then turned to continue toward the entrance. Young master, it appears Yu Yi is entering the secret realm alone, without a protector. Zeng Lao spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Huang Hong burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, heaven is assisting me. Today is the day of your demise, Yu Yi. Let us enter. My father will surely praise me for slaying Yu Yi. With that, he prepared to step into the secret realm alongside Zeng Lao. When Yu Yi arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a middle-aged man responsible for verifying information blocked his path. Hey, young brother, do you not have a protector? The man inquired. Yu Yi shook his head and replied, no. The middle-aged man kindly cautioned, without a protector, perhaps it would be wise not to venture inside. If you cannot even contend with the beasts, don't expect to claim any treasures. Yu Yi smiled slightly in gratitude, but firmly stated, thank you for your concern, but I still wish to enter. Seeing Yu Yi's unwavering resolve, the middle-aged man sighed in resignation. Very well then, please present your warrior badge for verification. Yu Yi retrieved his warrior badge from his pocket and handed it to the man. After scrutinizing it, the middle-aged man confirmed, indeed, Yu Yi is a legitimate participant. This quota was granted by the branch member Dong Lei. Here is the map to the secret realm. You may proceed. Yu Yi nodded, accepted the map, and stepped confidently into the secret realm. He entered the realm with Xiao Taozi perched securely on his shoulder. The little creature gazing around with wide-eyed curiosity. Observing Yu Yi accompanied by a small cat, some onlookers shook their heads, muttering about his apparent naivety. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaodong noticed Yu Yi's entrance into the secret realm and quickly dialed Li Jiang. The call connected promptly, and a man's voice came through. What is it, Lord Feng? Feng Xiaodong replied. He has entered. Are you not concerned about his safety? Li Jiang chuckled on the other end, saying, of course I am worried. However, he is no ordinary individual. Would a typical first-tier 9th-level warrior charge into the secret realm so fearlessly? His audacity indicates he possesses considerable confidence in his abilities. We merely need to wait patiently and see how far he can go. Feng Xiaodong sighed. Very well. I hope he can emerge alive. Li Jiang responded with a smile. Rest assured, I believe he will. After concluding the call, Yu Yi found himself in a lush, verdant forest upon entering the secret realm. Exclaiming internally, so this is the secret realm. It feels rather pleasant. This was his first venture into such a place, having only seen it on his phone before. He then thought of Xiao Taozi, wondering if the little creature had also made it in. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Taozi standing firmly on his shoulder, curiously surveying the surroundings. That moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Task issued. Explore the secret realm and acquire its most precious treasures. Completing this task will reward you with 2,000 talent points. The system has finally stirred. This task seems promising, Yui mused. However, he pondered what could be deemed the most valuable treasure within the secret realm. Furrowing his brow, he realized he had no knowledge of this place and found it difficult to ascertain what constituted its greatest treasure. Resolving to be cautious, Yui opened the map and examined it closely. Although rudimentary, the map outlined the various regions and the locations of their exits. It appears I must tread carefully. After all, most individuals in this realm have protectors accompanying them. It is best to avoid conflict whenever possible, he concluded. Yet, his thoughts darkened at the mention of Huang Hong. He vowed that Huang Hong must perish here. At that moment, Xiao Taozi piped up, "Is this the secret realm? It doesn't seem to have any exciting spots." Yui glanced at the little creature with a wry smile, saying, "Do not worry. Once we exit, I will take you to enjoy some fun. But first, you must ensure my safety, all right?" Xiao Taozi's eyes sparkled as it patted Yui's shoulder with its paw, declaring, "It's a promise, meow." Yui, unable to resist the charm of the adorable Xiao Taozi, reached out to stroke its head. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "By the way, Xiao Taozi, how proficient are you in combat? Are you formidable?" Xiao Taozi, feeling content with the petting, opened its eyes and confidently replied, "Combat? I'm not sure. I've never fought before, but I should be fine." Yui nodded thoughtfully. "Then let us find a few beasts for you to practice against." Internally, he hoped Xiao Taozi would be of some help. The beasts in this realm were all above second tier, with the highest levels still unknown. Here, Yui found himself in a precarious situation, but with Xiao Taozi. It felt different. As a second-tier 7th-level spatial beast, he was curious about its true strength. After all, the little cat could not even be detected by his own probing. With that, Yui cautiously led Xiao Taozi deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous spirit herbs, such as earth spirit grass and wood spirit grass. Though these herbs were relatively common resources, their abundance was remarkable. In the wild, encountering spirit herbs could take an eternity. But within the secret realm, they were far more accessible. Just as Yui was joyfully gathering the herbs, a thunderous roar of a giant bear echoed through the air. Following the sound, he spotted a massive bear covered in rocks not far away. Rocky Bear, 2nd tier 8th level, exceptionally defensive, wielding a modicum of earth-based power, he noted. Good heavens, a 2nd tier 8th level? I certainly cannot defeat that. Yui marveled at the sight of the Rocky Bear. He was merely a 1st tier 10th level warrior, barely on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier. How could he possibly contend with such a creature? As he lamented his situation, he turned to Xiao Taozi, suggesting, "How about you give that bear a try?" He reasoned that if they truly could not win, Xiao Taozi could simply use its spatial traversal ability to escape unharmed. If it could prevail, it would demonstrate its strength. Xiao Taozi gazed at the enormous Rocky Bear, exclaiming, "That bear is enormous. In that case, since you've treated me well over the past week, I shall assist you in defeating it." Saying this, Xiao Taozi unleashed 2 concentrated attacks with its paw. However, upon striking the Rocky Bear, the attacks only caused minor cracks in its rocky hide, doing little harm. Yui had anticipated a grand display of power from Xiao Taozi, but instead exclaimed, "Is that all?" Xiao Taozi surveyed the Rocky Bear, realizing it was unlike the humans it typically dealt with. Usually, when humans attempted to harm it, it easily dispatched them, but this bear's hide seemed impenetrable. Meow. Time to get serious. With a swift motion of its paw, Xiao Taozi unleashed an invisible spatial blade that cleaved through the space surrounding the Rocky Bear. In an instant, the bear's defenses crumbled, revealing deep wounds as blood gushed forth. Accompanied by its agonized howls, with another spatial cut, the Rocky Bear was sliced cleanly in half, meeting its demise on the spot. Good heavens, so this is spatial cutting? How impressive! Yui marveled at Xiao Taozi's display of power. He sensed that the little creature's spatial talent rivaled that of human warriors with an SSS-level spatial aptitude. How about that? I'm quite formidable, aren't I? Xiao Taozi proudly proclaimed. Yui nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you are remarkable." Xiao Taozi puffed up with pride, declaring, "Of course, I am strong. I am not just a mere escape artist." Upon finishing, Xiao Taozi proudly wagged her tail at Yui. Witnessing Xiao Taozi's accomplishments, felt a surge of confidence. Her current strength posed no threat to any adversary below the 3rd tier. Thus, he no longer needed to act with trepidation and could move boldly, should he encounter foes of the 3rd tier or above. he would simply turn and flee. For opponents below the third tier, he could dispatch them with ease. Freed from hesitation, he could now seek out Huang Heng to prepare for his assassination. Huang Heng had lingered in this world long enough. It was time for him to perish. This would also serve as a means to rid the world of a menace. Subsequently, he stored the corpse of the rock giant bear into his system backpack. It was worth noting that this was a second-tier eightfold beast, undoubtedly of considerable value. Once everything was sorted, he and Xiao Taozi continued their advance. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Zheng Lao respectfully addressed Huang Heng, "Young master, the location of the enlightenment fruit lies within the most perilous area on the map. Should we first seize the fruit or pursue Yue?" Huang Heng pondered for a moment. The news of the enlightenment fruit has already reached other formidable factions. They will surely come to contend for it. There will undoubtedly be beasts guarding the tree. We can wait until they weaken each other before striking. However, our foremost task is to eliminate Yue. He cannot be allowed to survive. In this secret realm, with no guardian by his side, this presents an excellent opportunity. If we can eliminate Yue and then obtain the enlightenment fruit, my father will surely regard me with newfound respect. Huang Heng's excitement grew with this thought. Zheng Lao nodded in understanding. At this moment, Yue remained oblivious to Huang Heng's pursuit. Were he to be aware, he might even express gratitude towards Huang Heng for saving him the trouble of searching. When Huang Heng found him, it would mark the end of his days. Yue continued onward with Xiao Taozi, focused on completing his system task of locating the rarest treasures within the secret realm. Thus, he decided to venture into the most dangerous area marked on the map. Typically, the most valuable items were concealed in the most treacherous locations, where danger and opportunity coexisted. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, who are you? You don't even have a guardian." The speaker was a somewhat diminutive boy with fair skin, accompanied by an elderly man clad in black robes. Hearing this, Yue halted, turned to observe, and scrutinized them carefully. After thorough inspection, he learned that the boy was named by Xiao Lu, possessing a 6th-tier vitality and 6th-tier spirit, along with an S-grade wind elemental talent. The black-robed elder behind him was a 3rd-tier vitality expert. In response to Bai Xiao Li's inquiry, Yue displayed no signs of panic. Calmly, he replied, "My guardian and I have temporarily parted ways, but we shall reunite shortly." The boy's intentions remained unclear. He could harbor ill intentions, or perhaps none at all. Thus, Yue concocted a tale regarding his guardian to ensure his own safety. If Bai Xiao Lu were to plot against him, he would likely reconsider given the mention of a guardian. Although Yue possessed a realm enhancement card, it was reserved for Huang Heng's use. He would not employ it unless absolutely necessary. Bai Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "Would you like to join us? It is quite dangerous here. We can look out for one another." Yue shook his head. "No need. I will soon reunite with my guardian. I appreciate your kindness." With that, he resolutely resumed his journey. Watching Yue's retreating figure, Bai Xiao murmured in confusion, "So aloof. Isn't it better to travel together?" The black-robed elder smiled slightly and explained, "This young man is quite cautious. He is uncertain whether we mean him well or ill. Hence, he remains vigilant and chooses not to accompany us." Bai Xiao found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Yue pressed on towards the location marked on the map, encountering numerous beasts along the way. For those he could not defeat, he had Xiao Taozi handle them effortlessly. Not far ahead, he observed 2 boys and their respective guardians collaborating to hunt a massive beast. This creature had 2 heads and exuded a repugnant aura. The twin-headed venomous python. A 3rd-tier 2-fold beast, it wielded significant toxic elements. Its venom was highly corrosive, capable of eroding anything in its path. Yue paused at a distance to watch as the 2 guardians practiced their skills in surrounding and slaying the venomous serpent. Before long, under the relentless assault of the 2 guardians, the python succumbed, crashing heavily to the ground and transforming into a deep green beast core. Yue gazed longingly at the core. It was indeed a beast core. This was the core of a 3rd-tier 2-fold beast. Yue had slain over 1,000 beasts before witnessing a single core drop. The rarity of such cores was evident, especially one of this caliber. Initially intending to leave after the beast's demise, as he had little interest in the carcass of a 3rd-tier beast, the emergence of the beast core changed everything. The value of a core was incomparable to that of the beast's remains. Before him lay a 3rd-tier 2-fold core, but obtaining it would require confronting the 2 3rd-tier 1-fold guardians. Unless he resorted to using his realm enhancement card, he would struggle to contend with them. As Yue hesitated, an unexpected event transpired. "Ha ha ha. A beast core. The final blow was delivered by my guardian, so this core rightfully belongs to me," proclaimed the red-haired boy loudly. "On what grounds, you wishful thinker?" If it weren't for my guardian restraining the python, you would never have succeeded in killing it. Thus, I deserve half its value, retorted another tall boy. Ha ha ha. I was merely using you to slay this beast. Who would have thought a core would drop? Pathetic fools, you're all destined to die now. Attack, the red-haired boy bellowed, commanding his guardian to prepare for the struggle over the core. Humph, how ruthless. If you show no mercy. Do not expect any from me. Attack, the tall boy, equally defiant, ordered his guardian to get ready for battle. Thus, a fierce confrontation erupted between the two boys and their guardians, Yue, witnessing this discord stemming from unequal distribution. Felt elated. He mused. Once they are sufficiently weakened, I shall swoop in to claim the beast core. Ding. A task was issued. Seize this third-tier twofold beast core for a reward of 1,000 talent points. Oh, splendid. The system has issued a task. Yi's heart leapt. This was a rare opportunity. Here, within the secret realm, who could possibly know if he were to resort to violence? After all, this was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak. Power was the ultimate truth. The two guardians engaged in a fierce battle, both possessing a third-tier one-fold realm, making it difficult to determine a victor. The boys, too, were of similar strength, complicating the effort to deliver a fatal blow to one another. Yue patiently awaited the outcome. Ultimately, the red-haired boy's guardian, suffering a grievous injury resulting in a severed arm, barely managed to slay the tall boy and his guardian. Now it's my turn. Yue thought to himself. Ha! How foolish! You dared to covet what I desire. This is your fate. The red-haired boy sneered at the fallen bodies. He then strutted over to the beast core, preparing to claim it. However, before he could grasp the core, Yue swiftly teleported forward, snatching it up first. Splendid, Yue remarked, nodding in satisfaction. The red-haired boy stood dumbfounded. Who are you? Release my possession. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury as he glared at Yue. Your possession? How can you prove it belongs to you? Besides, it seems you're in no position to make demands. With a derisive glance at his fallen protector, who lay grievously wounded on the ground, Yue could not help but smirk. The crimson-haired youth gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn it. Observing Yue standing there seemingly alone, without a protector by his side, the worry that had gripped his heart dissipated in an instant. You, boy, dare to covet the possessions of the Wang family from Lishan City without even a protector? Do you seek death? If you kneel and bow your head in apology, I might consider sparing your life. Yue regarded the youth with an expression of incredulity. How foolish to threaten me with family ties at this juncture. I have little tolerance for those who attempt to intimidate me. You are better off dead. In a flash, Yue appeared before the red-haired boy. The youth's pupils widened in shock. He had assumed that invoking the name of the Wang family would intimidate this boy. But it seemed he was utterly unyielding. Die for me. With that, Yue delivered a lethal strike to the youth. No, the crimson-haired boy perished on the spot. Earlier, Yue had assessed the youth's realm. He was at the 6th level of the first stage in vitality, and the 5th level in spirit. With Ye's own vitality at the 10th level of the first stage, a mere casual slash was more than enough to overwhelm this youth. He then turned his gaze towards the gravely injured protector, who now lay with open eyes. I trust you have witnessed this. Do not blame me. Blame your choice to follow such a worthless young master. Only the dead can keep secrets. You too shall meet your end. With that, Yue approached and ended the life of the wounded protector. The surroundings fell silent, leaving only the 4 cold corpses behind. Yue stepped before each body, taking their storage rings. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 1,000 talent points, the system announced. Excellent. Once again, I have acquired a substantial number of talent points. Upon examining the contents of the 4 storage rings, he discovered they were filled primarily with spiritual liquids, pills, recovery potions, and various weapons. Indeed, killing brings swift rewards. Yue mused at his bountiful haul. He then opened the storage ring of the tall youth, unveiling a diary. What a revelation. This boy was also a monster. Yue exclaimed in anger. The diary detailed the numerous misdeeds committed by the tall youth, including using his family's power to bully innocent girls, slaughtering their families, and subsequently violating the girls. These two are truly deserving of death. By eliminating them, I am ridding the world of a scourge. Given how the crimson-haired boy had threatened Yue with his family's influence, he too was likely no paragon of virtue. Finally, he unleashed the chaos divine thunder, reducing the 4 corpses to ashes, erasing their existence from this world. It was as if nothing had ever transpired here. All returned to tranquility. System, can I absorb this demon core? Yue inquired, gazing at the 3rd stage. 2nd level core in his hand. Ding. Absorption is permitted. It appears that absorbing demon cores is indeed unrestricted. Yue pondered. Ding. The highest absorbable core is currently 3rd stage. Yue nodded. There are indeed limitations, but being able to absorb this one is sufficient. Absorb. The act of absorbing the core flooded Yue with a surge of formidable power, dramatically enhancing both his spirit and vitality. Vitality 19780. Spirit 20890. His spirit ascended directly to the 1st level of the 2nd stage. His vitality was also on the verge of breaking into the 2nd stage. Incredible. The enhancement from this 3rd stage core is astonishing. If I could acquire a few more of such cores, I would soar to great heights. Yue thought excitedly, but soon realized the impracticality of such aspirations. The value of 3rd stage demon cores was exorbitant, far exceeding his current purchasing power. For the affluent, it remained unattainable. Other cultivators, unlike him, could not absorb energy from cores above their realm. Those at the 1st stage could only absorb 1st stage cores. However, Yue was different, as he possessed the system, an undeniable advantage. Without hesitation, he consumed several vitality pills he had just acquired. His vitality successfully ascended to the 1st level of the 2nd stage, boosting his strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of advancing your vitality and spirit to the 1st level of the 2nd stage. Reward: 1,500 talent points. Ding! The daily task has been updated. By consistently practicing vitality and spirit for half an hour each day, you may earn a reward of 300 talent points. Hearing the system's notification, a satisfied smile spread across Yui's face. Excellent. The daily task has indeed evolved. Now I can earn 300 talent points daily. This will accumulate to a significant sum over time. Once he stabilized his state, he intended to depart this place and continue towards the marked location. At that moment, Xiao Taozi lounged lazily atop a distant tree. Yawning. Xiao Taozi, everything is taken care of. We can set off now. Yue called softly. Stretching, Xiao Taozi replied. Meow. All this fighting and killing is so dull. With a leap, it jumped onto Yui's shoulder, and together they embarked on a new journey. As for whether the Wang family would seek revenge, Yue paid it no mind. After all, this was a secret realm. Who could possibly know that Wang Shao had met his demise at his hands? Furthermore, with his current strength, how could he hope to defeat a 3rd stage protector? However, seizing this demon core was undoubtedly worth it, a tremendous profit indeed. Not only had he obtained a 3rd stage, 2nd level demon core, but also several storage rings filled with precious items. These resources were invaluable to any cultivator. Even if they held little use for him, they could be sold for other necessary items. Soon, Yue arrived at the most perilous region marked on the map, a dense forest teeming with mystery and danger, yet alluring countless cultivators eager to explore this moment. Many individuals had gathered, engaged in hushed discussions. Subsequently, Yue exchanged for a disguise tool from the system, successfully transforming into an ordinary-looking elderly man with kind features and graying hair. Though he appeared unremarkable, his eyes sparkled with cunning and wisdom. Xiao Taozi, allow me to carry you. Let us gather some information, Yue suggested, recognizing the throngs of people and suspecting they were after some valuable treasure. He thought to himself that his system task was to obtain the most precious treasures, so he had to engage in the proceedings. However, Xiao Taozi seemed reluctant to be held, protesting with loud meows. Meow. No, I don't want to be carried. Yue chuckled in resignation, realizing the creature had quite the personality. Thus, he began to negotiate with Xiao Taozi. If I bring you back a few pieces of cake, the kind that can enhance your realm, what do you say? Hearing this, Xiao Taozi's eyes lit up, and after a moment's hesitation, it finally nodded in agreement. All right, but this is a one-time deal. Yue smiled slightly, pleased to find that this little creature was rather easily swayed. He then approached the crowd, embodying the guise of a white-haired elder cradling a cute kitten, ambling toward the throng. Spotting by Xiaola, who had previously invited him to join, Yue approached to inquire, young friend, why are there so many people gathered here? Bai Xiaola replied respectfully, grandfather, are you also a protector? There are rumors of the appearance of a Wu Dao fruit, which has drawn many to this place, eager to partake a Wu Dao fruit. So many have come for it, and here I am, completely unaware. Yue had heard of such fruits, said to significantly enhance one's comprehension of martial arts techniques and certain secret skills. It was even rumored to aid in grasping the power of laws in the future. With this thought, Yue's heart raced, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, with a cheerful smile. He replied, I too am a protector. My young master is merely elsewhere. Thank you for the information, young friend. Baishala offered a faint smile, signaling that there was no need for formality today as time passed. The number of individuals gathered in the area steadily increased. Many could no longer restrain themselves, eager to venture deep into the forest in search of the elusive Wudao fruit. At that moment, Yue unexpectedly spotted several familiar figures, including Lu Xinran, the daughter of the underground leader Lu Yi from his own city, accompanied by her protector, as well as Han Li from the Han family. However, what puzzled him was the absence of Huang Heng. After all, the Huang family should also have received word of the Wudao fruit's emergence. Damn it, where on earth has Yue run off to? After searching for so long, he has nowhere to be found. Huang Heng's furious roar echoed through the air, brimming with anger. After searching for a considerable time, he had found not a trace of Yue. Not even a strand of hair. Elders sighed helplessly and advised, "Young master, let us first secure the Wudao fruit. We can disregard Yue for now." Upon hearing this, Huang Heng's face revealed a hint of reluctance. Yet he ultimately nodded. After all, the Wudao fruit was of paramount importance to him. Should someone else claim it, he would be left utterly despondent. And what if Yue had already fallen victim to a beast? In this realm, lacking a protector rendered Yue virtually powerless. Even if he had survived, his father would undoubtedly arrange for a cult to assassinate him once they emerged. With these thoughts, Huang Heng felt somewhat reassured. Nevertheless, failing to obtain the Wudao fruit would surely lead to his father's disappointment in him. He truly wished to avoid witnessing that look of disapproval from his father. Thus, the two made their way toward the direction of the Wudao fruit. Meanwhile, an increasing number of individuals were arriving at Yue's location. These individuals hailed from various factions, comprising both young masters and their protectors, many of whom were formidable third-tier powerhouses. They arrived in groups or alone. Yet all shared a common anticipation and desire for the Wudao fruit. Suddenly, a youth among them called out loudly, "It seems that most factions have arrived. Surely, we are all here for the Wudao fruit. Why not enter together?" As his voice faded, the crowd erupted in discussion. Some expressed agreement, believing that this would help avoid unnecessary conflicts. Others voiced objections, fearing that competition for the Wudao fruit might lead to unforeseen accidents. Some were even concerned about the presence of formidable beasts lurking deep within the forest. In that moment, hesitation enveloped the crowd, and no one dared to make a decision. Yet, no one stepped forward to lead the charge into the depths of the forest. At that moment, a young man clad in white suddenly emerged at the center of the crowd. His demeanor was calm, and his gaze unwavering, seemingly unafraid of the challenges that lay ahead. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his protector to follow, then strode confidently into the depths of the forest. Observing this, the other factions began to trail behind the young man in white, though they still harbored some reservations. They understood that if they did not seize this opportunity, they might never have a chance at the Wudao fruit again. Thus, one by one, factions joined in, forming an imposing procession. Yue noted that most of the crowd had entered and thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to partake in the spoils. After all, his system task was to seek out the most precious treasures, and the Wudao fruit was undoubtedly the most coveted within this secret realm. With that in mind, he leisurely prepared to step into the depths of the forest. Just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly heard Baishala's voice beside him. "Grandpa, are you also going to snatch the Wudao fruit?" Yue turned to glance at Baishala, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, the Wudao fruit is something I have long dreamt of, but aren't you going to wait for your young master?" Baishala inquired. Yue stroked his beard and chuckled. "Haha, I've hidden the young master away. After all, he lacks the strength. If a formidable beast were to appear near the Wudao fruit tree, it would spell disaster." Baishala nodded in understanding, saying, "Then, Grandpa, shall we go together? Some teams are composed of third-tier powerhouses, and they haven't brought their young masters along for training. It would be safer if we teamed up. Oh, that sounds reasonable, but as an old man, I can't run fast. You all must protect me." Baishala laughed. "Grandpa is joking. Then let us proceed together." Subsequently, Yue, Baishala, and his protector entered the forest. They found themselves surrounded by lush, dense trees, forming a veritable black sea that evoked a sense of oppression. However, as they ventured deeper, their surroundings gradually opened up, as if they had crossed an invisible barrier. Before long, they came upon a small lake, its waters crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding greenery and sky like a mirror. At the center of the lake lay a small island, exuding a tranquil beauty reminiscent of a paradise. Without hesitation, the group made their way toward the island in the heart of the lake, with Yue's heart brimming with anticipation, wondering if the Wudao fruit could be found there. Upon reaching the island, the sight before them left everyone astounded. A colossal fruit tree bore several ripe fruits. alongside many more that were yet to mature, all radiating an ethereal glow. Yue rushed forward to investigate, only to discover that this tree was a second-tier Wudao fruit tree. Such trees were exceedingly rare, capable of yielding fruits of the second tier, worth their weight in gold. Second-tier Wudao fruits. Each fruit contained immense energy, significantly enhancing a martial artist's speed of cultivation in martial techniques and secret arts, while also greatly aiding in the comprehension of laws. Gazing at the Wudao fruit before him, Yue could hardly contain his desire. Yet, he soon noticed a massive lion lying beneath the tree. This lion was engulfed in roaring flames, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Flame Lion King, a leader-level beast, at the 5th stage of the 3rd tier, reigning as the sovereign of this forest, wielding the power of fire and guarding the Wudao fruit tree. What on earth is a leader-level beast? Yue stared at the system's description, bewildered. Ding. Beasts also have levels. The beasts you usually defeat are of ordinary rank. Beast levels are classified as ordinary, leader, king, emperor, and sovereign. Ding. The higher the beast's level, the more formidable its strength and intellect. Yue observed the system's explanation, feeling as though he had gained a deeper understanding of this world. Good heavens, all the beasts he had previously slain were merely ordinary rank. Now, he faced a leader-level beast, and a 5th-stage king-level leader at that. How on earth was he supposed to fight this? Yue contemplated the sleeping lion in the distance. Most factions halted their advance upon seeing this formidable lion, awaiting someone to take the lead. Some of the elders within certain teams recognized that this was indeed a leader-level beast. After all, the lion before them was several times larger than an ordinary lion beast. These elders had far more experience than Yue and possessed knowledge about beast classifications, while Yue had only learned through the system. Moreover, the Beast Encyclopedia contained records of all beasts encountered in the Dragon Kingdom since the awakening of the populace nearly 2 centuries ago. Thus, it was not surprising that the Lion King was recognized. One simply needed to consult the Beast Encyclopedia to know. Faced with this situation, many factions began to hesitate. If it were an ordinary lion, it would be manageable. Despite its high level, the sheer number of warriors from their factions could overwhelm it. Yet, this was a leader-level beast. This posed a significant challenge. To obtain the Wudao fruit, they would have to slay the lion. However, that seemed impractical, leaving everyone in a quandary, just as the crowd was wavering. A reckless youth stepped forward. Everyone, why are we hesitating? With our numbers, we can take it down together. It was clear that this youth was unaware of the beast's leader-level status. Some onlookers encouraged him. The young master is right. Your protector will surely be able to slay this beast. You should lead the charge. Then you'll be the star of the show. Others chimed in agreement, hearing the crowd's encouragement. The reckless youth decided to play along. Let us go and kill this beast, he commanded his protector. His protector instantly froze, realizing he had followed a reckless and foolish young master, with an expression of embarrassment. The protector replied, Young master, this beast's level is above mine. I cannot defeat it. The countenance of the foolhardy youth instantly darkened. Do you wish for me to suffer humiliation before all? Faced with such an awkward predicament, the guardian, left with no choice, could only muster the courage to test the capabilities of this beast. Observing the scene, the onlookers retreated a few steps, their faces betraying a hint of schadenfreude as they fixated on the unfortunate guardian and the foolhardy youth. The guardian cautiously approached the Flame Lion King, gripping his long blade tightly, ever prepared to deliver a fatal blow. To his astonishment, he managed to draw near the majestic beast, secretly relieved that it remained in slumber. Thus, he resolved to unleash his martial skills and innate talents to strike the Flame Lion King with utmost force. The foolish youth, witnessing his guardian's success in approaching the beast, could not help but feel a surge of pride. The expressions of the onlookers shifted subtly, just as the guardian swung his long blade, channeling his talents and martial prowess into a powerful strike against the Flame Lion King. The blade struck solidly against the creature's form. However, unexpectedly, the Flame Lion King merely lost a couple of strands of fur and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. This was certainly no ordinary 3rd-tier 5th-level beast. The Flame Lion King's eyes slowly opened, and before the guardian could react, he was dispatched with a single swipe. The foolhardy youth stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on his face as he beheld the scene. His guardian, possessing formidable 1st-tier 3rd-level vitality, could not possibly be slain so easily. Yet the cruel reality was that the Flame Lion King, with but a single strike, reduced the guardian to mere mist, leaving no trace of his body. Observing this, members of other factions wore expressions of bemusement. They seemed to have anticipated such an outcome, and were not at all surprised. A trace of disdain graced their features, as if mocking the youth's ignorance and folly. Meanwhile, the Flame Lion King awakened from its slumber, glaring at the assembly of ants before it, eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, it opened its maw and unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated across the island. Akin to a thunderclap, the sound wave struck like an invisible force, impacting every individual present. Some reacted swiftly, fleeing in haste, while Yu utilized his teleportation skill to distance himself from the Flame Lion King, significantly mitigating the effects of the roar. Remarkably, this commanding beast was indeed extraordinary. Yui mused inwardly. Yet, the Flame Lion King did not pursue those who fled. Instead, it continued to guard the enlightenment fruit tree. The foolhardy youth, having ventured too close to the beast, was directly struck by the sound waves, resulting in the rupture of his internal organs and instant demise. The one who drew attention was shot down, and both the youth and his guardian became mere sacrifices. Old man, this Flame Lion King is a commanding level beast, correct? Bai Xiaolu inquired of Yui. Yui stroked his beard, chuckling, Indeed, my young friend. You possess keen insight. It is indeed a commanding level beast. He had not anticipated that Bai Xiaolu, seemingly of similar age, could discern the beast rank merely by its appearance, indicating he must have studied the bestiary extensively. Bai Xiaolu pressed on, Do you think our combined factions can subdue this beast? Yui shook his head. I cannot say foresee at this moment. Bai Xiaolu turned to Yui and inquired. Grandfather, why do you not take action? Yui smiled faintly and replied. I have grown old, and even if I were to intervene, it would be of no avail. Bai Xiaolu was filled with bewilderment, sensing an inexplicable aura emanating from this elderly gentleman. Regardless of the circumstances, he always maintained an air of calm and composure, as if everything were well within his grasp. Furthermore, the little creature in his arms caught Bai Xiaolu's attention. Though it spent most of its time in slumber, upon encountering the Flame Lion King, its gaze was tinged with a hint of disdain. Were it an ordinary creature, it would likely have been utterly terrified in the presence of such a formidable beast. However, despite his curiosity, Bai Xiaolu refrained from voicing his questions. After all, the current situation was quite tense. If he were to speak out of turn, it might prove detrimental to himself. Meanwhile, the onlookers, realizing their inability to subdue the beast, began to retreat. Though they felt a sense of reluctance, they understood that engaging in a futile struggle against overwhelming power would only lead them into peril. At that moment, several factions arrived, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they grasped the complexities of the situation. Among them was Huang Heng and his protector. Had they finally arrived? Yi's lips curled upward at the sight of Huang Heng and his guardian. As Huang Heng approached, he was immediately struck by the oppressive heat. He looked up to see a colossal fruit tree bearing the coveted enlightenment fruit. His eyes sparkled with desire. Beneath the tree stood the imposing Flame Lion King, glaring fiercely at the various factions, exuding an aura of authority that deterred any who dared to approach. Huang Heng was somewhat taken aback. With so many present, why did they not join forces to vanquish the beast? He scanned the surroundings, seeking an explanation. At that moment, Elder Zeng leaned in. Young master, I have learned that this beast is a Tier 3, 5th rank, and a leader-level creature. The various factions have already attempted a coordinated assault, only to be ruthlessly crushed by the Flame Lion King. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng understood the predicament. Everyone wished to ally, yet they were simply incapable of defeating the Flame Lion King. He sighed inwardly. Realizing that acquiring the enlightenment fruit would not be an easy feat initially, he had hoped that the conflict between the factions would allow him to benefit, but it seemed they were merely striking against stone with eggs. Yui quietly observed Huang Heng's arrival. Contemplating that this farce should soon reach its conclusion, that he slightly narrowed his eyes and, with measured steps, approached Huang Heng. Young friend, I am here at your father Huang Tianba's behest to assist you in seizing the enlightenment fruit. As he spoke, he stroked his grizzled beard. Huang Heng regarded the newcomer with a sidelong glance, noting the elderly man with white hair clutching a creature in his arms, his expression rife with disdain, his lips curling into a derisive smile. Even if you possess strength, the restrictions of this secret realm prevent you from exceeding Tier 3, 1st rank, correct? Huang Heng declared, arms crossed and head held high, exuding arrogance. And you claim to be sent by my father? What evidence do you have? I possess no evidence, yet I can assist you in slaying the Flame Lion King and securing the enlightenment fruit. Yuyi's gaze was resolute, locking onto Huang Heng's. You, an old man, think you can defeat this beast? Huang Heng laughed heartily, nearly doubling over, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Pointing at Yui and shaking his head in disbelief, You are still so foolish, but soon, your time will come to an end. Cherish your moments now. Yui mused inwardly, his brow furrowing. In that case. Watch closely. He stroked his beard, his countenance shifting to one of utmost seriousness. The once calm expression was now shrouded in a layer of frost. He then carefully placed the little creature on the ground, which looked utterly perplexed, its round eyes blinking in confusion. Little Peach, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Yui gently reassured, his eyes filled with warmth. System, activate the realm enhancement card. Yui silently chanted in his mind. As he utilized the card, a powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, invigorating his spirit. His cultivation reached Tier 3, first rank. As he reveled in the newfound strength, a satisfied smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is the sensation of Tier 3. Quite remarkable. Clenching his fists, he savored the fulfillment that power brought. He had no intention of revealing his spatial talents. After all, this battle would rely on the chaotic divine thunder, and thus he would focus on that. With steady and composed steps, he advanced toward the Flame Lion King. The onlookers, witnessing an elderly man approaching the lion alone, erupted in derisive laughter. Ha ha ha. What does that old man think he is doing? Acting tough at his age, that old fool is risking his life for the sake of vanity. We, as a group, cannot contend with this beast, yet he remains so arrogant. Grandpa, have you finally decided to take action? Bai Shaola looked on with a mix of anticipation and concern as Yui walked forward alone. Unperturbed by the mockery, Yui regarded the crowd as mere jesters. The Flame Lion King, observing the elderly figure before it, was equally baffled. How dare this mere human challenge me alone? Does he not recognize that I am a noble and formidable leader-level beast? The Flame Lion King glared at Yui, its large, bell-like eyes filled with disdain, as if viewing a mere insect. You dare to look down upon me. Yui's ire ignited at the Lion King's blatant disregard. Spear of Thunder punishment. In an instant, electric energy crackled around Yui, the sound resounding like thunder. Surrounding him, several colossal spears formed from the chaotic divine thunder coalesced, radiating a blinding light reminiscent of ancient destruction. Their brilliance was so intense that one could hardly gaze upon them without feeling their soul threatened with obliteration, as if they could reduce everything to dust. With a swift gesture, Yui pointed a finger at the Flame Lion King, and the spears shot forth like lightning. Sensing the imminent danger posed by the chaotic divine thunder, the Flame Lion King, despite its status as a leader-level beast, was compelled to evade. It swiftly turned its massive frame while unleashing a torrent of flames from its gaping maw, seeking to counter the terrifying assault of the spears. However, the power of the chaotic divine thunder exceeded its expectations. The spear effortlessly pierced through the searing flames, charging unimpeded toward the Flame Lion King. In a state of panic, the Lion King desperately leapt to avoid the impending strike. Yet, it was too late. One of the spears struck its leg with blinding speed. Instantly, the spear embedded itself deep into the Lion King's limb, the chaotic divine thunder coiling around it like a venomous serpent. The thunder raged mercilessly, as if intent on shattering every sinew and bone within that leg. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had mocked Yui now wore expressions of disbelief. Goodness, that old man's thunder seems to have merged with the thunder seed. Just a glance left me feeling as though I were on the brink of annihilation. I can't believe I laughed at this old man. The true fool was I. My word, this elder is astonishing. In the distance, Huang Heng's previously arrogant demeanor transformed entirely. How is this old man so powerful, despite the 4-rank gap and facing a leader-level beast? He can still inflict harm on the Flame Lion King. Could he truly be sent by my father to assist in obtaining the enlightenment fruit? And does it seem he possesses a spirit seed? Huang Heng fell into deep contemplation. He understood the concept of spirit seeds, as certain elemental types could merge with them to enhance their elemental strength. However, as a prominent family in Sichuan City, his family had never possessed a spirit seed. Even the most rudimentary spirit seed was beyond their reach. Moreover, the old man's lightning was of a gray hue, undoubtedly indicating the presence of a thunder element. Zhang Lao, my father truly knows a formidable individual of the 3rd tier possessing a thunder element. Huang Heng gazed at Zhang Lao, seeking answers. Zhang Lao shook his head. I am uncertain. Those with elemental spirits are predominantly from super powerful factions. Not far away, Bai Shaola watched Yuyi's performance in astonishment. He had initially believed this old man to be quite powerful, but he never anticipated such immense strength. Old man, how could you be so strong? Do you truly possess an elemental spirit? The Flame Lion King felt a surge of fury within, acutely aware of the chaotic divine thunder incessantly eroding and annihilating its corporeal form, bringing waves of excruciating pain. The Flame Lion King could no longer restrain itself. It was unable to suppress the wrath surging within. raising its head to unleash a thunderous, earth-shattering roar. This roar seemed capable of making the heavens and earth tremble, causing the very elements to change color. Following that, it opened its cavernous maw, akin to an abyss, and violently expelled a colossal fireball towards the sky. This fireball resembled a blazing sun, radiating a terrifyingly high temperature and an aura of destruction. The fireball suddenly dispersed in midair, transforming into countless dazzling yet lethal smaller fireballs, descending upon the ground with the ferocity of a tempest. These fireballs bore no specific targets, instead unleashing a brutally indiscriminate assault upon the entire area. Good heavens, this is a grand display of power. Yui raised his gaze to the sky, overwhelmed by the sheer multitude and might of the fireballs, marveling inwardly. The sheer number and destructive force were simply beyond imagination. If those guardians who had previously besieged the Flame Lion King faced such a dense and violent barrage, it was likely that the vast majority would be instantly reduced to ashes. Unable to escape their fate, confronted with this astonishingly indiscriminate fireball attack, Yui dared not exhibit the slightest negligence or carelessness. Amidst the frenzy and indiscriminate assault of the fireballs, the surrounding onlookers beheld a scene of utter devastation. Everything in the path of the fireballs was instantaneously reduced to ruins. Has the old man perished? Someone inquired, curiosity and tension lacing their voice. It is unclear, however, given how close he was to the center. It is likely he could not evade it. Another individual speculated with a furrowed brow, anxiety evident. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. The Flame Lion King, observing the devastation that had befallen Yui's vicinity, felt a surge of pride, exhaling a plume of scorching hot air as if proclaiming its victory. Yet, the chaotic divine thunder continued to coil around its legs, leaving it perplexed as to why. Meanwhile, Yui had already activated his teleportation, departing the moment the fireball struck. The third-tier teleportation could cover a considerable distance, and he now stood to the left of the Flame Lion King. In the face of such a terrifying assault, his agility and martial skills had little effect. Only teleportation remained viable, unnoticed by others, who were fixated on the fireballs and the ruins. Spear of Thunder Punishment. Yui bellowed, as the power of lightning surged around him, coalescing into a colossal spear of chaotic divine thunder. This time, he intended to catch the Flame Lion King off guard. The Flame Lion King's immense form necessitated the creation of a sufficiently large spear of chaotic thunder to inflict serious injury. Shortly thereafter, the spear was formed. Go! With a flick of his finger, the massive spear transformed into a radiant streak of lightning, though it appeared grayish, swiftly hurtling towards the Flame Lion King. Sensing the formidable attack approaching from the left, the Flame Lion King attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The spear of thunder forcefully embedded itself into the Flame Lion King's body, eliciting a pained howl as it staggered to the ground. Yui, satisfied that his attack had hit, nodded approvingly and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as he was about to reach the Flame Lion King, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The Flame Lion King summoned its remaining strength and leaped with all its might. Its colossal form traced an arc through the air, resembling a blazing mountain. It opened its cavernous maw, fangs glimmering ominously, and swallowed 3 fruits from the Tao Enlightenment tree in one gulp. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged within it. The previously gravely injured Flame Lion King, on the brink of collapse, witnessed its ghastly wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Its aura surged like a reawakened volcano, growing stronger and more volatile. Not only that, but its realm also ascended directly to the 3rd tier. 6th level, the Flame Lion King roared in fury, its voice resonating throughout the heavens and earth, as if intent on tearing the sky asunder. Its fiery gaze fixated on Yui, the one who had grievously wounded it, as if it intended to devour him whole. Good heavens, Yui had not anticipated that the Flame Lion King possessed such a desperate counterattack, consuming the Tao Enlightenment fruits. It made sense. If the Flame Lion King were to perish, who would guard such invaluable fruits? By consuming a few fruits to swiftly recover its injuries, it could then defeat its current adversary, thus ensuring the protection of this precious resource. Such a strategy was indeed astute. The Flame Lion King truly exemplified a leader-level beast. Its intelligence surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Yui could not help but exclaim in admiration. Initially, the crowd believed the fallen Flame Lion King was at its limit, only to be astonished by Yui's display of overwhelming power. They had not anticipated the Tao Enlightenment fruits possessed such extraordinary healing properties. Their envy intensified. However, despite their envy, they dared not approach to snatch them. They were equally unprepared for the Flame Lion King to consume these Tao Enlightenment fruits. The situation had become increasingly enigmatic. Observing the revived Flame Lion King, Yui cursed inwardly. Damn it. Must you compel me to get serious? Moreover, the Flame Lion King had achieved an unexpected breakthrough. its strength elevated to a new pinnacle, reaching the third tier, 6th level. Its aura surged with renewed ferocity. Flames surrounding it burning more fiercely, as if intent on incinerating the world. Humph, I managed to wound you once. I can just as easily do it again. Yi's eyes widened with determination, the flames of defiance igniting within him. As he fixed his gaze on the Flame Lion King, which glared back fiercely, the Flame Lion King emitted a deafening roar, swinging its colossal forepaw with the intent to strike Yue with apocalyptic force. Yue understood that this was not the moment to conceal his strength. He activated his spatial skill, teleporting away from the scene. The onlookers, initially astonished by the Flame Lion King, were now utterly dumbfounded to witness Yue wielding a second talent. No way, I must be seeing things. That old man possesses spatial abilities, and he is a space type. Who on earth is this old man? Could he truly be merely third tier? How is it possible for someone of the third tier to possess dual talents? Isn't there only one dual talent powerhouse in our Dragon Nation? Who is this person? The crowd was no longer astonished by the Flame Lion King, but rather by Ui and their understanding. The Dragon Nation only had one dual talent powerhouse, a top-tier 10th level. Now, another individual with rare spatial and lightning talents, along with a lightning element, had appeared, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. After all, how could such an individual possibly manifest in a mere level secret realm? How could a dual talent old man, bearing such an appearance, possibly be only third tier, 1st level? Old man, surely, you must be in disguise. Bai Shaola muttered to himself as he gazed at Yue in the distance. Meanwhile, Huang Heng was even more bewildered. Could someone of such caliber possibly be acquainted with the Huang family? Of course not. If the Huang family knew such a person, they would have soared to great heights. But why did that person claim he would help him seize the Dao Enlightenment fruits? This made no sense. Huang Heng was utterly perplexed. Ding! Due to the Flame Lion King's desperate counterattack, a task to defeat the Flame Lion King was issued, with the reward being the secret technique of the Qiankuan pot for enslavement. Qiankuan pot? Secret technique of enslavement? What on earth are these things? Yue was momentarily befuddled by the system's offerings. However, the system offered no further explanation. Never mind, let us first defeat the Flame Lion King before discussing this. The reward should not be lacking. Spear of Thunder Punishment. Yue once again summoned several lightning spears, directing them towards the Flame Lion King. At that moment, the Flame Lion King charged towards Yue, its massive form struck by the spears, yet they failed to inflict significant damage initially. The lightning spears merely exploded against the Lion King's body, leaving shallow wounds entwined with chaotic divine lightning. However, they did not penetrate the Lion King's body as they would have at the 5th level of the 3rd stage. The transition from the 5th to the 6th level is a marked transformation. And given that the Flame Lion King is a commanding beast, it posed quite a challenge. Observing the limited effect of his lightning spears, Yue swiftly teleported into the midst of the crowd. These onlookers had been waiting for some time. It was about time they contributed, even if just to delay the inevitable. Yue silently rejoiced, for his thunder meditation technique had already reached the 2nd level, effectively doubling his spiritual power, thus providing ample energy for what lay ahead. At this moment, chaos erupted in the crowd, cries of alarm filling the air. People either fled in panic or desperately unleashed their skills to fend off the Flame Lion King's relentless assault. Now, with the Lion King's heightened realm, Yue needed to continually wield the punishing spear to create a qualitative change through sheer quantity. However, the Flame Lion King would not afford Yue such a luxury of time. After a brief contemplation, Yue resolutely decided to elevate his martial skills. Enough of this. It was time to utilize his talent points to enhance his techniques. System, upgrade the Void Slash to Mastery. Ding. Consumed 3,400 points, Void Slash upgraded to Mastery. As the Void Slash reached its pinnacle, a profound understanding of this technique blossomed within Yui's mind. Is this the mastery of the Void Slash? Truly formidable. Grandfather, allow me to assist you, Bai Shaola exclaimed, hastily approaching. Yue felt a twinge of confusion. Bai Shaola's realm was vastly inferior to his own. How could he be of assistance? Grandfather, I understand your doubts, but my talent is SS level weakening, capable of diminishing the overall strength of my target. I have tested it before. At the same level, I can reduce their strength by up to 50. It lasts for 20 seconds, but against a 3rd stage entity, it may only have a 10 effect for a few seconds, Bai Shaola stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yue nodded slightly. Although he had previously looked into Bai Shaola's talent, he had momentarily forgotten. Ha ha ha. That is excellent news. Thank you, young friend. Bai Shaola nodded in acknowledgement and then extended his palm towards the oncoming Flame Lion King. Weaken. An invisible yet potent energy enveloped the Flame Lion King in an instant. Yui scanned once more and confirmed the weakening effect, albeit only by 8, likely due to its commanding status. Thank you, young friend. I shall take it from here. Void slash. Yui bellowed with fury, drawing forth his thunder cleaver with great force. He struck towards the Flame Lion King, this blow imbued with the formidable might of chaotic divine lightning. The strike transformed into a razor-sharp blade of energy, cleaving through space itself, aiming directly at the Flame Lion King. The Lion King, caught off guard by the space-rending energy, was nearly severed in two. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Flame Lion King. Reward. Chinkuan Pot. Slave Sealing Technique. Eagerly. Yui examined his rewards upon hearing the system prompt. Chinkuan Pot. It conceals an independent small world, allowing the host to cultivate beasts, nurture spiritual herbs, and even assist in healing wounds. Slave Sealing Technique. A mystical method that enables the enslavement of the minds of humans or beasts. Contingent upon their voluntary acceptance, otherwise, the sealing cannot be applied. Once successfully enslaved, their life and death lie entirely in the host's hands, capable of determining their fate in an instant. Goodness gracious, how astonishing. Such treasures from the realm of cultivation have come into my possession. Truly, the omnipotent system lives up to its name. Yui felt a surge of excitement, for Peach, who had always traveled with him, had long complained about being carried on his shoulder. Now, with the Chinkuan Pot, this dilemma could be resolved, and moreover, it would facilitate the better nurturing of Peach. Yui promptly retrieved the Chinkuan Pot from the system space, examining this splendid artifact closely. The Chinkuan Pot was uniquely shaped, with a cylindrical knob adorned with a meticulously crafted taiji symbol, exuding an air of mystery. The design of the curved spout and handle was exquisitely executed, perfectly complementing the pot's body, evoking admiration. Satisfied with his reward, Yui nodded and approached the Flame Lion King, pondering whether he could subjugate it. After all, this Flame Lion King was the guardian of the Enlightenment Fruit Tree, and its strength was commendable. Capturing it could provide him with a mount. He could then place the Enlightenment Fruit Tree inside the Chinkuan Pot, allowing the Flame Lion King to continue guarding it. A win-win scenario at this moment. The Flame Lion King was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. Flame Lion King, do you wish to submit to me? The Flame Lion King's eyes blazed with fury. How could it possibly bow to the one who had dealt it such grievous wounds? Furthermore, it was on the verge of death, rendering submission futile. It could hardly comprehend this old man's audacity, questioning it now after inflicting such harm. Observing the rage in the Lion King's eyes, Yui smiled faintly. He then produced the Chinkuan Pot and swiftly stored the Enlightenment Fruit Tree, which the Lion King had been protecting. The Lion King, witnessing the disappearance of its cherished fruit tree, burned with anger and felt powerless to resist. Submit to me, and I shall grant you a new life, allowing you to continue guarding the Enlightenment Fruit Tree. What say you? The Lion King found this proposal utterly absurd. Besides, faced with imminent death, what could it do? Fear not. If you choose to submit, I assure you I can fulfill my promise, and you have no other options. The Flame Lion King blinked, its movements laborious. Indeed, it had no recourse but to trust this human before it. Slave Sealing Technique. As the technique commenced, Yui felt an instantaneous bond form between himself and the Flame Lion King, its life and death resting entirely in his hands. Upon successfully subjugating the Lion King, Yui used the Chinkuan Pot to enclose it within. The Chinkuan Pot possessed healing properties, thus the Lion King would not perish immediately. The surrounding spectators were left dumbfounded. Where had the Enlightenment Fruit Tree gone? And the massive Flame Lion King, was it truly gone? Yet, none dared to approach with inquiries, for this elder had almost cleaved the Lion King in half with a single strike. Now it is your turn. Huang Heng, Yui sneered, turning his gaze towards Huang Heng's position. Initially, he had intended to acquire the Enlightenment Fruit and take Huang Heng to a secluded spot to eliminate him. However, given the circumstances, it seemed he would have to execute Huang Heng in front of this crowd. Punishing Spear. Go. The Punishing Spear, composed of chaotic divine lightning, shot forth towards Huang Heng with lightning speed, so swift that it was beyond comprehension. Young master, be careful. Elder Zhang, witnessing Yui's sudden attack, felt a surge of alarm and rushed forward to intercept. However, he realized he could not withstand such terrifying power in an instant. The Punishing Spear penetrated Elder Zhang's body, and he was reduced to ashes before he could utter a single cry of despair. At that moment, Huang Heng stared in horror at the unfolding scene. His protector had not even managed to withstand a single strike, leaving him terrified to the point of nearly losing control of his bladder. Trembling, Huang Heng fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Please, don't kill me. I can give you money, fulfill any of your requests. A smirk of disdain graced Yui's lips as he appeared beside Huang Heng in an instant. Coldly retorting, "Do you think I lack such trifles? Truly a worthless fool." Seeing his pleas for mercy go unanswered, Huang Heng began to cry out for help from those around him. "All you powerful beings, please save me. If you can spare my life, the Huang family will reward you handsomely upon our exit." Yui regarded Huang Heng with amusement, unable to suppress his laughter. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. After all, this elder's strength at the first level of the third stage far surpassed theirs. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him? Yet, a young man clad in white stepped forward. "Grandfather, is this truly necessary? Young Master Huang seems not to have offended you, has he?" Yui's lips twitched at the sight of the young man in white. This person had an insufferable penchant for grandstanding. How infuriating. Silence. Subsequently, he drew the thunder-slashing blade and struck down with a single fierce blow, the blade's aura slicing directly towards the white-clad youth. The white-clad youth fell in that instant. Who is his protector? "If you possess courage, step forward," Yui inquired coldly. Yet, no one dared to emerge, for only a fool would stand idle and await death. "Huang Heng, is your lower body healed?" After uttering these words, Yui summoned the chaotic divine thunder to attack Huang Heng. In his final moments, Huang Heng's eyes reflected terror and disbelief. He could not fathom that this elder was Yui. In an instant, Huang Heng was reduced to ashes. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves from Yui, fearing that if the man before them were displeased, they would meet a similar fate. Noticing that the time for the realm enhancement card was nearing its end, Yui realized it was time to depart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the most precious treasure of the secret realm, earning 2,000 talent points. Indeed, the most valuable item turned out to be the enlightenment fruit tree. Yui mused as he sought out Little Peach. Preparing to leave. "Come, Little Peach, you may traverse to any location you wish." Little Peach nodded, exclaiming, "Your thunder is truly terrifying. How did you suddenly become so powerful?" Yui affectionately ruffled Little Peach's head, saying, "I'll explain everything once we are safe. I can hardly maintain my current realm. We must leave." Little Peach, with a flourish of her words, whisked Yui away from that place. After Yui's departure, the remaining crowd finally dared to voice their thoughts aloud. "Damn it, we ventured into the secret realm and gained nothing. Not even a single hair. How did such a powerful elder suddenly appear? Who exactly was that person? He came solely for the enlightenment fruit. And now look, not even the bark remains. Elder, who are you truly? Why have you done this? Do you harbor a grudge against the Huang family? Are you one of them?" Bai Shala gazed at the departing Yui, lost in contemplation. "Brother Han, don't you think that elder bears a resemblance to someone?" Lu Xinran approached Han Li and remarked. Han Li shook his head. "I do not know. All I am aware of is that this person is incredibly strong, invincible at the third tier, and possesses dual talents. I regard him as my role model, my target to pursue." Lu Xinran chose not to comment further, understanding that Han Li was solely focused on the strength of the individual. Oblivious to the finer details. Is at Yui, Lu Xinran pondered internally. Some aspects demonstrated by that elder earlier bore a striking similarity to Yui during the university competition. The spatial talent of teleportation, along with the thunder-slashing blade and that martial technique. During the university competition, she had meticulously observed Yui's martial skill. It was akin to that of the elder. Yet this elder's proficiency was undoubtedly at a higher level. This was perplexing. How had Yui obtained a spot in the secret realm? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed improbable, for there was only one known individual with dual talents in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he possessed the dual talents of lightning. Such a talent could hardly manifest in a commoner. Meanwhile, Yui and Little Peach had randomly traversed to a location within the secret realm. Before long, the time for Yui's realm enhancement card concluded, reverting him to the first layer of the second tier. The disguise also vanished, restoring his original appearance. Phew, this journey into the secret realm was indeed fruitful. Most importantly, Huang Heng is dead. Yui exhaled in relief. When he had first entered the secret realm, his primary desires were to acquire rare treasures and to eliminate Huang Heng. Now, both objectives had been accomplished. He merely awaited the opening of the secret realm's exit on the morrow to leave this place. At that moment, Yui had no desire to hunt beasts. All he sought was a place to rest. After all, having utilized the realm enhancement card to elevate himself to the third tier, he felt residual effects. Just then, Little Peach suddenly called out to Yui, loudly asking, "Hey, you still haven't answered my question." Yui affectionately patted Little Peach's head, pride swelling within him as he said, "As your master, I must be stronger. Thus, I possess dual talents. Upon hearing this, Little Peach gazed curiously at the human before her, pondering, could this individual, like me, wield two powers simultaneously? Her intrigue deepened. She sensed that this person harbored many secrets. But what was that sudden surge in your realm? How did you become so powerful all at once? Yui explained. The realm enhancement card temporarily elevates one's realm. Little Peach fell silent at this revelation. Yui scratched his head, pondering that it seemed he had completed the second phase of the Eye for an Eye mission. Yet, it appeared the system had not yet granted the reward. System, what of my reward for completing the second phase of Eye for an Eye? After a moment of silence, the system responded, Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the second phase of Eye for an Eye. Reward, spatial cutting, 1,000 talent points. Ding, the third phase of Eye for an Eye. Annihilate the Huang family. Reward, 3,000 talent points. Skill, chaotic thunder prison. Yui nodded in satisfaction at the reward for the third phase. Then reviewed the description of chaotic thunder prison. Chaotic thunder prison, a prison of thunder born from chaos. It ensnares enemies, and while imprisoned, they are enveloped by endless chaotic divine thunder, gradually destroying them. Excellent. This skill is restrictive. Even if one cannot defeat a beast, it can still be trapped. Yui was quite pleased with this skill's description. Now, the next step awaited was the annihilation of the Huang family. Although he had already killed Huang Hong, who could ascertain that it was he who had done so? Nevertheless, caution was warranted, for in this world, no wall is impenetrable. The plan to obliterate the Huang family needed to be expedited. After formulating his plan, Yui turned to Little Peach and declared, Little Peach, I shall take you to an enchanting place. Before Little Peach could respond, Yui placed her into the Qianquan pot. He then entered the Qianquan pot himself. Upon entering, he beheld a realm filled with mountains, waters, and forests. It was a completely independent world. Wow, where is this, Yui? It's so beautiful, Little Peach exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she surveyed her surroundings. Yui surveyed the world within the pot, satisfied, as he realized he could modify it according to his preferences. Meanwhile, the enlightenment fruit tree had taken root once more in a spot near a water source. The Flame Lion King, despite its grievous wounds, had only begun to recover slightly and was not yet dead. While Yui approached, Flame Lion King, am I mistaken? How are you feeling? Has your vitality begun to return? The Flame Lion King did not respond. It sensed the peculiar nature of this place, feeling its injuries gradually healing, and the environment seemed to favor its realm advancement. Observing that the Flame Lion King was still gravely injured, Yui approached the enlightenment tree. This was a second-tier enlightenment tree, capable of producing second-tier enlightenment fruits, yet Yui wondered if it could eventually cultivate into a third-tier enlightenment tree. If so, it would yield third-tier enlightenment fruits. Each tier's effects are vastly different. Yui looked up at the enlightenment fruit tree before him, which bore 12 ripe fruits. With a leap, he plucked down 5. The fruits were about the size of peaches. After tasting one, he remarked, sweet and quite delicious. I feel significantly rejuvenated. After consuming the fruit, both his vitality and mental state improved. Vitality 22560. Mental state 23459. However, the true value of the enlightenment fruit lies not merely in replenishing vitality and mental state, but in its profound impact on martial skills, secret techniques, and future comprehension of laws. Furthermore, it can aid in healing injuries. Yet for Yui, honing martial skill proficiency was unnecessary, as he possessed the system. Only the comprehension of laws was of use, as well as the increase in vitality and mental state, though he acknowledged this. The enlightenment fruits should not be consumed without due costs. They ought to be saved for times of severe injury. Yui tossed one of the enlightenment fruits to the Flame Lion King for its recovery. The Flame Lion King, taken aback at receiving its share, regarded Yui with newfound appreciation. It opened its massive jaws and devoured the fruit, its grievous wounds beginning to mend rapidly. Seeing that the Flame Lion King was no longer in mortal danger, Yui refrained from offering additional enlightenment fruits. After all, the Qianquan pot possessed healing properties, allowing it to recover gradually without wasting the enlightenment fruits. Observing Little Peach frolicking nearby, Yui tossed 2 more fruits her way. Little Peach, enchanted by the fragrant fruits before her, eagerly devoured them, finishing them in a matter of moments. Meow. These fruits are delicious. Yui, give this lady some more. Before Yui could respond, he sensed a fluctuation in the realm of Xiaotauzi. Goodness, consuming just 2 fruits has propelled her directly to the second stage, 8th level. How remarkably swift. Yui remarked, that's enough? I'll let you taste 2 of them. This is no ordinary fruit. It is the enlightenment fruit. Just look at your realm. Has it not ascended to the second stage, 8th level? Xiaotauzi mewed discontentedly. Meow. What a miser. After eating, I felt a surge of immense energy aiding my breakthrough. It's wonderful not having to cultivate. Yui chuckled, gently patting Xiaotaozi's head, offering reassurance. Let's wait until there are more ripe ones before you indulge. This place is conducive to your realm's advancement. You should remain here for now. I shall call you when I need you. Xiaotaozi's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly replied, Okay. I will design this place according to my preferences. With that, she happily wagged her tail. Yui, amused by her adorable demeanor, smiled and turned to leave. He approached the Flame Lion King, who bowed respectfully, signifying submission. Yui commanded, Flame Lion King, you are now my servant. You must heed all my commands. Understand, the enlightenment fruit tree remains under your care. You shall live here, and once your injuries have healed, I will summon you as needed. Upon hearing Yui's words, the Flame Lion King felt a surge of excitement. It had anticipated severe punishment but was instead granted such generous treatment. This was a far superior arrangement compared to its previous duty of guarding the enlightenment fruit tree on that small island. Although it felt some dissatisfaction in becoming Yui's servant, the prospect of continuing to manage the enlightenment fruit tree while recovering from its injuries was undoubtedly an excellent outcome for it. Moreover, this location facilitated rapid realm advancement without any disturbances. The Flame Lion King let out a roar, which seemed to convey gratitude. Yui paid no mind to the Flame Lion King, instead retrieving some blood elixirs and spirit liquids obtained from slain foes. He consumed all the spirit liquids and blood elixirs below the second stage from the storage rings, resulting in a significant realm enhancement. Blood vitality increased to 28430, spirit to 281803, reaching the second stage. Second level. These storage rings contained a considerable quantity of blood elixirs, hence the substantial increase in vitality. Yui surveyed the storage space, lamenting the absence of demon cores. It was to be expected. As demon cores are notoriously difficult to obtain, had they been available, they would have been used long ago. The storage rings also held various spiritual herbs, weapons, battle armor, and recovery potions, none of which were of use to Yui, prompting him to decide to sell them upon his return. He then checked his talent points and task progress, which, after expenditure, totaled 6,600 talent points. System, upgrade Thunderous 9 blades to perfection. Ding, 2,400 talent points consumed. Thunderous 9 blades successfully perfected. With the perfection of Thunderous 9 blades, he could now unleash the 8th strike. The 9th strike would require reaching the realm of true intent. Ding, congratulations, host, on achieving perfection in a martial skill. Reward, 500 talent points. Ding, the realm of true intent can only be reached through personal insight into martial skills or through system task rewards. Talent points cannot be used for this enhancement. Upon comprehending the system's explanations, Yui felt reassured. Even if he could not grasp the realm of true intent, the system would assist him. The remaining talent points stood at 4700. Yui decided to refresh the system's discount store and examine the enhancement of his martial skills proficiency. He refreshed the system store, noting that a week had passed, ensuring a guaranteed offering. Second stage, 5th level Demon Core 8, 300 talent points. Unknown Black Stockings, 1 talent point. 6th stage Realm Enhancement Card, 1,000 talent points. Excitement surged within Yui as he gazed at the items available in the discount store. The 6th stage Realm Enhancement Card. It could elevate his blood vitality and spiritual realm to the first level of the 6th stage for 30 minutes. After usage, he would endure a day of weakness. As long as he secured the 6th stage Realm Enhancement Card, the annihilation of the Huang family would be imminent. Yui felt a wave of fortune wash over him. He promptly spent 1,300 talent points to purchase both the Realm Enhancement Card and the 8th second stage, 5th level Demon Cores. He retrieved the 8th second stage, 5th level Demon Cores, and the previously acquired 3rd grade Dragon Blood Elixir. Beginning to consume them, the experience of taking the Dragon Blood Elixir caused Yui to feel as though his very flesh was being torn apart by the violent clash of energies within him. After all, it was a cross-stage consumption of an elixir, yet Yui persevered. Soon, a warm current surged through him, as he felt the Dragon Blood Elixir elevate his blood vitality by 700 and spirit by over 6,000. Blood vitality reached 41560, spirit 40989. The remaining enhancements stemmed from the 8th second stage, 5th level Demon Cores, raising both blood vitality and spiritual realm to the 2nd stage, 3rd level. His strength had significantly increased. Yui clenched his fists, feeling the torrent of power within him, and shouted, "So exhilarating." Subsequently, Yui upgraded his profound martial skill, Gale Fist, to the middle grade Earth level martial skill, Wind Thunder Fist, spending 500 talent points. He then advanced Thunderous Instant Flash from Novice to Minor Success, expending 1,000 points. Finally, he elevated Thunder Armor to Minor Success, costing 1,500 talent points, with only 400 talent points remaining. Yui refrained from further expenditure. This has all been meticulously calculated. Rest assured. He opened the system panel. Character: Yui Realm. Martial Artist, 2nd stage, 3rd level. Spirit Master, 2nd stage, 3rd level. Blood Vitality for 1560, equivalent to 2nd stage, 4th level. Spirit for 0989, equivalent to 2nd stage, 4th level. Talent: SS, Chaos Divine Thunder, Beginner. Store, Cultivation Techniques. King Level Supreme, Thunder Body Refinement Technique, 2nd level, remains. King Level Supreme, Thunder Meditation Method, 2nd level, remains. Martial Skills, Earth Level Supreme, Thunderous 9 Blades, Perfection. Earth Level Middle Grade, Wind Thunder Fist, Minor Success. Earth Level Upper Grade, Thunderous Instant Flash, Minor Success. Heaven Level Middle Grade, Thunder Armor, Minor Success. Heaven Level Upper Grade, Void Slash, Great Success. Skills: Instantaneous Movement. Thunder Punishment Spear, Spatial Cutting Backpack, D Grade Upper Grade, Thunder Blade, F Grade Middle Grade. Fiber Armor, Map of Sichuan City Vicinity, 6th Stage Realm Enhancement Card, etc. Observing the diverse enhancements in martial skills proficiency in his own realm elevation, Yui felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This expedition into the secret realm had indeed yielded rich rewards. Furthermore, it resolved his conflict with Huang Heng. Yui now felt no fear of the Huang family seeking revenge. In fact, he longed to emerge and obliterate them. The moment he stepped out of the secret realm would coincide with the downfall of the Huang family. Moreover, the martial arts college entrance examination was fast approaching. After the Huang family was vanquished, he would enroll in the Imperial Capital University. Following that, he would bring Li Qingwei and her parents to Sichuan City, leaving behind little to miss, except perhaps his homeroom teacher and the promises made to the principal. Now, his foremost objective was to annihilate the Huang family. Having enhanced his strength, Yui exited the Qiankuan Jar.at. This moment, a gentle breeze rustled through the surroundings, causing the leaves to whisper softly. His earlier conjecture was confirmed. The time ratio within the Qiankuan jar differed greatly from the outside world. According to his meticulous calculations, the current ratio stood at 3:1. 3 days outside equated to merely 1 day within the jar. The utility of the Qiankuan jar was undoubtedly immense for Yui. He carefully stored the jar away, casting a determined gaze into the distance, preparing to seek a secluded spot to rest for the night. He planned to wait for the exit to open the following day. With steady strides, he ventured into the depths of the forest. As he walked, the dappled evening sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting patches of light and shadow upon him. Before long, Yui discovered a cave ahead. To be cautious, he summoned Xiao Taozi to his side, wary of encountering formidable beasts. True to his concerns, a 2nd stage, 10th level beast lurked within the cave. With his current strength, he would certainly be unable to contend with it. Fortunately, Xiao Taozi was at hand. She swiftly and adeptly dispatched the beast. "Meow, I'm heading back. It's far worse in there than outside," she exclaimed, her form flickering as she re-entered the Qiankuan Jar. Yui then exchanged for a comfortable bed from the system store, gently placing it within the cave. Subsequently, he began to focus intently on learning how to temper his bones at the 2nd stage. System, please explain how to temper bones at the 2nd stage. Ding. Upon reaching the 2nd stage of blood vitality, one may commence bone tempering. The crisp voice of the system echoed in his mind. The human body comprises a total of 206 bones, which can be refined through a process known as bone tempering, or accelerated by utilizing rare treasures from heaven and earth. However, the majority of individuals are unable to achieve the complete refinement of all 206 bones. Only those prodigies hailing from powerful families, endowed with abundant resources, stand a chance of accomplishing this feat. The disparity in physical strength between those who have fully tempered their bones and those who have not is staggering. Some individuals dedicate years to the art of bone tempering, laying a solid foundation before advancing to the 3rd tier. Conversely, there are those who, in their eagerness for rapid progress, neglect the tempering process, opting instead to consume vast quantities of elixirs and rare materials to leap directly into the 3rd tier, resulting in a significantly weaker physical constitution, reliant solely on their rank. Ding. As this system is an all-encompassing one, it automatically initiates a 24-hour, 8-day bone tempering program for the host. The host may also employ certain rare treasures to expedite the refinement process. Yui listened intently to the system's introduction, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he contemplated the bone tempering journey that lay ahead. Indeed, It is a truly versatile system. Subsequently, he recalled the fourth-grade Liuli liquid he had obtained long ago. System, how should I utilize this Liuli liquid? Ding. The host may apply it all over their body or soak in it for absorption. This system will ensure complete assimilation. After a moment of contemplation, Yui decided that a soak would indeed be a splendid choice. He retrieved a bathtub from the system's space, filled it with crystal-clear water, and poured in the precious Liuli liquid. Then, undressing completely, he gently reclined into the tub. Ding. The host is using Liuli liquid for bone tempering. The refinement speed has significantly increased. Vital energy is continuously rising. As soon as Yui settled into the water, he felt a warmth enveloping his body, accompanied by a sensation akin to tearing pain. However, before long, as the Liuli liquid was gradually absorbed, this discomfort began to subside. Instead, his body grew pleasantly warm, and before he knew it, he slipped into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a roar from a demonic beast shattered the tranquility, awakening Yui from his dreams. How did I fall asleep? Yui sprang upright, hastily dressing and stretching his limbs. The sleep had been profoundly refreshing, yet the night remained shrouded in darkness. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it was just past 1 a.m. To his astonishment, during that brief period of slumber, he had successfully completed the tempering of 12 lower limb bones. Incredible speed indeed. The absorption of the Liuli liquid had concluded, and the automated bone tempering resumed its original pace. Yui clenched his fists, feeling the surge of vitality within him, significantly enhanced vitality. For 8986. After absorption, it had increased by an entire level. Truly, the fourth-grade Liuli liquid is remarkable. Not only does it accelerate bone tempering, but it also boosts vitality to such an extent. However, there was little change in his mental state. Nodding in satisfaction, Yui resolved to continue his cultivation until dawn before heading to the exit. As for the earlier roar of the demonic beast, he paid it no mind. Under the sparse moonlight, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, gently illuminating the cave. Yui exhaled a breath of stale air. After a night of cultivation, both his vitality and mental acuity had slightly improved. The daily tasks of the system had also been completed, yielding him 300 talent points. It was time to exit the secret realm. With determination in his gaze, Yui stepped out of the cave, filled with anticipation. He consulted the map to locate the exit and made his way in that direction. It was prudent not to arrive too early. He preferred to wait until most individuals had gathered before departing. The entrance was not far, and after 2 hours, Yui found himself on a small hill near the entrance, waiting quietly. Before long, a number of individuals began to arrive. Alas, I didn't manage to acquire a single Dao fruit. What a loss. You still want a Dao fruit. Aren't you afraid that old man will cleave you in two? Damn. I never expected that an E-tier secret realm would attract double-talent individuals and those with lightning attributes. The crowd murmured, much of the discussion centering around Yui. After all, his appearance was quite unexpected and perplexing. Once the majority had arrived, Yui sauntered out nonchalantly. Lu Xinran, who had been searching for something, froze upon seeing Yui. He too had participated in this secret realm. Bai Xiaola also noticed Yui. Curiosity piqued by his seemingly carefree demeanor, as if he were merely on a leisurely outing. Since parting ways with Yui, she had not seen him again. She began to suspect that he might be that mysterious old man. Yui, what brings you here? Lu Xinran approached him with a question. Why shouldn't I be here? My homeroom teacher granted me a spot. I came to broaden my horizons, Yui replied calmly. After all, even if he were to be exposed now, he had no reason to fear. At the very least, he possessed a 6th-tier realm enhancement card. Even the city lord was only at the 5th tier. Currently, no one could pose a threat to him. Are you after the Dao fruit? Lu Xinran inquired directly. Dao fruit? What? There's still Dao fruit here. I wasn't aware of that. Yui feigned ignorance. Good to see you again. Yui, Bai Xiaola approached him with a smile. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. How were your gains? Yui asked in return. Not bad, though the Dao fruit was taken by an old man. Oh, you know who that old man is. Bai Xiaola gazed intently into Yui's eyes. Observing the expressions on both of their faces, Yui surmised that they had likely deduced he was the mysterious old man. However, he dismissed the concern, shaking his head and spreading his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Lu Xinran and Bai Xiaola, seeing this, did not press further, but requested Yui's contact information instead. Before long, the secret realm's exit opened, and the crowd began to emerge slowly. Yui followed closely behind. Lu Xinran and Bai Xiaola remained unmoved, their gazes fixed on the rear, waiting for something. Are you waiting for that old man too? Bai Xiaola asked, stepping forward. Lu Xinran nodded. She was now seriously suspecting that Yui was that elderly figure. There were too many clues. Moreover, it seemed that Yui was the only spatial-type individual in the secret realm. If that old man was indeed Yui, it was a monumental secret. Furthermore, she felt a deep curiosity towards him. Even if the old man was not Yui, the vibrant energy Yui exhibited within the secret realm was quite peculiar. After all, he had no guardian, and according to her understanding, his realm should not exceed the first tier, level 10. How could this not pique her curiosity? Thus, the two waited, but as time passed, the old man still did not arrive. This only served to further solidify their suspicions. Eventually, they had no choice but to exit first. Upon leaving the secret realm, Yui was greeted by a throng of clan leaders and personnel from powerful factions awaiting his arrival. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was taken aback to spot the city lord in the distance. To Yui's surprise, the city lord had personally come to receive him, which was unexpected. The city lord, noticing Yui's invigorated demeanor, thought it hardly resembled the experience of undergoing trials in a secret realm. It seemed more akin to a leisurely excursion. Nevertheless, Yui emerging unscathed was certainly a good thing. City Lord, Yui approached respectfully, cupping his hands and greeting. It's good to see you back safely. How is it? What did you think? The City Lord inquired. It felt quite pleasant, Yui replied, indeed finding it enjoyable. After using the third-tier realm card, he had no cause for concern. The thrill of being able to eliminate anyone he desired was truly delightful. The City Lord nodded, giving Yui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. That's good. At that moment, the chatter among the returning individuals piqued the City Lord's interest. What? A Tier 3, Level 5 beast at the Commander level, and it even broke through to Level 6? A mysterious old man with dual talents? Lightning attributes? Overwhelming defeat? The Dao Fruit Tree has vanished. Dong Chuanwu listened in astonishment to the reports from those who had returned. Initially, he had assumed the guardian beast of the Dao Fruit Tree was merely of ordinary caliber. With a realm not exceeding the limits of the secret realm, he had planned to dispatch a team of 10, all at the first level of the third tier, to seize the Dao Fruit. After all, this was his family's secret realm. He had made ample preparations. Yet, he had not anticipated a commander-level beast. Furthermore, it had subsequently broken through to level 6. Its realm exceeded the secret realm's limits by 5 levels. And it was of commander caliber. How could they possibly contend with that? Even a few SSS tier talent individuals at the first level of the third tier would struggle to defeat it. However, what astonished him even more was the revelation of the enigmatic old man possessing dual talents and spatial abilities, coupled with a lightning affinity and a spirit seed. Those who witnessed it claimed that the old man displayed formidable power, vanquishing the Flame Lion King. Subsequently, he vanished along with the Flame Lion King and the Enlightenment Fruit Tree, leaving no trace of the eldest son of the Huang family, Huang Hang. Is this not shocking? Moreover, there was no such individual listed in his secret realm roster. Where could such an old man possibly exist? Furthermore, he possessed a spirit seed and dual talents. Each of these attributes alone would elicit astonishment. Yet, this old man possesses both. He had only heard that such spirit seeds seemed to be exclusive to the most prestigious families in the imperial capital. How could it be that in his humble locality, a person with dual talents and a spirit seed has emerged?